Thus Argento, already shaken, was exposed to destruction on the 14th, after Provera's surrender. Massena and Laharpe reinforced, until they had nearly a Teuton superiority, stormed Dago and killed, or captured 3,000 of Dago Argento's 5,500 men, the remnant retreating in disorder to Acqui, but nothing was done towards the accomplishment of the purpose of destroying Colli on that day, save that Serrier and Rusca began to close in to meet the main body. Between Seva and Millesimo, moreover, the victory at Dago had produced its usual results on the wild fighting swarms of the Republicans who threw themselves like hungry wolves on the little town, without pursuing the beaten enemy, or even placing a single outpost on the Acqui road in the state. During the early hours of the 15th, Vukasovich's Brigade 8, marching up from Sassello, surprised them and they broke, and fled in an instant. The whole morning had to be spent in rallying them at Cairo, and Bonaparte had for the second time to postpone his union with Serrier and Rusca, who meanwhile isolated from one another, and from the main army were groping forward in the mountains. A fresh assault on Dago was ordered, and after very severe fighting, Massena and Laharpe succeeded late in the evening in retaking it. Vukasovich lost heavily but retired steadily, and an order on Spigno the killed and wounded, numbered probably about 1,000 French and 1,500 Austrians, out of considerably less than 10,000, engaged on each side, a loss, which contrasted very forcibly with those suffered in other battles of the Revolutionary Wars, and by teaching the army of Italy to bear punishment, imbued it with self-confidence, but again success bred disorder. And there was a second orgy in the houses and streets of Dago which went on till late in the morning, and paralyzed the whole army. This was perhaps the crisis of the campaign. Even now, it was not certain that the Austrians had been definitively pushed aside, while it was quite clear that Beaulieu's main body was intact, and Colli was still more an unknown quantity, but Napoleon's intention remained the same: to attack the Piedmontese as quickly and as heavily as possible, Beaulieu being held in check by a containing force under Massena, and Laharpe, the remainder of the army counting in now Rusca and Serrier, was to move westward towards Seva. This disposition, while it illustrates the Napoleonic principle of delivering a heavy blow on the selected target and warding off interference at other points, shows also the difficulty of rightly apportioning the available means between the offensive mass and the defensive system. For as it turned out, Beaulieu was already sufficiently scared and thought of nothing but self-defense on the line Acqui-Ovada-Bichetta, while the French offensive mass was very weak compared with Colli's unbeaten and now fairly concentrated army about Seva and Montezemolo. On the afternoon of the 16th, the real advance was begun by Augereau's division, reinforced by other troops. Rusca joined Augereau towards evening, and Serrier approached Seva from the south. Colli's object was now to spin out time, and having repulsed a weak attack by Augereau, and feeling able to repeat these tactics on each successive spur of the Apennines, he retired in the night to a new position behind the Cursaglia on the 17th, reassured by the absence of fighting on the Dago side, and by the news that no enemy remained at Sassello. Bonaparte released Massena from Dago, leaving only Laharpe there, and brought him over towards the right of the main body, which thus, on the evening of the 17th, formed a long, straggling line on both sides of Seva. Serrier on the left echelon forward, Augereau, Joubert, and Rusca in the center, and Massena, partly as support, partly as flank guard on Augereau's right rear. Serrier had been bidden to extend well out, and to strive to get contact with Massena. Roman 1e, to encircle the enemy. There was no longer any idea of waiting to besiege Seva, although the artillery train had been ordered up from the Riviera by the cannon road for eventual use. There further, the line of supply, as an extra guarantee against interference, was changed from that of Savona Carcare to that of Lono Bardinto. When this was accomplished, 4 clear days could be reckoned on with certainty in which to deal with Colli. The latter, still expecting the Austrians to advance to his assistance, had established his corps, not more than 12,000 muskets, in all in the immensely strong positions of the Cursaglia, with a thin line of posts on his left, San Michele, stretching towards Cherasco, whence he could communicate by a roundabout way with Acqui. Opposite this position, the long straggling line of the French arrived after many delays, due to the weariness of the troops on the 19th, a day of irregular fighting, followed everywhere to the advantage of the defenders. Napoleon, fighting against time, ordered a fresh attack on the 20th, and only desisted when it became evident that the army was exhausted, and in particular when Serrier reported frankly that without bread the soldiers would not march. The delay thus imposed, however, enabled him to clear the cannon road of all vehicles, and to bring up the Dago detachment to replace Massena in the valley of the western Bormida, the latter coming into the main army further part, at any rate of the convoy service was transferred still farther westward, to the line Albinga-Guercio, Seven Nelson's fleet, that had so powerfully contributed to force the French inland, was becoming less and less innocuous. If leadership and force of character could overcome internal friction, all the success he had hoped for was now within the young commander's grasp. 24,000 men, for the first time with a due proportion of cavalry and artillery, were now disposed along Colley's front, and beyond his right flank Colley, outnumbered by 2-1 and threatened with envelopment, Mond decided once more to retreat, and the Republicans occupied the Kersaglia lines on the morning of the 21st, without firing a shot, but Colley halted again at Vico, halfway to Mondovi, in order, it is said, to protect the evacuation of a small magazine he had there. And while he was in this unfavorable situation, the pursuers came on with true Republican swiftness, lapped round his flanks, and crushed him a few days later. 27th April, the armistice of Cherasco put an end to the campaign, before the Austrians moved a single battalion to his assistance. The interest of the campaign being above all Napoleonic its moral, must be found by discovering the Napoleon touch that differentiated it from other revolutionary campaigns. A great deal is common to all on both sides, the Austrians, the Napoleon touch, and Sardinians worked together at least as effectively as the Austrians, Prussians, British, and Dutch in the Netherlands. Revolutionary energy was common to the Army of Italy and to the Army of the North. Why, therefore, when the war dragged on from one campaign to another in the great plains of the Meuse and Rhine countries, did Napoleon bring about so swift a decision in these cramped valleys? The answer is to be found partly in the exigencies of the supply service, but still more in Napoleon's own personality, and the strategy born of it. The first, as we have seen, was at the end of its resources, when Beaulieu placed himself across the Genoa road. Action of some sort was the plain alternative to starvation. And at this point, Napoleon's personality intervened. He would have no quarter rations on the Riviera, but plenty, and to spare beyond the mountains, if there were many thousand soldiers, who marched unarmed and shoeless in the ranks. It was towards the promised land that he led them. He looked always to the end, and 188 met each day, as if with full expectation of attaining it before sunset. Strategical conditions and new French methods of war did not save Bonaparte in the two Christ Dago rout, and the sullen halt of the army at San Michelebut, the personality which made the soldiers on the way to Montenot march barefoot, past a wagon load of new boots. We have said that Napoleon's strategy was the result of this personal magnetism. Later critics evolved from his success the theory of interior lines, and then accounted for it by applying the criterion they had evolved. Actually, the form in which the will to conquer found expression was in many important respects old. What therefore in the theory or its application was the product of Napoleon's own genius and willpower, a comparison with Sauham's campaign of Tourcoing, will enable us to answer this question. To begin with, Sauham found himself midway between Coburg and Clerfayt almost by accident, and his utilization of the advantages of his position was an expedient for the given case. Napoleon, however, placed himself deliberately, and by fighting his way thither in an analogous situation at Carcaire and Cairo. Military opinion of the time considered it dangerous, as indeed it was, for no theory can alter the fact that had not Napoleon made his men fight harder and march farther than usual, he would have been destroyed. The effective play of forces on interior lines depends on the two conditions: that the outer enemies are not so near together as to give no time for the inner mass to defeat one before the arrival of the other, and that they are not so far apart that before one can be brought to action, the other has inflicted serious damage elsewhere. Neither condition was fully met at any time in the Montenot campaign. On the 11th, Napoleon knew that the attack on Voltri had been made by a part only of the Austrian forces, yet he flung his own masses on Montenot on the 13th. He thought that Beaulieu's main body was at Dago and Colley's at Millesimo, and on this assumption had to exact the most extraordinary efforts from Augereau's troops at Caesarea on the 19th and 20th. He tried to exclude the risks of the Austrians' intervention, and with this, the chances of a victory over them, to follow his victory over Colley, by transferring the center of gravity of his army to Seva and Guercio, and fighting it out with Colley alone. It was not in fact to gain a position on interior lines with respect to two opponents that Napoleon pushed his army to Carcaire. Before the campaign began, he hoped by using the cannon road to destroy the Piedmontese before the Austrians were in existence at all as an army, but on the news from Voltri and Monte Leggino, he swiftly concentrated fire, made the breach, and broke the equilibrium at the spot, where the interests and forces of the two allies converged and diverged. The hypothesis in the first case was that the Austrians were practically non-existent, and the whole object in the second was to breach the now connected front of the Allies' strategic penetration, and to cause them to break up into two separate systems. More, having made the breach, he had the choice, which he had not before, of attacking either the Austrians or the Sardinians, as every critic has pointed out. Indeed, the Austrians offered by far the better target, but he neither wanted nor used the new alternative. His purpose was to crush Piedmont. My enemies saw too much at once, said Napoleon. Singleness of aim and of purpose, the product of clear thinking and of personality, was the foundation stone of the new form of strategy. In the course of subduing the Sardinians, Napoleon found himself placed on interior lines between two hostile masses, and another new idea, that of relative superiority, reveals itself. Whereas Sauham had been in superior force, 90,000 against 70,000, Napoleon 40,000 against 50,000, was not, and yet the army of Italy was always placed in a position of relative superiority, at first about 3-2, and ultimately 2-1 to the immediate antagonist. The essence of strategy, said Napoleon in 1797, is with a weaker army always to have more force at the crucial point than the enemy. But this art is taught neither by books nor by practice. It is a matter of tact. In this he expressed the result of his victories on his own mind, rather than a preconceived formula which produced those victories. But the idea, though undefined, and the method of practice, though imperfectly worked out, were in his mind from the first. As soon as he had made the breach, he widened it by pushing out Massena and La Harpe on the one hand, and Augereau on the other. This is mere common sense, but immediately afterwards, though preparing to throw all available forces against Cali, he posted Massena and La Harpe at Dago, to guard, not like Vandam on the lies, against a real and pressing enemy, but against a possibility. And he only diminished the strength and altered the position of this containing detachment in proportion as the Austrian danger dwindled. Later in his career, he defined this offensive and defensive system as having all possible strength at the decisive point, and being nowhere vulnerable, and the art of reconciling these two requirements in each case as it arose was always the principal secret of his generalship. At first, his precautions, judged by events' relative superiority and not by the probabilities of the moment, were excessive, and the offensive mass small, but the latter was handled by a general, untroubled by multiple aims and anxieties. And if such self-confidence was equivalent to 10,000 men on the battlefield, it was legitimate to detach 10,000 men to secure it. These 10,000 were posted 8 Roman 1,000 out on the dangerous flank, not almost back to back with the main body, as Vandam had been 9, and although this distance was but little compared to those of his later campaigns, when he employed small armies for the same purpose, it sufficed in this difficult mountain country, where the covering force enjoyed the advantage of strong positions. Of course, if Cali had been better concentrated, or if Beaulieu had been more active, the calculated proportions between covering force and main body might have proved fallacious, and the system on which Napoleon's relative superiority rested might have broken down. But the point is that such a system, however rough its first model, had been imagined and put into practice. This was Napoleon's individual art of war, as raiding bakeries and cutting communications were Beaulieu's speciality. Napoleon made the art into a science, and in our own time, with modern conditions of effective armament and communications, it is more than possible that Marau's and Jourdan's will prove able to practice it with success. But in the old conditions, it required a Napoleon strategy, said Moltke, is a system of expedients. But it was the intense personal force, as well as the genius of Napoleon, that forged these expedients into a system. The first phase of the campaign satisfactorily settled, Napoleon was free to turn his attention to the archenemy, to whom he was now considerably superior, in numbers 35,000 to 25,000 the day. After the signature of the Armistice of Cherasco, he began preparing for a new advance, and also for the role of arbiter of the destinies of Italy. Many whispers there were even in his own army as to the dangers of passing on without revolutionizing aristocratic Genoa and monarchical Piedmont, and of bringing Venice, the Pope, and the Italian princes into the field against the French. But Bonaparte, flushed with victory and better informed than the malcontents of the real condition of Italy, never hesitated. His first object was to drive out Beaulieu, his second to push through Tyrol, and his only serious restriction the chance that the armistice with Piedmont would not result in a definitive treaty Beaulieu had fallen back into Lombardy and now bordered the Po right and left of Valenza. To achieve further progress, Napoleon had first to cross that river, and the point and method of crossing was the immediate problem, a problem the more difficult as Napoleon had no bridge train, and could only make use of such existing bridges as he could seize intact if he crossed above Valenza. He would be confronted by one riverline after another, on one of which at least Beaulieu would probably stand to fight, but quite apart from the immediate problem. Napoleon's intention was less to beat the Austrians than to dislodge them. He needed a foothold in Lombardy, which would make him independent of, and even a menace to Piedmont. If this were assured, he could for a few weeks entirely ignore his communications with France and strike out against Beaulieu, dethrone the King of Sardinia, or revolutionize Parma Modena, and the Papal States according to circumstances. Milan, therefore, was his objective, and Tortona, Piacenza, his route thither to give himself every chance he had stipulated with the Piedmontese authorities for the right of passing at Valenza. And he had the satisfaction of Piacenza seeing Beaulieu fall into the trap and concentrate opposite that part of the river. The French, meantime, had moved to the region Alessandria Tortona. Thence, on the 6th of May, Bonaparte, with a picked body of troops, set out for a forced march on Piacenza. And that night the advance guard was 30 Roman 1,000 on the way at Castel San Giovanni and Laherps, and the cavalry divisions at Stradella, 10 Roman 1,000 behind them. Augereau was at Broni Massena at Sale, and Serrier near Valenza, the whole forming a rapidly extending fan 50 Roman 1,000 from point to point. If the Piacenza detachment succeeded in crossing, the army was to follow rapidly in its track. If, on the other hand, Beaulieu fell 189 back to oppose the advance guard, the Valenza divisions would take advantage of his absence to cross there in either case. B. It observed the Austrians were to be evaded, not brought to action. On the morning of the 7th, the swift advanced guard under General Dallamagni crossed at Piacenza, and hearing of this, Bonaparte ordered every division except Serrier's thither with all possible speed. In the exultation of the moment, he mocked at Beaulieu's incapacity. But the old Austrian was already on the alert. This game of maneuvers he understood already. One of his divisions had arrived in close proximity to Dallamagni, and the others were marching eastward by all available roads. It was not until the 8th that the French, after a series of partial encounters, were securely established on the left bank of the Po, and Beaulieu had given up the idea, forcing their most advanced troops to accept battle at a disadvantage. The success of the French was due less to their plan than to their mobility, which enabled them first to pass the river before the Austrians, who had actually started a day in advance of them, put in an appearance, and afterwards to be in superior numbers at each point of contact. But the episode was destined, after all, to culminate in a great event, which Napoleon himself indicated as the turning point of his life. Vendemiaire. And even Montenot did not make me think myself a superior being. It was after Lodi that the idea came to me that first kindled the spark of boundless ambition. The idea of a battle having been given up, Beaulieu retired to the Adda, and most of his troops were safely beyond it before the French arrived near Lodi. But he felt it necessary to leave a strong rearguard on the river opposite that Lada place to cover the reassembly of his columns after their scattered march. On the afternoon of the 10th of May, Bonaparte, with Dallamagni, Massena, and Augereau, came up and seized the town, but 200 ids of open ground had to be passed from the town gate to the bridge, and the bridge itself was another 250 in length. A few hundred yards beyond it stood the Austrians 9,000 strong, with 14 guns. Napoleon brought up all his guns to prevent the enemy from destroying the bridge, then sending all his cavalry to turn the enemy's right by a ford above the town. He waited 2 hours, employing the time in cannonading the Austrian lines, resting his advanced infantry, and closing up Massena's and Augereau's divisions. Finally, he gave the order to Dallamagne's 4,000 grenadiers, who were drawn up under cover of the town wall, to rush the bridge. As the column, not more than 30 men broad, made its appearance, it was met by the concentrated fire of the Austrian guns, and halfway across the bridge it checked. But Bonaparte himself and Massena rushed forward. The courage of the soldiers revived, and while some jumped off the bridge and scrambled forward in the shallow water, the remainder stormed on past through the guns and drove back the infantry. This was in bare outline the astounding passage of the bridge of Lodi. It was not till after the battle that Napoleon realized that only a rearguard was in front of him when he launched his 4,000 grenadiers. He thought that on the other side there were 4 or 5 times that number of the enemy. No wonder then that after the event he recognized in himself the flash of genius, the courage to risk everything, and the tact which, independent of and indeed contrary to all reasoned calculations, told him that the moment had come for breaking the equilibrium Lodi, was a tactical success in the highest sense, in that the principles of his tactics rested on psychologian, the sublime part of the art of war, as Sachs had called it long ago the spirit, produced the form, and Lodi was the prototype of the Napoleonic battle contact maneuver preparation. And finally, the well-timed mast and unhesitating assault, the absence of strategical results, mattered little. Many months elapsed before this bold assertion of superiority ceased to decide the battles of France and Austria. Next day, still under the vivid tactical impressions of the Bridge of Lodi, he postponed his occupation of the Milanese and set off in pursuit of Beaulieu, but the latter was now out of reach. And during the next few days, the Milan French divisions were installed at various points in the area. Pavia-Milan Pizzicaton facing outwards in all dangerous directions, with a central reserve at Milan. Thus secured, Bonaparte turned his attention to political and military administration. This took the form of exacting from the neighboring princes money, supplies, and objects of art, and the once famished army of Italy reveled in its opportunity. Now, however, the Directory, suspicious of the too successful and too sanguine young general, ordered him to turn over the command in Upper Italy to Kellerman, and to take an expeditionary corps himself into the heart of the peninsula, there, to preach the Republic and the overthrow of princes. Napoleon absolutely refused, and offered his resignation in the end, partly by bribery. He prevailed, but the incident reawakened his desire to close with Beaulieu. This, indeed, he could now do with a free hand, since not only had the Milanese been effectively occupied, but also the treaty with Sardinia had been ratified. But no sooner had he resumed the advance than it was interrupted by a rising of the peasantry in his rear. The exactions of the French had in a few days generated sparks of discontent, which it was easy for the priests and the nobles to fan into open flames. Milan and Pavia, as well as the countryside, broke into insurrection, and at the latter place, the mob forced the French commandant to surrender. Bonaparte acted swiftly and ruthlessly, bringing back a small portion of the army with him. He punished Milan on the 25th, sacked and burned by Nasco on the 26th, and on the evening of the latter day, while his cavalry swept the open country, he broke his way into Pavia with 1,500 men and beat down all resistance. Napoleon's cruelty was never purposeless. He deported several scores of hostages to France, executed most of the mob leaders, and shot the French officer who had surrendered. In addition, he gave his 1,500 men 3 hours' leave to pillage. Then, as swiftly as they had come, they returned to the army on the Oglio. From this river, Napoleon advanced to the banks of the Mincio, where the remainder of the Italian campaign was fought out, both sides contemptuously disregarding Venetian neutrality. It centered on the fortress of Mantua, which Beaulieu, too weak to keep the field, and dislodged from the Mincio in the action of Borghetto, May 30, strongly garrisoned. Before retiring into Tyrol, Beaulieu was soon afterwards replaced by Dagobert Siegmund, Count von Wurmser b. 1724, who brought considerable reinforcements from Germany. At this point, mindful of the narrow escape he had had of losing his command, Bonaparte thought it well to begin the resettlement of Italy. The scheme for cooperating with Moro on the Danube was indefinitely postponed, and the army of Italy, now reinforced from the army of the Alps and counting 42,000 effectives, was again disposed in a protective zone of maneuver, with a strong central reserve. Over 8,000 men, however, garrisoned the fortresses of Piedmont and Lombardy, and the effective blockade of Mantua and political expeditions into the heart of the peninsula soon used up the whole of this reserve. Moreover, no siege artillery was available until the Austrians in the citadel of Milan capitulated, and thus it was not till the 18th of July that the first parallel was begun. Almost at the same moment, Wurmser began his advance from Trent with 55,000 men to relieve Mantua. The protective system on which his attack would fall in the first instance was now as follows: Odero 6,000 about Legnago, Despina 8,000 southeast of Verona, Messina 13,000 at Verona and Peschiera, with siege of Mantua outposts on the Monte Baldo, and at La Corona Soret 4,500 at Salo, and Gavardo Serrier 12,000 was besieging Mantua, and the only central reserve was the cavalry 2,000 under Kilmaine. The main road to Milan passed by Brescia. Soret's brigade, therefore, was practically a detached 190 post on the line of communication, and on the main defensive front, less than 30,000 men were disposed at various points between La Corona and Legnago, 30 Roman 1,000 apart, and at a distance of 15 to 20 Roman 1,000 from Mantua. The strength of such a disposition depended on the fighting power and handiness of the troops who in each case would be called upon to act as a rearguard to gain time. Yet the lie of the country scarcely permitted a closer grouping, unless indeed Bonaparte fell back on the old-time device of a circumvallation, and shut himself up with the supplies necessary for the calculated duration of the siege in an impregnable ring of earthworks round Mantua. This, however, he could not have done even if he had wished, for the wave of revolt radiating from Milan had made accumulations of food impossible, and the lakes above and below the fortress, besides being extremely unhealthy, would have extended the perimeter of the circumvallation so greatly that the available forces would not suffice to man it. It was not in this, but in the absence of an important central reserve, that Bonaparte's disposition is open to criticism, which indeed could impugn the scheme in its entirety as overtaxing the available resources more easily than it could attack its details. If Bonaparte has occasionally been criticized for his defensive measures, Wurmser's attack procedure has received almost universal condemnation, as to the justice of which it may be pointed out that the object of the expedition was not to win a battle by falling on the disunited French with a well-concentrated army, but to overpower any one of the corps covering the siege, and to press straight forward to the relief of Mantua. Roman 1e, to the destruction of Bonaparte's batteries and the leveling of his trench work. The old principle that a battle was a grave event of doubtful issue was reinforced in the actual case by Beaulieu's late experiences of French elan, and as a temporary victory at one point would suffice for the purpose in hand, there was every incentive to multiply the points of contact. The soundness of Wurmser's plan was proved by the event. New ideas and new forces, undiscernible to a man of 72 years of age, obliterated his achievement by surpassing it, but such as it was a limited use of force for a limited object. The venture undeniably succeeded. The Austrians formed three corps, one Quastinovich, 18,000 men, marching round the west side of the Lake of Garda on Gavardo Salo, and the Brescia rode the second under Wurmser, about 30,000, moving directly down the Adige, and the third, Davidovich, 6,000, making a detour by the Brenta Valley and heading for Verona by Vicenza. On the 29th, Quastinovich attacked Soret at Salo, drove him towards Desenzano, and pushed on to Gavardo and thence into Brescia. Wurmser expelled Massina's advance guard from La Corona, and captured in succession the Monte Baldo and Rivoli posts. The Brenta column approached Verona. With little or no fighting news of this column, led Napoleon early in the day to close up Despina, Massina, and Kilmaine at Castelnuovo, and to order Augereau from Legnago to advance on Montebello, 19 Roman 1,000 east of Verona, against Davidovich's left rear. But after these orders had been dispatched came the news of Soret's defeat, and this moment was one of the most anxious in Napoleon's career. He could not make up his mind to give up the siege of Mantua, but he hurried Augereau back to the Mincio, and sent order after order to the officers on the lines of communication to send all convoys by the Cremona, instead of by the Brescia road. More, he had the baggage, the treasure, and the sick set in motion at once for Marcaria, and wrote to Serrurier a dispatch, which included the words, "Perhaps we shall recover ourselves, but I must take serious measures for a retreat." On the 30th, he wrote, "The enemy have broken through our line in 3 places. Soret has evacuated Salo, and the enemy has captured Brescia. You see that our communications with Milan and Verona are cut." The reports that came to him during the morning of the 30th enabled him to place the main body of the enemy opposite Massina, and this, without in the least alleviating the gravity of the situation, helped to make his course less doubtful. Augereau was ordered to hold the line of the Malinella in case Davidovich's attack, the least known factor, should after all prove to be serious. Massina to reconnoiter a road from Peschiera through Castigliani towards Orzanovi, and to stand fast at Castelnuovo opposite Wurmser, as long as he could. Soret and Despina were concentrated at Desenzano, with orders on the 31st to clear the main line of retreat and to recapture Brescia. The Austrian movements were merely the continuation of those of the 29th. Quastinovich wheeled inwards, his right finally resting on Monte Cairo, and his left on Sal at Wurmser, drove back Massina to the west side of the Mincio. Davidovich made a slight advance. In the late evening, Bonaparte held a council of war at Roverbella. The proceedings of this council are unknown, but it at any rate enabled Napoleon to see clearly, and to act. Hitherto, he had been covering the siege of Mantua, with relief of Mantuavarius detachments, the defeat of any one of which might be fatal to the enterprise. Thus, when he had lost his main line retreat, he could assemble no more than 8,000 men at Desenzano. To win it back now, however, he made up his mind that the siege could not be continued, and bitter, as the decision must have been, it gave him freedom at this moment of crisis. The instincts of the great captain came into play, and showed the way to a victory that would more than counterbalance the now inevitable failure. Serrurier was ordered to spike the 140 siege guns that had been so welcome a few days before, and after sending part of his force to Augereau to establish himself with the rest at Marcaria on the Cremona road, the field forces were to be used on interior lines on the 31st Soret d'Espin at Augereau, and Kilmaine advanced westward against Kwastanovic. The first two found the Austrians at 191 Salo and Lenato, and drove them back, while with Augereau and the cavalry Bonaparte himself made a forced march on Brescia, never halting night or day, till he reached the town, and recovered his depots. Meantime Serrurier had retired night of July 30. One Massena had gradually drawn in towards Lenato, and Wurmser's advance guard triumphantly entered the fortress August 1. The Austrian general now formed the plan of crushing Bonaparte between Kwastanovic and his own main body, but meantime Kwastanovic had evacuated Brescia under the threat of Bonaparte's advance, and was now fighting a long, irregular action with Despina and Soret about. Gavardo and Salo and Bonaparte, having missed his expected target, had brought Augereau by another severe march back to Monte Cairo. On the Cis Massena was now assembled between Lenato and Pont. San Marco and Serrurier was retiring quietly on Marcaria. Wurmser's main body, weakened by the detachment sent to Mantua, crossed the Mincio about Valgio and Goito on the 2nd, and penetrated as far as Castiglione, whence Massena's rearguard was expelled, but a renewed advance of Kwastanovic ordered by Wurmser, which drove Soret and Despina Lenato, and Castiglione on Brescia and Lenato in the end, only placed a strong detachment of the Austrians within striking distance of Massena, who on the 3rd attacked it front to front, and by sheer fighting destroyed it, while at the same time Augereau recaptured Castiglione. From Wurmser on the 4th Soret and Despina pressed back Kwastanovic beyond Salo and Gavardo. One of the Austrian columns, finding itself isolated and unable to retreat with the others, turned back to break its way through to Wurmser, and was annihilated by Massena in the neighborhood of Lenato. On this day Augereau fought his way towards Solferino and Wurmser, thinking rightly or wrongly that he could not now retire to the Mincio. Without a battle, drew up his whole force close on 30,000 men in the plain between Solferino and Medel. The finale may be described in very few words. Bonaparte, convinced that no more was to be feared from Kwastanovic, and seeing that Wurmser meant to fight, called in Despina's division to the main body, and sent orders to Serrurier, then far distant on the Cremona road, to march against the left flank of the Austrians. On the 5th, the Battle of Castiglione was fought, closely contested, in the first hours of the frontal attack, till Serrurier's arrival decided the day. It ended in the retreat of the Austrians over the Mincio and into Tyrol, whence they had come. Thus the new way had failed to keep back Wurmser, and the old had failed to crush Napoleon. Each was the result of its own conditions. In former wars, a commander threatened, as Napoleon was, would have fallen back at once to the Adda, abandoning the siege in such good time that he would have been able to bring off his siege artillery. Instead of this, Bonaparte hesitated long enough to lose it, which according to accepted canons was a waste, and held his ground, which was by the same rules sheer madness, but revolutionary discipline, was not firm enough to stand a retreat. Once it turned back, the army would have streamed away to Milan, and perhaps to the Alps. Cf. 1799, and the only alternative to complete dissolution, therefore, was fighting. As to the manner of this fighting, even the principle of relative superiority failed him so long as he was endeavoring to cover the siege, and again, when his chief care was to protect his new line of retreat, and to clear his old in this period, viz. Up to his return from Brescia, on the 2nd of August. The only mass he collected delivered a blow in the air, while the covering detachments had to fight hard for bare existence, once released from its trammels. The Napoleonic principle had fair play. He stood between Wurmser and Kwastanovic, ready to fight either or both. The latter was crushed, thanks to local superiority and the resolute leading of Massena. But at Castiglione, Wurmser actually outnumbered his opponent, till the last of Napoleon's precautionary dispositions had been given up, and Serrurier brought back from the alternative line of retreat to the battlefield. The moral is again that it was not the mere fact of being on interior lines that gave Napoleon the victory, but his fine appreciation of the chances in his favor, measured in terms of time-space, attacking force and containing power, all these factors were greatly influenced by the ground, which favored the swarms and columns of the French, and deprived the brilliant Austrian cavalry of its power to act, but of far greater importance was the mobility that Napoleon's personal force imparted to the French. Napoleon himself rode 5 horses to death in 3 days, and Augereau's division marched from Roverbella to Brescia, and back to Monte Cairo, a total distance of nearly 50 Roman 1,000 in about 36 hours. This indeed was the foundation of his relative superiority, for every hour saved in the time of marching meant more freedom to destroy one corps before the rest could overwhelm the covering detachments and come to its assistance. Wurmser's plan for the relief of Mantua, suited to its purpose, succeeded, but when he made his objective the French field army, he had to take his own army, as he found it disposed for an altogether different purpose, a properly combined attack of convergent columns, framed ab initio by a good staff officer, such as Mack might indeed have given results, but the success of such a plan depends principally on the assailant's original possession of the initiative, and not on the chances of his being able to win it over to his own side, when operations as here are already in progress. When the time came to improvise such a plan, the initiative had passed over to Napoleon, and the plan was foredoomed. By the end of the second week in August, the blockade of Mantua had been resumed without siege guns, but still under the impression of a great victory gained. Bonaparte was planning a long forward stride. He thought that by advancing past Mantua directly on Trieste, and thence onwards to the Semmering, he could impose a peace on the emperor. The Directory, however, which had by now focused its attention on the German campaign, ordered him to pass through Tyrol and to cooperate with Moreau. And this plan Bonaparte, though protesting against an Alpine venture, being made so late in the year, prepared to execute, drawing in reinforcements and collecting great quantities of supplies in boats on the Adige and Lake Garda. Wurmser was thought to have posted his main body near Trent, and to have detached one division to Bassano to cover Trieste. The French advanced northward on the 2nd, in 3 disconnected columns, precisely as Wurmser had done in the reverse direction at the end of July. Messina, 13,000 from Rivoli to Ala, Augereau 9,000 from Verona by hill roads, keeping on his right rear Vaubois, 11,000 round the Lake of Garda by Riva, and Torbal Sahuguet's division, 8,000 remained before Mantua. The French divisions successfully combined and drove the enemy before them to Trent. There, however, they missed their target. Wurmser had already drawn over the bulk of his army, 22,000, into the Val Sugana, whence, with the Bassano division as his advance guard, he intended once more to relieve Mantua, while Davidovich, with 13,000 excluding detachments, was to hold Tyrol against any attempt of Bonaparte to join forces with Moreau. Thus Austria was preparing to hazard a second, as in the event she hazarded a third and a fourth highly trained and expensive professional army in the struggle for the preservation of a fortress. And we must conclude that there were weighty reasons which actuated so notoriously cautious a body as the Council of War in making this unconditional venture. While Mantua stood, Napoleon, for all his energy and sanguineness, could not press forward into Friuli and Carniola, and immunity from a republican visitation was above all else important for the Vienna statesmen governing, as they did more or less discontented and heterogeneous populations that had not felt the pressure of war for a century, and more the Austrians, so far as is known, desired no more than to hold their own. They no longer possessed the superiority of moral that guarantees victory to one side when both are materially equal. There was therefore nothing to be gained commensurate with the risk involved by fighting a battle in the open field. In Italian, siegt nicht die. Cavalry was an old saying in the Austrian army, and therefore the Austrians could not hope to win a victory of the first magnitude. The only practicable alternative was to strengthen Mantua as opportunities offered themselves, and to prolong the passive resistance as much as possible. Napoleon's own practice, in providing for secondary theaters of war, was to economize forces and to delay a decision, and the fault of the Austrians viewed from a purely military standpoint was that they squandered instead economizing their forces to gain time. If we neglect pure theory and regard strategy as the handmaiden of statesmanship, which fundamentally, it is we 192, cannot condemn the Vienna authorities, unless it be first proved that they grossly exaggerated the possible results of Bonaparte's threatened eruption, and if their capacity for judging the political situation be admitted, it naturally follows that their object was to preserve Mantua at all costs, which object Wurmser, though invariably defeated in action, did in fact accomplish. When Massena entered Trent on the morning of the 5th of September, Napoleon became aware that the force in his front was a mere detachment, and news soon came in that Wurmser was in the Val Sugana about Primolano and Bassano. This move, he supposed to be intended to cover Trieste, being influenced by his own hopes of advancing in that direction, and underestimating the importance to the Austrians of preserving Mantua. He therefore informed the Directory that he could not proceed with the Tyrol scheme, and spent one more day in driving Davidovich well away from Trent, then leaving Vaubois to watch him. Napoleon marched Augereau and Massena with a rapidity he scarcely ever surpassed into the Val Sugana. Wurmser's rearguard was attacked and defeated again and again, and Wurmser himself felt compelled to stand and fight in the hope of checking the pursuit. Before going forward into the plains, half his army had already reached Montebello on the Verona road, and with the rear half he posted himself at Bassano, where on the 8th he was attacked and defeated with heavy losses. Then began a strategic pursuit or general chase. And in this, the mobility of the French should have finished the work so well begun by their tactics. But Napoleon directed the pursuers so as to cut off Wurmser from Trieste, not from Mantua. Massena followed up the Austrians to Vicenza, while Augereau hurried towards Padua. And it was not until late on the 9th that Bonaparte realized that his opponent was heading for Mantua via Legnago on the 10th. Massena crossed the Adige at Ronco, while Augereau from Padua reached Montagnara. Sahuget from Mantua and Kilmaine from Verona joined forces at Casolaro on the 11th, with orders to interpose between Wurmser and the fortress. Wurmser, meantime, had halted for a day at Legnago to restore order, and had then resumed his march. It was almost too late, for in the evening, after having to push aside the head of Massena's column at Sarria, he had only reached Nogara, some miles short of Casolaro, and close upon his rear was Augereau, who reached Legnago that night on the 12th, eluding Sahuget by a detour to the southward. He reached Mantua with all the columns of the French weary, as most of them were in hot pursuit, after an attempt to keep the open field, defeated in a general action on the 15th. The relieving force was merged in the garrison, now some 28,000, and also ended the episode of Bassano, the most brilliant feature of which, as usual, was the marching power of the French infantry. This time it sufficed to redeem even strategical misconceptions and misdirections. Between the 5th and the 11th, besides fighting 3 actions, Massena had marched 100 Roman 1,000, and Augereau 114. Feldzugmeister Alvinci was now appointed to command a new army of relief. This time, the mere distribution of the troops imposed a concentric advance of separate columns, for practically the whole of the fresh forces available were in Carniola, the military frontier. Roman 100. While Davidovich was still in Tyrol, Alvinci's intention was to assemble his new army, 29,000, in Friuli, and to move on Bassano, which was to be occupied on the 4th of November. Meantime, Davidovich, 18,000, was to capture Trent, and the two columns were to connect by the Val Sugana. All being well, Alvinci and Davidovich, still separate, were then to converge on the Adige between Verona and Legnago. Wurmser was to cooperate by vigorous sorties. At this time, Napoleon's protective system was as follows: Kilmaine 9,000 investing Mantua, Vaubois 10,000 at Trent, and Massena 9,000 at Bassano, and Treviso Augereau 9,000, and Macward 3,000 at Verona and Villafranca, constituting for the first time in these operations important mobile reserves. Hearing of Alvinci's approach in good time, he meant first to drive back Davidovich, then with Augereau, Massena, Macward, and 3,000 of Vaubois' force to fall upon Alvinci, who he calculated would at this stage have reached Bassano, and finally to send back a large force through the Val Sugana to attack Davidovich. This plan practically failed. Instead of advancing, Vaubois was driven steadily backward. By the 6th, Davidovich had fought his way almost to Rovereto, and Alvinci had reached Bassano, and was there successfully repelling the attacks of Massena and Caldiro Augereau that night. Napoleon drew back to Vicenza. On the 7th, Davidovich drove in Vaubois to Corona, and Rivoli and Alvinci came within 5 Roman 1,000 of Vicenza. Napoleon watched carefully for an opportunity to strike out, and on the 8th massed his troops closely around the central point of Verona. On the 9th, to give himself air, he ordered Massena to join Vaubois and to drive back Davidovich at all costs. But before this order was executed, reports came in to the effect that Davidovich had suspended his advance. The 10th and 11th were spent by both sides in relative inaction, the French waiting on events and opportunities, the Austrians resting after their prolonged exertions, Then, on the afternoon of the 11th, being informed that Alvancy was approaching, Napoleon decided to attack him on the 12th. The advance guard of Alvancy's army was furiously assailed in the position of Caldero, but the troops in rear came up rapidly. And by 4 p. Roman 1000, the French were defeated all along the line and in retreat. On Verona, Napoleon's situation was now indeed precarious. He was on interior lines, it is true, but he had neither the force nor the space necessary for the delivery of rapid radial blows. Alvancy was in superior numbers, as the Battle of Caldero had proved, and at any moment Davidovich, who had twice Vaubois' force, might advance to the attack of Rivoli. The reserves had proved insufficient, and Kilmaine had to be called up from Mantua, which was thus for the third time freed from the blockaders again. The alternatives were retreat in whatever order was possible to Republican armies, and beating the nearest enemy at any sacrifice. Napoleon chose the latter, though it was not until the evening of the 14th that he actually issued the fateful order. The Austrians, too, had selected the 15th as the date of their final advance on Verona. Davidovich from the north, Alvancy via Zevio from the south. But Napoleon was no longer there, leaving Vaubois to hold Davidovich as best he might, and posting only 3,000 men in Verona. He had collected the rest of his small army between Albero and Ronco. His plan seems to have been to cross the Adige, well in rear of the Austrians, to march north on to the Verona-Vicenza highway, and there supplying himself from their convoys, to fight to the last on the 15th. He had written to the Directory, the weakness and the exhaustion of the army causes me to fear the worst. We are perhaps on the eve of losing Italy in this extremity of danger. The troops passed the Adige in 3 columns near Ronco and Alberto, and marched forward along the dikes with deep marshes and pools on either hand. If Napoleon's intention was to reach the dry, open ground of S. Bonifacio in rear of the Austrians, it was not realized, for the Austrian army, instead of being at the gates of Verona, was still between Caldero and S. Bonifacio, heading, as we know, for Zevio. Thus Alvancy was able easily and swiftly to wheel to the south. The Battle of Arcola almost defies description. The first day passed in a series of resultless encounters between the heads of the columns. As they met on the dikes in the evening, Bonaparte withdrew over the Adige, expecting Arcolat every moment to be summoned to Vaubois' aid, but Davidovich remained inactive. And on the 16th, the French again crossed the river Messina from Ronco, advanced on Porcel, driving the Austrians along the causeway thither. But on the side of Arcola, Alvancy had deployed a considerable part of his forces on the edge of the marshes, within musket shot of the causeway, by which Bonaparte and Augereau had to pass along the Austrian front to reach the bridge of Arcola. In these circumstances, the second day's battle was more murderous, and no more decisive than the first, and again the French retreated to Ronco. But Davidovich again stood still, and with incredible obstinacy Bonaparte ordered a third assault for the 17th, using 193, indeed more tactical expedients than before, but calculating chiefly on the fighting powers of his men and on the exhaustion of the enemy. Messina again advanced on Porcel. Robert's brigade on Arcola, but the rest under Augereau were to pass the Alpone near its confluence with the Adige, and joining various small bodies, which passed the main stream lower down, to storm forward on dry ground to Arcola. The Austrians, however, themselves advanced from Arcola, overwhelmed Robert's brigade on the causeway, and almost reached Ronco. This was perhaps the crisis of the battle, for Augereau's force was now on the other side of the stream, and Messina, with his back to the new danger, was approaching Porcel. But the fire of a deployed regiment stopped the head of the Austrian column. Messina, turning about, cut into its flank on the dike, and Augereau, gathering force, was approaching Arcola from the south. The bridge and the village were evacuated soon afterwards, and Messina and Augereau began to extend in the plain beyond, but the Austrians still sullenly resisted. It was at this moment that Bonaparte secured victory, by a mere ruse, but a ruse which would have been unprofitable and ridiculous had it not been based on his fine sense of the moral conditions. Both sides were nearly fought out, and he sent a few trumpeters to the rear of the Austrian army to sound the charge. They did so, and in a few minutes the Austrians were streaming back to S. Bonifacio. This ended the drama of Arcola, which more than any other episode of these wars, perhaps of any wars in modern history, centers on the personality of the hero. It is said that the French fought without spirit on the first day, and yet on the second and third Bonaparte had so thoroughly imbued them with his own will to conquer that in the end they prevailed over an enemy nearly twice their own strength. The climax was reached just in time, for on the 17th, Vaubois was completely defeated at Rivoli, and withdrew to Peschiera, leaving the Verona and Mantua roads completely open to Davidovich. But on the 19th, Napoleon turned upon him, and combining the forces of Vaubois Massena and Augereau against him, drove him back to Trent. Meantime, Alvansi returned from Vicenza to San Bonifacio and Caldero November 21st, and Bonaparte at once stopped the pursuit of Davidovich on the return of the French main body to Verona. Alvansi finally withdrew. Wurmser, who had emerged from Mantua on the 23rd, was driven in again, and this epilogue of the great struggle came to a feeble end because neither side was now capable of prolonging the crisis. Alvansi renewed his advance in January 1797, with all the forces that could be assembled for a last attempt to save Mantua. At this time, 8,000 men, under Serrurier, blockaded Mantua. Massena, 9,000, was at Verona. Joubert, Vaubois' successor, at Rivoli, with 10,000. Augereau at Legnago, with 9,000 in reserve, were raised Division 4,000 between Brescia and Monte Cairo, and Victor's brigade at Goito and Castelnuovo. On the other side, Alvansi had 9,000 men under Pravera at Padua, 6,000 under Bialik at Bassano, and he himself with 28,000 men stood in the Tyrol about Trent. This time, he intended to make his principal effort on the Rivoli side. Pravera was to capture Legnago on the 9th of January and Bialik Verona on the 12th, while the main army was to deliver its blow against the Rivoli position on the 13th. The first marches of this scheme were duly carried out, and several days elapsed before Napoleon was able to discern the direction of the real attack. Augereau fell back, skirmishing a little as Pravera's and Bialik's advance. Rivoli developed on the 11th, when the latter was nearing Verona. Alvansi's leading troops appeared in front of the Rivoli position on the 12th. Bialik, with a weak force he had sent reinforcements to Alvansi, by the Val Pantina, made an unsuccessful attack on Verona. Pravera, farther south, remaining inactive on the 13th. Napoleon, still in doubt, launched Massena's division against Bialik, who was driven back to San Bonifacio. But at the same time, definite news came from Joubert that Alvansi's main army was in front of La Corona. From this point begins the decisive, though by no means the most intense or dramatic struggle of the campaign. Once he felt sure of the situation, Napoleon acted promptly. Joubert was ordered to hold on to Rivoli at all costs. Ray was brought up. A forced march to Castelnuovo, where Victor joined him and ahead of them. Both Massena was hurried on to Rivoli. Napoleon himself joined Joubert on the night of the 13th. There he saw the watchfires of the enemy in a semicircle around him, for Alvansi, thinking that he had only to deal with one division, had begun a widespread, enveloping attack. The horns of this attack were as yet so far distant that Napoleon, instead of extending on an equal front, only spread out a few regiments to gain an hour or two and to keep the ground for Massena and Ray. And on the morning of January 14th, with 10,000 men in hand against 26,000, he fell upon the central columns of the enemy. As they advanced up the steep, broken slopes of the foreground, the fighting was severe, but Bonaparte had the advantage. Massena arrived at 9 Roman 1,000, and a little later the column of Quastinovich, which had moved along the Adige, and was now attempting to gain a foothold on the plateau in rear of Joubert, was crushed by the converging fire of Joubert's right brigade, and by Massena's guns, their rout being completed by the charge of a handful of cavalry under Lazel, the right horn of Alvansi's attack. When at last it swung in upon Napoleon's rear, was caught between Massena and the advancing troops of Ray and annihilated. And even before this, the dispirited Austrians were in full retreat. A last alarm, caused by the appearance of a French infantry regiment in their rear, this had crossed the lake in boats from Salo, completed their demoralization, and though less than 2,000 had been killed and wounded, some 12,000 Austrian prisoners were left in the hands of the victors. Rivoli was indeed a moral triumph. After the ordeal of Arcola, the victory of the French was a foregone conclusion. At each point of contact, Napoleon hesitated, or rather refrained from striking so long as his information was incomplete. But he knew now from experience that his covering detachment, if well led, could not only hold its own without assistance until it had gained the necessary information, but could still give the rest of the army time to act upon it. Then, when the center of gravity had been ascertained, the French divisions hurried thither, caught the enemy in the act of maneuvering, and broke them up. And if that confidence in success which made all this possible needs a special illustration, it may be found in Napoleon sending Murat's regiment over the lake to place a mere 2,000 bayonets across the line of retreat of a whole army. Alvansi's maneuver was faulty neither strategically in the first instance, nor tactically. As regards the project of enveloping Joubert on the 14th, it failed, because Joubert and his men were better soldiers than his own, and because a French division could move twice as fast as an Austrian. And from these two factors, a new form of war was evolved, the essence of which was that, for a given time, and in a given area, a small force of the French should engage and hold a much larger force of the enemy. The remaining operations can be very briefly summarized. Provera, still advancing on Mantua, joined hands there with Wurmser, and for a time held Serrurier at a disadvantage. But hearing of this, Napoleon sent back Massena from the field of Rivoli, and that general with Augereau and Serrurier not only forced Wurmser to retire again into the fortress, but compelled Provera to lay down his arms on the 2nd of February 1797, after a long and honorable defense. Mantua, and with it, what was left of Wurmser's army, surrendered. The campaign of 1797, which ended the War of the First Coalition, was the brilliant sequel of these hard-won victories. Austria had decided to save Mantua at all costs, and had lost her armies in the attempt, a loss which was not compensated by the strategic victories of the Archduke. Thus the Republican visitation of Carinthia and Carniola was one swift march, politically glorious if dangerous, from a purely military standpoint off Napoleon's army to the Semmering. The Archduke, who was called thither from Germany, could do no more than fight a few rearguard actions and make threats against Napoleon's rear, which the latter, with his usual tact, ignored on the Rhine. As in 1795 and 1796, the armies of the Sambrine Meuse-Hoche and the Rhinen Moselle-Moro were opposed by the armies of the lower Rhine-Wernick, and of the upper Rhine-Latter Moro crossed the river near Strasbourg and fought a series of minor actions. Hoche, like his predecessors, crossed at Dusseldorf and Neuwied, and fought his 194 way to the Lahn, where for the last time in the history of these wars, there was an irregular widespread battle. But Hoche in this, his last campaign, displayed the brilliant energy of his first, and delivered the series of incessant blows that Carnot had urged upon Jourdan the year before. Wernick was driven with ever-increasing losses from the lower Lahn, too. Wetzlar and Giessen, thence pressed hard by the French left wing under Championnet, he retired on the Lieben-Nidda, only to find that Hoche's right had swung completely round him. Nothing but the news of the armistice of Lieben saved him from envelopment, and surrender. This general armistice was signed by Bonaparte on his own authority, and to the intense chagrin of the Directory and of Hoche on the 18th of April, and was the basis of the Peace of Campo Formio. Napoleon in Egypt. Within the scope of this article, yet far more important from its political and personal than from its general military interest, comes the expedition of Napoleon to Egypt, and its sequel. See also Egypt History. Napoleon Roman 100. A very brief summary must here suffice. Napoleon left Toulon on the 19th of May 1798, at the same time as his army, 40,000 strong, in 400 transports, embarked secretly at various ports. Nelson's fleet was completely evaded, and capturing Malta en route, the Armada reached the coast of Egypt on the 1st of July. The Republicans stormed Alexandria on the 2nd, between Mbebe and Gizeh, on the left bank of the Nile. 60,000 Mamelukes were defeated and scattered on the 21st Battle of the Pyramids, the French for the most part marching and fighting in the checker of infantry squares that afterwards became the classical formation for desert warfare, while his lieutenants pursued the more important groups of the enemy. Napoleon entered Cairo in triumph and proceeded to organize Egypt as a French protectorate. Meantime, Nelson, though too late to head off the expedition, had annihilated the squadron of Admiral Brueys. This blow severed the army from the home country and destroyed all hope of reinforcements. But to eject the French already in Egypt, military invasion of that country was necessary. The first attempts at this were made in September by the Turks, as overlords of Egypt. Napoleon, after suppressing a revolt in Karamarked, into Syria to meet them, and captured El Arish and Jaffa. At the latter, placed the prisoners whom he could afford neither to feed, to release, nor to guard, were shot by his order. But he was brought to a standstill March 17 May 20, before the half-defensible fortifications of Acre, held by a Turkish garrison, and animated by the leadership of Sir W. Sidney Smith Curoman, 5 in May. Though meantime, a Turkish relieving army had been severely beaten in the Battle of Mount Tabor, April 16, 1799, Napoleon gave up his enterprise and returned to Egypt, where he won a last victory in annihilating at Aboukir, with 6,000 of his own men, a Turkish army 18,000 strong, that had landed there July 25, 1799. With this crowning tactical success to set against the Syrian reverses, he handed over the command to Kleber and returned to France August 22 to ride the storm in a new coup d'etat. The 18th Brumaire. Kleber, attacked by the English and Turks, concluded the Convention of El Arish January 27, 1800, whereby he secured free transport for the army back to France. But this convention was disavowed by the British government, and Kleber prepared to hold his ground. On the 20th of March 1800, he thoroughly defeated the Turkish army at Heliopolis and recovered Cairo, and French influence was once more in the ascendant in Egypt when its director was murdered by a fanatic on the 14th of June. The day of Marengo Kleber's successor, the incompetent Menu, fell an easy victim to the British Expeditionary Force under Sir Ralph Abercrombie in 1801. The British forced their way ashore at Aboukir on the 8th of March. On the 21st, Abercrombie won decisive battle and himself fell in the hour of victory. See Alexandria Battle of 1801. His successor, General Healy Hutchinson, slowly followed up this advantage and received the surrender of Cairo in July and of Alexandria in August, the debris of the French army being given free passage back to France. Meantime, a mixed force of British and native troops from India under Sir David Baird had landed at Qasr and marched across the desert to Cairo. The War of the Second Coalition. In the autumn of 1798, while Napoleon's Egyptian expedition was in progress, and the Directory was endeavoring at home to reduce the importance and the predominance of the army and its leaders, the powers of Europe once more allied themselves, not now against the principles of the Republic, but against the Treaty of Campo Formio. Russia, Austria, England, Turkey, Portugal, Naples, and the Pope formed the Second Coalition. The war began with an advance into the Roman states by a worthless and ill-behaved Neapolitan army, commanded much against his will by Mack, which the French troops under Championnet destroyed with ease. Championnet then revolutionized Naples. After this unimportant prelude, the curtain rose on a general European war. The Directory, which now had at its command neither numbers nor enthusiasm, prepared as best it could to meet the storm. Four armies, numbering only 160,000, were set on foot in Holland, Brünn 24,000 on the Upper Rhine, Jordan 46,000 in Switzerland, which had been militarily occupied in 1798, Messina 30,000, and in Upper Italy, Scherer 60,000. In addition, there was Championnet's army, now commanded by MacDonald in southern Italy. All these forces the Directory ordered in January and February 1799 to assume the offensive. Jordan in the Constance and Schaffhausen region had only 40,000 men against the Archduke Charles 80,000, and was soon brought to a standstill and driven back on Stockach. The Archduke had won these preliminary successes, Stockach with 7/8 of his army acting as one concentrated mass, but as he had only encountered a portion of Jordan's army, he became uneasy as to his flanks, checked his bold advance, and ordered a reconnaissance in force. This practically extended his army while Jordan was closing his, and thus the French began the Battle of Stockach, March 25, in superior numbers, and it was not until late in the day that the Archduke brought up sufficient strength, 60,000, to win a victory. This was a battle of the strategic type, a widespread, straggling combat in which each side took 15 hours to inflict a loss of 12 on the other, and which ended in Jordan accepting defeat and drawing off unpursued by the magnificent Austrian cavalry, though these counted 5 times as many sabres as the French. The French secondary army in Switzerland was in the hands of the bold and active Massena. The forces of both sides in the Alpine region were from a military point of view mere flank guards to the main armies on the Rhine and the Adige, but unrest amounting to civil war among the Swiss and Grison peoples tempted both governments to give these flank guards considerable strength. The Austrians in the Vorarlberg and Grisons were under Hotze, who had 13,000 men at Bregenz, and 7,000 commanded by Offenburg around Chur, with between them 5,000 men at Feldkirch, and a post of 1,000 in the strong Massena in Switzerland. Position of the Lusiensteg near Mayenfeld. Massena's available force was about 20,000, and he used almost the whole of it against Offenburg. The Rhine was crossed by his principal column near Mayenfeld, and the Lusiensteg stormed March 6, while a second column from the Zurich side descended upon Descentes and captured its defenders in 3 days, thanks to Massena's energy, and the ardent attacking spirit of his men. Offenburg's division was broken up. Oudenot meanwhile holding off Hotze by a hard-fought combat at Feldkirch March 7, but a second attack on Feldkirch made on the 23rd by Massena, with 15,000 men, was repulsed, and the advance of his left wing came to a standstill. Behind Offenburg and Hotze was Bellegarde in Tyrol, with some 47,000 men. Most of these were stationed north of Innsbruck and Landeck, probably as a sort of strategic reserve to the Archduke. The rest, with the assistance of the Tyrolese themselves, were to ward off eruptions from Italy. Here, the French offensive was entrusted to 2 columns, one from Massena's command, under Leclerc the other from the army of Italy under de Salle. Simultaneously with Massena, Leclerc marched from Bellinzona with 10,000 men, by the San Bernardino pass into the Splugen Valley, and thence over the Julier pass into the upper Engadine. A small Austrian force under Major General Laudon attacked him near Zernetz, but was after 3 days of rapid maneuvers and bold tactics driven back to Martinsbruck, with considerable losses especially in prisoners. But ere long the country people flew to arms, and Leclerc found himself between two fires, the levies occupying Zernetz and Laudon's regulars Martinsbruck. But though he had only some 5,000 of his original force left, he was not disconcerted, and by driving back the levies into the high valleys, whence they had come, and constantly threatening Laudon 195, he was able to maintain himself, and to wait for de Salles. The latter, moving up the Valteline, by now fought his way to the Stelvio Pass, but beyond it the defile of Toffers SW of Glurns was entrenched by Laudon, who thus occupied a position midway between the two French columns, while his irregulars beset all the passes and ways giving access to the Vinchgau. And the lower Engadine. In this situation, the French should have been destroyed in detail, but as usual their speed and dash gave them the advantage in every maneuver and at every point of contact. On the 25th, Leclerc and de Salles attacked Laudon at Nauders in the Engadine and Toffers in the Vinchgau, respectively. At Nauders, the French passed round the flanks of the defense by scrambling along the high Leclerc and de Salles in Tyrol mountain crests adjacent, while at Toffers, the assailants, only 4,500 strong, descended into a deep ravine, debouched unnoticed in the Austrians' rear, and captured 6,000 men and 16 guns. The Austrian leader, with a couple of companies, made his way through Glurns to Nauders, and there finding himself headed off by Leclerc, he took to the mountains. His corps, like Offenburg's, was annihilated. This ended the French general offensive. Jourdan had been defeated by the Archduke, and forced or induced to retire over the Rhine. Massena was at a standstill before the strong position of Feldkirch, and the Austrians of Hotze were still massed at Bregenz. But the Grisons were revolutionized. Two strong bodies of Austrians, numbering in all about 20,000 men, had been destroyed, and Leclerc and de Salles had advanced far into Tyrol. A pause followed. The Austrians in the mountains needed time to concentrate and to recover from their astonishment. The Archduke fell ill, and the Vienna War Council forbade his army to advance lest Tyrol should be uncovered, though Bellegarde and Hotze, still disposed of numbers equal to those of Massena and Leclerc. Massena succeeded Jourdan in general command on the French side, and promptly collected all available forces of both armies in the hilly non-Alpine country between Basel, Zurich, and Schaffhausen, thereby directly barring the roads into France. Bern, Neuchâtel, Pontarlier, and Basel Besançon, which the Austrians appeared to desire to conquer. The protection of Alsace, and the Vosges was left to the fortresses. There was no suggestion, it would appear, that the Rhine between Basel and Schaffhausen was a flank position sufficient of itself to bar Alsace to the enemy. It is now time to turn to events in Italy, where the coalition intended to put forth its principal efforts at the beginning of March. The French had 80,000 men in Upper Italy, and some 35,000 in the heart of the peninsula, the latter engaged chiefly in supporting newly founded republics. Of the former, 53,000 formed the field army on the Mincio under Scherer. The Austrians, commanded by Kray, numbered in all 84,000. But detachments reduced this figure to 67,000, of whom, moreover, 15,000 had not yet arrived. When operations began, they were to be joined by a Russian contingent under the celebrated Suvorov, who was to command the whole on arrival, and whose extraordinary personality gives the campaign its special interest. Kray himself was a resolute soldier, and when the French, obeying the general order to advance, crossed the Adige, he defeated them in a severely fought battle at Magnano near Verona. March 5, the French losing 4,000 killed and wounded, and 4,500 taken out of 41,000. The Austrians lost some 3,800 killed and wounded, and 1,500 prisoners out of 46,000. Engaged, the war, however, was undertaken not to annihilate, but to evict the French, and probably under orders from Vienna. Kray allowed the beaten enemy to depart. Suvorov appeared with 17,000 Russians on the 4th of April. His first step was to set Russian officers to teach the Austrian troops whose feelings can be imagined how to attack with the bayonet. His next, to order the whole Suvorov army forward. The Allies broke camp on the 17th, 18th, and 19th of April, and on the 20th, after a forced march of close, on 30 Roman 1,000. They passed the Chise. Brescia had a French garrison, but Suvorov soon cowed it into surrender by threats of a massacre, which no one doubted that he would carry into execution At the same time, dissatisfied with the marching of the Austrian infantry, he sent the following characteristic reproof to their commander: the march was in the service of the Kaiser. Fair weather is for my lady's chamber, for dandies, for sluggards. He who dares to cavil against his high duty dare Grossbrecher weiter, den hohen Dienst, is as an egoist instantly to vacate his command. Whoever is in bad health can stay behind the so-called reasoners raisonneurs, do no army any good. One day later, under this unrelenting pressure, the advance posts of the Allies reached Cremona, and the main body, the Oglio. The pace became slower in the following days, as many bridges had to be made, and meanwhile Mauro Schurer's successor, prepared with a mere 20,000 men to defend Lodi Cassano and Lecco on the Adda on the 26th. The Russian hero attacked him all along the line. The moral supremacy had passed over to the Allies. Melas, under Suvorov's stern orders, flung his battalions, regardless of losses, against the strong position of Cassano. The story of 1796 repeated itself. With the roles reversed, the passage was carried, and the French rearguard under Serrurier was surrounded and captured by an inferior corps of Austrians. The Austrians, the Russians at Lecco, were hardly engaged, lost 6,000 men, but they took 7,000 prisoners, and in all Moro's little army lost half its numbers and retreated in many disconnected bodies to the Ticino, and thence to Alessandria. Everywhere the Italians turned against the French, mindful of the exactions of their commissaries. The strange Cossack cavalry that Western Europe had never yet seen entered Milan on the 29th of April, 11 days after passing the Mincio, and next day, the city received with enthusiasm the old field marshal, whose exploits against the Turks had long invested him with a halo of romance and legend. Here, for the moment, his offensive culminated. He desired to pass into Switzerland and to unite his own, the Archdukes Hotz's and Bellegarde's armies, in one powerful mass, but the emperor would not permit the execution of this scheme until all the fortresses held by the enemy in Upper Italy should have been captured. In any case, MacDonald's army in southern Italy, cut off from France by the rapidity of Suvorov's onslaught, and now returning with all speed to join Moro by force or evasion, had still to be dealt with. Suvorov's mobile army, originally 90,000 strong, had now dwindled by reason of losses and detachments for sieges to half. That number and serious differences arose between the Vienna government and himself. If he offended the pride of the Austrian army, he was at least respected as a leader who gave it victories. But in Vienna he was regarded as a madman who had to be kept within bounds. But at last, when he was becoming thoroughly exasperated by this treatment, MacDonald came within striking distance, and the active campaign recommenced in the second week of June. Moro, who had retired into the Apennines about Gavi, advanced with the intention of drawing upon himself troops that would otherwise have been employed against MacDonald. He succeeded, for Suvorov, with his usual rapidity, collected 40,000 men at Alessandria, only to learn that MacDonald, with 35,000 men, was coming up on the Parma road. When this news arrived, MacDonald had already engaged an Austrian detachment at Modena and driven it back, and Suvorov found himself between Moro and MacDonald, with barely enough men under his hand to enable him to play the game of interior lines. But at the crisis, the rough, energetic warrior, who despised raisonneurs, displayed generalship of the first order, and taking in hand all his scattered detachments, he maneuvered them in the Napoleonic fashion. On the 14th, MacDonald was calculated to be between Modena Reggio and Carpi, but his destination was uncertain. Would he continue to hug the Apennines to join Moro, or would he strike out northwards against Cray, who, the Trebia with 20,000 men, was besieging Mantua from Alessandria? It is 4 marches to Piacenza, and 9 to Mantua, while from Reggio these places are 4 and 2 marches, respectively. Piacenza, therefore, was the crucial point if 196 MacDonald continued westward, while in the other case nothing could save Cray but the energetic conduct of Hohenzollerns' detachment, which was posted near Reggio. This latter, however, was soon forced over the Po, and Ott, advancing from Cremona to join it, found himself sharply pressed in turn. The field marshal had hoped that Ott and Hohenzollern together would be able to win him time to assemble at Parma, where he could bring on a battle whichever way the French took. But on receipt of Ott's report, he was convinced that MacDonald had chosen the western route, and ordering Ott to delay the French as long as possible by stubborn rearguard actions, and to put a garrison into Piacenza under a general who was to hold out on peril of his life. An honor, he collected what forces were ready to move and hurried towards Piacenza, the rest being left to watch Moro. He arrived just in time, when after 3 forced marches the main body, Only 26,000 strong reached Castel San Giovanni Ott had been driven out of Piacenza. But the two joined forces safely. Both Suvorov and MacDonald spent the 17th in closing up and deploying for battle. The respective forces were allies 30,000 French, 35,000 Suvorov, believed the enemy to be only 26,000 strong, and chiefly raw Italian regiments, but his temperament would not have allowed him to stand still, even had he known his inferiority. He had already issued one of his peculiar battle orders, which began with the words, "The hostile army will be taken prisoners," and continued with directions to the Cossacks to spare the surrendered enemy. But MacDonald, too, was full of energy and believed still that he could annihilate Ott before the field marshal's arrival. Thus the Battle of the Trebia, June 1719, was fought by both sides in the spirit of the offensive. It was one of the severest struggles in the Republican Wars, and it ended in MacDonald's retreat with a loss of 15,000 men, probably 6,000 in the battle, and 9,000 killed and prisoners. When and after the equilibrium was broken for Suvorov, unlike other generals, had the necessary surplus of energy, after all the demands made upon him, by a great battle to order and to direct an effective pursuit. The Allies lost about 7,000. MacDonald retreated to Parma and Modena, harassed by the peasantry, and finally recrossed the Apennines and made his way to Genoa. The Battle of the Trebia is one of the most clear-eyed examples in military history of the result of moral foresight. Was a matter not merely of energetic leading on the battlefield, but far more of educating the troops beforehand to meet the strain of ingraining in the soldier the determination to win at all costs. It was not, says Clausewitz, a case of losing the key of the position, of turning a flank, or breaking a center of a mistimed cavalry charge, or a lost battery. It is a pure trial of strength and expense, of force and victory, is the sinking of the balance, if ever so slightly, in favor of one side. And we mean not merely physical, but even more moral forces. To return now to the Alpine region, where the French offensive had culminated at the end of March. Their defeated left was behind the Rhine in the northern part of Switzerland, the half-victorious center athwart the Rhine between Mayenfeld and Chur, and their wholly victorious right far within Tyrol between Glurns, Nauders, and Landeck. But neither the center nor the right could maintain itself. The forward impulse given by Suvorov spread along the whole Austrian front, from left to right. Dissal's column, now under Leusen, was forced back to Chiavenna. Bellegarde drove Leckerb from position to position towards the Rhine during April. There Leckerb added to the remnant of his expeditionary column, the outlying bodies of Massena's right wing, but even so he had only 8,000 men against Bellegarde's 17,000, and he was now exposed to the attack of Hotz's 25,000. As well, the Lusiensteg fell to Hotze and Chur to Bellegarde. But the defenders managed to escape from the converging Austrian columns into the valley of the Reuss, having thus reconquered all the lost ground and forced the French into the interior of Switzerland. Bellegarde and Hotze parted company, the former marching with the greater part of his forces to join Suvorov, the latter moving to his right to reinforce the Archduke. Only a chain of posts was left in the Rhine valley between Disentis and Feldkirch. The Archduke's operations now recommenced. Charles and Hotze stood about the 15th of May at opposite ends of the Lake of Constance. The two together numbered about 88,000 men, but both had sent away numerous detachments to the flanks, and the main bodies dwindled to 35,000 for the Archduke and 20,000 for Hotze. Massena, with 45,000 men, in all retired slowly from the Rhine to the Thur. The Archduke crossed the Rhine at Steinhotze at Balzers, and each then cautiously felt his way towards the other. Their active opponent attempted to take advantage of their separation, and an irregular fight took place in the Thur Valley, May 25. But Massena, finding Hotze close on his right flank, retired without attempting to force a decision on the 27th. Having joined forces, the Austrians dislodged Massena from his new position on the Toss without difficulty, and this process was repeated from time to time in the action of Zurich next few days, until at last Massena halted in the position he had prepared for defense at Zurich. He had still but 25,000 of his 45,000 men in hand, for he maintained numerous small detachments on his right behind the Zürcher Sea and the Wallen Sea, and on his left towards Basel. These 25,000 occupied an entrenched position 5 Roman 1,000 in length, against which the Austrians, detaching as usual many posts to protect their flanks and rear, deployed only 42,000 men, of whom 8,000 were sent on a wide turning movement, and 8,000 held in reserve 4 Roman 1,000 in rear of the battlefield. Thus the frontal attack was made with forces not much greater than those of the defense, and it failed accordingly June 4, but Massena, fearing perhaps to strain the loyalty of the Swiss to their French-made constitution, by exposing their town to assault, and Sack retired on the 5th. He did not fall back far, for his outposts still bordered the Limmat and the Linth, while his main body stood in the valley of the Aar between Baden and Lucerne. The Archduke pressed Messina as little as he had pressed Jordan after Stockach, though in this case, he had less to gain by pursuit, and awaited the arrival of a second Russian army 30,000 strong under Korsakov. Before resuming the advance meantime, throwing out covering detachments towards Basel, where Messina had a division thus for 2 months operations elsewhere, than in Italy were at a standstill, while Messina drew in reinforcements and organized the fractions of his forces in Alsace as a skeleton army, and the Austrians distributed arms to the peasantry of South Germany. In the end, under pressure from Paris, it was Messina who resumed active movements towards the middle of August. Leclerc, who formed a loose right wing of the French army in the Reuss Valley, was reinforced to a strength of 25,000 men and pounced upon the extended left wing of the enemy, which had stretched itself to keep pace with Suvorov as far westward. As the St. Gothard, the movement began on the 14th, and in 2 days the Austrians were driven back from the St. Gothard and the Furka to the line of the Linth with the loss of 8,000 men and many guns at the same time, an attempt to take advantage of Messina's momentary weakness by forcing the Aar at Dottingen, near its mouth, failed completely. August 1617, only 200 men guarded the point of passage, but the Austrian engineers had neglected to make a proper examination of the river, and unlike the French, the Austrian generals had no authority to waste their expensive battalions in forcing the passage in boats. No one regarded this war as a struggle for existence, and no one but Suvorov possessed the iron strength of character to send thousands of men to death for the realization of a diplomatic success. For ordinary men, the object of the coalition was to upset the Treaty of Campo Formio. This was the end of the Archduke's campaign in Switzerland, though he would have preferred to continue it. The Vienna government desired him to return to Germany. An Anglo-Russian expedition was about to land in Holland, and the French were assembling fresh forces on the Rhine, and with the double object of preventing an invasion of 197 South Germany, and of inducing the French to augment their forces in Alsace at the expense of those in Holland. The Archduke left affairs in Switzerland to Hotze and Korsakov, and marched away with 35,000 men to join the detachment of Stare 20,000 that he had placed in the Black Forest before entering Switzerland. His new campaign never rose above the level of a war of posts, and of maneuvers about Mannheim and Philipsburg. In the latter stage of it, Leclerc commanded the French and obtained a slight advantage. Suvorov's last exploit in Italy coincided in time, but in no other respect, with the skirmish at Dottingen. Returning swiftly from the battlefield of the Trebia, he began to drive back Moreau to the Riviera. At this point, Joubert succeeded to the command on the French side, and against the advice of his generals gave battle. Equally against the advice of his own subordinates, the field marshal accepted it, and won his last great victory at Novi on the 13th of August. Joubert being killed, this was followed by another rapid march against a new French army of the Alps Championate, which had entered Italy by way of the Mont Cenis. But immediately after this he left all further operations in Italy to Melas with 60,000 men, and himself with the Russians and an Austrian corps marched away via Vers for the St. Gothard to combine operations against Messina with Hotze and Korsakov. It was with a heavy heart that he left the scene of his battles, in which the force of his personality had carried the old-fashioned linear armies for the last time to complete victory. In the early summer, he had himself suggested eagerly and almost angrily the concentration of his own and the Archduke's armies in Switzerland, with a view not to conquering that country, but to forcing Jordan and Messina into a grand decisive battle. But, as we have seen, the Vienna government would not release him until the last Italian fortress had been reoccupied, and when finally he received the order that a little while before he had so ardently desired, it was too late. The Archduke had already left Switzerland, and he was committed to a resultless warfare in the high mountains with an army which was a mere detachment Suvorov ordered to Switzerland, and in the hope of cooperating with 2 other detachments far away on the other side of Switzerland. As for the reasons which led to the issue of such an order, it can only be said that the bad feeling known to exist between the Austrians and Russians induced England to recommend, as the first essential of further operations, the separate concentration of the troops of each nationality under their own generals. Still stranger was the reason which induced the Tsar to give his consent. It was alleged that the Russians would be healthier in Switzerland than the men of the southern plains. From such premises as these, the Allied diplomats evolved a new plan of campaign by which the Anglo-Russians under the Duke of York were to reconquer Holland and Belgium, the Archduke Charles to operate on the Middle Rhine, Suvorov in Switzerland, and Melas in Piedmont, a plan destitute of every merit but that of simplicity. It is often said that it is the duty of a commander to resign rather than undertake an operation which he believes to be faulty. So, however, Suvorov did not understand it in the simplicity of his loyalty to the formal order of his sovereign. He prepared to carry out his instructions to the letter. Massina's command, 77,000 men, was distributed at the beginning of September along an enormous S from the Simplon through the St. Gothard and Glarus, and along the length the Zuricher Sea and the Limmat to Basel. Opposite the lower point of this S, Suvorov, 28,000, was about to advance Hotz's corps, 25,000 Austrians, extending from Utsnack by Chur to Disentis, formed a thin line roughly parallel to the lower curve of the S. Korsakov's Russians. 30,000 were opposite the center at Zurich, while Naundorf, with a small Austrian corps at Waldshut, faced the extreme upper point. Thus the only completely safe way in which Suvorov could reach the Zurich region was by skirting the lower curve of the S under protection of Hotze, but this detour would be long and painful, and the ardent old man preferred to cross the mountains once for all at the St. Gothard, and to follow the valley of the Reuss to Altdorf and Schwyzroman 1e, to strike vertically upward to the center of the sand, to force his way through the French cordon to Zurich. And if events so far as concerned his own corps belied his optimism, they at any rate justified his choice of the shortest route, for aware of the danger gathering in his rear. Massena gathered up all his forces within reach towards his center, leaving Leckerb to defend the St. Gothard battle of Zurichand, the Reuss Valley, and Solt on the Linth on the 24th. He forced the passage of the Limmat at Dietiken on the 25th. In the Second Battle of Zurich, he completely routed Korsakov, who lost 8,000 killed and wounded large numbers of prisoners and 100 guns all along the line. The Allies fell back one corps after another at the moment when Suvorov was approaching the foot of the St. Gothard. On the 21st, the field marshal's headquarters were at Bellinzona, where he made the final preparations, expecting to be 4 days en route. Before he could reach the nearest friendly magazine, he took his trains with him, which inevitably Suvorov in the Alps augmented the difficulties of the expedition. On the 24th, Arlo was taken. But when the far greater task of storming the pass itself presented itself, before them even the stolid Russians were terrified, and only the passionate protests of the old man, who reproached his children with deserting their father in his extremity, induced them to face the danger at last. After 12 hours fighting, the summit was reached the same evening. Suvorov pushed on to Hospenthal, while a flanking column from Disentis made its way towards Amsteg over the Crispalt. Leckerb was threatened in rear and pressed in front, and his engineers, to hold off the Disentis column, had broken the Devil's Bridge. Discovering this, he left the road, threw his guns into the river, and made his way by fords and water meadows to Goschenen, where by a furious attack he cleared the Disentis troops off his line of retreat. His rearguard, meantime, held the ruined Devil's Bridge, this point, and the tunnel leading to it, called the Erner Lock. The Russians attempted to force with the most terrible losses battalion after battalion, crowding into the tunnel and pushing the foremost ranks into the chasm left by the broken bridge. But at last a ford was discovered, and the bridge, cleared by a turning movement, was repaired. More broken bridges lay beyond, but at last Suvorov joined the Disentis column near Goschenen. When Altdorf was reached, however, Suvorov found not only Leckerb in a threatening position, but an entire absence of boats on the Lake of the Four Cantons. It was impossible in those days. The Axenstrasse did not exist to take an army along the precipitous eastern shore. And thus, passing through one trial after another, each more severe than the last, the Russians, men and horses, and pack animals in an interminable single file, ventured on the path leading over the Kinzig Pass into the Muata Thal. The passage lasted 3 days, the leading troops losing men and horses over the precipices, the rearguard from the fire of the enemy now in pursuit. And at last, on arrival in the Muata Thal, the field marshal received definite information that Korsakov's army was no longer in existence. Yet even so, it was long before he could make up his mind to retreat, and the pursuers gathered on all sides, fighting sometimes severe, and never altogether ceasing, went on day after day, as the Allied column, now reduced to 15,000 men, struggled on over one pass after another. But at last it reached Ilance on the Vorder Rhine. October 8. The Archduke Charles, meanwhile, had, on hearing of the disaster of Zurich, brought over a corps from the Neckar. and for some time. Negotiations were made for a fresh combined operation against Massena, but these came to nothing, for the Archduke and Suvorov could not agree either as to their own relations or as to the plan to be pursued practically. Suvorov's retreat from Altdorf to Ilanz closed the campaign. It was his last active service, and formed a gloomy but grand climax to the career of the greatest soldier who ever wore the Russian uniform. Marengo and Hohenlinden. The disasters of 1799 sealed the fate of the Directory and placed Bonaparte, who returned from Egypt with the prestige of a recent victory, in his natural place, as civil and military 198 head of France. In the course of the campaign, the field strength of the French had been gradually augmented, and in spite of losses, now numbered 227,000 at the front, these were divided into the army of Batavia Brune, 25,000, the army of the Rhine Moro, 146,000, the army of Italy Massena, 56,000, and in addition there were some 100,000 in garrisons and depots in France. Most of these field armies were in a miserable condition, owing to the losses and fatigues of the last campaign. The treasury was empty and credit exhausted, and worse still, for spirit and enthusiasm, as in 1794, would have remedied material deficiencies the conscripts obtained. Under Jourdan's law of 1798, conscription came to their regiments, most unwillingly most of them, indeed deserted on the way to join the colors. A large draft sent to the army of Italy arrived with 310 men, instead of 10,250. And after a few such experiences, the first consul decided that the untrained men were to be assembled in the fortresses of the interior and afterwards sent to the active battalions in numerous small drafts, which they could more easily assimilate. Besides accomplishing the immense task of reorganizing existing forces, he created new ones, including the consular guard, and carried out at this moment of crisis two such far-reaching reforms as the replacement of the civilian drivers of the artillery by soldiers, and of the hired teams by horses belonging to the state, and the permanent grouping of divisions in army corps. As early as the 25th of January, 1800, the first consul provided for the assembly of all available forces in the interior in an army of reserve. He reserved to himself the command of this army, which gradually came into the army of reserve, being as the pacification of Vendy and the return of some of Brune's troops from Holland set free the necessary nucleus troops. The conscription law was stringently reinforced, and impassioned calls were made for volunteers. The latter, it said, did not produce 500 useful men. The district of Dijon, partly as being central with respect to the Rhine, and Italian armies partly as being convenient for supply purposes, was selected, as the zone of assembly. Chabron's division was formed from some depleted corps of the army of Italy, and from the depots of those in Egypt. Chamberlains, chiefly of young soldiers, lost 5 of its numbers on the way to Dijon from desertion, a loss which appeared slight and even satisfactory. After the wholesale debandade of the winter months, Lecce's Italian Legion was newly formed from Italian refugees. Boudit's division was originally assembled from some of the southern garrison towns, but the units composing it were frequently changed up to the beginning of May. The cavalry was deficient in saddles, and many of its units were new formations. The consular guard, of course, was a corps delight, and this in 2.5 infantry divisions, and a cavalry brigade coming from the veteran army of the West, formed the real backbone of the army. Most of the newer units were not even armed till they had left Dijon for the front. Such was the first constitution of the army of reserve. We can scarcely imagine one which required more accurate and detailed staff work, to assemble it correspondence with the district commanders, with the adjutant generals of the various armies, and orders to the civil authorities on the lines of march, to the troops themselves, and to the arsenals and magazines. No one but Napoleon, even aided by a Berthier, could have achieved so great a task in 6 weeks, and the great captain himself doing the work that nowadays is apportioned amongst a crowd of administrative staff officers, still found time to administer France's affairs at home and abroad, and to think out a general plan of campaign that embraced Moreau's, Massena's, and his own armies. The army of the Rhine, by far the strongest and best equipped, lay on the upper Rhine. The small and worn-out army of Italy was watching the Alps and the Apennines from Mont Blanc to Genoa. Between them, Switzerland, secured by the victory of Zurich, offered a starting point for a turning movement on either side. This year, the advantage of the flank position was recognized and acted upon. The army of reserve was assembling around Dijon, within 200 Roman 1,000 of either theater of war. The general plan was that the Army of Reserve should march through Switzerland to close on the right wing of the Army of the Rhine, thus supported to whatever degree might prove to be necessary. Moro was to force the passage of the Rhine about Schaffhausen to push back the Austrians rapidly beyond the Lech, and then if they took the offensive in turn to hold them in check for 10 or 12 days during this period of guaranteed freedom. The decisive movement was to be made. The Army of Reserve, augmented by one large corps of the Army of the Rhine, was to descend by the Splugen, alternatively by the St. Gothard, and even by Tyrol into the plains of Lombardy. Magazines were to be established at Zurich and Lucerne, not at Chur, lest the plan should become obvious from the beginning, and all likely routes reconnoitered in advance. The Army of Italy was at first to maintain a strict defensive, then to occupy the Austrians, until the entry of the reserve army into Italy was assured, and finally to maneuver to join it. Moro, however, owing to want of horses for his pontoon train, and also because of the character of the Rhine above Basel, preferred to cross below that place, especially as in Alsace there were considerably greater supply facilities than in a country which had already been fought over and stripped bare. With the greatest reluctance Bonaparte let him have his way, and giving up the idea of using the Splugen and the St. Gothard, began to turn his attention to the more westerly passes, the St. Bernard and the Simplon. It was not merely Moro's scruples that led to this essential modification in the scheme. At the beginning of April, the enemy took the offensive against Massena on the 8th Melas right wing, dislodged the French from the Mont Cenis, and most of the troops that had then reached Dijon were shifted southward to be ready for emergencies. By the 25th, Berthier reported that Massena was seriously attacked and that he might have to be supported by the shortest route. Bonaparte's resolution was already taken. He waited no longer for Moro 199, who indeed, so far from volunteering assistance, actually demanded it for himself, convinced from the paucity of news that Massena's army was closely pressed and probably severed from France, and feeling also that the Austrians were deeply committed to their struggle with the Army of Italy. He told Berthier to march with 40,000 men, at once by way of the St. Bernard, unless otherwise advised. Berthier protested that he had only 25,000 effectives, and the equipment and armament was still far from completias. Indeed, it remained to the end, but the troops marched, though their very means of existence were precarious from the time of leaving Geneva to the time of reaching Milan, for nothing could extort supplies and money from the sullen Swiss. At the beginning of May, the first consul learned of the serious plight of the Army of Italy. Massena, with his right wing, was shut up in Genoa Suchet, with the left wing driven back to the Var. Meanwhile, Moro had won Napoleon's plan of campaigna preliminary victory at Stockach, and the Army of Reserve had begun its movement to Geneva. With these data, the plan of campaign took a clear shape at last. Massena to resist as long as possible, Suchet to resume the offensive, if he could do so, towards Turin, the Army of Reserve to pass the Alps, and to debouch into Piedmont by Aosta, the Army of the Rhine, to send a strong force into Italy by the St. Gothard. The first consul left Paris on the 6th of May. Berthier went forward to Geneva, and still farther on the route. Magazines were established at Villeneuve and Saint-Pierre gradually, and with immense efforts the leading troops of the long column were passed over the St. Bernard, drawing their artillery on sledges on the 15th and succeeding days, driving away small posts of the Austrian army. The advance guard entered Aosta on the 16th and Chatelain on the 18th, and the alarm was given. Melas, committed as he was to his Riviera campaign, began to look to his right rear, but he was far from suspecting the seriousness of his opponent's purpose. Infinitely more dangerous for the French than the small detachment that Melas opposed to them, or even the actual crossing of the pass, was the unexpected stopping power of the little fort of Bard, the advanced guard Barduf. The French appeared before it on the 19th, and after 3 wasted days, the infantry managed to find a difficult mountain byway, and to pass round the obstacle. Of Ria was occupied on the 23rd, and Napoleon hoped to assemble the whole army there by the 27th. But except for a few guns that, with infinite precautions, were smuggled one by one through the streets of Bard, the whole of the artillery, as well as a detachment under Chabron to besiege the fort, had to be left behind. Bard surrendered on the 2nd of June, having delayed the infantry of the French army for 4 days, and the artillery for a fortnight. The military situation in the last week of May, as it presented itself to the first consul at Ivrea, was this: the Army of Italy under Massena was closely besieged in Genoa, where provisions were running short, and the population so hostile that the French general placed his field artillery to sweep the streets. But Massena was no ordinary general, and the first consul knew that while Massena lived, the garrison would resist to the last extremity, such it was defending Nice, and the Var by vigorous minor operations, the army of reserve, the center of which had reached at Ivrea, the edge of the Italian plains, consisted of 4 weak army corps, under Victor Duhesme-Lannes and Murat. There were still to be added to this small army of 34,000 effectives Turot's division, which had passed over the Mont Cenis, and was now in the valley of the Dora Riparia, Moncey's corps of the Army of the Rhine, which had at last been extorted from Moro, and was due to pass the St. Gothard before the end of May. Chabron's division, left to besiege Bard, and a small force under Bethencourt, which was to cross the Simplon and to descend by Arona. This place proved in the event a second Bard and immobilized Bethencourt, until after the decisive battle. Thus, it was only the simplest part of Napoleon's task to concentrate half of his army at Ivrea, and he had yet to bring in the rest. The problem was to reconcile the necessity for time, which he wanted to ensure the maximum force being brought over the Alps, with the necessity for haste in view of the impending fall of Genoa, and the probability that once this conquest was achieved, Melas would bring back his 100,000 men into the Milanese to deal with the army of reserve. As early as the 14th of May, he had informed Moncy that from Ivrea the army of reserve would move on Milan on the 25th of May. In response to Berthier's request for guidance, the first consul ordered Lannes' advance guard to push out on the Turin road in order to deceive the enemy, and to obtain news of Turot and Duhesme's and Murat's corps to proceed along the Milan road on the 27th, after Lannes had on the 26th defeated an Austrian column near Chivasso. The main body was already advancing on Vercelli. Very few of Napoleon's acts of generalship have been more criticized than this resolution to march on Milan, which abandoned Genoa to its fate, and gave Melas a week's leisure to assemble his scattered forces. The account of his motives, the march to Milan, dictated at St. Helena Nap. Correspondence Roman 5 pp 375,377, in itself, an unconvincing appeal to the rules of strategy, as laid down by the theorists, which rules his own practice throughout transcenditives. When closely examined, some at least of the necessary clues, he says in effect that by advancing directly on Turin he would have risked a battle against equal forces, without an assured line of retreat, Bard being still uncaptured. It is indeed strange to find Napoleon shrinking before equal forces of the enemy, even if we admit without comment that it was more difficult to pass Bard the second time than the first. The only incentive to go towards Turin was the chance of partial victories over the disconnected Austrian corps that would be met in that direction. And this he deliberately set aside, having done so, for reasons that will appear in the sequel. He could only defend it by saying in effect that he might have been defeated, which was true, but not the Napoleonic principle of war. Of the alternatives, one was to hasten to Genoa. This, in Napoleon's eyes, would have been playing the enemy's game, for they would have concentrated at Alessandria, facing west in their natural position. It is equally obvious that thus the enemy would have played his game, supposing that this was to relieve Genoa, and the implication is that it was not the third course which Napoleon took, and in this memorandum gave his army the enemy's depots at Milan, of which it unquestionably stood in sore need, and the reinforcement of Moncey's 15,000 men from the Rhine, while at the same time, Moncey's route offered an assured line of retreat by the Simplon, and the St. Gothard he would in fact make for himself there a natural position, without forfeiting the advantage of being in Melas' rear, once possessed of Milan. Napoleon says he could have engaged Melas with a light heart, and with confidence in the greatest possible results of a victory, whether the Austrians sought to force their way back to the east by the right or the left bank of the Po. And he adds that if the French passed on and concentrated south of the Po, there would be no danger to the Milan-St. Gothard line of retreat, as this was secured by the rivers Ticino and Sesia. In this last, as we shall see, he is shielding an undeniable mistake. But considering for the moment only the movement to Milan, we are justified in assuming that his object was not the relief of Genoa, but the most thorough defeat of Melas' field army, to which end, putting all sentiment aside, he treated the hard-pressed Massena as a containing force to keep Melas occupied during the strategical deployment of the army of reserve. In the beginning, he had told Massena that he would disengage him even if he had to go as far east as Trent to find a way into Italy. From the first, then no direct relief was intended, and when on hearing bad news from the Riviera, he altered his route to the more westerly passes, It was probably because he felt that Massina's containing power was almost exhausted, and that the passage and reassembly of the reserve army must be brought about in the minimum time, and by the shortest way, but the object was still the defeat of Melas. And for this, as the Austrians possessed an enormous numerical superiority, the assembly of all forces including Monsi's was indispensable. One essential condition of this was that the points of passage used should be out of reach of the enemy. The more westerly the passes chosen, the more dangerous. Was the whole operation in fact, the Mont Cenis column never reached him at Alland, though his expressed objections to the St. Bernard line seem, as we have said, to be written, after the event, to disarm his critics. There is no doubt that at the time he disliked it. It was a pies aller forced upon him by Moro's delay and Massina's extremity, and from the moment at which he arrived at Milan, he did as a fact abandon it altogether in favor of the St. Gothard. Lastly, so strongly was he impressed with the necessity of completing the deployment of all his forces, that though he found the Austrians on the Turin side much scattered, and could justifiably expect a series of rapid 200 partial victories, Napoleon let them go and devoted his whole energy to creating for himself a natural position about Milan. If he sinned, at any rate he sinned handsomely. And except that he went to Milan by Vercelli, instead of by Lausanne and Domodossola on the safe side of the mountains, his march is logistically beyond cavil. Napoleon's immediate purpose, then, was to reassemble the army of reserve in a zone of maneuver about Milan. This was carried out in the first days of June. Lands at Chivasso stood ready to ward off a flank attack, until the main army had filed past on the Vercelli road, then leaving a small force to combine with Turo, whose column had not been able to advance into the plain. Demonstrations towards Turin, he moved off, still acting as right flank guard to the army, in the direction of Pavia. The main body, meanwhile headed by Murat, advanced on Milan by way of Vercelli and Magenta, forcing the passage of the Ticino on the 31st of May at Turbigo and Buffalora. On the same day, the other divisions closed up to the Ticino, and faithful to his principles, Napoleon had an examination made of the little fortress of Novara, intending to occupy it as a place due moment to help in securing his zone of maneuver. On the morning of the 2nd of June, Murat occupied Milan, and in the evening of the same day, the headquarters entered the great city. The Austrian detachment, under Vukasovic, the flying right wing of Melas' general cordon system in Piedmont, retiring to the Ada Duhesmes Corps, forced that river at Lodi, and pressed on with orders to organize Crema, and if possible Orzanovi as temporary fortresses. Lecce's Italians were sent towards Bergamo and Brescia. Lands meantime had passed Vercelli, and on the evening of the 2nd, his cavalry reached Pavia, where, as at Milan, immense stores of food equipment and warlike stores were seized. Napoleon was now safe in his natural position, and barred one of the two main lines of retreat open to the Austrians, but his ambitions went further, and he intended to cross the Po, and to establish himself on the other likewise, thus establishing across the plain a complete barrage between Melas and Mantua. Here his end outranged his means, as we shall see, but he gave himself every chance that rapidity could afford him, and the moment that some sort of a zone of maneuver had been secured between the Ticino and the Oglio, he pushed on his main bodier, rather what was left, after the protective system had been provided, for though the Po, he would not wait even for his guns, which had at last emerged from the barred defile, and were ordered to come to Milan by a safe and circuitous route along the foot of the Alps. At this point, the action of the enemy began to make itself felt. Melas had not gained the successes that he had expected in Piedmont and on the Riviera, thanks to Massina's obstinacy, and to such its brilliant defense of the Var-Melas movements. These operations had led him very far afield, and the protection of his overlong line of communications had caused him to weaken his large army by throwing off many detachments to watch the Alpine valleys on his right rear. One of these successfully opposed Turo in the valley of the Dora Riparia, but another had been severely handled by Lands at Chivasso, and a third, Vukasovic, found itself, as we know, directly in the path of the French as they moved from Ivrea to Milan, and was driven far to the eastward. He was further handicapped by the necessity of supporting Ott before Genoa and Elsnitz on the Var, and hearing of Landness' bold advance on Chivasso, and of the presence of a French column with artillery west of Turin. He assumed that the latter represented the main body of the army of reserving, so far indeed as he believed in the existence of that army at all. Next, when Lands moved away towards Pavia, Melas thought for a moment that fate had delivered his enemy into his hands, and began to collect such troops as were at hand at Turin with a view to cutting off the retreat of the French on Ivrea. While Vukasovic held them in front, it was only when news came of Monsi's arrival in Italy and of Vukasovic's fighting retreat on Brescia that the magnitude and purpose of the French column that had penetrated by Ivrea became evident. Melas promptly decided to give up his western enterprises and to concentrate at Alessandria preparatory to breaking his way through the network of small columns. The disseminated army of reserve still appeared to bewitch threatened to bar his retreat, but orders circulated so slowly that he had to wait in Turin till the 8th of June for Elsnitz, whose retreat was moreover sharply followed up and made exceedingly costly by the enterprising Suchet ought to, in spite of orders to give up the siege of Genoa at once, and to march with all speed to hold the Alessandria Piacenza road, waited 2 days to secure the prize, and agreed June 4 to allow Massina's army to go free and to join Suchet. And lastly, the cavalry of O'Reilly sent on ahead from Alessandria to the Stradella defile reached that point only to encounter the French. The barrage was complete, and it remained for Melas to break it with the mass that he was assembling. With all these misfortunes and delays about Alessandria, his chances of doing so were anything but desperate. On the 5th of June, Murat with his own corps and part of Duhesmes had moved on Piacenza and stormed the bridgehead there. Duhesme, with one of his divisions, pushed out on Crema and Orzanovi, and also towards Pizzigheton. Monsi's leading regiments approached Milan, and Berthier thereupon sent on Victor's corps to support Murat and Lannes. Meantime, the half-abandoned line of operations Ivrea-Vercelli was briskly attacked by the Austrians, who had still detachments on the side of Turin, waiting for Elsnitz to rejoin, and the French artillery train was once more checked on the 6th Lannes. From Pavia, crossing the Po at San Cipriano, encountered and defeated a large force O'Reilly's column, and barred the Alessandria-Parma main road opposite Piacenza. Murat had to spend the day in gathering material for his passage, as the pontoon bridge had been cut by the retreating garrison of the bridgehead on the eastern border of the zone of maneuver. Duhesmes, various columns moved out towards Brescia, and Cremona pushing back Vukasovic. Meantime, the last divisions of the army of reserve 2 of Monsi's, excepted, were hurried towards Lannes' point of passage, as Murat had not yet secured Piacenza on the 7th, while Duhesme continued to push back Vukasovic and seized Cremona. Murat at last captured Piacenza, finding their immense magazines. Meantime, the army division by division passed over slowly owing to a sudden flood near Belgiojoso, and Lannes' advance guard was ordered to open communication with Murat along the main road Stradella, Piacenza. Moments are precious, said the first consul. He was aware that Elsnitz was retreating before Suchet, that Melas had left Turin for Alessandria, and that heavy forces of the enemy were at or east of Tortona. He knew too that Murat had been engaged with certain regiments recently before Genoa, and wrongly assumed O'Reilly's column beaten by Lannes at San Cipriano to have come from the same quarter. Whether this meant the deliverance or the surrender of Genoa, he did not yet know. But it was certain that Massina's holding action was over and that Melas was gathering up his forces to recover his communications. Hence, Napoleon's great object was concentration. 20,000 men at Stradella, in his own words, was the goal of his efforts. And with the accomplishment of this purpose, the campaign enters on a new phase. On the 8th of June, Lannes' corps was across Victor, following as quickly as the flood would allow. Murat was at Piacenza, but the road between Lannes and Murat was not known to be clear, and the first consul made the establishment of the Napoleon's dispositions connection and the construction of a third point of passage midway between the other two, the principal objects of the day's work, the army now being disseminated between the Alps, the Apennines, the Ticino, and the Chase. It was of vital importance to connect up the various parts into a well-balanced system. But the Napoleon of 1800 solved the problem that lay at the root of his strategy: concentrate, but be vulnerable nowhere, in a way that compares unfavorably, indeed, with the methods of the Napoleon of 1806. Duhesme was still absent at Cremona. Lecce was far away in the Brescia country. Bethencourt, detained at Arona. Monsi, with about 15,000 men, had to cover an area of 40 Roman 1,000 square around Milan, which constituted the original zone of maneuver. And if Melas chose to break through the flimsy cordon of outposts on this side, the risk of which was the motive for detaching Monsi at all instead of at the Stradella, it would take Monsi 2 days to concentrate his force on any battlefield within the area named, and even then he would be outnumbered by 2 to 1. As for the main body at the Stradella, Its position was wisely chosen for the ground, was too cramped for the deployment of the superior force that Melas might bring up, but the strategy that set before itself, as an object 20,000 men, at the decisive point out of 50,000 available, is to say the least imperfect. The most serious feature in all this was the injudicious order to Lannes to send forward his advanced guard and to attack whatever enemy he met with on the road to Vaugirard, the first consul. In fact, calculated that Melas could not assemble 20,000 men at Alessandria before the 12th of June, and he told Lannes that if he met the Austrians towards Vaugirard, they could not be more than 10,000 strong. A later order betrays some anxiety as to the exactitude of these assumptions, warns Lannes not to let himself be surprised, indicates his line of retreat, and instead of ordering him to advance on Vaugirard, authorizes him to attack any corps that presented itself at Stradella. But all this came too late. Acting on the earlier order, Lannes fought the Battle of Montebello on the 9th. This Montebello was a very severe running fight beginning east of Casteggio and ending at Montebello, in which the French drove the Austrians from several successive positions and which culminated in a savage fight at close quarters about Montebello itself. The singular feature of the battle is the disproportion between the losses on either side. French, 500 out of 12,000 engaged Austrians, 2,100 killed and wounded, and 2,100 prisoners out of 14,000. These figures are most conclusive evidence of the intensity of the French military spirit in those days. One of the two divisions, Watrins, was indeed a veteran organization, but the other, Chamberlax, was formed of young troops, and was the same that, in the march to Dijon, had congratulated itself that only 5 of its men had deserted on the other side. The soldiers fought for the honor of their arms, not even with the courage of despair, for they were ignorant of the strategic barrage set in front of them by Napoleon, and the loss of their communications had not as yet lessened their daily rations by an ounce. Meanwhile, Napoleon had issued orders for the main body to stand fast, and for the detachments to take up their definitive covering positions. Duhesme's corps was directed from its eastern foray to Piacenza to join the main body. Monsi was to provide for the defense of the Ticino line, Lecce to form a flying camp in the region of Orzanovi, Brescia, and Cremona, and another mixed brigade was to control the Austrians in Pizzicaton and in the citadel of Piacenza on the other side of the Po between Piacenza and Montebello was the main body. Lannes Murat and part of Victor's and Duhesme's corps, and a flank guard was stationed near Pavia with orders to keep on the right of the army as it advanced. This is the first and only hint of any intention to go westward and to fall back. Fighting, should Melas come on by the left bank, one division was to be always a day's march behind the army on the right bank, and a flotilla was to ascend the Po to facilitate the speedy reinforcement of the flank guard. Farther to the north was a small column on the road Milan, Vercelli. All the protective troops, except the division of the main body detailed as an eventual support for the flank guard, was to be found by Monsi's corps, which had besides to watch the Austrians in the citadel of Milan and Chabrins, and Lecce's weak commands on the same day. Bonaparte tells the Minister of War Carnot that Monsi has only brought half the expected reinforcements, and that half of these are unreliable as to the result of the impending contest. Napoleon counts greatly upon the union of 18,000 men under Massena, and such it to crush Melas against the strategic barrage of the army of reserve by one or other bank of the Po, and he seems equally confident of the result in either case if Genoa had held out 3 days more. He says it would have been easy to count the number of Melas men who escaped. The exact significance of this last notion is difficult to establish, and all that could be written about it would be merely conjectural. But it is interesting to note that, without admitting it, Napoleon felt that his barrage might not stand before the flood. The details of the orders of the 9th to the main body, written before the news of Montebello arrived at headquarters, tend to the closest possible concentration of the main body towards Casteggio in view of a decisive battle on the 12th or 13th. But another idea had begun to form itself in his mind, still believing that Melas would attack him on the Stradella side, and hastening his preparations to meet this. He began to allow for the contingency of Melas giving up or failing in his Napoleon's advance attempt to re-establish his communication with the Mantovese, and retiring on Genoa, which was now in his hands, and could be provisioned and reinforced by sea on the 10th. Napoleon ordered reserve ammunition to be sent from Pavia, giving Serravalle, which is south of Novi, as its probable destination. But this was surmise, and of the facts he knew nothing. Would the enemy move east on the Stradella, northeast on the Ticino, or south on Genoa? Such reports as were available indicated no important movements, whatever which happened to be true, but could hardly appear so to the French headquarters on the 11th, though he thereby forfeited the reinforcements coming up from Duhesme's corps at Cremona. Napoleon ordered the main body to advance to the Scrivia Lapop's division. The right flank guard, which was observing the Austrian posts towards Casil, was called to the south bank of the Po. The zone around Milan was stripped so bare of troops that there was no escort for the prisoners taken at Montebello, while information sent by Chabran now moving up from Ivrea as to the construction of bridges at Casil. This was a feint made by Melas on the 10th past. Unheeded, the crisis was at hand, and clutching at the reports collected by Lapop as to the quietude of the Austrians toward Valenza and Casil. Bonaparte and Berthier strained every nerve to bring up more men to the 202 Vaugara side, in the hope of preventing the prey from slipping away to Genoa. On the 12th, consequently, the army, the order de battle of which had been considerably modified on the 11th, moved to the Scrivia lands, halting at Castelnuovo de Saix, who had just joined the army from Egypt at Pontecuron. Victor at Tortona, with Murat's cavalry, in front towards Alessandria. Lapop's division from the left bank of the Po was marching in all haste to join de Saix. Monsi, Duhesme, Lech, and Chabran were absent. The latter represented almost exactly half of Berthier's command, 30,000 out of 58,000, and even the concentration of 28,000 men on the Scrivia had only been obtained by practically giving up the barrage on the left bank of the Po. Even now, the enemy showed nothing but a rear guard, and the old questions reappeared in a new and acute form. Was Melas still in Alessandria? Was he marching on Valenza and Casil to cross the Po, or to Acqui against Suchet, or to Genoa to base himself on the British fleet? As to the first, why had he given up his chances of fighting on one of the few cavalry battlegrounds in North Italy, the plain of Marengo, since he could not stay in Alessandria for any indefinite time? The second question had been answered in the negative by Lapop, but his latest information was 36 hours old. As for the other questions, no answer whatever was forthcoming, and the only course open was to postpone decisive measures, and to send forward the cavalry supported by infantry to gain information. On the 13th, therefore, Murat, Lanz, and Victor advanced into the plain of Marengo, traversed it without difficulty, and carrying the villages held by the Austrian rearguard, established themselves for the night within a mile of Marengo fortress. But meanwhile Napoleon, informed, we may suppose, of their progress, had taken a step that was fraught with the gravest consequences. He had, as we know, no intention of forcing on a decision, until his reconnaissance produced the information on which to base it, and he had therefore kept back 3 divisions under de Saix at Pontecuron. But as the day wore on without incident, he began to fear that the reconnaissance would be profitless, and unwilling to give Melas any further start, he sent out these divisions right and left to find and to hold the enemy whichever way the latter had gone. At noon, de Saix, with 1 division, was dispatched southward to Rivalta to head off Melas from Genoa, and at 9 a Roman 1,000 on the 14th. Lapop was sent back over the Po to hold the Austrians, should they be advancing from Valenza towards the Ticino. Thus there remained in hand only 21,000 men, when at last in the forenoon of the 14th, the whole of Melas' army, more than 40,000 strong, moved out of Alessandria, not southward nor northward, but due west into the plain of Marengo. Roman 5. The extraordinary battle that followed is described elsewhere. The outline of it is simple enough. The Austrians advanced slowly, and in the face of the most resolute opposition, until their attack had gathered weight, and at last they were carrying all before them, when de Saix returned from beyond Rivalta and initiated a series of counterstrokes. These were brilliantly successful, and gave the French not only local victory, but the supreme self-confidence that next day enabled them to extort from Melas an agreement to evacuate all Lombardy as far as the Mincio. And though in this way the chief prize Melas' army escaped, after all Marengo was the birthday of the First Empire. One more blow, however, was required before the second coalition collapsed, and it was delivered by Moro. We have seen that he had crossed the Upper Rhine and defeated Kray at Stockach. This was followed by other partial victories, and Kray then retired to Ulm, where he reassembled his forces hitherto scattered in a long, weak line from the Neckar to Schaffhausen. Moro continued his advance, extending his forces up to and over the Danube below Ulm, and winning several combats, of which the most important was that of Hochstedt, fought on the famous battlegrounds of 1703 and 1704, and memorable for the death of La Tour d'Auvergne, the first grenadier of France. June 19, finding himself in danger of envelopment, Kray now retired swiftly and skillfully across the front of the advancing French, and reached Ingolstadt in safety. Thence he retreated over the Inn Moro, following him to the edge of that river, and an armistice put an end for the moment to further operations. This not resulting in a treaty of peace, the war was resumed both in Italy and in Germany. The Army of Reserve and the Army of Italy, after being fused into one under Massina's command, were divided again into a fighting army under Brune, who opposed the Austrians' Bellegarde on the Mincio, and a political army under Murat, which re-established French influence in the peninsula, the former extending on a wide front as usual one. A few strategical successes without tactical victory, the only incidents of which worth recording, are the gallant fight of Dupont's division, which had become isolated during a maneuver at Pozzolo, on the Mincio December 25, and the descent of a corps under MacDonald from the Grisons by way of the Splugen, an achievement far surpassing Napoleon's and even Suvorov's exploits in that it was made after the winter snows had set in. In Germany, the war for a moment reached the Sublime Cré had been displaced, in command by the young Archduke John, who ordered the denunciation of the armistice, and a general advance. His plan, or that of his Hohenlinden advisers, was to cross the lower Inn out of reach of Moro's principal mass, and then to swing round the French flank until a complete chain was drawn across their rear. But during the development of the maneuver, Moro also moved and by rapid marching made good the time he had lost. In concentrating his overdispersed forces, the weather was appalling snow and rain succeeding one another until the roads were almost impassable on the 2nd of December. The Austrians were brought to a standstill, but the inherent mobility of the revolutionary armies enabled them to surmount all difficulties, and thanks to the respite afforded him by the Archduke's halt, Moro was able to see clearly into the enemy's plans and dispositions on the 3rd of December, while the Austrians in many disconnected columns were struggling through the dark and muddy forest paths about Hohenlinden. Moro struck the decisive blow, while Ney and Grouchy held fast the head of the Austrian main column at Hohenlinden. Richepantz's corps was directed on its left flank in the forest. Richepanz unexpectedly met a subsidiary Austrian column, which actually cut his column in two, but profiting by the momentary confusion, he drew off that part of his forces which had passed beyond the point of contact, and continued his march, striking the flank of the Archduke's main column, most of which had not succeeded in deploying opposite Ney at the village of Madampost. First the baggage train, and then the artillery park fell into his hands, and lastly he reached the rear of the troops engaged opposite Hohenlinden, whereupon the Austrian main body practically dissolved the rear of Richepantz's corps. After disengaging itself from the Austrian column, it had met in the earlier part of the day, arrived at Madampost in time to head off thousands of fugitives who had escaped from the carnage at Hohenlinden. The other columns of the unfortunate army were first checked and then driven back by the French divisions. They met, which moving more swiftly and fighting better in the broken ground, and the woods were able to combine two brigades against one. Wherever a fight developed on this disastrous day, the Austrians lost 20,000 men, 12,000 of them being prisoners and 90 guns. Marengo and Hohenlinden decided the war of the Second Coalition, as Rivoli had decided that of the First, and the Revolutionary Wars came to an end with the Armistice of Steyr December 25, 1800, and the Treaty of Luneville February 9, 1801. But only the first act of the great drama was accomplished. After a short respite, Europe entered upon the Napoleonic Wars. Bibliography. By far the most important modern works are Achuques Guerras de la Revolution, 11 monographs forming together a complete history of the campaigns of 179,293, and the publications of the French General Staff. The latter appear first as a rule in the official review d'Histoire and are then republished in separate volumes, of which every year adds to the number Roman 5, Dupuis l'Armée du Nord 1793, Coutenceau's l'Armée du Nord 1794, J. Collins' Education Militaire de Napoleon, and Campagny de 1793, N. Alsace and Roman 100 de Cognac's Campagny de l'Armée de Reserve 1800 may be specially named among other works of importance. The principal are Roman 100 von Binder Kriegelstein Geist und Stoff im Krieg, Vienna 1896, E. Gatschat's works on Massina's career, containing invaluable evidence though written in a somewhat rhetorical style. Ritter von Angeli Erzherzog Karl Vienna, 1896, F.N., Maud Evolution of Modern Strategy, G. of First Marengo and Hohenlinden Roman, von Clausewitz Feldzug, 1796, in Italian and Feldzug 1799, French translations, H. Bonnel de Rossbach Ulm Krebs and Maurice Campagnes, Dans les Alpes Paris, 18,911,895 York von Wartburg Napoleon Als Feldherr English and French translations F. Bouvier Bonaparte N. Italy 1796 Cool Bonaparte's Erster Feldzug J. W. Fortescue Hist of the British Army Vol Roman 4G Roman 500 Roman 5 Scharnhorst Ursesch Des Glucks der Franzosen 17,930,1794 reprinted in a Weiss short. German Military Readings, London 1892 E. D. Hoderiv L. Army, Sous la Revolution Roman 100 Rouset, Les Volontaires Max Johns, Des Französisch hier Shadwell Mountain Warfare Works of Colonel Camin Guerra, Napoleonian Roman 100 Austrian War Office Krieg gegen die France Revolution, 17,921,797. Vienna 1905, Archduke Charles Grundsätze, Der Strategy 1796 Campaign in Germany, and Jesch des Feldzuges 1799, in Deutschland und der Schweiz Roman 5 Zeisberg Urgerzog Karl the Old History, called Victoires et Conquêtes des Francais, 27 volumes Paris, 18,171,825, Roman 1000 Hartmann Antel der Russen am Feldzug 1799, in der Schweiz, Zurich 1892, Den Lusky Minuten der Krieg Russlands gegen Frankreich unter Paul Roman 1 Munich 1858 German General Staff Napoleons Feldzug 17,961,797 Suppel Roman 1049 Wachenblatt 1889 and Permasons und Kaiserslautern Kriegsgeschichte Einzelschriften 1893 Roman 100 Fa Naval Operations. The naval side of the wars arising out of the French Revolution was marked by unity, and even by simplicity. France had but one serious enemy, Great Britain, and Great Britain had but one purpose: to beat down France. Other states were drawn into the strife. But it was as the allies the enemies, and, at times, the victims of the two dominating powers. The field of battle was the whole expanse of the ocean, and the landlocked seized the weapons, the methods, and the results were the same. When a general survey of the whole struggle is taken, its unity is manifest. The revolution produced a profound alteration in the government of France, but none in the final purposes of its policy to secure for France its so-called natural limits, Rhine, the Alps, the Pyrenees, and the ocean, to protect both flanks by reducing Holland on the north and Spain on the south to submission, to confirm the mighty power thus constituted by the subjugation of Great Britain, were the objects of the Republic and of Napoleon, as they had been of Louis Roman XIV. The naval war, like the war on land, is here considered in the first of its two phases. Revolutionary 179,299. For the Napoleonic phase, 180,015 c. Napoleonic campaigns. The Revolutionary War began in April 1792. In the September of that year, Admiral Truget sailed from Toulon to cooperate with the French troops operating against the Austrians and their allies in northern Italy. In December, Latouche Treville was sent with another squadron to cow the Bourbon rulers of Naples. The extreme feebleness of their opponents alone saved the French from disaster mutinies, which began within 10 days of the storming of the Bastille. 14th of July, 1789, had disorganized their navy, and the effects of these disorders continued to be felt so long as the war lasted. In February 1793, war broke out with Great Britain and Holland. In March, Spain was added to the list of the powers against which France declared war. Her resources at sea were wholly inadequate to meet the coalition she had provoked. The Convention did indeed order that 52 ships of the line should be commissioned in the Channel, but it was not able, in fact, to do more than send out a few diminutive and elapinted squadrons manned by mutinous crews, which kept close to the coast. The British Navy was in excellent order, but the many calls made on it for the protection of worldwide commerce and colonial possessions caused the operations in the Channel to be somewhat languid. Lord Howe cruised in search of the enemy, without being able to bring them to action. The severe blockade which, in the later stages of the war, kept the British fleet permanently outside of Brest was not enforced. In the earlier stages, Lord Howe preferred to save his fleet from the wear and tear of perpetual cruising by maintaining his headquarters at St. Helens and keeping watch on the French ports by frigates. The French thus secured a freedom of movement which, in the course of 1794, enabled them to cover the arrival of a great convoy laden with food from America. See 1st of June. Battle of this great effort was followed by a long period of languor. Its internal defects compelled the French fleet in the Channel to play a very poor part till the last days of 1796. Squadrons were indeed sent a short way to sea, but their inefficiency was conspicuously displayed when on the 17th of June 1795, a much superior number of their line of battle ships failed to do any harm to the small force of Cornwallis, and when on the 22nd of the same month they fled in disorder before Lord Bridport at the Isle de Groix. Operations of a more decisive character had in the meantime taken place both in the Mediterranean and in the West Indies in April 1793, the first detachment of a British fleet, which was finally raised to a strength of 21 sail of the line, under the command of Lord Hood, sailed for the Mediterranean by August. The admiral was off Toulon acting in combination with a Spanish naval force. France was torn by the contentions of Jacobins and Girondins, and its dissensions led to the surrender of the great arsenal to the British admiral and his Spanish colleague Don Juan de Langara. On the 27th of August, the Allies were joined later by a contingent from Naples, but the military forces were insufficient to hold the land defenses. Against the army collected to expel them, high ground commanding the anchorage was occupied by the besieging force, and on the 18th of December 1793, the Allies retired. They carried away or destroyed 33 French vessels, of which 13 were of the line, but partly through the inefficiency, and partly through the ill will of the Spaniards, who were indisposed to cripple the French, whom they considered as their only possible allies against Great Britain. The destruction was not so complete, as had been intended. 25 ships, of which 18 were of the line, were left to serve as the nucleus of an active fleet in later years. 14,000 of the inhabitants fled with the Allies to escape the vengeance of the victorious Jacobins. Their sufferings and the ferocious massacre perpetrated on those who remained behind by the conquerors form one of the blackest pages of the French Revolution. The Spanish fleet took no further part in the war. Lord Hood now turned to the occupation of Corsica, where the intervention of the British fleet was invited by the patriotic party headed by Pasquier. Pauli. The French ships left at Toulon were refitted and came to sea in the spring of 1794, but Admiral Martin, who commanded them, did not feel justified in giving battle, and his sorties were mere demonstrations from the 25th of January 1794 till November 1796. The British fleet in the Mediterranean was mainly occupied in and about Corsica, securing the island, watching Toulon, and cooperating with the allied Austrians and Piedmontese in northern Italy. It did much to hamper the coastwise communications of the French, but neither Lord Hood, who went home at the end of 1794, nor his indolent successor Hotham was able to deliver an effective blow at the Toulon squadron. The second of these officers fought two confused actions with Admiral Martin in the Gulf of Lyons on the 16th of March and the 12th of July 1795. But though 3 French ships were cut off and captured, the baffling winds and the placid disposition of Hotham united to prevent decisive results, a new spirit was introduced into the command of the British fleet when Sir John Jervis, afterwards Earl St. Vincent, succeeded Hotham in November 1795. Jervis came to the Mediterranean with a high reputation, which had been much enhanced by his recent command in the West Indies in every war with France. It was the natural policy, 204, of the British government to seize on its enemies' colonial possessions, not only because of their intrinsic value, but because they were the headquarters of active privateers. The occupation of the little fishing stations of St. Pierre and Miquelon 14th May 1793, and of Pondicherry in the East Indies 23rd Aug 1793, were almost formal measures taken at the beginning of every war. But the French West Indian islands possessed intrinsic strength, which rendered their occupation a service of difficulty and hazard. In 1793, they were torn by dissensions. The result of the revolution in the mother country. Tobago was occupied in April, and the French part of the great island of San Domingo was partially thrown into British hands by the Creoles, who were threatened by their insurgent slaves during 1794. A lively series of operations, in which there were some marked alternations of fortune, took place in and about Martinique and Guadeloupe. The British squadron and the contingent of troops it carried after a first repulse occupied them both in March and April, together with Santa Lucia. A vigorous counterattack was carried out by the terrorist Victor Hughes with ability and ferocity. Guadeloupe and Santa Lucia were recovered in August, yet on the whole the British government was successful in its policy of destroying the French naval power in distant seas. The seaborne commerce of the Republic was destroyed. The naval supremacy of Great Britain was limited, and was for a time menaced in consequence of the advance of the French armies on land. The invasion of Holland in 1794 led to the downfall of the House of Orange, and the establishment of the Batavian Republic. War with Great Britain under French dictation followed in January 1795, In that year, a British expedition under the command of Admiral Keith Elphinstone afterwards, Lord Keith occupied the Dutch colony at the Cape August-September, and their trading station in Malacca, the British colonial empire was again extended, and the command of the sea by its fleet confirmed, but the necessity to maintain a blockading force in the German Ocean imposed a fresh strain on its naval resources, and the hostility of Holland closed a most important route to British commerce in Europe. In 1795, Spain made peace with France at Basel, and in September 1796, re-entered the war as her ally. The Spanish navy was most inefficient, but it required to be watched, and therefore increased the heavy strain on the British fleet. At the same time, the rapid advance of the French arms in Italy began to close the ports of the peninsula. To Great Britain, its ships were, for a time, withdrawn from the Mediterranean poor. As it was in quality, the Spanish fleet was numerous. It was able to facilitate the movements of French squadrons sent to harass British commerce in the Atlantic, and a concentration of forces became necessary. It was the more important because the cherished French scheme for an attack on the heart of the British Empire began to take shape, while Spain occupied one part of the British fleet to the south, and Holland another in the north. A French expedition, which was to have been aided by a Dutch expedition from the Texel, was prepared at Brest. The Dutch were confined to harbor by the vigilant blockade of Admiral Duncan, afterwards Lord Camperdown. But in December 1796, a French fleet commanded by Admiral Morard de Galle, carrying 13,000 troops under General Hoche, was allowed to sail from Brest for Ireland by the slack management of the blockade, under Admiral Colpuys being ill-fitted, ill-manned, and exposed to constant bad whether the French ships were scattered. Some reached their destination Bantry Bay only to be driven out again by northeasterly gales. The expedition finally returned after much suffering, and in fragments to Brest. Yet the year 1797 was one of extreme trial to Great Britain. The victory of Sir John Jervis over the Spaniards near Cape St. Vincent on the 14th of February, see St. Vincent Battle of disposed of the Spanish fleet in the autumn of the year. The Dutch, having put to sea, were defeated at Camperdown by Admiral Duncan on the 11th of October. Admiral Duncan had the more numerous force, 16 ships to 15, and they were on the average heavier, attacking from windward. He broke through the enemy's line and concentrated on his rear and center 8 line of battleships, and 2 frigates were taken, but the good gunnery and steady resistance of the Dutch made the victory costly. Between these 2 battles, the British fleet was for a time menaced in its very existence by a succession of mutinies, the result of much neglect of the undoubted grievances of the sailors. The victory of Camperdown, completing what the victory of Cape St. Vincent had begun, seemed to put Great Britain beyond fear of invasion. But the government of the Republic was intent on renewing the attempt. The successes of Napoleon at the head of the army of Italy had reduced Austria to sign the Peace of Campo Formio on the 17th of October 1797, and he was appointed commander of the new army of invasion. It was still thought necessary to maintain the bulk of the British fleet in European waters. Within call in the ocean, the Mediterranean was left free to the French, whose squadrons cruised in the Levant, where the Republic had become possessed of the Ionian Islands. By the plunder of Venice, the absence of a British force in the Mediterranean offered to the government of the French Republic an alternative to an invasion of Great Britain or Ireland, which promised to be less hazardous and equally effective. It was induced largely by the persuasion of Napoleon himself and the wish of the politicians, who were very willing to see him employed at a distance. The expedition to Egypt under his command sailed on the 19th of May 1798, having for its immediate purpose the occupation of the Nile Valley, and for its ultimate aim an attack on Great Britain from behind. In India, see Nile Battle of the British fleet re-entered the Mediterranean to pursue and baffle Napoleon. The destruction of the French squadron at the anchorage of Aboukir on the 1st of August gave it the complete command of the sea. A second invasion of Ireland on a smaller scale was attempted, and to some extent carried out, while the great attack by Egypt was in progress. One French squadron of 4 frigates, carrying 1150 soldiers under General Humbert, succeeded in sailing from Rochefort on the 6th of August. On the 22nd, Humbert was landed at Killala Bay, but after making a vigorous raid, he was compelled to surrender at Ballinamuck on the 8th of September. 8 days after his surrender, another French squadron of 1 sail of the line and 8 frigates, carrying 3,000 troops, sailed from Brest under Commodore Bompard to support Humbert. It was watched and pursued by frigates, and on the 12th of October was overtaken and destroyed by a superior British force commanded by Sir John Borlase Warren near Tory Island. From the close of 1798 till the coup d'état of the 18th Brumaire 9th November 1799, which established Napoleon as first consul and master of France, the French navy had only one object to reinforce and relieve the army cut off in Egypt by the Battle of the Nile. The relief of the French garrison in Malta was a subordinate part of the main purpose, but the supremacy of the British navy was, by this time, so firmly founded that neither Egypt nor Malta could be reached except by small ships which ran. The blockade on the 25th of April, Admiral Bruix did indeed leave Brest after baffling the blockading fleet of Lord Bridport, which was sent on a wild goose chase to the south of Ireland, by means of a dispatch sent out to be captured. And to deceive Admiral Bruix succeeded in reaching Toulon, and his presence in the Mediterranean caused some disturbance. But though his 25 sail of the line formed the Bismarck fleet which the French had sent to sea during the war, and though he escaped being brought to battle, he did not venture to steer for the eastern Mediterranean on the 13th of August. He was back at Brest, bringing with him a Spanish squadron carried off as a hostage for the fidelity of the government at Madrid to its disastrous alliance with France. On the day on which Bruix re-entered Brest, the 13th of August 1799, a combined Russian and British expedition sailed from the Downs to attack the French army of occupation in the Batavian Republic. The military operations were unsuccessful and terminated in the withdrawal of the Allies, but the naval part was well executed. Vice-Admiral Mitchell forced the entrance to the Texel, and on the 30th of August, received the surrender of the remainder of the 205 Dutch fleet. 13 vessels in the Niue, deep the sailors having refused to fight for the Republic. In spite of the failure on land, the expedition did much to confirm the naval supremacy of Great Britain by the entire suppression of the most seamanlike of the forces opposed to it. Authorities Chevalier Histoire de la Marine Francaise, sous la Première République, Paris, 1886, James Naval History, London, 1837, Captain Mahan Influence of Sea Power upon the French Revolution, and the Empire, London, 1892. The French schemes of invasion are exhaustively dealt with in Captain E. Desbriere's Projets et Tentatives de Débarquements, aux Isles Britanniques, Paris, 1900. Roman 100. Roman 500 H. 1. For the following operations, see map in Spanish Succession War. 2. Coburg refrained from a regular siege of Kandy. He wished to gain possession of the fortress in a defensible state, intending to use it as his own depot later in the year. He therefore reduced it by famine. During the siege of Valenciennes, the Allies appear to have been supplied from Mons. 3. Henceforth to the end of 1794, both armies were more or less in cordon, the cordon possessing greater or less density at any particular moment or place, according to the immediate intentions of the respective commanders and the general military situation. 4. In the course of this, the column from Bouchain 4,500 strong was caught in the open at Avis-Nessel-Sec by 5 squadrons of the Allied cavalry and literally annihilated. 5. One of the generals at Maubeuge Chancel was guillotined. 6. Each of the 15 armies on foot had been allotted certain departments as supply areas, Jourdans being of course far away in Lorraine. 7. Liguria was not at this period thought of even by Napoleon as anything more than a supply area. 8. Vukasovic had received Beaulieu's order to demonstrate with 2 battalions and also appeals for help from Argenteau. He therefore brought most of his troops with him. 9. We have seen that after Turcoing taught by experience, Sauhem posted Vandames covering force 14 or 15 Roman 1,000 out, but Napoleon's disposition was in advance of experience. The proposed alliance with the Sardinians came to nothing. The kings of Sardinia had always made their alliance with either Austria or France conditional on cessions of conquered territory. But according to Thiers, the Directory only desired to conquer the Milanese to restore it to Austria in return for the definitive cession of the Austrian Netherlands. If this be so, Napoleon's proclamations of freedom for Italy were, if not a mere political expedient at any rate, no more than an expression of his own desires, which he was not powerful enough to enforce. On entering the territory of the Duke of Parma, Bonaparte imposed, besides other contributions, the surrender of 20 famous pictures, and thus began a practice which for many years enriched the Louvre and only ceased with the capture of Paris in 1814. See Roman 100 von Becquet Geist, Unstoff, pp. 440, 9451. The assumption by later critics Clausewitz even included that the flank position held by these forces relatively to the main armies in Italy and Germany was their raison d'etre is unsupported by contemporary evidence. For this expedition, which was repulsed by Brune, in the Battle of Castricum see Fortescue's Hist of the British Army vol Roman 4, and Sachot's Brune and Holland. He afterwards appointed Berthier to command the army of reserve, but himself accompanied it and directed it using Berthier as chief of staff. Only one division of the main body used the Little St. Bernard. When he made his decision, he was unaware that Bethencourt had been held up at Arona. This may be accounted for by the fact that Napoleon's mind was not yet definitively made up, when his advanced guard had already begun to climb the St. Bernard. 12th Napoleon's instructions for Moncy were written on the 14th. The magazines, too, had to be provided and placed before it was known whether Moreau's detachment would be forthcoming. 6 guns had by now passed Fort Bard, and 4 of these were with Muret and Duhesme, 2 with Lannes. It is supposed that the foreign spies at Dijon sent word to their various employers that the army was a bogey. In fact, a great part of it never entered Dijon at all, and the troops reviewed there by Bonaparte were only conscripts and details by the time that the veteran divisions from the West and Paris arrived. Either the spies had been ejected, or their news was sent off too late to be of use. On the strength of a report false, as it turned out that the Austrian rearguard had broken the bridges of the Bormida. French West Africa, l'Afrique occidentale francaise, the common designation of the following colonies of France: 1 Senegal, 2 Upper Senegal, and Niger, 3 Guinea, for the Ivory Coast, 5 Dahomey of the territory of Mauritania, and of a large portion of the Sahara. The area is estimated at nearly 2 million sq Roman 1,000, of which more than half is Saharan territory. The countries thus grouped under the common designation French West Africa comprise the greater part of the continent west of the Niger Delta, which is British territory, and south of the Tropic of Cancer. It embraces the upper and middle course of the Niger, the whole of the basin of the Senegal, and the southwestern part of the Sahara. Its most northern point on the coast is Cape Blanco, and it includes Cape Verde, the most westerly point of Africa, along the Guinea coast. The French possessions are separated from one another by colonies of Great Britain and other powers, but in the interior they unite not only with one another, but with the hinterlands of Algeria and the French Congo. Click to enlarge. In physical characteristics, French West Africa presents 3 types: 1, a dense forest region, succeeding a narrow coast belt, greatly broken by lagoons; 2, moderately elevated and fertile plateaus, generally below 2,000 ft, such as the region enclosed in the Great Bend of the Niger; 3, north of the Senegal, and Niger, the desert lands forming part of the Sahara. Roman 5. The most elevated districts are Fouta Djallon, whence rise the Senegal-Gambia, and Niger and Gon, both massifs, along the southwestern edge of the plateau lands, containing heights of 5,000 to 6,000 ft or more. Among the chief towns are Timbuktu and Jen on the Niger, Porto Novo in Dahomey and St. Louis, and Dakar in Senegal, Dakar being an important naval and commercial port. The inhabitants are for the most part typical Negroes. Within Senegal and in the Sahara, an admixture of Berber and Arab tribes in the upper Senegal, and Fouta Djallon. Large numbers of the inhabitants are Fula. The total population of French West Africa is estimated at about 13 million. The European inhabitants number about 12,000. The French possessions in West Africa have grown by the extension inland of coast colonies, each having an independent origin. They were first brought under one general government in 1895, when they were placed under the supervision of the governor of Senegal, whose title was altered to meet the new situation between that date and 1905. Various changes in the areas and administrations of the different colonies were made involving the disappearance of the protectorates and military territories, known as French Sudan, and dependent on Senegal. These were partly absorbed in the coast colonies, whilst the central portion became the colony of Upper Senegal and Niger. At the same time, the central government was freed from the direct administration of the Senegal and Niger countries' decrees of Oct 1902 and Oct 1904 over the whole of French West Africa. Is a governor-general whose headquarters are at Dakar. He is assisted by a government council, composed of high functionaries, including the lieutenant governors of all colonies under his control. The central government, like all other French colonial administrations, is responsible not to the colonists but to the home government, and its constitution is alterable at will by presidential decree save in matters on which the chambers have expressly legislated. To it is confided financial control over the colony's responsibility for the public debt, the direction of the departments of education and agriculture, and the carrying out of works of general utility. It alone communicates with the home authorities. Its expenses are met by the duties levied on goods and vessels entering and leaving any port of French West Africa. It may make advances to the colonies under its care and may in case of need demand from them contributions to the central exchequer. The administration of justice is centralized and uniform for all French West Africa. The Court of Appeal sits at Dakar. There is also a uniform system of land registration, adopted in 1906 and based on that in force in Australia, subject to the limitations indicated. The 5 colonies enjoy autonomy. The territory of Mauritania is administered by a civil commissioner under the direct control of the Governor-General. The colony of Senegal is represented in the French Parliament by 1 deputy. Since the changes in administration effected in 1895, the commerce of French West Africa has shown a steady growth. The volume of external trade increasing in the 10 years 18,951,904 from 3,151,094 to 6,238,091. In 1907, the value of the trade was 7,097,000. Of this, 53 was with France. Apart from military expenditure, about 600,000 a year, which is borne by France. French West Africa is self-supporting. The general budget for 1906, balanced at 1,356,000. There is a public debt of some 11 million mainly incurred for works of general utility. See Senegal, French Guinea, Ivory Coast, and Dahomey for Anglo-French boundaries, east of the Niger Sea, Sahara, and Nigeria for the constitutional connection between the colonies and France. See France colonies. An account of the economic situation of the colonies is given by G. François in Le Gouvernement Général de l'Afrique Occidentale Francaise, Paris, 1908. Consult also the annual report on the trade agriculture Roman 100 of French West Africa, issued by the British Foreign Office, a map of French West Africa by a Munier, and E. Berlier. 6 sheets on the scale 12 million, was published in Paris, 1903. 1. The organization of the new government was largely the work of E. N. Raum B. 1858, Governor-General, 19,021,907, an able and energetic official formerly Director of Asian Affairs at the Colonial Ministry. Frentani, one of the ancient Samnite tribes, which formed an independent community on the east coast of Italy. They entered the Roman alliance after their capital Frentrum was taken by the Romans in 305 or 304 B. Roman 100 Livy Roman 945. This town either changed its name or perished sometime after the middle of the 3rd century B. Roman 100, when it was issuing coins of its own with an Oscan legend. The town Larinum, which belonged to the same people Pliny Nat Hist Roman 3, became Latinized before 200 B. Roman 100, as its coins of that epoch bear a legend Larinorm which cannot reasonably be treated as anything but Latin. Several Oscan inscriptions survive from the neighborhood of Vasto Ancistonium, which was in the Frentine area. On the forms of the name, and for further details, see R. S. Conway, Italic Dialects, p. 206 ff. and p. 212. For the coins Roman 499, no 195,196. Frappel Charles Emile, 18,271,890. 1. French bishop and politician, was born at Oberheim, Obernai, Alsace, on the 1st of June, 1827. He was ordained priest in 1849. And for a short time taught history at the Seminary of Strasbourg, where he had previously received his clerical training. In 1854, he was appointed professor of theology at the Sorbonne, and became known as a successful preacher. He went to Rome in 1869, at the instance of Pius Roman IX, to assist in the steps preparatory to the promulgation of the dogma of papal infallibility. He was consecrated Bishop of Angers in 1870. During the Franco-German War, Frappel organized a body of priests to minister to the French prisoners in Germany, and penned an eloquent protest to the Emperor William Roman I against the annexation of Alsace-Lorraine in 1880. He was elected deputy for Brest, and continued to represent it until his death. Being the only priest in the Chamber of Deputies since the death of Dupanloup, he became the chief parliamentary champion of the Church, And though no orator was a frequent speaker on all ecclesiastical affairs, Frepel voted with the Royalist and Catholic party, yet on questions in which French colonial prestige was involved, such as the expedition to Tunis Tonking Madagascar, 1880, 188,385. He supported the government of the day. He always remained a staunch royalist, and went so far as to oppose Leo Roman XIII's policy 206 of conciliating the Republic. He died at Angers on the 12th of December 1891. Frepel's historical and theological works form 30 vols, the best known of which are Les Pères Apostoliques, et leur époque, 1859, Les Apologistes chrétiens au siècle 2 vols, 1860, Saint Irony, et l'éloquence chrétienne dans la aux du premier siècles, 1861, Tertullian 2 vols, 1863, Saint Cyprien et l'Église d'Afrique, 1864, Clement d'Alexandrie, 1865, Origin 2 vols, 1867. There are interesting lives by E. Cornut Paris, 1893, and F. Charpentier Angers, 1904. Freer Sir Henry Bartle Edward, 18,151,884, British administrator, born at Clydech in Brecknockshire, on the 29th of March 1815, was the son of Edward Freer, a member of an old East County family, and a nephew of John Hookham Freer of anti-Jacobin and Aristophanes fame. After leaving Haileybury, Bartle Freer was appointed a writer in the Bombay Civil Service in 1834, and went out to India by way of Egypt, crossing the Red Sea in an open boat from Qasr to Makkah, and sailing thence to Bombay in an Arab dhow. Having passed his examination in the native languages, he was appointed assistant collector at Pune in 1835. There he did valuable work, and was in 1842 chosen as private secretary to Sir George Arthur, governor of Bombay. 2 years later, he became political resident at the court of the Raja of Satara, where he did much to benefit the country by the development of its communications. On the Raja's death in 1848, he administered the province both before and after its formal annexation in 1849. In 1850, he was appointed Chief Commissioner of Sindh, and took ample advantage of the opportunities afforded him of developing the province. He pensioned off the dispossessed emirs, improved the harbor at Karachi, where he also established municipal buildings, a museum and barracks, instituted fairs, multiplied roads, canals, and schools. Returning to India in 1857, after a well-earned rest, Freer was greeted at Karachi with news of the mutiny. His rule had been so successful that he felt he could answer for the internal peace of his province. He therefore sent his only European regiment to Multan, thus securing that strong fortress against the rebels, and sent further detachments to aid Sir John Lawrence in the Punjab. The 178 British soldiers who remained in Sindh proved sufficient to extinguish such insignificant outbreaks as occurred. His services were fully recognized by the Indian authorities, and he received the thanks of both Houses of Parliament and was made Chairman 100B. He became a member of the Viceroy's Council in 1859 and was especially serviceable in financial matters. In 1862, he was appointed governor of Bombay, where he effected great improvements such as the demolition of the old ramparts and the erection of handsome public offices upon a portion of the space, the inauguration of the university buildings, and the improvement of the harbor. He established the Deccan College at Pune, as well as a college for instructing natives in civil engineering. The prosperity due to the American Civil War, which rendered these developments possible, brought in its train a speculative mania which led eventually to the disastrous failure of the Bombay Bank 1866, an affair in which, from neglecting to exercise such means of control as he possessed, Freer incurred severe and not wholly undeserved censure. In 1867, he returned to England, was made G. Roman 100s Roman 1, and received honorary degrees from Oxford and Cambridge. He was also appointed a member of the Indian Council. In 1872, he was sent by the Foreign Office to Zanzibar to negotiate a treaty with the Sultan Sayyid Burgesh for the suppression of the slave traffic. In 1875, he accompanied the Prince of Wales to Egypt and India. The tour was beyond expectations successful, and to Freer, from Queen Victoria downwards, came acknowledgments of the service he had rendered. Piloting the expedition, he was asked by Lord Beaconsfield to choose between being made a baronet or G. Roman 100B. He chose the former, but the Queen bestowed both honors upon him. But the greatest service that Freer undertook on behalf of his country was to be attempted not in Asia, but in Africa. Sir Bartle landed at Cape Town as High Commissioner of South Africa on the 31st of March, 1877. He had been chosen by Lord Carnarvon in the previous October as the statesman most capable of carrying his scheme of confederation into effect. And within 2 years, it was hoped that he would be the first governor of the South African Dominion. He went out in harmony with the aims and enthusiasm of his chief, hoping to crown by one great constructive effort the work of a bright and noble life. In this hope, he was disappointed, as he stated at the close of his high commissionership. A great mistake seemed to have been made in trying to hasten what could only result from natural growth, and the state of South Africa, during Frere's tenure of office, was inimical to such growth. Discord or a policy of blind drifting seemed to be the alternatives presented to Frere upon his arrival at the Cape. He chose the former as the less dangerous. And the first year of his sway was marked by a Kaffir war on the one hand, and by a rupture with the Cape Multino Merriman ministry on the other. The Transkei Kaffirs were subjugated early in 1878 by General the Siger, the second Lord Chelmsford, and a small force of regular and colonial troops. The constitutional difficulty was solved by Frere dismissing his obstructive cabinet and entrusting the formation of a ministry to Mr. afterwards Sir Gordon Sprigg. Frere emerged successfully from a year of crisis, but the advantage was more than counterbalanced by the resignation of Lord Carnarvon early in 1878. At a time when Frere required the steadiest and most unflinching support, he had reached the conclusion that there was a widespread insurgent spirit pervading the natives, which had its focus and strength in the celibate military organization of Sediweo, and in the prestige which impunity for the outrages he had committed had gained for the Zulu king in the native mind. That organization and that evil prestige must be put an end to, if possible by moral pressure, but otherwise by force. Frere reiterated these views to the colonial office, where they found a general acceptance when, however, Frere undertook the responsibility of forwarding in December 1878 an ultimatum to Sediweo. The home government abruptly discovered that a native war in South Africa was inopportune and raised difficulties about reinforcements. Having entrusted to Lord Chelmsford the enforcement of the British demands, Frere's immediate responsibility ceased on the 11th of January 1879. The British troops crossed the Tugela, and 14 days later the disaster of Isandlwana was reported, and Frere, attacked and censured in the House of Commons, was but feebly defended by the government. Lord Beaconsfield, it appears, supported Frere. The majority of the cabinet were inclined to recall him. The result was the unsatisfactory compromise by which he was censured and begged to stay on. Frere wrote an elaborate justification of his conduct, which was adversely commented on by the colonial secretary, Sir Michael Hicks Beach, who did not see why Frere should take notice of attacks. And as to the war, all African wars had been unpopular. Frere's rejoinder was that no other sufficient answer had been made to his critics, and that he wished to place one on record. Few may now agree with my view as to the necessity of the suppression of the Zulu rebellion. Few, I fear, in this generation. But unless my countrymen are much changed, they will some day do me justice. I shall not leave a name to be permanently dishonored. The Zulu trouble and the disaffection that was brewing in the Transvaal reacted upon each other in the most disastrous manner. Frere had borne no part in the actual annexation of the Transvaal, which was announced by Sir Theophilus Shepstone a few days after the High Commissioner's arrival at Cape Town. The delay in giving the country a constitution afforded a pretext for agitation to the malcontent Boers, a rapidly increasing minority, while the reverse at Isandlwana had lowered British prestige owing to the Kaffir and Zulu wars. Sir Bartle had hitherto been unable to give his undivided attention to the state of things in the Transvaal. In April 1879, he was at last able to visit that province, and the conviction was forced upon him that the government had been unsatisfactory in many ways. The country was very unsettled. A large camp, numbering 2,074,000 disaffected Boers, had been formed near Pretoria, and they were terrorizing the country. Frere visited them unarmed and practically alone. Even yet, all might have been well, for he won the Boers' respect and liking on the condition that the Boers dispersed. Frere undertook to present their complaints to the British government and to urge the fulfillment of the promises that had been made to them. They parted with mutual good feeling, and the Boers did eventually disperse the very day upon which Frere received the telegram announcing the government's censure. He returned to Cape Town, and his journey back was in the nature of a triumph. But bad news awaited him at Government House on the 1st of June 1879. The Prince Imperial had met his death in Zululand. A few hours later, Frere heard that the government of the Transvaal and Natal, together with the High Commissionership in the eastern part of South Africa, had been transferred from him to Sir Garnet Wolseley. When Gladstone's ministry came into office in the spring of 1880, Lord Kimberley had no intention of recalling Freer in June. However, a section of the Liberal Party memorialized Gladstone to remove him, and the Prime Minister weekly complied 1st August 1880. Upon his return, Freer replied to the charges relating to his conduct respecting Afghanistan, as well as South Africa, previously preferred in Gladstone's Midlothian speeches, and was preparing a fuller vindication when he died at Wimbledon from the effect of a severe chill. On the 29th of May 1884, he was buried in St. Paul's, and in 1888 a statue of Freer upon the Thames embankment was unveiled by the Prince of Wales. Freer edited the works of his uncle Hookham Freer, and the popular storybook Old Deccan Days, written by his daughter Mary Freer. He was 3 times president of the Royal Asiatic Society. His life and correspondence by John Martineau was published in 1895 for the South African Anti-Confederation, View CP, A Molteno's Life and Times of Sir John Charles Molteno, 2 vols London 1900, see also South Africa History. Freer John Hookham 17,690,1846, English diplomatist and author, was born in London on the 21st of May 1769. His father John Freer, a gentleman of a good Suffolk family, had been educated at Caius College, Cambridge, and would have been senior wrangler in 1763, but for the redoubtable competition of Paley, his mother, daughter of John Hookham, a rich London merchant, was a lady of no small culture, accustomed to amuse her leisure with versy-writing his father's sister Eleanor, who married Sir John Fenn 17,390,1790, for the learned editor of the Paston Letters, wrote various educational works for children under the pseudonyms Mrs. Lovechild and Mrs. Teachwell. Young Freer was sent to Eton in 1785, and there began an intimacy with Canning, which greatly affected his afterlife. From Eton he went to his father's college at Cambridge, and graduated B.A. in 1792, and Roman 1000 A. in 1795. He entered public service in the Foreign Office under Lord Grenville, and sat from 1796 to 1802 as Member of Parliament for the close borough of Westloo in Cornwall. From his boyhood he had been a warm admirer of Pitt, and along with Canning, he entered heart and soul into the defense of his government, and contributed freely to the pages of the Anti-Jacobin edited by Gifford. He contributed in collaboration with Canning The Loves of the Triangles, a clever parody of Darwin's Loves of the Plants, The Needy Knife Grinder, and the Rovers on Canning's removal to the Board of Trade in 1799. He succeeded him as Under-Secretary of State in October 1800. He was appointed Envoy Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to Lisbon, and in September 1802, he was transferred to Madrid, where he remained for 2 years. He was recalled on account of a personal disagreement he had with the Duke of Alcudia, but the ministry showed its approval of his action by a pension of 1,700 a year. He was made a member of the Privy Council in 1805. In 1807, he was appointed plenipotentiary at Berlin, but the mission was abandoned and Freer was again sent to Spain in 1808 as plenipotentiary to the Central Junta. The condition of Spain rendered his position a very responsible and difficult one. When Napoleon began to advance on Madrid, it became a matter of supreme importance to decide whether Sir John Moore, who was then in the north of Spain, should endeavor to anticipate the occupation of the capital, or merely make good his retreat, and if he did retreat, whether he should do so by Portugal or by Galicia. Freer was strongly of opinion that the bolder was the better course, and he urged his views on Sir John Moore with an urgent and fearless persistency that on one occasion at least overstepped the limits of his commission. After the disastrous retreat to Corunna, the public accused Freer of having, by his advice, endangered the British army, and though no direct censure was passed upon his conduct by the government, he was recalled, and the Marquis of Wellesley was appointed in his place. Thus ended Freer's public life. He afterwards refused to undertake an embassy to St. Petersburg, and twice declined the honor of a peerage. In 1816, he married Elizabeth Jemima Dowager, Countess of Errol, and in 1820, on account of her failing health, he went with her to the Mediterranean. There he finally settled in Malta, and though he afterwards visited England more than once, the rest of his life was for the most part spent in the island of his choice. In quiet retirement he devoted himself to literature, studied his favorite Greek authors, and taught himself Hebrew and Maltese. His hospitality was well known to many an English guest, and his charities and courtesies endeared him to his Maltese neighbors. He died at the Pieta Valletta on the 7th of January, 1846. Freer's literary reputation now rests entirely upon his spirited verse translations of Aristophanes, which remain in many ways unrivaled. The principles according to which he conducted his task were elucidated. An article on Mitchell's Aristophanes, which he contributed to the Quarterly Review Vol. Roman 23, the translations of the Acharnians, the knights, the birds, and the frogs were privately printed, and were first brought into general notice by Sir G. Cornwall Lewis in the Classical Museum for 1847. They were followed some time after by Theognis Restitutus, or the personal history of the poet Theognis, reduced from an analysis of his existing fragments in 1817. He published a mock-heroic Arthurian poem entitled Prospectus and Specimen of an Intended National Work by William and Robert Whistlecraft of Stowmarket in Suffolk Harness and Collar Makers, intended to comprise the most interesting particulars relating to King Arthur, and his round table William Tennant in Anster Fair had used the ottava rima as a vehicle for semi-burlesque poetry 5 years earlier. But Frere's experiment is interesting because Byron borrowed from it the measure that he brought to perfection in Don Juan. Frere's complete works were published in 1871 with a memoir by his nephews W.E. and Sir Bartle Frere, and reached a second edition in 1874. Compare also Gabriel Festing, J. H. Frere and His Friends, 1899. Frere Pierre Edouard, 18,191,886, French painter, studied under Delaroche, entered the École des Beaux-Arts in 1836, and exhibited first at the Salon in 1843. The marked sentimental tendency of his art makes us wonder at Ruskin's enthusiastic eulogy, which finds in Frere's work the depth of Wordsworth, the grace of Reynolds, and the holiness of Angelico. What we can admire in his work is his accomplished craftsmanship, and the intimacy and tender homeliness of his conception. Among his chief works are the two paintings Going to School and Coming from School, The Little Glutton, his first exhibited picture, and El Exorcist Mr. Astor's collection, A Journey to Egypt in 1860, resulted in a small series of Orientalist subjects. But the majority of Frere's paintings deal with the life of the kitchen, the workshop, the dwellings of the humble, and mainly with the pleasures and little troubles of the young, which the artist brings before us with humor and sympathy. He was one of the most popular painters of domestic genre in the middle of the 19th century. Frere Urban Hubert Joseph Walther, 18,121,896, Belgian statesman, was born at Liege on the 24th of April 1812. His family name was Frere, to which on his marriage he added his wife's name of Urban after studying law in Paris. He 208 practiced as a barrister at Liege, took a prominent part in the liberal movement, and in June 1847 was returned to the chamber as member for Liege. In August of the same year, he was appointed Minister of Public Works in the Rogier cabinet, and from 1848 to 1852 was Minister of Finance. He founded the Banque Nationale, and the Caisse d'Epargne abolished the newspaper tax, reduced the postage, and modified the customs duties as a preliminary to a decided free trade policy. The liberalism of the cabinet, in which Frere Urban exercised an influence hardly inferior to that of Rogier, was however distasteful to Napoleon. Roman III Frere Urban, to facilitate the negotiations for a new commercial treaty, conceded to France a law of copyright, which proved highly unpopular in Belgium, and he resigned office, soon followed by the rest of the cabinet. His work, La Main Morte et la Charite, 18,540,1857, published under the pseudonym of Jean Van Damme, contributed greatly to restore his party to power in 1857, when he again became Minister of Finance. He now embodied his free trade principles in commercial treaties with England and France, and abolished the octroi duties and the tolls on the national roads. He resigned in 1861 on the gold question, but soon resumed office, and in 1868 succeeded Rogier as Prime Minister. In 1869, he defeated the attempt of France to gain control of the Luxembourg railways, but despite this service to his country fell from power at the elections of 1870. He returned to office in 1878 as President of the Council and Foreign Minister. He provoked the bitter opposition of the clerical party by his law of 1879, establishing secular primary education, and in 1880 went so far as to break off diplomatic relations with the Vatican. He next found himself at variance with the radicals, whose leader Jansen moved the introduction of universal suffrage. Frere Urban, while rejecting the proposal, conceded an extension of the franchise 1883, but the hostility of the radicals and the discontent caused by a financial crisis overthrew the government. At the elections of 1884, Frere Urban continued to take an active part in politics as leader of the liberal opposition till 1894, When he failed to secure re-election, he died at Brussels on the 2nd of January, 1896. Besides the work above mentioned, he published La Question monétaire, 1874, La Question monétaire, en Belgique in 1889, Échange de vues, entre Roman 2000, Frere Orban et Idélévali 1890, and La Révision constitutionnelle, en Belgique et ses conséquences 1894. He was also the author of numerous pamphlets, among which may be mentioned his last work, La Situation Present 1895. Frère Nicolas 16,880,1749, French scholar, was born at Paris on the 15th of February 1688. His father was procureur to the Parlement of Paris and destined him to the profession of the law. His first tutors were the historian Charles Rollin and Father Desmoulins, 16,771,760. Amongst his early studies, history, chronology, and mythology held a prominent place. To please his father, he studied law and began to practice at the bar, but the force of his genius soon carried him into his own path. At 19, he was admitted to a society of learned men, before whom he read memoirs on the religion of the Greeks, on the worship of Bacchus, of Ceres, of Cybele, and of Apollo. He was hardly 26 years of age when he was admitted as pupil to the Academy of Inscriptions. One of the first memoirs which he read was a learned and critical discourse sur l'origine des Francs 1714. He maintained that the Franks were a league of South German tribes, and not according to the legend, then almost universally received a nation of free men deriving from Greece or Troy, who had kept their civilization intact in the heart of a barbarous country. These sensible views excited great indignation in the Abbé Verdot, who denounced Frère to the government. As a libeller of the monarchy, a lettre de cachet was issued, and Frère was sent to the Bastille during his 3 months of confinement. He devoted himself to the study of the works of Xenophon, the fruit of which appeared later in his memoir on the Encyclopaedia. From the time of his liberation in March 1715, his life was uneventful. In January 1716, he was received Associate of the Academy of Inscriptions, and in December 1742, he was made perpetual secretary. He worked without intermission for the interests of the Academy, not even claiming any property in his own writings, which were printed in the Recueil de l'Académie des Inscriptions. The list of his memoirs, many of them posthumous, occupies 4 columns of the Nouvelle Biographie Générale. They treat of history, chronology, geography, mythology, and religion throughout. He appears as the keen, learned, and original critic, examining into the comparative value of documents, distinguishing between the mythical and the historical, and separating traditions with an historical element from pure fables and legends. He rejected the extreme pretensions of the chronology of Egypt and China, and at the same time controverted the scheme of Sir Isaac Newton as too limited. He investigated the mythology, not only of the Greeks, but of the Celts, the Germans, the Chinese, and the Indians. He was a vigorous opponent of the theory that the stories of mythology may be referred to historic originals. He also suggested that Greek mythology owed much to the Phoenicians and Egyptians. He was one of the first scholars of Europe to undertake the study of the Chinese language, and in this, he was engaged at the time of his committal to the Bastille. He died in Paris on the 8th of March 1749. Long after his death, several works of an atheistic character were falsely attributed to him, and were long believed to be his. The most famous of these spurious works are the Examen critique des Apologistes de la Religion chrétienne 1766, and the Lettre de Thrasybule, a lucid printed in London about 1768. A very defective and inaccurate edition of Fréret's works was published in 17,961,799. A new and complete edition was projected by Champollion Fijek, but of this, only the first volume appeared 1825. It contains a life of Frère. His manuscripts, after passing through many hands, were deposited in the library of the Institute. The best account of his works is Examen critique des ouvrages composes par Frère in Roman 100 a Walkenaer's Recueil des Notices, Roman 10,018,411,850. See also Querard's France littéraire. Fréron Elie Catherine 17,191,776. French critic and controversialist, was born at Quimper in 1719. He was educated by the Jesuits and made such rapid progress in his studies that before the age of 20, he was appointed professor at the College of Louis Grand. He became a contributor to the Observations sur les écrits modernes of the Abbé Guillaume Desfontaines. The very fact of his collaboration with Desfontaines, one of Voltaire's bitterest enemies, was sufficient to arouse the latter's hostility. And although Fréron had begun his career as one of his admirers, His attitude towards Voltaire soon changed. Fréron, in 1746, founded a similar journal of his own entitled Letters de la Comtesse d'It, was suppressed in 1749, but he immediately replaced it by Letters sur quelques écrits de ces temps, which, with the exception of a short suspension in 1752, on account of an attack on the character of Voltaire, was continued till 1754, when it was succeeded by the more ambitious Année littéraire. His death at Paris, on the 10th of March 1776, is said to have been hastened by the temporary suppression of this journal. Fréron is now remembered solely for his attacks on Voltaire and the encyclopedists, and by the retaliations they provoked on the part of Voltaire, who, besides attacking him in epigrams, and even incidentally in some of his tragedies directed against him, a virulent satire Le Pauvre Diable, and made him the principal personage in a comedy L'Écossaise, in which the journal of Fréron is designated L'Ain littéraire. A further attack on Fréron, entitled Anecdotes sur Fréron 1760, published anonymously, is generally attributed to Voltaire. Fréron was the author of Ode sur la Bataille de Fontenoy, 1745, Histoire de Marie Stuart, 1742, 2 vols, and Histoire de l'Empire de l'Allemagne, 1771, 8 vols. Ch. Nissard les Enemistes. Voltaire, 1853, Despois journalistes et journaux du XVe siècle. Barthélemy, Les Confessions de Fréron Ch. Moncelet, Fréron au Lilister Critique, 1864, Fréron Sauvé Souvenirs, Roman 1,001,876. Fréron Louis-Marie Stanislas, 17,540, 1802, French revolutionist, son of the preceding, was born at Paris on the 17th of August 1754. His name was on the death of his father attached to L'Année littéraire, which was continued till 1790, and edited successively by the Abbes G. Roman 1000 Royou and J. Roman 50 Geoffroy on the outbreak of the Revolution. Fréron, who was a schoolfellow of Robespierre and Camille Desmoulins, established 209, the violent journal L'Ortour du Pupil, commissioned along with Barras in 1793, to establish the authority of the Convention at Marseille and Toulon. He distinguished himself in the atrocity of his reprisals, but both afterwards joined the Thermidorians, and Fréron became the leader of the Jeunesse dorée and of the Thermidorian reaction. He brought about the accusation of Fauquier Tinville and of J. B. Carrier, the deportation of B. Barra, and the arrest of the last Montagnards. He made his paper the official journal of the reactionists, and being sent by the Directory on a mission of peace to Marseille, he published, in 1796, Mémoire historique sur la réaction réelle et sur les malheurs du Roman. 1500, he was elected to the Council of the 500, but not allowed to take his seat, failing as suitor for the hand of Pauline Bonaparte, one of Napoleon's sisters. He went in 1799 as commissioner to Santo Domingo, and died there in 1802. General Roman 5 Roman 1000 Leclerc, who had married Pauline Bonaparte, also received a command in Santo Domingo in 1801, and died in the same year as his former rival. Fresco idle, for cool fresh, a term introduced into English both generally as in such phrases as al fresco, in the fresh air, and more especially as a technical term for a sort of mural painting on plaster. In the latter sense, the Italians distinguished painting a secco, when the plaster had been allowed to dry, from a fresco, when it was newly laid. And still wet. The nature and history of fresco painting is dealt with in the article Painting. Frescobaldi Girolamo, 15,830, 1644, Italian musical composer, was born in 1583 at Ferrara. Little is known of his life except that he studied music under Alessandro Milville, and owed his first reputation to his beautiful voice. He was organist at St. Peter's in Rome from 1608 to 1628, according to Bainey. No less than 30,000 people flocked to St. Peter's on his first appearance there. On the 20th of November 1628, he went to live in Florence, becoming organist to the Duke. From December 1633 to March 1643, he was again organist at St. Peter's, but in the last year of his life he was organist in the parish church of San Lorenzo in Monte. He died on the 2nd of March 1644, being buried at Rome in the Church of the 12 Apostles. Frescobaldi also excelled as a teacher. Froberger, being the most distinguished of his pupils. Frescobaldi's compositions show the consummate art of the early Italian school, and his works for the organ more especially are full of the finest devices of fugal treatment. He also wrote numerous vocal compositions, such as Canzone, motets, hymns. Roman 100, a collection of madrigals for 5 voices, Antwerp 1608, being among the earliest of his published works. Fresenius Carl Remigius, 18,180, 1897, German chemist, was born at Frankfurt in Main on the 28th of December 1818. After spending some time in a pharmacy in his native town, he entered Bonn University in 1840 and a year later migrated to Gießen, where he acted as assistant in Liebig's laboratory. And in 1843 became assistant professor. In 1845, he was appointed to the chair of chemistry, physics, and technology at the Wiesbaden Agricultural Institution, and 3 years later, he became the first director of the chemical laboratory, which he induced the Nassau government to establish at that place under his care. This laboratory continuously increased in size and popularity, a school of pharmacy being added in 1862, though given up in 1877, and an agricultural research laboratory in 1868. Apart from his administrative duties, Fresenius occupied himself almost exclusively with analytical chemistry, and the fullness and accuracy of his textbooks on that subject, of which that on qualitative analysis first appeared in 1841, and that on quantitative in 1846, soon rendered them standard works. Many of his original papers were published in the Zeitschrift für Analytische Chemie, which he founded in 1862, and continued to edit till his death. He died suddenly at Wiesbaden on the 11th of June 1897. In 1881, he handed over the directorship of the Agricultural Research Station to his son Remigius Heinrich Fresenius b. 1847, who was trained under H. Kolb at Leipzig. Another son, Theodor Wilhelm Fresenius b. 1856, was educated at Strasbourg and occupied various positions in the Wiesbaden laboratory. Freshwater, a watering place in the Isle of Wight, England. 12 Roman 1000 W, by S. of Newport, by rail pop 3306. It is a scattered township lying on the peninsula west of the river Var, which forms the western extremity of the island. The portion known as Freshwater Gate fronts the English Channel from the strip of Lothian coast, interposed between the cliffs of the peninsula and those of the main part of the island. The peninsula rises to 397 ft in Hedon Hill, and the cliffs are magnificent. The western promontory is flanked on the north by the picturesque Alum Bay, and the lofty detached rocks known as the Needles lie off at Farringford House in the parish, was for some time the home of Alfred Lord Tennyson, who is commemorated by a tablet in All Saints' Church, and by a great cross on the high downs above the town. There are golf links on the downs. Fresnel Augustin Jean 17,880, 1827. French physicist, the son of an architect, was born at Broglie, Jura, on the 10th of May 1788. His early progress in learning was slow, and when 8 years old he was still unable to read. At the age of 13, he entered the École Centrale in Caen, and at 16 and a half the École Polytechnique, where he acquitted himself with distinction. Thence he went to the École des Ponts et Chaussées. He served as an engineer successively in the departments of Vendée-Drôme and Ille-et-Vilaine. But his espousal of the cause of the Bourbons in 1814 occasioned on Napoleon's reaccession to power the loss of his appointment on the Second Restoration. He obtained a post as engineer in Paris, where much of his life from that time was spent. His researches in optics continued until his death appear to have been begun about the year 1814, when he prepared a paper on the aberration of light, which however was not published in 1818. He read a memoir on diffraction, for which in the ensuing year he received the prize of the Académie des Sciences at Paris. He was in 1823 unanimously elected a member of the Academy, and in 1825 he became a member of the Royal Society of London, which in 1827, at the time of his last illness, awarded him the Rumford Medal. In 1819, he was nominated a commissioner of lighthouses, for which he was the first to construct compound lenses as substitutes for mirrors. He died of consumption at Ville-d'Avray near Paris on the 14th of July, 1827. The undulatory theory of light, first founded upon experimental demonstration by Thomas Young, was extended to a large class of optical phenomena, and permanently established by his brilliant discoveries and mathematical deductions by the use of two plane mirrors of metal forming, with each other an angle of nearly 180. He avoided the diffraction caused in the experiment of F. Roman 1000 Grimaldi 16,180, 1663, on interference by the employment of apertures for the transmission of the light, and was thus enabled in the most conclusive manner to account for the phenomena of interference, in accordance with the undulatory theory. With Roman 500 F. J. Arago, he studied the laws of the interference of polarized rays. Circularly polarized light he obtained by means of a rhomb of glass, known as Fresnel's rhomb, having obtuse angles of 126, and acute angles of 54. His labors in the cause of optical science received during his lifetime only scant public recognition, and some of his papers were not printed by the Académie des Sciences till many years after his decease, but as he wrote to Young in 1824 in him, that sensibility, or that vanity which people call love of glory, had been blunted all the compliments, he says, that I have received from Arago Laplace, and Biot never gave me so much pleasure as the discovery of a theoretic truth, or the confirmation of a calculation by experiment. See Dulo Notice Sir Fresnel Review, Encyclopaedia T Roman 39, Arago, Others completes T Roman 1, and Dr. G. Peacock Miscellaneous Works of Thomas Young Vol Roman 1 Fresnillo, a town of the state of Zacatecas, Mexico, 37 Roman 1000 NW of the city of Zacatecas on a branch of the Santiago River Pop, 1963-09. It stands on a fertile plain between the Santa Cruz and Zacatecas ranges, about 7,700 ft above sea level, has a temperate climate, and is surrounded by an agricultural district, producing Indian corn and wheat. It is a clean, well-built 210 town, whose chief distinction is its School of Mines, founded in 1853. Fresnillo has large amalgam works for the reduction of silver ores. Its silver mines located in the neighboring Prono Hill were discovered in 1569 and were for a time among the most productive in Mexico since 1833, when their richest deposits were reached. The output has greatly decreased. There is a station near on the Mexican Central Railway. Fresno, a city and the county-sat of Fresno County, California, USA, situated in the San Joaquin Valley, altitude about 300 ft, near the geographical center of the state. Pop, 1880, 1112 1890 10,818, 1900 12,470, of whom 3299 were foreign-born and 1279 were Asiatics. 1910 census, 24,892. The city is served by the Southern Pacific and the Atchison Topeka Santa Fe Railways. The county is mainly a vast expanse of naturally arid plains and mountains. The valley is the scene of an extensive irrigation system, water being brought first in 18,721,876 from Kings River 20 Roman 1000 distant in 1905 500 SQ Roman 1000 were irrigated. Fresno is in a rich farming country producing grains and fruit and is the only place in America where Smyrna figs have been grown with success. It is the center of the finest raisin country of the state and has extensive vineyards and winemaking establishments. The city's principal manufacture is preserved dried fruits, particularly raisins. The value of the fruits, thus preserved in 1905, was 6,942,440, being 70 of the total value of the factory product. In that year, 9,849,001. In 19,001,905, the factory product increased 257, a ratio of increase greater than that of any other city in the state. In the mountains, lumbering and mining are important industries. Lumber is carried from Shaver in the mountains to Clovis on the plains by a V-shaped flume 42 Roman 1000 long, the waste water from which is ditched for irrigation. The petroleum field of the county is one of the richest in California. Fresno is the business and shipping center of its county and of the surrounding region. The county was organized in 1856. In 1872, the railway went through, and Fresno was laid out and incorporated. It became the county-sat in 1874 and was chartered as a city in 1885. Fresnoy Charles Alphonse, due 16,111,665, French painter and writer on his art, was born in Paris, son of an apothecary. He was destined for the medical profession, and well educated in Latin and Greek, but having a natural propensity for the fine arts, he would not apply to his intended vocation, and was allowed to learn the rudiments of design under Perrier and Vouet at the age of 21. He went off to Rome with no resources. He drew ruins and architectural subjects. After 2 years thus spent, he re-encountered his old fellow-student Pierre Mignard, and by his aid obtained some amelioration of his professional prospects. He studied Raphael and the antique, went in 1633 to Venice, and in 1656 returned to France. During 2 years, he was now employed in painting altarpieces in the chateau of Raincy Landscapes Roman 100. His death was caused by an attack of apoplexy, followed by palsy. He expired at Villiers-le-Bel near Paris. He never married. His pictorial works are few. They are correct in drawing, with something of the Carracci in design, and of Titian in coloring, but wanting fire and expression, and insufficient to keep his name in any eminent repute. He is remembered now almost entirely as a writer, rather than painter. His Latin poem De Arte Graphica was written during his Italian sojourn, and embodied his observations on the art of painting. It may be termed a critical treatise on the practice of the art. With general advice to students, the precepts are sound according to the standard of his time. The poetical merit slender enough, the Latin style is formed chiefly on Lucretius and Horace. This poem was first published by Mignard, and has been translated into several languages in 1684. It was turned into French by Roger de Piles. Dryden translated the work into English prose, and a rendering into verse by Mason, followed, to which Sir Joshua Reynolds added some annotations. Fret 1 from O. Eng fretten, a word common in various forms to Teutonic languages, cf. Jur, fressen to eat greedily properly, to devour hence, to gnaw, so used of the slow corroding action of chemicals, water Roman 100, and hence figuratively to chafe or irritate. Possibly connected with this word, in sense of rubbing, is the use of fret for a bar on the fingerboard of a banjo, guitar, or similar musical instruments, to mark the fingering to of doubtful origin, possibly from the O Eng Fr-tive ornaments, but its use is paralleled by the Fr fret trellis or lattice network, a term used in heraldry for an interlaced figure, but best known as applied to the decoration used by the Greeks in their temples. And vases. The Greek fret consists of a series of narrow bands of different lengths placed at right angles to one another, and of great variety of design. It is an ornament which owes its origin to woven fabrics, and is found on the ceilings of the Egyptian tombs at Beni Hassan Siaut and elsewhere. In Greek work, it was painted on the abacus of the Doric capital, and probably on the architraves of their temples. When employed by the Romans, it was generally carved the propylaea of the temple at Damascus, and the temple at Attil being examples of the 2nd century. It was carved in large dimensions on some of the Mexican temples, as for instance on the palace at Mitla, with other decorative bands, all of which would seem to have been reproductions of woven patterns, and had therefore an independent origin. It is found in China and Japan, and in the latter country when painted on lacquer, is employed as a fret diaper, the bands not being at right angles to one another, but forming acute and obtuse angles. In Old English writers, a wider signification was given to it, as it was applied to raised patterns in plaster o roofs or ceilings, which were not confined to the geometrical fret, but extended to the modeling of flowers, leaves, and fruit. In such cases, the decoration was known as fretwork in France. The fret is better known as the meander. Freudenstadt, a town of Germany, in the kingdom of Württemberg, on the right bank of the Merg 40 Roman 1000 SW from Stuttgart on the railway to Hochdorf Pop 7000. It has a Protestant and a Roman Catholic church, some small manufacturers of cloth, furniture, knives, nails, and glass, and is frequented as a climatic health resort. It was founded in 1599 by Protestant refugees from Salzburg. Freund Wilhelm, 18,061,894, German philologist and lexicographer, was born at Kempen in the Grand Duchy of Posen on the 27th of January 1806. He studied at Berlin, Breslau, and Halle, and was for 20 years chiefly engaged in private tuition from 18,551,870. He was director of the Jewish school at Glewitz in Silesia, and subsequently retired to Breslau, where he died on the 4th of June 1894. Although chiefly known for his philological labors, Freund took an important part in the movement for the emancipation of his Prussian co-religionists, and the Judengesetz of 1847 was in great measure the result of his efforts. The work by which he is best known is his Wörterbuch der Latnischen Sprache 18,340,1845, practically the basis of all Latin-English dictionaries. His Y studiert man Klassische Philologie, 6th ed. 1903, and Triennium Philologicum, 2nd ed. 18,780, 1885, are valuable aids to the classical student. Frewen accepted 15,880, 1664. Archbishop of York was born at Northiam in Sussex, and educated at Magdalen College, Oxford, where in 1612 he became a fellow. In 1617 and 1621, the college allowed him to act as chaplain to Sir John Digby, ambassador in Spain at Madrid. He preached a sermon which pleased Prince Charles, afterwards Charles Roman I, and the latter on his accession appointed Frewen one of his chaplains. In 1625, he became canon of Canterbury and vice-president of Magdalen College, and in the following year he was elected president. He was vice-chancellor of the university in 1628 and 1629, and again in 1638 and 1639, It was mainly by his instrumentality that the university plate was sent to the king at York. In 1642, 2 years later, he was consecrated Bishop of Lichfield and Coventry, and resigned his presidentship parliament, declared his estates forfeited for treason in 1652, and Cromwell afterwards set a price on his head. The proclamations, however, designated him Stephen Fruin, and he was consequently able to escape into France. At the Restoration he reappeared in public, and in 1660 he was consecrated Archbishop of York. In 1661, he acted as chairman of the Savoy Conference. Frey, Old Norse Freya, son of Njord, one of the chief deities in the northern pantheon, and the national god of the Swedes, he is the god of fruitfulness, the giver of sunshine and rain, and thus the source of all prosperity. See Teutonic peoples ad fin. Freiburg and der Unstrut, a town of Germany in Prussian Saxony, in an undulating vineclad country, on the Unstrut 6 Roman 1000 N, from Naumburg Saal on the railway to Artern Pop 3200. It has a parish church, mixture of Gothic and Romanesque architecture, with a handsome tower. It is, however, as being the Mecca of the German gymnastic societies that Freiburg is best known here. Friedrich Ludwig John, 17,780, 1852, the father of German gymnastic exercises, lies buried over his grave. Is built the Turnhal with a statue of the master, while hard by it, the John Museum in Romanesque style, erected in 1903. Freiburg produces sparkling wine of good quality, and has some other small manufactures on a hill commanding the town. Is the castle of Neuenberg, built originally in 1062 by Louis the Leaper Count in Thuringia, but in its present form, mainly the work of the Dukes of Saxe-Weissenfels. Freycinet Charles Louis de Salces de 1828, French statesman, was born at Foix on the 14th of November 1828. He was educated at the École Polytechnique and entered the government service as a mining engineer in 1858. He was appointed traffic manager to the Compagnie de Chemins de Fer du Midi, a post in which he gave proof of his remarkable talent for organization, and in 1862 returned to the engineering service, in which he attained in 1886 the rank of Inspector General. He was sent on a number of special scientific missions, among which may be mentioned one to England, on which he wrote a notable memoir sur le travail des femmes, et des enfants, dans les manufactures de l'Angleterre, 1867, on the establishment of the Third Republic in September 1870. He offered his services to Gambetta, was appointed prefect of the department of Tarn-et-Garonne, and in October became chief of the military cabinet. It was mainly his powers of organization that enabled Gambetta to raise army after army to oppose the invading Germans. He showed himself a strategist of no mean order, but the policy of dictating operations to the generals in the field was not attended with happy results. The friction between him and General d'Aurelle de Paladins resulted in the loss of the advantage temporarily gained at Orleans, and he was responsible for the campaign in the East, which ended in the destruction of Bourbaki's army in 1871. He published a defense of his administration under the title of La Guerre en Provence pendant l'acide de Paris. He entered the Senate in 1876 as a follower of Gambetta, and in December 1877 became Minister of Public Works in the Dufour cabinet. He carried a great scheme for the gradual acquisition of the railways by the state and the construction of new lines at a cost of 3 milliards, and for the development of the canal system at a further cost of 1 milliard. He retained his post in the Ministry of Waddington, whom he succeeded in December 1879. As President of the Council and Minister for Foreign Affairs, he passed an amnesty for the communists, but in attempting to steer a middle course on the question of the religious associations, lost the support of Gambetta, and resigned in September 1880. In January 1882, he again became President of the Council and Minister for Foreign Affairs. His refusal to join England in the bombardment of Alexandria was the death knell of French influence. In Egypt he attempted to compromise by occupying the Isthmus of Suez, but the vote of credit was rejected in the chamber by 417 votes to 75, and the ministry resigned. He returned to office in April 1885 as foreign minister in the Brisson cabinet, and retained that post. When in January 1886 he succeeded to the premiership, he came into power with an ambitious program of internal reform, but except that he settled the question of the exiled pretenders, his successes were won chiefly in the sphere of colonial extension. In spite of his unrivaled skill as a parliamentary tactician, he failed to keep his party together, and was defeated on 3 December 1886. In the following year, after 2 unsuccessful attempts to construct new ministries, he stood for the presidency of the Republic, but the radicals, to whom his opportunism was distasteful, turned the scale against him by transferring the votes to Roman 1000 Sadi Carnot. In April 1888, he became Minister of War in the Flocke Cabinet, the first civilian, since 1848, to hold that office. His services to France in this capacity were the crowning achievement of his life, and he enjoyed the conspicuous honor of holding his office without a break for 5 years through as many successive administrations those of Flocke, and Terard his own fourth ministry March 1890 February 1892, and the Laubit and Ribot ministries to him were due the introduction of the 3 year service, and the establishment of a general staff, a supreme council of war, and the army commands. His premiership was marked by heated debates on the clerical question, and it was a hostile vote on his bill against the religious associations that caused the fall of his cabinet. He failed to clear himself entirely of complicity in the Panama scandals, and in January 1893 resigned the Ministry of War. In November 1898, he once more became Minister of War in the Dupuy cabinet, but resigned office on 6 May 1899. He has published, besides the works already mentioned, Trait de mécanique rationnelle, 1858, de l'analyse infinitesimale, 1860, revised ed. 1881, Despense économiques and chemin de fer, 1861, employ des. Odegout and agriculture, 1869, Principes de l'assainissement des villes, and Trait d'assainissement industriel, 1870 s. Sur la philosophie des sciences, 1896, La question d'Egypte, 1905, besides some remarkable pensies contributed to the Contemporain under the pseudonym of Alceste. In 1882, he was elected a member of the Academy of Sciences, and in 1890 to the French Academy in succession to Émile Augier. Freycinet Louis-Claude de Salses de 17,790,1842, French navigator, was born at Montélimart Drôme on the 7th of August 1779. In 1793, he entered the French Navy. After taking part in several engagements against the British, he joined in 1800, along with his brother Louis Henry Freycinet, 17,771,840, who afterwards rose to the rank of admiral. The expedition sent out under Captain Baudin in the Naturaliste and Geographe to explore the south and southwest coasts of Australia. Much of the ground already gone over by Flinders was revisited, and new names imposed by this expedition, which claimed credit for discoveries really made by the English. Navigator, an inlet on the coast of West Australia in 26s is called Freycinet Estuary, and a cape near the extreme southwest of the same coast also bears the explorer's name. In 1805, he returned to Paris and was entrusted by the government with the work of preparing the maps and plans of the expedition. He also completed the narrative, and the whole work appeared under the title of Voyage de découvertes aux terres australes Paris, 18,071,816. In 1817, he commanded the Uranie, in which Arago and others went to Rio de Janeiro to take a series of pendulum measurements. This was only part of a larger scheme for obtaining observations not only in geography and ethnology, but in astronomy, terrestrial magnetism, and meteorology, and for the collection of specimens in natural history. On this expedition, the hydrographic operations were conducted by Louis Isidore Duperrey, 17,861,865, who, in 1822, was appointed to the command of the Coquille, and during the next 3 years carried out scientific explorations in the southern Pacific and along the coast of South America. For 3 years Freycinet cruised about visiting Australia, the Marian Sandwich, and other Pacific islands, South America, and other places, and notwithstanding the loss of the Uranie on the Falkland Islands. During the voyage returned to France with fine collections in all departments of natural history, and with voluminous notes and drawings, which form an important contribution to a knowledge of the countries visited. The results of this voyage were published under Freycinet's supervision, with the title of Voyage Autour du monde sur les crevettes et l'Uranie, et la physicienne, in 18,240,1844, in 13 quarto volumes, and 4 folio volumes of fine plates and maps. Freycinet was admitted into the Academy of Sciences in 1825, and was one 212 of the founders of the Paris Geographical Society. He died at Freycinet Drôme on the 18th of August 1842. Freya, the sister of Frey and the most prominent goddess in northern mythology, her character seems in general to have resembled that of her brother sea Teutonic peoples, ad fin. Freytag Georg Wilhelm Friedrich, 17,880,1861, German philologist, was born at Lumberg on the 19th of September 1788. After attending school, he entered the University of Göttingen as a student of philology and theology here from 1811 to 1813. he acted as a theological tutor, but in the latter year accepted an appointment as sublibrarian at Königsberg in 1815. He became a chaplain in the Prussian army, and in that capacity visited Paris on the proclamation of peace. He resigned his chaplaincy and returned to his researches in Arabic, Persian, and Turkish, studying at Paris under de Sacy in 1819. He was appointed to the professorship of Oriental languages in the new University of Bonn, and this post he continued to hold until his death on the 16th of November 1861. Besides a compendium of Hebrew grammar, Kurzgefasst Grammatik der Hebräischen, Sprach 1835, and a treatise on Arabic versification, Darstellung der arabischen Verskunst 1830, he edited 2 volumes of Arabic songs, Hamasi Carmina 18,280, 1852, and 3 of Arabic proverbs, Arabum Proverbia 18,380, 1843. But his principal work was the laborious and praiseworthy lexicon Arabic Latinum Hala, 18,301,837, an abridgment of which was published in 1837. Freytag Gustav, 18,161,895, German novelist, was born at Kreuzberg in Silesia on the 13th of July, 1816. After attending the gymnasium at Als, he studied philology at the universities of Breslau and Berlin, and in 1838 took the degree with a remarkable dissertation De Inidiis Posios Senecae, apud Germanos. In 1839, he settled at Breslau as private docent in German language and literature, but devoted his principal attention to writing for the stage and achieved considerable success with the comedy Die Bratpfad oder Kunst von der Rosen 1840. This was followed by a volume of unimportant poems in Breslau 1845, and the dramas Die Valentine 1846 and Graf Waldemar 1847. He at last attained a prominent position by his comedy Die Journalisten 1853, one of the best German comedies of the 19th century. In 1847, he migrated to Berlin, and in the following year took over in conjunction with Julian Schmidt the editorship of Die Grenzbote, a weekly journal which, founded in 1841, now became the leading organ of German and Austrian liberalism. Freytag helped to conduct it until 1861, and again from 1867 till 1870, when for a short time he edited a new periodical, I Am Neuen Reich. His literary fame was made universal by the publication, in 1855, of his novel Saal und Haben, which was translated into almost all the languages of Europe. It was certainly the best German novel of its day, impressive by its sturdy but unexaggerated realism, and in many parts highly humorous. Its main purpose is the recommendation of the German middle class as the soundest element in the nation, but it also has a more directly patriotic intention in the contrast which it draws between the homely virtues of the Teuton and the shiftlessness of the Pole, and the rapacity of the Jew. As a Silesian, Freytag had no great love for his Slavonic neighbors, and being a native of a province which owed everything to Prussia, he was naturally an earnest champion of Prussian hegemony over Germany. His powerful advocacy of this idea in his Grenzboten gained him the friendship of the Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, whose neighbor he had become on acquiring the estate of Siebelben near Gotha. At the Duke's request, Freytag was attached to the staff of the Crown Prince of Prussia in the campaign of 1870, and was present at the battles of Worth and Sedan. Before this, he had published another novel, Die Verlorene Handschrift 1864, in which he endeavored to do for German university life what in Saal und Haben he had done for commercial life. The hero is a young German professor who is so wrapped up in his search for a manuscript by Tacitus that he is oblivious to an impending tragedy in his domestic life. The book was, however, less successful than its predecessor. Between 1859 and 1867, Freytag published in 5 volumes Bilder aus der deutschen Vergangenheit, a most valuable work on popular lines, illustrating the history and manners of Germany. In 1872, he began a work with a similar patriotic purpose, Die Ahnen, a series of historical romances, in which he unfolds the history of a German family from the earliest times to the middle of the 19th century. The series comprises the following novels, none of which, however, reaches the level of Freytag's earlier books: 1 in Go und in Graben 1872, 2, Das Nest der Zonkenei, 1874, 3, Die Brüder vom Deutschen Haus 1875, 4, Marcus Koenig, 1876, 5, Die Geschwister 1878, and 6. In conclusion, Aus einer kleinen Stadt 1880. Among Freytag's other works may be noticed Die Technik des Dramas 1863, an excellent biography of the Baden statesman Karl Matthey. 1869, an autobiography Erinnerungen, aus meinen Leben 1887, his Gesmelt Aufsätze, chiefly reprinted from the Grenzboten 1880, 8 der Kronprinz, und die Deutsche Kaiserkrone Erinnerungsblätter, 1889, he died at Wiesbaden on the 30th of April 1895. Freytag's Gesmelt work were published in 22 vols at Leipzig, 18,861,880. 8. His Vermischt Aufsätze have been edited by E. Elster 2 vols, Leipzig, 19,011,903. On Freytag's life c. Besides his autobiography mentioned above, The Lives by Roman 100 Alberti, Leipzig, 1890, and F. Saylor, Leipzig, 1898. Friar from the Lat Frater through the Fr. Freer, the English generic name for members of the mendicant religious orders formerly. It was the title given to individual members of these orders, as Friar Lawrence in Romeo and Juliet. But this is not now common in England. The chief orders of friars were distinguished by the color of their habit. Thus the Franciscans or minors were the gray friars, the Dominicans or preachers were the black friars from their black mantle over a white habit, and the Carmelites were the white friars from their white mantle over a brown habit. These, together with the Austin friars or hermits, formed the four great mendicant orders Chaucer's, orders. 4. Besides the four great orders of friars, the Trinitarians Roman 5, though really canons were in England called Trinity Friars, or Red Friars. The crutched or crossed friars were often identified with them, but were really a distinct order. There were also a number of lesser orders of friars, many of which were suppressed by the Second Council of Lyon in 1274. Detailed information on these orders, and on their position in England, is given in separate articles. The difference between friars and monks is explained in Article Monasticism, though the usage is not accurate. Friars, and also canons regular, are often spoken of as monks, and included among the monastic orders. See Fr. Cuthbert the Friars, and How They Came to England, pp. 1130–1903. Also F. A. Gasquet, English Monastic Life, pp. 234,249–1904, where special information on all the English friars is conveniently brought together. E. Roman 100b. Freiburg, one of the Swiss cantons in the western portion of the country, and taking its name from the town, around which the various districts that compose it gradually gathered its area, is 646 SQ Roman 1000, of which 568 SQ Roman 1000 are classed as productive forests, covering 119 SQ Roman 1000 and vineyards. 8 SQ Roman 1000 it boasts of no glaciers or eternal snow. It is a hilly, not mountainous region, the highest summits of which the Vanal Noir, 7858 FT, is the loftiest, rising in the Gruyere district at its southeastern extremity, the best known being probably the Molson 6582 FT and the Barra 5653 FT. But it is the heart of pastoral Switzerland, is famed for its cheese and cattle, and is the original home of the Rants des Vaches, the melody, by which the herdsmen call their cattle home at milking time. It is watered by the Sarine or San River with its tributaries the Singen or Sens, and the Glane that flows through the canton from north to south and traverses its capital town, the upper course of the Broye, like the Sarine, a tributary of the Aar, and that of the Vevis flowing to the Lake of Geneva, are in the southern portion of the canton. A small share of the lakes of Neuchâtel and of Moret belongs to the canton, wherein the largest sheet of water is the Lac Noir or Schwarzsee. A sulfur spring rises near the last-named lake, and there are other such springs in the canton at Montbury. And at Bonn, near the capital, there are about 150 Roman 1000 of railways in the canton, the main line from Lausanne to Bern past Fribourg running through 213. There are also lines from Fribourg to Moret and to Estevayer, while from Ramont on the main line, a line runs to Bull, and in 1904 was extended to Jessenay or Sonnen near the head of the Sarine or San Valley. The population of the canton amounted in 1900 to 127,951 souls, of whom 108,440 were Romanists, 19,305 Protestants, and 167 Jews. The canton is on the linguistic frontier in Switzerland, the line of division running nearly due north and south through it, and even right through its capital. In 1900, there were 78,353 French-speaking inhabitants, and 38,730, 8 German-speaking, the latter being found chiefly in the northwestern Moret region and northeastern Singen Valley portions, as well as in the upper valley of the Jogni, or John, in the southeast. Besides the capital Fribourg, Roman 5, The only towns of any importance are Bull 3330 inhabitants, Chadel St. Denis 2509, inhabitants Moret Curoman 5, or Merton 2263, inhabitants Ramont 2110 inhabitants, and Estevaire le Lac or Staffies MC 1636 inhabitants. The canton is preeminently a pastoral and agricultural region, tobacco, cheese, and timber being its chief products. Its industries are comparatively few stropplating watchmaking semsales, paper-making Marley lime kilns, and above all the huge Kaler chocolate factory at Brock. It forms part of the Diocese of Lausanne, and Geneva the bishop living since 1663 at Fribourg. It is a stronghold of the Romanists, and still contains many monasteries and nunneries, such as the Carthusian monks at Valsaint, and the Cistercian nuns at La Fildia, and at Maigrauge, the canton is divided into 7 administrative districts and contains 283 communes. It sends 2 members named by the cantonal legislature to the federal Ständerat and 6 members to the federal Nationalrat. The cantonal constitution has scarcely been altered since 1857 and is remarkable as containing none of the modern devices referendum, initiative proportional representation save the right of initiative enjoyed by 6,000 citizens to claim the revision of the cantonal constitution. The executive council of 7 members is named for 5 years by the cantonal legislature, which consists of members holding office for 5 years, elected in the proportion of 1 to every 1,200 or fraction over 800 of the population. WAB Roman 100. Fribourg zur Freiburg, the capital of the Swiss canton of that name, it is built almost entirely on the left bank of the Sarine, the oldest bit the bourg of the town being just above the river bank, flanked by the Neuville, and Auge quarters these last with the Planche quarter on the right bank of the river, forming the Ville Basse on the steeply rising ground to the west of the bourg, is the Quartier des Places, beyond which to the west and southwest is the still newer Perles quarter, where are the railway station, and the new university, all these with the bourg, constituting the Ville Haute in 1900. The population of the town was 15,794, of whom 13,270 were Romanists, and 109 Jews, while 9,701 were French-speaking, and 5,595 German-speaking, these last being mainly in the Ville Basse. Its linguistic history is curious. Founded as a German town, the French tongue became the official language during the greater part of the 14th and 15th centuries. But when it joined the Swiss Confederation in 1481, the German influence came to the fore and German was the official language from 1483 to 1798, becoming thus associated with the rule of the patricians from 1798 to 1814. And again from 1830 onwards, French prevailed, as at present, though the new university is a center of German influence. Fribourg is on the main line of railway from Bern 20 Roman 1000 to Lausanne 41 Roman 1000. The principal building in the town is the Collegiate Church of St. Nicholas, of which the nave dates from the 13th-14th centuries, while the choir was rebuilt in the 17th century. It is a fine building, remarkable in itself as well as for its lofty late 15th century beltware, 249 ft high, with a fine peal of bells. Its famous organ was built between 1824 and 1834 by Alois Musser, a native of the town, has 7,800 pipes, and is played daily in summer for the edification of tourists. The numerous monasteries in and around the town, its old-fashioned aspect, its steep and narrow streets, give it a most striking appearance. One of the most conspicuous buildings in the town is the College of St. Michael, while in front of the 16th century town hall is an ancient lime tree stated, but this is very doubtful to have been planted on the day of the victory of Moret, June 22, 1476. In the Lycée is the Cantonal Museum of Fine Arts, wherein besides many interesting objects, is the collection of paintings and statuary bequeathed to the town in 1879 by Duchess Adela Colonna, a member of the Dia Fry family of Fribourg, by whom many were executed under the name of Marcello. The deep ravine of the Sarine is crossed by a very fine suspension bridge, constructed 18,321,834 by Roman 1000 Chailly of Lyon, which is 167 ft above the Sarine, has a span of 808 ft, and consists of 6 huge cables composed of 3294 strands. A loftier suspension bridge is thrown over the Gotteron stream just before it joins the Sarine. It is 590 ft long and 246 ft in height, and was built in 1840 about 3 Roman 1000 north of the town. is the Great Railway Viaduct, or girder bridge of Granby, constructed in 1862, 1092 ft in length, 249 ft high, at a cost of 234 million francs, immediately above the town. A vast dam 591 ft long was constructed across the Sarine by the engineer Ritter in 18,701,872. The fall thus obtained, yielding a water power of 2,600 to 4,000 horsepower, and forming a sheet of water known as the Lacte. Perils, a motive force of 600 horsepower secured by turbines in the stream, is conveyed to the plateau of Perils by teledynamic cables of 2510 ft in length, for whose passage a tunnel has been pierced in the rock on the Perils Plateau, is the International Catholic University, founded in 1889. History. In 1178, the foundation of the town, meant to hold in check the turbulent nobles of the neighborhood, was completed by Berchtold Roman IV, Duke of Zähringen, whose father Conrad had founded Freiburg in Breisgau in 1120, and whose son Berchtold Roman V was to found Bern in 1191. The spot was chosen for purposes of military defense, and was situated in the Jutland or wasteland between Alemannian and Burgundian territory. He granted it many privileges modeled on the charters of Cologne and of Freiburg in Breisgau, though the oldest existing charter of the town dates from 1249. On the extinction of the male line of the Zähringen dynasty, in 1218, their lands passed to Anna, the sister of the last duke and wife of Count Ulrich of Kyburg. That house kept Fribourg, till it too became extinct in 1264. In the male line, Anna the heiress married about 1273 Eberhard, Count of Habsburg-Laufenburg, who sold Fribourg in 1277 for 3,000 marks to his cousin Rudolf, the head of the House of Habsburg. As well as emperor, the town had to fight many a hard battle for its existence against Bern and the Count of Savoy, especially between 1448 and 1452, abandoned by the Habsburgs and desirous of escaping from the increasing power of Bern-Fribourg in 1452, finally submitted to the Count of Savoy, to whom it had become indebted for vast sums of money. Yet despite all its difficulties, it was in the first half of the 15th century that Fribourg exported much leather and cloth to France, Italy, and Venice, as many as 10,000 to 20,000 bales of cloth being stamped with the seal of the town, when Yolande, Dowager Duchess of Savoy, entered into an alliance with Charles, the bold Duke of Burgundy. Fribourg joined Bern, and helped to gain the victories of Grandson and of Morat 1476. In 1477, the town was finally freed from the rule of Savoy, while in 1481 with Soleure it became a member of the Swiss Confederation. Largely, it is said, through the influence of the holy man Bruder Klaus Niklaus von der Flue. In 1475, the town had taken Allens and Arkansas from Savoy, and in 1536 won from Vaux much territory, including Ramont Rue Châtel, St. Denis Estevaire, St. Aubin. By these two conquests, its dominion reached the lake of Neuchâtel, as well as Vuissens and Serpillère, which still form outlying portions physically within the canton of Vaud of its territory, while in 1537 it took bull from the Bishop of Lausanne in 15,021,500 for the lordship of Bellegarde or John was bought, while in 1555 it acquired jointly with Bern the lands of the last Count of the Grier, and thus obtained the rich district of that name. From 1475, it ruled with Bern the bailiwicks of Morat, Grandson, Orbe, and 214 echelons, just taken from Savoy. But in 1798, Morat was incorporated with finally annexed in 1814, the canton of Fribourg, the other bailiwicks being then given to the canton of Lemon, later of Vaud. In the 16th century, the original democratic government gradually gave place to the oligarchy of the patrician families, though this government caused much discontent. It continued till it was overthrown on the French occupation of 1798. From 1803, Act of Mediation, to 1814, Fribourg was one of the 6 cantons of the Swiss Confederation. But on the fall of the new regime in 1814, the old patrician rule was partly restored, as 108 of the 144 seats in the cantonal legislature were assigned to members of the patrician families. In 1831, the radicals gained the power and secured the adoption of a more liberal constitution in 1846. Fribourg, where the conservatives had regained power in 1837, joined the Sonderbund, and in 1847 saw the federal troops before its walls and had to surrender to them. The radicals now came back to power and again revised the cantonal constitution in a liberal sense. The Catholic and Conservative Party made several attempts to recover their supremacy, but their chiefs were driven into exile in 1856. the Conservatives regained the upper hand at the general cantonal election, secured the adoption in 1857 of a new cantonal constitution, and have ever since maintained their rule, which some dub clerical, while others describe it as antiradical. Authorities Archives de la Société d'Histoire du Canton de F. From 1850 F. Biomerger Bevelkerungs, U Vermogenstatistik in Roman 500 Stat, U Landschaft, F. Die mit Roman 510, Jahrhundertsburn 1900, a Dagt Histoire de la Ville, et de la Seigneurie. De F. to 1481, Fribourg 1889, a Delian Dictionnaire historique et statistique des Parisses catholiques du Roman 100, de F. 12 vols, Fribourg 18,840,1903, Freiburger Geschichtsblätter from 1894, Fribourg Artistique Fine Plates from 1890 E. Hake Geschichte der Herzog von Zaringen Freiburg Roman 1 Br 1891, F. Kuhnlen, der K. Freiburg St. Gallen Bern, 1834 Memorial de F. 6 vols 18,541,859, Recul diplomatique du Cant de F. Original documents, 8 vols Fribourg 18,391,877, F. E. Welty Beiträge zur Geschichte des Alteren. Stadträts von Freiburg, I. M. Uchlin Bern 1908, J. Zemp Ellart de la Ville de Fribourg, au Moyen Age Fribourg 1905, J. Zimmerli die Deutsch-Französische Sprachgrenze, in Roman 500 Schweiz, Basel and Geneva 1895 Vol Roman 2, pp 72, Sec les Alpes Fribourgeoises, Lausanne 1908. W. A. B. Roman 100. Friction from lat fricere, to rub in physical and mechanical science, the term given to the resistance which every material surface presents to the sliding of any other such surface upon it. This resistance is due to the roughness of the surfaces, the minute projections upon each enter more or less into the minute depressions on the other, and when motion occurs, these roughnesses must either be worn off or continually lifted out of the hollows, into which they have fallen or both, the resistance to motion being in either case quite perceptible and measurable. Friction is preferably spoken of as resistance, rather than force for a reason, exactly the same as that which induces us to treat stress, rather as molecular resistance to change of form than as force, and which may be stated thus: although friction can be utilized as a moving force at will, and is continually so used, yet it cannot be a primary moving force, it can transmit or modify motion already existing, but cannot in the first instance cause it. For this some external force, not friction, is required. The analogy with stress appears complete. The motion of the driving link of a machine is communicated to all the other parts modified or unchanged, as the case may be by the stresses in those parts. But the actual setting in motion of the driving link itself cannot come about by stress, but must have for its production force obtained directly from the expenditure of some form of energy. It is important, however, that the use of the term resistance should not be allowed to mislead. Friction resists the motion of one surface upon another, but it may and frequently does confer the motion of the one upon the other, and in this way causes, instead of resists, the motion of the latter. This may be made more clear perhaps by an illustration. Suppose we have a leather strap A passing over a fixed cylindrical drum B, and let a pulling force or effort be applied to the strap. The force applied to it can act on B only at the surfaces of contact between them. There, it becomes an effort tending either to move upon B or to move the body B itself according to the frictional conditions. In the absence of friction, it would simply cause it to slide on B, so that we may call it an effort tending to make a slide on B. The friction is the resistance offered by the surface of B to any such motion, but the value of this resistance is not in any way a function of the effort itself. It depends chiefly upon the pressure normal to the surfaces, and the nature of the surfaces. It may therefore be either less or greater than the effort. If less slides over B, the rate of motion being determined by the excess of the effort over the resistance friction. But if the latter be greater, no sliding can occur. Roman 1 E. A cannot, under the action of the supposed force, move upon B. The effort between the surfaces exists, however, exactly as beforehand. It must now tend to cause the motion of B, but the body B is fixidor. In other words, we suppose its resistance to motion greater than any effort which can tend to move it. Thence, no motion takes place. It must be specially noticed, however, that it is not the friction between A and B that has prevented motion. This only prevented a moving on bit is the force which keeps B stationary, whatever that may be, which has finally prevented any motion taking place. This can be easily seen. Suppose B not to be fixed, but to be capable of moving against some third body C, which might, for example, contain cylindrical bearings. If B were a drum with its shaft itself fixed, and, further, suppose the frictional resistance between B and C to be the only resistance to B's motion. Then, if this be less than the effort of A upon B, as it of course may be, this effort will cause the motion of B, thus friction causes motion, for had there been no frictional resistance between the surfaces of A and of B, the latter body would have remained stationary, and it only would have moved in the case supposed. Therefore the friction between A and B is a necessary condition of B receiving any motion from the external force applied to A. Without entering here on the mathematical treatment of the subject of friction, some general conclusions may be pointed out which have been arrived at as the results of experiment, the laws first enunciated by Roman 100 A Coulomb 1781, and afterwards confirmed by a J. Morin 18,301,834, have been found to hold good within very wide limits. These are: 1. That the friction is proportional to the normal pressure between the surfaces of contact, and therefore independent of the area of those surfaces, and 2. That it is independent of the velocity with which the surfaces slide one on the other. For many practical purposes, these statements are sufficiently accurate, and they do in fact sensibly represent the results of experiment for the pressures and at the velocities most commonly occurring. Assuming the correctness of these, friction is generally measured in terms simply of the total pressure between the surfaces by multiplying it by a coefficient of friction, depending on the material of the surfaces and their state as to smoothness and lubrication. But beyond certain limits, the laws stated are certainly incorrect and are to be regarded as mere practical rules of extensive application, certainly, but without any pretension to be looked at as really general laws both at very high and very low pressures. The coefficient of friction is affected by the intensity of pressure, and just as with velocity, it can only be regarded as independent of the intensity and proportional simply to the total load within more or less definite limits. Coulomb pointed out long ago that the resistance of a body to be set in motion was in many cases much greater than the resistance which it offered to continued motion. And since his time, writers have always distinguished the friction of rest or static friction from the friction of motion or kinetic friction, he showed also that the value of the former depended often both upon the intensity of the pressure and upon the length of time during which contact had lasted, both of which facts quite agree with what we should expect from our knowledge of the physical nature already mentioned of the causes of friction. It seems not unreasonable to expect that the influence of time upon friction should show itself in a comparison of very slow with very rapid motion, as well as in a comparison of starting Roman 1e motion after a long time of rest, with continued 215 motion, that the friction at the higher velocities occurring in engineering practice is much less than at common velocities has been shown by several modern experiments, such as those of Sir Douglas Galton C. Report Britasoc 1878 and Proc Inst. Mech Eng 1878, 1879, on the friction between brake blocks and wheels and between wheels and rails, but no increase in the coefficient of friction had been detected at slow speeds, until the experiments of Prof. Fleming Jenkin Phil Trans 1877 PT2 showed conclusively that at extremely low velocities, the lowest measured was about 2 ft per second, there is a sensible increase of frictional resistance, in many cases, most notably in those in which there is the most marked difference between the friction of rest and that of motion. These experiments distinctly point to the conclusion, although without absolutely proving it, that in such cases the coefficient of kinetic friction gradually increases as the velocity becomes extremely small and passes without discontinuity into that of static friction. A BWK E Roman 500. Friday as Frigage, Fr Frigen of Frigg Love, or the goddess of love Norse Frigg the DG Day CF, Icelandic Fr Jadegr, Jur Freitag Frigatag Mod Jur Freitag, the sixth day of the week corresponding to the Roman dies, Veneris the French Vendredi and Italian Venerdì, the luck associated with the day, undoubtedly arose from its connection with the crucifixion. For the ancient Scandinavian peoples regarded it as the luckiest day of the week by the Western and Eastern churches. The Fridays throughout the year, except when Christmas falls on that day, have ever been observed as days of fast in memory of the Passion. The special day on which the Passion of Christ is annually commemorated is known as Good Friday Roman 5. According to Mohammedan tradition, Friday, which is the Moslem Sabbath, was the day on which Adam was created, entered paradise, and was expelled, and it was the day of his repentance, the day of his death, and will be the day of resurrection. Friedberg, the name of two towns in Germany. A small town in Upper Bavaria with an old castle, known mainly as the scene of Morau's victory of the 24th of August 1796 over the Austrians. Friedberg in der Wetterau in the Grand Duchy of Hesse-Darmstadt, on an eminence above the USA 14 Roman 1000 N of Frankfurt in Main on the railway to Kassel, and at the junction of a line to Hanau Pop 1905-7702, it is a picturesque town still surrounded by old walls and towers, and contains many medieval buildings of which the beautiful Gothic town Church Evangelical and the Old Castle are especially noteworthy. The Grand Ducal Palace has a beautiful garden. The schools include technical and agricultural academies, and a teacher's seminary. It has manufactures of sugar, gloves, and leather, and breweries. Friedberg is of Roman origin, but is first mentioned as a town in the 11th century in 1211. It became a free imperial city, but in 1349 was pledged to the Counts of Schwarzburg, and subsequently often changed hands, eventually in 1802, passing to Hesse-Darmstadt. See Diefenbach Geschichte der Stadt, Unberg Friedberg Darms, 1857. Friedel Charles, 18,321,899, French chemist and mineralogist, was born at Strasbourg on the 12th of March, 1832. After graduating at Strasbourg University, he spent a year in the counting house of his father, a banker and merchant, and then in 1851 went to live in Paris with his maternal grandfather Georges Louis Duvernoy, 17,771,855, professor of natural history, and from 1850 of comparative anatomy at the Collège de France. In 1854, he entered Roman 100A Wirt's laboratory, and in 1856, at the instance of H. de Saint-Armand, 18,080,1862, was appointed conservator of the mineralogical collections at the École des Mines. In 1871. He began to lecture in place of a Roman 50 Roman 50 des Clois, 18,171,897, at the École Normale, and in 1876 he became professor of mineralogy at the Sorbonne, but on the death of Wirtz in 1884, he exchanged that position for the chair of organic chemistry. He died at Montauban on the 20th of April 1899. Friedel achieved distinction both in mineralogy and organic chemistry. In the former, he was one of the leading workers in collaboration from 1879 to 1887 with Emile Edmond Sarrazin, 18,431,890, at the formation of minerals by artificial means, particularly in the wet way with the aid of heat and pressure, and he succeeded in reproducing a large number of the natural compounds in 1893 as the result of an attempt to make diamond by the action of sulfur on highly carbureted cast iron at 450,500 Roman 100. He obtained a black powder too small in quantity to be analyzed, but hard enough to scratch corundum. He also devoted much attention to the pyroelectric phenomena of crystals, which served as the theme of one of the two memoirs he presented for the degree Roman 500 SC in 1869, and to the determination of crystallographic constants in organic chemistry. His study of the ketones and aldehydes, begun in 1857, provided him with the subject of his other doctoral thesis. In 1862, he prepared secondary propyl alcohol, and in 1863, with James Mason Crafts, B. 1839, for many years a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Boston, he obtained various organometallic compounds of silicon. A few years later, further work with Albert Ladenburg on the same element yielded silica chloroform, and led to a demonstration of the close analogy existing between the behavior in combination of silicon and carbon in 1871. With R. Roman 500 de Silva, B. 1837, he synthesized glycerin starting from propylene in 1877. With Crafts, he made the first publication of the fruitful and widely used method for synthesizing benzene homologues, now generally known as the Friedel and Crafts reaction. It was based on an accidental observation of the action of metallic aluminum on amyl chloride, and consists in bringing together a hydrocarbon and an organic chloride in presence of aluminum chloride. When the residues of the two compounds unite to form a more complex body, Friedel was associated with Wirtz in editing the latter's Dictionnaire de Chimie, and undertook the supervision of the supplements issued. After 1884, he was the chief founder of the Revue Générale de Chimie in 1899. His publications include a Note sur la vie et les Travaux de Wirtz, 1885, Cours de Chimie Organique, 1887, and Cours de Minéralogie, 1893. He acted as president of the International Congress held at Geneva in 1892 for revising the nomenclature of the fatty acid series. See a memorial lecture by J. Roman 1000 Crafts, printed in the Journal of the London Chemical Society, for 1900. Friedland, a town of Bohemia, Austria, 103 Roman 1000 NE of Prague, by rail pop 1962-29. Besides the old town, which is still surrounded by walls, it contains three suburbs. The principal industry is the manufacture of woolen and linen cloth. Friedland is chiefly remarkable for its old castle, which occupies an imposing situation on a small hill commanding the town. A round watchtower is said to have been built on its site as early as 1014, and the present castle dates from the 13th century. It was several times besieged. In the 30 Years and 7 Years' Wars in 1622, it was purchased by Wallenstein, who took from it his title of Duke of Friedland after his death. It was given to Count Matthias Gallas by Ferdinand Roman II, and since 1757, it has belonged to the Count Clam Gallas. It was magnificently restored in 18,680,1869. Friedland, the name of 7 towns in Germany. The most important now is that in the Grand Duchy of Mecklenburg, Strelitz on the Mühlenteich 35 Roman 1000 NE of Strelitz, by the railway to New Brandenburg Pop 7000. It possesses a fine Gothic church and a gymnasium, and has manufactures of woolen and linen cloth leather. And tobacco. Friedland was founded in 1244 by the Margraves John and Otto Roman III of Brandenburg. Friedland, a town of Prussia, on the Alle 27 Roman 1000 SE of Königsberg Pop 3000, famous as the scene of the battle fought between the French under Napoleon and the Russians commanded by General Bennigsen on the 14th of June, 1807. See Napoleonic campaigns. The Russians had on the 13th driven the French cavalry outposts from Friedland to the westward, and Bennigsen's main body began to occupy the town in the night. The army of Napoleon was set in motion for Friedland, but it was still dispersed on its various march routes, and the 216 first stage of the engagement was thus as usual a pure encounter battle. The corps of Marshal Lannes as general advance guard was first engaged in the Sortlack Wood, and in front of Postennen, 23 A Roman 1000 on the 14th. Both sides now used their cavalry freely to cover the formation of lines of battle, and a race between the rival squadrons for the possession of Heinrichtsdorf resulted in favor of the French under Grouchy. Lannes, in the meantime, was fighting hard to hold Bennigsen, for Napoleon feared that the Russians meant to evade him again. Actually, by 6 A Roman 1000, Bennigsen had nearly 50,000 men across the river, and forming up west of Friedland his infantry in 2 lines with artillery, extended between the Heinrichtsdorf-Friedland road and the upper bends of the river, beyond the right of the infantry cavalry, and Cossacks extended the line to the wood Enne of Heinrichtsdorf, and small bodies of Cossacks penetrated even to Schwanau. The left wing also had some cavalry, and beyond the Alle, batteries were brought into action to cover it. A heavy and indecisive firefight raged in the Sortlack Wood between the Russian skirmishers and some of Lannes' troops. The head of Mortier's French and Polish corps appeared at Heinrichtsdorf, and the Cossacks were driven out of Schwanau. Lannes held his own, and by noon, when Napoleon arrived, 40,000 French troops were on the scene of action. His orders were brief. Ney's corps was to take the line between Postennen and the Sortlack Wood. Lannes closing on his left to form the center. Mortier at Heinrichtsdorf, the left wing victor, and the guard were placed in reserve behind. Postennen cavalry masses were collected at Heinrichtsdorf. The main attack was to be delivered against the Russian left, which Napoleon saw at once to be cramped in the narrow tongue of land between the river and the Postennen. Millstream, 3 cavalry divisions were added to the general reserve. The course of the previous operations had been such that both armies had still large detachments out towards Königsberg. The afternoon was spent by the Emperor in forming up the newly arrived masses, the deployment being covered by an artillery bombardment. At 5 o'clock all was ready, and Ney proceeded by a heavy artillery fire rapidly carried the Sortlack Wood. The attack was pushed on toward the Alle. One of Ney's divisions, Marchand, drove part of the Russian left into the river at Sortlack. A furious charge of cavalry against Marchand's left was repulsed by the dragoon division of Ladder Mauberg. Soon the Russians were huddled together in the bends of the Alle, an easy target for the guns of Ney and of the reserve. Ney's attack, indeed, came eventually to a standstill. Bennigsen's reserve cavalry charged with great effect, and drove him back in disorder. As at Eylau, the approach of night seemed to preclude a decisive success, but in June, and on firm ground, the old mobility of the French reasserted its value. The infantry division of Dupont advanced rapidly from Postennen. The cavalry divisions drove back the Russian squadrons into the now congested masses of foot on the river bank. And finally, the artillery general Senarmont advanced a mass of guns to case-shot range. It was the first example of the terrible artillery preparations of modern warfare, and the Russian defense collapsed in a few minutes. Ney's exhausted infantry were able to pursue the broken regiments of Bennigsen's, left into the streets of Friedland. Lands and Mortier had all this time held the Russian center and right on its ground, and their artillery had inflicted severe losses when Friedland itself was seen to be on fire. The two marshals launched their infantry, attacked fresh French troops, approached the battlefield. Dupont distinguished himself for the second time by fording the Mill Stream and assailing the left flank of the Russian center. This offered a stubborn resistance, but the French steadily forced the line backwards, and the battle was soon over. The losses incurred by the Russians in retreating over the river at Friedland were very heavy, many soldiers being drowned farther north. The still unbroken troops of the right wing drew off by the Allenberg road. The French cavalry of the left wing, though ordered to pursue, remaining for some reason inactive. The losses of the victors were reckoned at 12,100 out of 86,000, or 14 those of the Russians, at 10,000 out of 46,000, or 21 burnt. Saul im Krieg. Friedman Mayer 18,311,908. Hungarian Jewish scholar. His editions of the Midrash are the standard texts. His chief editions were the Sifr 1864, the Mekhilta 1870, Pesiklo Rabathi 1880. At the time of his death, he was editing the Sifra. Friedman, while inspired with regard for tradition, dealt with the rabbinic texts on modern scientific methods, and rendered conspicuous service to the critical investigation of the Midrash and to the history of early homilies. Roman 1a. Friedrich Johann 1836, German theologian, was born at Poxdorf in Upper Franconia on the 5th of May 1836, and was educated at Bamberg and at Munich, where in 1865 he was appointed Professor Extraordinary of Theology. In 1869, he went to the Vatican Council as secretary to Cardinal Hohenlohe, and took an active part in opposing the dogma of papal infallibility, notably by supplying the opposition bishops with historical and theological material. He left Rome before the council closed. No German ecclesiastic of his age appears to have won for himself so unusual a repute as a theologian, and to have held so important a position as the trusted counselor of the leading German cardinal at the Vatican Council. The path was fairly open before him to the highest advancement in the Church of Rome, yet he deliberately sacrificed all such hopes, and placed himself in the van of a hard and doubtful struggle. The Guardian 1872 p. 1004 sentence of excommunication was passed on Friedrich in April 1871, but he refused to acknowledge it, and was upheld by the Bavarian government. He continued to perform ecclesiastical functions and maintained his academic position, becoming ordinary professor in 1872. In 1882, he was transferred to the philosophical faculty as professor of history. By this time, he had to some extent withdrawn from the advanced position which he at first occupied in organizing the Old Catholic Church, for he was not in agreement with its abolition of enforced celibacy. Friedrich was a prolific writer. Among his chief works are Johann Wessel, 1862, Die Lehre des Johann Hus, 1862, Kirchengeschichte Deutschlands, 18,671,869, Tagebuch Warrend des Vatican Consuls Jefuit, 1871 zur Verteidigung Mainz Tagebuchs, 1872, Beiträge zur Kirchengeschichte des 1810 Jar, 1876 Geschichte des Vatican Consuls, 18,771,886, Beiträge zur Geschichte des Jesuitenordens, 1881, des Papstum 1892, Roman 1 Roman 5 Dollinger, 18,990,1901. Friedrich Rode, a summer resort in the Duchy of Saxe-Coburg, Gotha, Germany, at the north foot of the Thuringian Forest, 13 Roman 1000, by rail SW, from Gotha Pop 4500. It is surrounded by Ferkled hills and possesses numerous handsome 217 villa residences. A Kurhaus Sanatorium Roman 100 in the immediate neighborhood is the beautiful ducal hunting seat of Reinhardsbrunn, built out of the ruins of the famous Benedictine monastery, founded in 1085. Friedrichsdorf, a town of Germany in the Prussian province of Hesse-Nassau, on the southern slope of the Taunus, range 3 Roman 1000 NE, from Hamburg Pop 1300. It has a French Reformed church, a modern school, dyeworks, weaving mills, tanneries, and tobacco manufacturers. Friedrichsdorf was founded in 1687 by Huguenot refugees, and the inhabitants still speak French, There is a monument to Philip Rye's 18,341,874, who in 1861 constructed the telephone while a science master at the school. Friedrichshafen, a town of Germany, in the Kingdom of Württemberg on the east shore of the Lake of Constance, at the junction of railways to Bretten and Lindau Pop 4600. It consists of the former imperial town of Buchhorn, and the monastery and village of Hofen. The principal building is the palace formerly the residence of the provosts of Hofen, and now the summer residence of the royal family. To the palace is attached the evangelical parish church. The town has a hydropathic establishment and is a favorite tourist resort. Here are also the natural history and antiquarian collections of the Lake Constance Association. Buchhorn is mentioned as Buechihorn or Puchihorn in documents of 837 and was the seat of a powerful countship. The line of counts died out in 1089, and the place fell first to the Welfs, and in 1191 to the Hohenstaufen. In 1275. It was made a free imperial city by King Rudolf Roman I in 1802. It lost this status and was assigned to Bavaria, and in 1810 to Württemberg. The monastery of Hofen was founded in 1050 as a convent of Benedictine nuns, but was changed in 1420 into a provostship of monks. It was suppressed in 1802, and in 1805 came to Württemberg King Frederick Roman I, who caused the harbor to be made amalgamated Buchhorn and Hofen under the new name of Friedrichshafen. Friedrichsruhe, a village in the Prussian province of Schleswig-Holstein, 15 Roman 1000 SE of Hamburg, with a station on the main line of railway to Berlin. It gives its name to the famous country seat of the Bismarck family. The house is a plain, unpretentious structure, but the park and estate forming a portion of the famous Sachsenwald are attractive. Close by on a knoll, the Schneckenberg, stands the mausoleum, in which the remains of Prince Otto von Bismarck were entombed on the 16th of March, 1899. Friendly One societies, these organizations according to the comprehensive definition of the Friendly Societies Act 1896, which regulates such societies in Great Britain and Ireland, are societies for the purpose of providing by voluntary subscriptions of the members thereof with or without the aid of donations for the relief or maintenance of the members, their husbands, wives, children, fathers, mothers, brothers, or sisters, nephews, or nieces, or wards being orphans during sickness or other infirmity, whether bodily or mental, in old age or in widowhood, or for the relief or maintenance of the orphan children of members during minority, for ensuring money to be paid on the birth of a member's child, or on the death of a member, or for the funeral expenses of the husband, wife, or child of a member, or of the widow of a deceased member, or as respects persons of the Jewish persuasion, for the payment of a sum of money during the period of confined mourning, for the relief or maintenance of the members when on travel in search of employment, or when in distressed circumstances, or in case of shipwreck or loss or damage of, or to boats or nets, for the endowment of members or nominees of members at any age, for the insurance against fire, to any amount not exceeding 15 of the tools or implements of the trade or calling of the member. Sand are limited in their contracts for assurance of annuities to 52 previous to the Friendly Societies Act 1908 the sum was 50, and for insurance of a gross sum to 300 previous to the Act of 1908 the sum was 200. They may be described, in a more popular and condensed form of words, as the mutual insurance societies of the poorer classes, by which they seek to aid each other in the emergencies arising from sickness and death and other causes of distress. A phrase in the first act for the encouragement and relief of friendly societies passed in 1793, designating them societies of good fellowship, indicates another useful phase of their operations. The origin of the Friendly Society is probably in all countries the burial club. It has been the policy of every religion, if indeed it is not a common instinct of humanity, to surround the disposal of a dead body with circumstances of pomp and expenditure, often beyond the means of the surviving relatives. The appeal for help to friends and neighbors, which necessarily follows, is soon organized into a system of mutual aid that falls in naturally with the religious ceremonies by which honor is done to the dead. Thus, in China, there are burial societies termed long-life loan companies in almost all the towns and villages among the Greeks. They combine the religious with the provident element. See charity and charities from the Greeks. The Romans derived their fraternities of a similar kind. The Teutons, in like manner, had their guilds. Whether the English Friendly Society owes its origin in the higher degree to the Roman or the Teutonic influence can hardly be determined. The utility of providing by combination for the ritual expenditure upon burial having been ascertained, the next step to render mutual assistance in circumstances of distress generally was an easy one. and we find it taken by the Greek and by the English guilds another modification that the societies should consist not so much of neighbors as of persons having the same occupation soon arises. And this is the germ of our trade unions and our city companies in their original constitution. The interest, however, that these inquiries possess is mainly antiquarian. The legal definition of a friendly society, quoted above, points to an organization more complex than those of the ancient fraternities and guilds, and proceeding upon different principles. It may be that the one has grown out of the other. The common element of a provision for a contingent event by a joint contribution is in both, but the friendly society alone has attempted to define with precision what is the risk against which it intends to provide, and what should be the contributions of the members to meet that risk. United Kingdom. It would be curious to endeavor to trace how, after the suppression of the religious guilds in the 16th century, and the substitution of an organized system of relief, by the Poor Law of Elizabeth, for the more voluntary and casual means of relief that previously existed, the modern system of friendly societies grew up. The modern friendly society, particularly in rural districts, clings with fondness to its annual feast and procession to church, its procession of all the brethren on the occasion of the funeral of one of them, and other incidents, which are almost obviously survivals of the customs of medieval guilds. The last recorded guild was in existence in 1628, and there are records of friendly societies as early as 1634 and 1639. The connecting links, however, cannot be traced, with the exception of a society in the port of Barrowstowness on the Firth of Forth. No existing friendly society is known to be able to trace back its history beyond a date late in the 17th century, and no records remain of any that might have existed in the latter half of the 16th century, or the greater part of the 17th. One founded in 1666 was extant in 1850, but it has since ceased to exist. This is not so surprising, as it might appear documents which exist in manuscript only are much less likely to have been preserved since the invention of printing than they were before, and such would be the simple rules and records of any society that might have existed during this interval. If, indeed, many of them kept records at all on the whole, it seems probable, therefore, that the friendly society is a lineal descendant of the ancient guild, the idea never having wholly died out, but having been kept up from generation to generation in a succession of small and scattered societies. At the same time, it seems probable that the friendly society of the present day owes its revival to a great extent to the Protestant refugees of Spitalfields, one of whose societies was founded in 1703 and has continued among descendants of the same families whose names proclaim their Norman origin. This society has distinguished itself by the intelligence with which it has adapted its machinery to the successive modifications of the law, and it completely reconstructed its rules under the provisions of the Friendly Societies Acts 1875 and 1876. Another is the Society of Lintot, founded in London in 1708, in which the office of secretary was for more than half a century filled by persons of the name of Levesque, one of whom published a translation of its original rules. No one was to be received into the society who was not a member, or the descendant of a member of the Church of Lintot of recognized probity, a good Protestant and well-intentioned towards the Queen Anne, and faithful to the government of the country. No one was to be admitted below the age of 18, or who had not been received at Holy Communion and become member of a church. A member should not have a claim to relief during his first year's membership, but if he fell sick within the year, a collection should be made for him among the members. The foreign names still borne by a large proportion of the members show that the connection with descendants of the refugees is maintained. The example of providence given by these societies was so largely followed that Rose's Act in 1793 recognized the existence of numerous societies and provided encouragement for them in various ways, as well as relief from taxation, to an extent which in those days must have been of great pecuniary value, and exemption from removal under the Poor Law. The benefits offered by this statute were readily accepted by the societies, and the vast number of societies which speedily became enrolled shows that Rose's Act met with a real public want in the county of Middlesex alone. Nearly 1,000 societies were enrolled within a very few years after the passing of the Act, and the number in some other counties was almost as great. The societies then formed were nearly all of a like kind, small clubs, in which the feature of good fellowship was in the ascendant, and that of provident assurance for sickness and death merely accessory. This is indicated by one provision which occurs in many of the early enrolled rules, viz., that the number of members shall be limited to 61, 81, or 101, as the case may be the odd one which occurs in these numbers, probably stands for the president or secretary, or is a contrivance to ensure a clear majority. Several of these old societies are still in existence and can point to a prosperous career based rather upon good luck than upon scientific calculation, founded among small tradesmen or persons in the way to thrive. The claims for sickness were only made in cases where the sickness was accompanied by distress, and even the funeral allowance was not always demanded. The societies generally not being established upon any scientific principle, those which met with this prosperity were the exception to the rule, and accordingly the cry that friendly societies were failing in all quarters was as great in 1819 as in 1869. A writer of that time speaks of the instability of friendly societies as universal, and the general conviction that this was so resulted in the passing of the Act of 1819. It recites that the habitual reliance of poor persons upon parochial relief rather than upon their own industry, tends to the moral deterioration of the people, and to the accumulation of heavy burthens upon parishes, and it is desirable with a view as well to the reduction of the assessment made for the relief of the poor as to the improvement of the habits of the people, that encouragement should be afforded to persons desirous of making provision for themselves or their families out of the fruits of their own industry, by the contributions of the savings of many persons to one common fund. The most effectual provision may be made for the casualties affecting all the contributors, and it is therefore desirable to afford further facilities and additional security to persons who may be willing to unite in appropriating small sums from time to time to a common fund for the purposes aforesaid, and it is desirable to protect such persons from the effects of fraud or miscalculation. This preamble went on to recite that the provisions of preceding acts had been found insufficient for these purposes, and great abuses had prevailed in many societies established under their authority. By this statute, a friendly society was defined as an institution whereby it is intended to provide by contribution on the principle of mutual insurance for the maintenance or assistance of the contributors, thereto their wives or children in sickness, infancy, advanced age, widowhood, or any other natural state or contingency, whereof the occurrence is susceptible of calculation by way of average. It will be seen that this act dealt exclusively with the scientific aspect of the societies, and had nothing to say to the element of good fellowship. Rules and tables were to be submitted by the persons intending to form a society to the justices, who, before confirming them, were to satisfy themselves that the contingencies which the society was to provide against were within the meaning of the act, and that the formation of the society would be useful and beneficial. Regard being had to the existence of other societies in the same district, no tables or rules connected with calculation were to be confirmed by the justices until they had been approved by two persons at least known to be professional actuaries or persons skilled in calculation, as fit and proper, according to the most correct calculation of which the nature of the case would admit. The justices in quarter sessions were also by this act authorized to publish general rules for the formation and government of friendly societies within their county. The practical effect of this statute in requiring that the societies formed under it should be established on sound principles does not appear to have been as great as might have been expected. The justices, frequently accepted as persons skilled in calculation, local schoolmasters, and others who had no real knowledge of the technical difficulties of the subject, while the restrictions upon registry served only to increase the number of societies established without becoming registered. In 1829, the law relating to friendly societies was entirely reconstructed by an act of that year, and a barrister was appointed under that act to examine the rules of societies and ascertain that they were in conformity to law and to the provisions of the act. The barrister so appointed was John Tidd Pratt, 17,971,870, and no account of friendly societies would be complete that did not do justice to the remarkable public service rendered by this gentleman for 40 years, though he had by statute really very slight authority over the societies. His name exercised the widest influence, and the numerous reports and publications by which he endeavored to impress upon the public mind sound principles of management of friendly societies, and to expose those which were managed upon unsound principles, made him a terror to evildoers. On the other hand, he lent with readiness the aid of his legal knowledge and great mental activity to assisting well-intentioned societies in coming within the provisions of the acts, and thus gave many excellent schemes a legal organization. By the Act of 1829, in lieu of the discretion as to whether the formation of the proposed society would be useful and beneficial, and the requirement of the actuarial certificate to the tables, it was enacted that the justices were to satisfy themselves that the tables proposed to be used might be adopted with safety to all parties concerned. This provision, of course, became a dead letter and was repealed in 1834. Thenceforth, societies were free to establish themselves upon what conditions and with what rates they chose, provided only they satisfied the barrister that the rules were calculated to carry into effect the intention of the parties framing them and were in conformity to law. By an act of 1846, the barrister certifying the rules was constituted registrar of friendly societies, and the rules of all societies were brought together under his custody. An actuarial certificate was to be obtained before any society could be registered for the purpose of securing any benefit. Dependent on the laws of sickness and mortality in 1850, the acts were again repealed and consolidated with amendment. Societies were divided into two classes: certified and registered. The certified societies were such as obtained a 219 certificate to their tables by an actuary possessing a given qualification, who was required to set forth the data of sickness and mortality upon which he proceeded, and the rate of interest assumed in the calculations. All other societies were to be simply registered. Very few societies were constituted of the certified class. The distinction of classes was repealed, and the acts were again consolidated in 1855 under this act, which admitted of all possible latitude to the framers of rules of societies. 21,875 societies were registered, a large number of them being lodges or courts of affiliated orders, and the act continued in force till the end of 1875. The Friendly Societies Act 1875 and the several acts amending it are still in effect the law by which these societies are regulated, though in form they have been replaced by two consolidating acts, viz. The Friendly Societies Act 1896 and the Collecting Societies and Industrial Assurance Companies Act 1896. This legislation still bears the permissive and elastic character which marked the more successful of the previous acts, but it provides ampler means to members of ascertaining and remedying defects of management and of restraining fraud. The business of registry is under the control of a chief registrar, who has an assistant registrar in each of the three countries, with an actuary and appeal to the chief registrar, in the case of the refusal of an assistant registrar to register a society, or an amendment of rules, and in the case of suspension or cancelling of registry, is interposed before appeal, is to be made to the High Court registry under a particular name, may be refused, if in the opinion of the registrar the name is likely to deceive the members or the public as to the nature of the society, or as to its identity. It is the duty of the chief registrar, among other things, to require from every society a return in proper form each year of its receipts and expenditure funds and effects, and also once every 5 years, a valuation of its assets and liabilities, upon the application of a certain proportion of the members varying according to the magnitude of the society. The chief registrar may appoint an inspector to examine into its affairs, or may call a general meeting of the members to consider and determine any matter affecting its interests. These are powers which have been used with excellent effect. Cases have occurred in which fraud has been detected and punished by this means that could not probably have been otherwise brought to light in others. A system of mismanagement has been exposed, and effectually checked. The power of calling special meetings has enabled societies to remedy defects in their rules, to remove officers guilty of misconduct. Roman 100, where the procedure prescribed by the rules was for some reason or other inapplicable. Upon an application of a like proportion of members, the chief registrar may, if he finds that the funds of a society are insufficient to meet the existing claims thereon, or that the rates of contribution are insufficient to cover the benefits assured, upon which he consults his actuary, order the society to be dissolved, and direct how its funds are to be applied. Authority is given to the chief registrar to direct the expense preliminary incidental. Roman 100 of an inspection or special meeting to be defrayed by the members or officers or former members or officers of a society, if he does not think they should be defrayed, either by the applicants or out of the society's funds. He is also empowered, with the approval of the Treasury, to exempt any friendly society from the provisions of the Collecting Societies Act, if he considers it to be one to which those provisions ought not to apply. Every society registered after 1895, to which these provisions do apply, is to use the words collecting society as the last words of its name. The law as to the membership of infants has been altered 3 times. The Act of 1875 allowed existing societies to continue any rule or practice of admitting children as members that was in force at its passing and prohibited membership under 16 years of age in any other case, except the case of a juvenile society composed wholly of members under that age. The Treasury made special regulations for the registry of such juvenile societies in 1887. The maximum age of their members was extended to 21 in 1895. It was enacted that no society should have any members under 1 year of age, whether authorized by an existing rule or not, and that every society should be entitled to make a rule admitting members at any age over 1 year, but by the Friendly Societies Act 1908 membership was permitted to minors under the age of 1 year. The Treasury, upon the enactment of 1895 coming into operation, rescinded its regulations for the registry of juvenile societies, and though it is still the practice to submit for registry societies wholly composed of persons under 21, these societies in no way differ from other societies, except in the circumstances that they are obliged to seek officers and a committee of management from outside, as no member of the committee of any society can be under 21 years of age, in order to promote the discontinuance of this anomalous proceeding of creating societies under the Friendly Societies Act, which by the conditions of their existence are unable to be self-governing. The Act provides an easy method of amalgamating juvenile societies and ordinary societies or branches, or of distributing the members and the funds of a juvenile society among a number of branches. The liability of schoolboys and young working lads to sickness is small, and these societies frequently accumulate funds which, as their membership is temporary, remain unclaimed and are sometimes misapplied. The legislation of 1875 and 1876 was the result of the labors of a royal commission of high authority presided over by Sir Stafford Northcote, afterwards Lord Iddesleigh, which sat from 1870 to 1874, and prosecuted an exhaustive inquiry into the organization and condition of the various classes of friendly societies. Their reports occupy more than a dozen large blue books. They divided registered friendly societies into 13 classes. The first class included the affiliated societies, or orders such as the Manchester Unity of Oddfellows, the Ancient Order of Foresters, the Rechabites Druids Roman 100. These societies have a central body either situated in some large town, as in the case of the Manchester Unity, or moving from place to place, as in that of the Foresters. Under this central body, the country is in most cases parceled out into districts, and these districts again consist each of a number of independent branches, called lodges, courts, tents, or divisions having a separate fund administered by themselves, but contributing also to a fund under the control of the central body. Besides these great orders, there were smaller, affiliated bodies, each having more than 1,000 members, and the affiliated form of society appears to have great attraction indeed in the colony of Victoria, Australia. All the existing friendly societies are of this class. The orders have their secrets, but these, it may safely be said, are of a very innocent character, and merely serve the purpose of identifying a member of a distant branch by his knowledge of the grip and of the current password Roman 100. Indeed, they are now so far from being secret societies that their meetings are attended by reporters, and the debates published in the newspapers, and the Order of Foresters has passed a wise resolution expunging from its publications all affectation of mystery. Most of the lodges existing before 1875 have converted themselves into registered branches. The requirement that for that purpose a vote of 3/4 should be necessary was altered in 1895. To a bare majority vote, the provisions as to settlement of disputes were extended in 1885 to every description of dispute between branches and the central body. And in 1895, it was provided that the 40 days after which a member may apply to the court to settle a dispute where the society fails to do so shall not begin to run until application has been made in succession to all the tribunals created by the order for the purpose. In 1887, it was enacted that no body which had been a registered branch should be registered as a separate society, except upon production of a certificate from the order that it had seceded or been expelled. And in 1895, it was further enacted that no such body should, after secession or expulsion, use any name or number implying that it is still a branch of the order. The orders generally, especially the greater ones, have carefully supervised the valuations of their branches, and have urged and as far as circumstances have rendered it practicable, have enforced upon the branch's measures. For diminishing the deficiencies which the valuations have disclosed, they have organized plans by which branches disposed to make an effort to help themselves in this matter may be assisted out of a central fund. The second class was made up of general societies, principally existing in London, of which the commissioners enumerated 8 with nearly 60,000 members, and funds amounting to 250,000. The third class included the county societies. These societies have been but feebly supported by those for whose benefit they are instituted, having all exacted high rates of contribution in order to secure financial soundness. Class 4 local town societies is a very numerous one among some of the larger societies. May be mentioned the Chelmsford Provident, the Brighton and Sussex Mutual, the Cannon Street, Birmingham, the Birmingham General Provident in 220. This group might also be included the interesting societies, which are established among the Jewish community. They differ from ordinary friendly societies, partly in the nature of the benefits granted upon death, which are intended to compensate for loss of employment during the time of ceremonial seclusion. Enjoined by the Jewish law, which is called sitting Shiva, they also provide a cab for the mourners and rabbi, and a tombstone for the departed and the same benefits as an ordinary friendly society during sickness. Some also provide a place of worship of these the pursuers of peace enrolled in December 1797, the Bicker Column, or visitors of the sick April 1790, 8 the Hosier Hallam, 1804 may be mentioned. Class 5 was local village and country societies, including the small public house clubs, which abound in the villages and rural districts, a large proportion of which are unregistered. Class 6 was formed of particular trade societies. Class 7 was dividing societies. These were before 1875, unauthorized by law, though they were very attractive to the members. Their practice is usually to start afresh, every January paying a subscription, somewhat in excess of that usually charged by an ordinary friendly society out, of which a sick allowance is granted to any member who may fall sick during the year. And at Christmas, the balance not so applied is divided among the members, equally with the exception of a small sum left to begin the new year with the mischief of the system, is that as there is no accumulation of funds, the society cannot provide for prolonged sickness or old age, and must either break up altogether or exclude its sick and aged members at the very time when they most need its help. This, however, has not impaired the popularity of the societies, and the Act of 1875, framed on the sound principle that the protection of the law should not be withheld from any form of association, enables a society to be registered with a rule for dividing its funds, provided only that all existing claims upon the society are to be met before a division takes place. Class 8 deposit-friendly societies combine the characteristics of a savings bank with those of a friendly society. They were devised by the Hun and Rev. S. Best on the principle that a certain proportion of the sick allowance is to be raised out of a member's separate deposit account, which if not so used is retained for his benefit. Their advantages are in the encouragement they offer to saving and in meeting the selfish objection, sometimes raised to friendly societies, that the man who is not sick gets nothing for his money. Their disadvantage is in their failing to meet cases of sickness so prolonged as to exhaust the whole of the member's own deposit. Class 9 collecting societies are so called because their contributions are received through a machinery of house-to-house collection. These were the subject of much laborious investigation and close attention on the part of the commissioners. They deal with a lower class of the community, both with respect to means and to intelligence than that from which the members of ordinary friendly societies are drawn. The large emoluments gained by the officers and collectors, the high percentage of expenditure, often exceeding half the contributions, and the excessive frequency of lapsing of insurances, point to mischiefs in their management. The radical evil of the whole system, the commissioner's remark, appears to us to lie in the employment of collectors, otherwise than under the direct supervision and control of the members, a supervision and control which we fear to be absolutely unattainable. In burial societies that are not purely local, on the other hand, it must be conceded that these societies extend the benefits of life insurance to a class which the other societies cannot reach, namely the class that will not take the trouble to attend at an office, but must be induced to effect an insurance by a house-to-house canvasser, and be regularly visited by the collector, to ensure their paying the contributions to many such persons. These societies, despite all their errors of constitution and management, have been of great benefit. the great source of these errors, lies in a tendency on the part of the managers of the societies to forget that they are simply trustees and to look upon the concern as their own personal property to be managed for their own benefit. These societies are of two kinds: local and general. For the general societies, the Act of 1875 made certain stringent provisions. Each member was to be furnished with a copy of the rules for 1 penny, and a signed policy for the same charge. Forfeiture of benefit for non-payment is not to be enforced without 14 days written. Notice the transfer of a member from one society to another was not to be made without his written consent, and notice to the society affected. No collector is to be a manager or vote or take part at any meeting. At least one general meeting was to be held every year, of which notice must be given either by advertisement or by letter or postcard to each member. The balance sheet is to be open for inspection 7 days before the meeting, and to be certified by a public accountant. Not an officer of the society. Disputes could be settled by justices or county courts, notwithstanding anything in the rules of the society to the contrary. Closely associated with the question of the management of these societies is that of the risk incurred by infant life through the facilities offered by these societies for making insurances on the death of children. That this is a real risk is certain from the records of the assizes and from many circumstances of suspicion, but the extent of it cannot be measured and has probably been exaggerated. It has never been lawful to assure more than 6 on the death of a child under 5 years of age, or more than 10 on the death of one under 10, previous to the Act of 1875. However, there was no machinery for ascertaining that the law was complied with, or for enforcing it. This is supplied by that Act, though still somewhat imperfectly. When the bill went up to the House of Lords, an amendment was made reducing the limit of assurance on a child under 3 years of age to 3, but this amendment was unfortunately disagreed with by the House of Commons. Class 10 annuity societies prevail in the west of England. These societies are few, and their business is diminishing. Most of them originated at the time when government subsidized friendly societies by allowing them 4.11.3 per annum interest. Now annuities may be purchased direct from the National Debt Commissioners. These societies are more numerous, however, in Ireland. Class 11 female societies are numerous. Many of them resemble affiliated orders, at least in name, calling themselves Female Foresters' Odd Sisters, Loyal Orangewomen Comforting Sisters, and so forth. In their rules may be found such a provision as that a member shall be fined who does not behave as becometh an Orangewoman. Many are unregistered in the northern counties of England. They are sometimes termed life boxes, doubtless from the old custom of placing the contributions in a box. The trustees, treasurer, and committee are usually females, but very frequently the secretary is a man paid a small salary. Under Class 12, the commissioners included the societies for various purposes, which were authorized by the Secretary of State to be registered under the Friendly Societies Act of 1855, comprising workingmen's clubs and certain specially authorized societies, as well as others that are now defined to be friendly societies. Among these purposes are assisting members in search of employment, assisting members during slack seasons of trade, granting temporary relief to member distressed circumstances, purchase of coals and other necessaries to be supplied to members, relief or maintenance in case of lameness, blindness, insanity, paralysis, or bodily hurt through accidents. Also the assurance against loss by disease or death of cattle employed in trade or agriculture, relief in case of shipwreck or loss or damage to boats or nets, and societies for social intercourse, mutual helpfulness, mental and moral improvement, rational recreation, Roman 100, called workingmen's clubs. Class 13 was composed of cattle insurance societies. These are the 13 classes into which the commissioners divided registered friendly societies. There were 26,034 societies enrolled or certified under the various acts for friendly societies in force between 1793 and 1855. And as we have seen, 21,875 societies registered under the Act of 1855 before the 1st January 1876. When the Act of 1875 came into operation, the total, therefore, of societies to which a legal constitution had been given was 47,909. Of these, 26,087 were presumed to be in existence when the registrar called for his annual return, but only 11,282 furnished the return required. These had 3,404,187 members and 9,336,946 funds. 22 societies returned over 10,000 members each. 9 over 30,001 society. The Royal Liver Friendly Society, Liverpool, the largest of the collecting societies, returned 682,371 members. The next in order was one of the same class, the United Assurance Society Liverpool, with 159,957 members. But in all societies of this class, the membership consists very largely of infants, the average of members in the 11,260 societies, with less than 10,000 members. Each was only 171. Such were the registered societies, but there remained behind a large body of unregistered societies, with increased knowledge of the advantages of registration too, and of the true principles upon which friendly societies should be established. The number of unregistered societies, in comparison with those registered, ought to become much less. On the actuarial side, it is in the highest degree essential to the interests of their members that friendly societies should be financially sound, in other words, that they should throughout their existence be able to meet the engagements into which they have entered with their members for this purpose. It is necessary that the members' contributions should be so fixed as to prove adequate with proper management to provide the benefits promised to the members. These benefits almost entirely depend upon the contingencies of health and life, that is, they take the form of payments to members when sick, of payments to members upon attaining given ages, or of payments upon members' deaths. And frequently, a member is 221 assured for all these benefits, viz. a weekly payment, if at any time sick before attaining a certain age, a weekly payment for the remainder of life after attaining that age, and a sum to be paid upon his death. Of course, the object of the allowance in sickness is to provide a substitute for the weekly wage lost in consequence of being unable to work, and the object of the weekly payment after attaining a certain age, when the member will probably be too infirm to be able to earn a living by the exercise of his calling or occupation, is to provide him with the necessaries of life, and so enable him to be independent of poor relief. There is every reason to believe that when a large group of persons of the same age and calling are observed, there will be found to prevail among them, taken one with another, an average number of days' sickness, as well as an average rate of mortality, in passing through each year of life, which can be very nearly predicted from the results furnished by statistics based upon observations previously made upon similarly circumstanced groups, assuming therefore the necessary statistics to be attainable, the computation of suitable rates of contribution to be paid by the members of a society in return for certain allowances during sickness, or upon attaining a certain age, or upon death, can be readily made by an actuarial expert. Accordingly, to furnish these statistics, the Act of 1875, in continuation of an enactment which first appeared in a statute passed in 1829, required every registered society to make quinquennial returns of the sickness and mortality experienced by its members by the year 1880. 10 periods of 5 years had been completed, and at the end of each of them, a number of returns had been received. Some of these had been tabulated by actuaries, the latest tabulation being of those for the 5 years ending 1855. There remained untabulated 5 complete sets of returns for the 5 subsequent quinquennial periods. It was resolved that these should be tabulated once for all, and it was considered that they would afford sufficient material for the construction of tables of sickness and mortality that might be adopted for the future as standard tables for friendly societies, and that it would be inexpedient to impose any longer on the societies the burden of making such returns. This requirement of the Act was accordingly repealed in 1882. The result of the tabulation appeared in 1896 in a blue book of 1367 folio pages, containing tables based upon the experience of nearly 4.5 million years of life. These tables showed generally, as compared with previous observations, an increased liability to sickness. This inference has been confirmed by the observations of Mr. Alfred W. Watson, actuary to the Independent Order of Oddfellows, Manchester Unity Friendly Society, on his investigation of the sickness and mortality experience of that society during the 5 years 18,930,1897, which extended over 800,000 individuals, more than 3 million years of life, and 7 million weeks of sickness. The establishment of the National Conference of Friendly Societies by the orders and a few other societies has been of great service in obtaining improvements in the law, and in enabling the societies strongly to represent to the government and the legislature any grievance entertained by them. A complaint that membership of a shop club was made by certain employers a condition of employment, and that the rules of the club required the members to withdraw from other societies, led to the appointment of a departmental committee, who recommended that such a condition of employment should be made illegal except in certain cases, and that in every case it should be illegal to make the withdrawal from a society a condition of employment. In 1902, an act was passed based upon this recommendation. It is an increasing practice among societies of combining together to obtain medical attendance and medicine for their members by the formation of medical associations. In 1895, trade unions were enabled to join in such associations, and it was provided that a contributing society or union should not withdraw from an association except upon 3 months' notice. The working of these associations has been viewed with dissatisfaction by members of the medical profession, and it has been suggested that a board of conciliation should be formed consisting of representatives of the Conference of Friendly Societies and of an equal number of medical men. The following figures are derived from returns of registered societies and branches of registered societies to the beginning of 1905. Number of returns, number of members, amount of funds. Ordinary friendly societies classes 2 to 810 and 1169 38 3,130 2,065 17,040 2,398. Societies having branches class 1 20,819 2,606,029 23,446,330. Collecting friendly societies class 9 45 7,448,549 7,862,569. Benevolent societies class 1275 26,509 317,913. Working men's clubs class 12 913 230 6,298 318,945. Specially authorized societies class 12 122 75,089 628,759. Specially authorized loan societies class 12 517 115,511 771,578. Medical societies, see last paragraph, 95 324,140 562,049. Cattle insurance societies class 1357 37 36 77 46. Shop clubs under Act of 1902 7 10,859 773. 29,580 8 13,978,700 90 50,459,060. British Empire. In many of the British colonies, legislation on the subject, similar to that of the mother country, has been adopted in those forming the Commonwealth of Australia, and in New Zealand, the affiliated orders hold the field, there being few, if any, independent friendly societies. The state of Victoria has more than 1,000 lodges, with more than 100,000 members, and nearly £112 million funds, averaging nearly 14 per member. Besides the registrar, there is a government actuary for friendly societies, by whom the liabilities and accounts of all societies are valued every 5 years, a method which ensures uniformity in the processes of valuation. The friendly societies in the other Australasian states are not so numerous nor so wealthy, but are in each case under the supervision of vigilant public officials. In New Zealand, a friendly society was established at New Plymouth in 1841. The first year of that settlement, the formation of a society at Nelson was resolved upon by the emigrants on shipboard on their passage out, and the first meeting was held among the tall fern near the beach. A few days after they landed, the societies have now a registrar, an actuary, a revising barrister, and 2 public valuers. Investigations have been made into their sickness experience, with results which compare favorably with those of the Manchester Unity and the registry office in the mother country. Until the higher ages, when greater sickness appears to result from lower mortality, the average funds per member are 1910s, nearly 4/5 are invested in the purchase or on mortgage of real estate. In Cape Colony, no society is allowed to register unless it be shown to the satisfaction of the registrar that the contributions which it proposes to charge are adequate to provide for the benefits which it undertakes to grant. The consequence is that little more than 1/3 of the existing societies are registered. In the Dominion of Canada, Province of Ontario, extensive powers of control are given to the registrar, and societies are not admitted to registry without strict proof of their compliance. with the conditions of registry imposed by the law, very full returns of their transactions are required and published. And registry is cancelled when any of the conditions of registry cease to be observed. These conditions apply not only to societies existing in Ontario, but to foreign societies transacting business there. In several of the West Indian Islands statutes have been passed on the model of British legislation, and registrars have been appointed. European countries in foreign countries, the development of friendly societies has proceeded upon different lines. Belgium has a Commission Reale Permanente des Sociétés de Secours Mutual under laws passed in 1851 and 1894. Societies are divided into two classes: recognized and not recognized. The recognized societies were in 1886, only about half as many as the unrecognized there were in 1904, nearly 7,000 recognized societies. With 700,000 members, they enjoy the privileges of incorporation exemption from stamp duty, gratuitous announcement in the official monitor, and may have free postage. In France under the Second Empire, a scheme was prepared for assisting friendly societies. By granting them collective insurances under government security, the societies have the privilege of investing their funds, in the case des dépôts et consignations, corresponding to the English National Debt Commission. The dual classification of societies in France is into those authorized and those approved by a law of the 1st of April 1890. A friendly society may be established by merely depositing a copy of its rules, and list of officers with the Sous-Prefet approved societies are entitled to certain state subventions for assisting in the purchase of old age pensions, and otherwise a higher council has been established to advise on their working. In Germany, a law was passed on 222, the 7th of April 1876, amended on the 1st of June 1884, which prescribed for registered friendly societies many things which in England are left to the discretion of their founders, and it provided for an amount of official interference in their management that is wholly unknown here. The superintending authority had a right to inspect the books of every society, whether registered or not, and to give formal notice to a society to call in arrears, exclude defaulters, pay benefits, or revoke illegal resolutions. A higher authority might in certain cases order societies to be dissolved. These provisions related to voluntary societies. But it was competent for communal authorities also to order the formation of a friendly society, and to make a regulation compelling all workmen not already members of a society to join it. Since then, the great series of imperial statutes has been passed, commencing in 1883, with that for sickness insurance followed in 1884, by that for workmen's accident insurance, extended to sickness insurance in 1885, developed in the laws relating to accident and sickness insurance of persons engaged in agricultural and forestry pursuits, in 1886 of persons engaged in the building trade, and of seamen and others engaged in seafaring pursuits in 1887, and crowned by the law relating to infirmity and old age insurance in 1889. Mr. H. Unger, a distinguished actuary, remarks that the whole German workmen's insurance and its executive bodies, sickness funds, trade associations, insurance institutions are constantly endeavoring to improve the position of the workmen in a social and sanitary aspect to the benefit of internal peace and the welfare of the German Empire. In Holland, it is stated that the number of burial clubs and sickness benefit societies appears to be greater in proportion to the population than in any other country, but that the burial clubs do not rest upon a scientific basis and have an unfavorable influence upon infant mortality. Half the population are insured in some burial club or other. The sick benefit societies are, as in England, some in a good and some in a bad financial condition, and legislation follows the English system of compulsory publicity combined with freedom of competition. In Spain, friendly societies have grown out of the religious guilds. They are regulated by an act of 1887. Their actuarial condition appears to be backward, but to show indications of improvement. EWB. United States under the title of fraternal societies are included in the United States what are known in England as friendly societies having some basis of mutual help to members, mutual insurance associations, and benefit associations of all kinds. There are various classes and a great variety of forms of fraternal associations. It is therefore difficult to give a concrete historical statement of their origin and growth, but dealing with those having benefit features for the payment of certain amounts in case of sickness, accident, or death, it is found that their history in the United States is practically within the last half of the 19th century. The more important of the older organizations are the Improved Order of Red Men, founded in 1771, and reorganized in 1834, Ancient Order of Foresters, 1836, Ancient Order of Hibernians of America, 1836, United Ancient Order of Druids, 1839, Independent Order of Rechabites, 1842, Independent Order of B'nai B'rith, founded in 1843, Order of the United American Mechanics, 1845, Independent Order of Free Sons of Israel, 1849, Junior Order of United American Mechanics, 1853. A very large proportion, probably more than one half of the societies which have secret organizations pay benefits in case of sickness, accident, disability, and funeral expenses in case of death. This class of societies grew out of the English friendly societies and have Masonic characteristics, the Freemasons and other secret societies, while not all having benefit features in their distinctive organizations, have auxiliary societies with such features. There is also a class of secret societies based largely on Masonic usages that have for their principle object the payment of benefits in some form. These are the Oddfellows, the Knights of Pythias, the Knights of Honor, the Royal Arcanum, and some others. Many trade unions have now adopted benefit features, especially the typographical union, while many subordinate unions and great publishing houses have mutual relief associations purely of a local character, and some of the more important newspapers have such mutual relief or benefit societies. The New York trade unions, taken as a whole, have paid out large sums of money in benefits where members have been out of work, or are sick, or are on strike, or have died. The total paid in 1 year for all these benefits was over 500,000. It is impossible to give the membership of all the fraternal associations in the United States, but including Oddfellows, Freemasons, purely benefit associations, and all the class of the larger fraternal organizations, the membership is over 6 million. Among the more important so far as membership is concerned are the Knights of Pythias, the Oddfellows, the Modern Woodmen of America, the Ancient Order of United Workmen, Improved Order of Red Men, Royal Arcanum, Knights of the Maccabees, Junior Order of United American Mechanics, Foresters of America, Independent Order of Foresters, Roman 100. These and other organizations pay out a vast amount of money every year in the various forms. Since about the year 1870, a new form of benefit organization has come into existence. This is a life insurance based on the assessment plan, assessments being levied whenever a member dies, or as more recently regular assessments being made in assessment insurance advance of death, as postmortem assessments have proved a fallacious method of securing the means of paying death benefits. There are about 200 mutual benefit insurance companies or associations in the United States conducted on the lodge system, that is to say, they have regular meetings for social purposes and for general improvement, and in their work there is found the mysticism, forms, and ceremonies which belong to secret societies generally. These elements have proved a very strong force in keeping this class of associations fairly intact. The work of the lodges in the initiation of members and their passing through various degrees is attractive to many people, and in small places remote from the amusements of the city, these lodges constitute a resort where members can give play to their various talents. In most of them, the features of the Masonic ritual are prominent. The amount of insurance which a single member can carry in such associations is small. In the Knights of Honor, one of the first of this class, policies ranging from 500 to 2,000 are granted in the Royal Arcanum. The maximum is 3,000. This form of insurance may be called cooperative and has many elements which make the organizations practicing it stronger than the ordinary assessment insurance companies. Having no stated meetings of members, these cooperative insurance societies are organized on the federal planas. The Knights of Honor, for instance, having local assemblies, where the lodgeroom element is in 4 state organizations, to which the local bodies send delegates, and the national organization, which conducts all the insurance business. Through its executive officers, the local societies pay a certain given amount towards the support of the state and national offices, and while originally they paid death assessments, as called for, they now pay regular monthly assessments in order to avoid the weakness of the postmortem assessment. The difficulty which these organizations have in conducting the insurance business is in keeping the average age of membership at a low point. With an increase in the average, the assessments increase, and many such organizations have had great trouble to convince younger members that their assessments should be increased to make up for the heavy losses among the older members. the experience of these purely insurance associations has not been sufficient yet to demonstrate their absolute soundness or desirability, but they have enabled a large number of persons of limited means to carry insurance at a very low rate. They have not materially interfered with regular level premium insurance enterprises, for they have stimulated the people to understand the benefits of insurance and have really been an educational force in this direction. A modern method of benefit association is found in the railway relief departments of some of the large railway corporations. These departments are organized upon a different plan from the benefit features of labor organizations and secret societies, railway relief. Departments providing the members not only with payments on account of death, but also with assistance of definite amounts in case of sickness or accident, the railway companies contributing to the funds partly from philanthropic and partly from financial motives. The principal railway companies in the United States which have established these relief departments are the Pennsylvania, the Philadelphia, Reading, the Baltimore, Ohio, the Chicago, Burlington, Quincy. And the plant system, the relief department, benefits the employees, the railways, and the public because it is based upon the sound principle that the interests and welfare of labor capital and society are common and harmonious, and can be promoted more by cooperation of effort than by antagonism and strife. 223. The railway employs support 1/20th of the entire population, and most of their associations maintain organizations to provide their members with relief and insurance. The Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, the Order of Railway Conductors of America, the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen, the Brotherhood of Railway Trackmen, the Switchmen's Union, the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen, and the Order of Railway Telegraphers all have relief and benefit features. The oldest and largest of these is the International Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, founded at Detroit in August 1863. Like other labor organizations of the higher class of workmen, the objects of the Brotherhoods of Railway Employees are partly social and partly educational. But in addition to these great purposes, they seek to protect their members through relief and benefit features. Of course, the relief departments of the railway companies are competitors of the relief and insurance features of the railway employees' orders, but both methods of providing assistance have proved successful and beneficial. For a history of the various American organizations, see Albert Roman 100 Stevens, The Cyclopedia of Fraternities, New York, 1899. Facts for Fraternalists, published by the Fraternal Monitor, Rochester, NY. For annual statements, The World Almanac. Railway Relief Departments, Brotherhood Relief and Insurance of Railway employs mutual relief and benefit associations. In the printing trade benefit features of American Trade Unions Bulletins, Nos. 8, 1719, and 22 of the U.S. Department of Labor. Roman 100, Roman 500 W. 1. The word friend, oe freon ger froen Dutch vriend, is derived from an old Teutonic verb meaning to love. While used generally as the opposite to enemy, it is specially the term which connotes any degree, but particularly a high degree of personal goodwill, affection, or regard from which the element of sexual love is absent. 2. These may be briefly summed up thus: 1. Power to hold land and vesting of property in trustees by mere appointment. 2. Remedy against misapplication of funds. 3. Priority in bankruptcy or on death of officer. 4. Transfer of stock by direction of chief registrar. 5. Exemption from stamp duties. 6. Membership of minors. 7. Certificates of birth and death at reduced cost. 8. Investment with national debt commissioners. 9. Reduction of fines on admission to copyholds. 10. Discharge of mortgages by mere receipt. 11. Obligation on officers to render accounts. 12. Settlement of disputes. 13. Insurance of funeral expenses for wives and children without insurable interest. 14. Nomination at death. 15. Payment without administration. 16. Services of public auditors and valuers. 17. Registry of documents of which copies may be put in evidence. Friends Society of the name, adopted by a body of Christians, who in law and general usage are commonly called Quakers. Though small in number, the society occupies a position of singular interest to the student of ecclesiastical history. It is remarkable as exhibiting a form of Christianity widely divergent from the prevalent types, being a religious fellowship, which has no formulated creed demanding definite subscription, and no liturgy, priesthood, or outward sacrament, and which gives to women an equal place with men in church organization. The student of English constitutional history will observe the success with which Friends have, by the mere force of passive resistance, obtained from the legislature and the court's indulgence for all their scruples, and a legal recognition of their customs in American history, they occupy an important place because of the very prominent part which they played in the colonization of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. The history of Quakerism in England may be divided into three periods: one from the first preaching of George Fox in 1647 to the Toleration Act 1689, two from 1689 to the Evangelical Movement in 1835, three from 1835 to the present time. Period 16,471,689, George Fox, 16,241,691, the son of a weaver of Draytonite clay, now called Fenny Drayton in Leicestershire, was the founder of the society. He began his public ministry in 1647, but there is no George Fox evidence to show that he set out to form a separate religious body, impressed by the formalism and deadness of contemporary Christianity, of which there is much evidence in the confessions of the Puritan writers themselves. He emphasized the importance of repentance and personal striving after the truth when, however, his preaching attracted followers, a community began to be formed, and traces of organization and discipline may be noted in very early times. In 1652, a number of people in Westmoreland and North Lancashire who had separated from the common national worship, one came under the influence of Fox, and it was this community, if it can be so called, at Preston Patrick, which formed the nucleus of the Quaker Church. For 2 years the movement spread rapidly throughout the north of England, and in 1654, more than 60 ministers went to Norwich, London, Bristol, the Midlands, Wales, and other parts. Fox and his fellow preachers spoke whenever opportunity offered, sometimes in churches, declining for the most part to occupy the pulpit, sometimes in barns, sometimes at market crosses. The insistence on an inward spiritual experience was the great contribution made by Friends to the religious life of the time, and to thousands it came as a new revelation. There is evidence to show that the arrangement for this publishing of truth rested mainly with Fox, and that the expenses of it and of the foreign missions were borne out of a common fund. Margaret Fell, 16,141,702, wife of Thomas Fell, 15,980,1650, 8, vice-chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and afterwards of George Fox, opened her house Swarthmore Hall, near Ulverston, to these preachers, and probably contributed largely to this fund. Their insistence on the personal aspect of religious experience made it impossible for Friends to countenance the setting apart of any man or building for the purpose of divine worship, to the exclusion of all others. The operation of the Spirit was in no way limited to time or individual or place. The great stress which they laid upon this aspect of Christian truth caused them to be charged with unbelief in the current orthodox views as to the inspiration of the Scriptures and the person and work of Christ, a charge which they always denied contrary to the Puritan teaching of the time. They insisted on the possibility in this life of complete victory over sin. Robert Barclay, writing some 20 years later, admits of degrees of perfection, and the possibility of a fall from it. Apology Prop Roman 8. Such teaching necessarily brought Fox and his friends into conflict with all the religious bodies of England, and they were continually engaged in strife with the Presbyterians, Independents, Baptists, Episcopalians, and the Wilder sectaries, such as the Ranters and the Muggletonians. The strife was often conducted on both sides with a zeal and bitterness of language, which were characteristic of the period. Although there was little or no stress laid on either the joys or the terrors of a future life, the movement was not infrequently accompanied by most of those physical symptoms which usually go with vehement appeals to the conscience and emotions of a rude multitude. It was owing to these physical manifestations that the name Quaker was either first given or was regarded as appropriate when given for another reason. See Fox's journal concerning Justice Bennet at Derby in 1650, and Barclay's Apology Prop Roman 2:8. The early Friends definitely asserted that those who did not know quaking and trembling were strangers to the experience of Moses, David, and other saints. Some of the earliest adherents indulged in extravagances of no measured kind. Some of them imitated the Hebrew prophets in the performance of symbolic acts of denunciation, foretelling or warning going barefoot or in sackcloth or undress, and in a few cases for brief periods altogether naked. Even women, in some cases, distinguished themselves by extravagance of conduct. The case of James Naylor, 16,171,660, who, in spite of Fox's grave warning, allowed messianic homage to be paid to him, is the best known of these instances. They are to be explained partly by mental disturbance, resulting from the undue prominence of a single idea, and partly by the general religious excitement of the time, and the rudeness of manners prevailing in the classes of society from which many of these individuals came. It must be remembered that at this time, and for long after, there was no definite or formal membership or system of admission to the society, and it was open to anyone by attending the meetings to gain the reputation of being a Quaker. The activity of the early Friends was not confined to England or even to the British Isles. Fox and others traveled in America, and the West India Islands. Another reached Jerusalem and preached against the superstition of the monks. Mary Fisher, FL 16,521,697, a religious maiden, visited Smyrna, the Mora, and the court of Mahomet. Roman IV at Adrianople. Alexander Parker, 16,280,1689, went to Africa. Others made their way to Rome. 2 women were imprisoned by the Inquisition at Malta. 2 men passed into Austria and Hungary, and William Penn. George Fox and several others preached in Holland and Germany. It was only gradually that the Quaker community clothed itself with an organization. The beginning of this appears to be due to William Dewsbury, 16,211,688, and George Fox. It was not until 1666 that a complete system of church organization, 224, was established. The introduction of an ordered system and discipline was naturally viewed with some suspicion by people taught to believe that the inward light of each individual man was the only true guide for his conduct. The project met with determined opposition for about 20 years. 16,751,695, from persons of considerable repute in the body. John Wilkinson and John Story of Westmoreland, together with William Rogers of Bristol, raised a party against Fox concerning the management of the affairs of the society, regarding with suspicion any fixed arrangement for meetings for conducting church business, and in fact hardly finding a place for such meetings at all. They stood for the principle of independency against the Presbyterian form of church government, which Fox had recently established in the monthly meeting. See below. They opposed all arrangement for the orderly distribution of traveling ministers to different localities, and even for the payment of their expenses. See above. They also strongly objected to any disciplinary power being entrusted to the women's separate meetings for business, which had become of considerable importance after the plague, 1665, and the fire of London, 1666. In consequence of the need for poor relief, they also claimed the right to meet secretly for worship in time of persecution. See below. They drew a considerable following away with them and set up a rival organization. But before long, a number returned to their original leader. William Rogers set forth his views in the Christian Quaker, 1680. The story of the dissension is told to some extent in the inner life of the religious societies of the Commonwealth by R. Barclay. Not the apologist. The best account is given in a pamphlet entitled Micah's Mother by John S. Rowntree. Robert Barclay Curoman V, a descendant of an ancient Scottish family, who had received a liberal education, principally in Paris at the Scots College, of which his uncle was rector, joined the Quakers about 1666, and William Penn. Curoman V came to them about 2 years later. The Quakers had always been active controversialists, and a great body of tracts and papers was issued by them, but hitherto these had been of small account from a literary point of view. Now, however, a more logical and scholarly aspect was given to their literature by the writings of Barclay, especially his Apology for the True Christian Divinity, published in Latin 1676 and in English 1678, and by the works of Penn, amongst which No Cross, No Crown, and the Maxims or Fruits of Solitude are the best known. During the whole time between their rise and the passing of the Toleration Act, 1689, the Quakers were the object of almost continuous persecution, which they endured with extraordinary constancy and patience. They insisted persecution in the duty of meeting openly in time of persecution, declining to hold secret assemblies for worship, as other nonconformists were doing. The number who died in prison approached 400, and at least 100 more perished from violence and usage. A petition to the first Parliament of Charles Roman II stated that 3179 had been imprisoned. The number rose to 4,500 in 1662, the fifth monarchy outbreak in which Friends were in no way concerned being largely responsible for this increase. There is no evidence to show that they were in any way connected with any of the plots of the Commonwealth or Restoration. Periods. A petition to James Roman II in 1685 stated that 1460 were then in prison under the Quaker Act of 1662 and the Conventicle Act of 1664. A number were transported out of England, and under the last named act and that of 1670, the Second Conventicle Act, hundreds of households were despoiled of all their goods. The penal laws, under which friends suffered, may be divided chronologically into those of the Commonwealth. And the Restoration periods under the former, there were a few charges of plotting against the government, several imprisonments, including that of George Fox at Derby, in 16,501,651, were brought about under the Blasphemy Act of 1650, which inflicted penalties on anyone who asserted himself to be very God or equal with God, a charge to which the Friends were peculiarly liable owing to their doctrine of perfection. After a royalist insurrection in 1655, a proclamation was issued announcing that persons suspected of Roman Catholicism would be required to take an oath abjuring the papal authority and transubstantiation. The Quakers, accused as they were of being Jesuits and refusing to take the oath, suffered under this proclamation. And under the more stringent Act of 1656, a considerable number were flogged under the Vagrancy Acts 39 Eliz. Roman 107, Jack Roman 1 Roman 100, which were strained to cover the case of itinerant Quaker preachers. They also came under the provisions of the Acts of 1644-1650 and 1656, directed against traveling on the Lord's Day. The interruption of preachers when celebrating divine service rendered the offender liable to 3 months' imprisonment under a statute of the first year of Mary, but Friends generally waited to speak till the service was over. The Lord's Day Act 1656 also enacted penalties against anyone disturbing the service. But apart from statute, many Friends were imprisoned for open contempt of ministers and magistrates. At the Restoration, 700 Friends imprisoned for contempt, and some minor offenses were set at liberty. After the Restoration, there began a persecution of Friends and other nonconformists, as such, notwithstanding the King's Declaration of Breda, which had proclaimed liberty for tender consciences, as long as no disturbance of the peace was caused. Among the most common causes of imprisonment was the practice adopted by judges and magistrates of tendering to Friends, particularly when no other charge could be proved against them, the oaths of supremacy and allegiance. 5. Eliz Roman 107, Jack Roman 1 Roman 100, the refusal in any circumstance to take an oath led to much suffering. The Act 3 Jack Roman 1 Roman 100, passed in consequence of the gunpowder plot against Roman Catholics for not attending church, was put in force against Friends, and under it enormous fines were levied. The Quaker Act 1662 and the Conventicle Acts of 1664 and 1670, designed to enforce attendance at church and inflicting severe penalties on those attending other religious gatherings, were responsible for the most severe persecution of all. The Act of 1670 gave to informers a pecuniary interest. They were to have 1/3 of the fine imposed in hunting down nonconformists who broke the law, and this and other statutes were unduly strained to secure convictions. A somewhat similar Act of 35 Eliz Roman 100, enacting even more severe penalties, had never been repealed and was sometimes put in force against Friends. The Militia Act 1663-14 Car Roman 2 Roman 100, enacting fines against those who refused to find a man for the militia, was occasionally put in force. The refusal to pay tithes and other ecclesiastical demands led to continuous and heavy distraints under the various laws made in that behalf. This state of things continued to some extent into the 19th century. For further information, see the penal laws affecting early Friends in England, from which the foregoing summary is taken by W. M. Chas Braithwaite in the First Publishers of Truth. On the 15th of March, 1672, Charles Roman II issued his declaration suspending the penal laws in ecclesiastical matters, and shortly afterwards, by pardon under the Great Seal, he released nearly 500 Quakers from prison, remitted their fines, and released such of their estates as were forfeited. Premunary, it is of interest to note that although John Bunyan was bitterly opposed to Quakers, his friends, on hearing of the petition contemplated by them, requested them to insert his name on the list. And in this way he gained his freedom. The dissatisfaction which this exercise of the royal prerogative aroused induced the king in the following year to withdraw his proclamation, and notwithstanding appeals to him, the persecution continued intermittently throughout his reign. On the accession of James Roman II, the Quakers addressed him see above with some hope, on account of his known friendship for William Penn, and the king not long afterwards directed a stay of proceedings in all matters pending in the Exchequer against Quakers on the ground of non-attendance at the national worship. In 1687 came his Declaration for Liberty of Conscience, and after the Revolution of 1688, the Toleration Act 1689 put an end to the persecution of Quakers, along with other dissenters, for non-attendance at church. 225. For many years after this, they were liable to imprisonment for non-payment of tithes, and together with other dissenters, they remained under various civil disabilities, the gradual removal of which is part of the general history of England in the years succeeding the Toleration Act. At least 12 of their number were prosecuted often more than once in the spiritual and other courts for keeping school without a bishop's license. It is coming to be recognized that the growth of religious toleration owed much to the early Quakers, who, with the exception of a few Baptists at the first, stood almost alone among dissenters in holding their public meetings openly and regularly. The Toleration Act was not the only law of William and Mary, which benefited Quakers. The legislature has continually had regard to their refusal to take oaths, and not only the said act, but also another of the same reign, and numerous others subsequently passed, have respected the peculiar scruples of Friends. See Davis Digest of Legislative Enactments, relating to Friends, Bristol, 1820. Period 16,891,835. From the beginning of the 18th century, the zeal of the Quaker body abated, although many general and other meetings were held in different parts of the country, for the purpose of setting forth period of decline Quakerism, the notion that the whole Christian church would be absorbed in it, and that the Quakers were in fact the church gave place to the conception that they were a peculiar people, to whom more than to others had been given an understanding of the will of God. The Quakerism of this period was largely of a traditional kind. It dwelt with increasing emphasis on the peculiarities of its dress and language. It rested much upon discipline, which developed and hardened into rigorous forms, and the correction or exclusion of its members occupied more attention than did the winning of converts. Excluded from political and municipal life by the laws which required either the taking of an oath or joining in the Lord's Supper, according to the rites of the established church, excluding themselves not only from the frivolous pursuits of pleasure, but from music and art in general, attaining no high average level of literary culture, though producing some men of eminence in science and medicine. The Quakers occupied themselves mainly with trade, the business of their society, and the calls of philanthropy. From early times, George Fox and many others had taken a keen interest in education, and in 1779 there was founded at Ackworth near Pontefract a school for boys and girls. This was followed by the reconstitution in 1808 of a school at Sidcot in the Mendips, and in 1811 of one in Islington Road, London. It was afterwards removed to Croydon and later to Saffron Walden. Others have since been established at York and in other parts of England and Ireland. None of them are now reserved exclusively for the children of Friends. During this period, Quakerism was sketched from the outside by two very different men. Voltaire, Dictionnaire philosophique Quaker toleration, described the body which attracted his curiosity, his sympathy, and his sneers with all his brilliance. Thomas Clarkson, Portraiture of Quakerism, has given an elaborate and sympathetic account of the Quakers, as he knew them when he traveled amongst them from house to house on his crusade against the slave trade. From 1835, during the 18th century, the doctrine of the inward light acquired such exclusive prominence as to bring about a tendency to disparage, or at least to neglect the written word, the scriptures, as being outward and non-essential in the early part of the 19th century. An American friend, Elias Hicks, pressed this doctrine to its furthest limits, and in doing so he laid stress on Christ within in such a way as practically to take little account of the person and work of the outward Roman 1e, the historic Christ. The result was a separation of the society in America into two divisions which persist to the present day. See below. Quakerism in America. This led to a counter-movement in England, known as the Beacon Controversy, from the name of a warning publication issued by Isaac Crewdson of Manchester in 1835, advocating views of a pronounced evangelical type. Much controversy ensued, and a certain number of Friends Beaconites, as they are sometimes called, departed from the parent stock. They left behind them, however, many influential members who may be described as a middle party, and who strove to give a more evangelical tone to Quaker doctrine. Joseph John Gurney of Norwich, a brother of Elizabeth Fry, by means of his high social position, and his various writings, some published before 1835, was the most prominent actor in this movement. Those who quitted the society maintained for some little time a separate organization of their own, but sooner or later, most of them joined the Evangelical Church or the Plymouth Brethren. Other causes have been at work modifying the Quaker society. The repeal of the Test Act, the admission of Quakers to Parliament, in consequence of their being allowed to affirm, instead of taking the oath, 1832, when Joseph Pease was elected for South Durham, the establishment of the University of London, and more recently the opening of the universities of Oxford and Cambridge to nonconformists, have all had their effect upon the body it has, abandoned its peculiarities of dress and language, as well as its hostility to music and art, and it has cultivated a wider taste in literature. In fact, the number of men either Quakers or of Quaker origin and proclivities who occupy positions of influence in English life is large in proportion to the small body with which they are connected during the 19th century. The interests of Friends became widened, and they are no longer a close community. Doctrinate is not easy to state with certainty. The doctrines of a body which, in England at least, has never demanded subscription to any creed, and whose views have undoubtedly undergone more or less definite changes, there is not now the sharp distinction which formerly existed between Friends and other non-sacerdotal evangelical bodies. These have, in theory, at least largely accepted the spiritual message of Quakerism by their special insistence on the fact of immediate communion between God and man. Friends have been led into those views and practices which still mark them off from their fellow Christians. Nearly all their distinctive views, for example, their refusal to take oaths, their testimony against war, their disuse of a professional ministry, and their recognition of women's ministry, were being put forward in England by various individuals or sects in the strife, which raged during the intense religious excitement of the middle of the 17th century. Nevertheless, before the rise of the Quakers, these views were nowhere found in conjunction, as held by any one set of people. Still less were they regarded as the outcome of any one central belief or principle. It is rather in their emphasis on this thought of divine communion, in their insistence on its reasonable consequences, as it seems to them that Friends constitute a separate community. The appointment of one man to preach to the exclusion of others, whether he feels a divine call so to do or not, is regarded as a limitation of the work of the Spirit and an undue concentration of that responsibility, which ought to be shared by a wider circle. For the same reason, they refuse to occupy the time of worship with an arranged program of vocal service. They meet in silence, public worship, desiring that the service of the meeting shall depend on spiritual guidance. Thus it is left to any man or woman to offer vocal prayer, to read the scriptures, or to utter such exhortation or teaching as may seem to be called for. Of late years, in certain of their meetings on Sunday evening, it has become customary for part of the time to be occupied with set addresses for the purpose of instructing the members of the congregation, or of conveying the Quaker message to others who may be present, all their meetings for worship being freely open to the public. In a few meetings, hymns are occasionally sung, very rarely as part of any arrangement, but almost always upon the request of some individual for a particular hymn. Appropriate to the need of the congregation, the periods of silence are regarded as times of worship, equally with those occupied with vocal service, inasmuch as Friends hold that robustness of spiritual life is best promoted by earnest striving on the part of each one to know the will of God for 226 himself, and to be drawn into Christian fellowship with the other worshippers. The points on which special stress is laid are: 1. The share of responsibility resting on each individual, whether called to vocal service or not, for the right spiritual atmosphere of the meeting, and for the welfare of the congregation. 2. The privilege which may be enjoyed by each worshipper of waiting upon the Lord, without relying on spoken words, however helpful, or on other outward matters. 3. Freedom for each individual, whether a friend or not, to speak for the help of others such message as he or she may feel called to utter for a fresh sense of a divine call to deliver the message on that particular occasion, whether previous thought has been given to it or not. The idea which ought to underlie a Friends meeting is thus set forth by Robert Barclay: when I came into the silent assemblies of God's people, I felt a secret power among them which touched my heart, and as I gave way unto it, I found the evil weakening in me, and the good raised up. Apology, Roman 11. In many places, Friends have felt the need of bringing spiritual help to those who are unable to profit by the somewhat severe discipline of their ordinary manner of worship. To meet this need, they hold chiefly on Sunday evenings meetings, which are not professedly Friends meetings for worship, but which are services conducted on lines similar to those of other religious bodies, with in some cases a portion of time set apart for silent worship and freedom for any one of the congregation to utter words of exhortation or prayer. From the beginning, Friends have not practiced the outward ordinances of baptism and the Lord's Supper even in a non-sacerdotal spirit. They attach, however, supreme value to the realities of which the observances are reminders or types in the baptism, which is more than putting away the filth of the flesh, and on the vital union with Christ which is behind any outward ceremony. Their testimony is not primarily against these outward observances. Their disuse of them is due to a sense of the danger of substituting the shadow for the reality. They believe that an experience of more than 250 years gives ample warrant for the belief that Christ did not command them as a perpetual outward ordinance. On the contrary, they hold that it was alien to his method to lay down minute outward rules for all time, but that he enunciated principles which his church should, under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, apply to the varying needs of the day. Their contention that every event of life may be turned into a sacrament, a means of grace, is summed up in the words of Stephen Grellet: I very much doubt whether, since the Lord by his grace brought me into the faith of his dear Son, I have ever broken bread or drunk wine, even in the ordinary course of life, without the remembrance of, and some devout feeling regarding the broken body, and the bloodshedding of my dear Lord and Savior. When the ministry of any man or woman has been found to be helpful to the congregation, the monthly meeting see below may, after solemn consideration, record the fact that it believes the individual to have a divine call to the minister's ministry, and that it encourages him or her to be faithful to the gift. Such ministers are said to be acknowledged or recorded. They are emphatically not appointed to preach, and the fact of their acknowledgement is not regarded as conferring any special status upon them. The various monthly meetings appoint elders or some body of friends to give advice of encouragement or restraint as may be needed, and generally to take the ministry under their care. With regard to the ministry of women, friends hold that there is no evidence that the gifts of prophecy and teaching are confined to one sex. On the contrary, they see that a women manifest blessing has rested on women's preaching, and they regard its almost universal prohibition as a relic of the seclusion of women, which was customary in the countries where Christianity took its rise. The particular prohibition of Paul 1 Cor, Roman 14:35, they regard as due to the special circumstances of time and place. Friends have always held that war is contrary to the precepts and spirit of the gospel, believing that it springs from the lower impulses of human nature, and not from the seed of divine life, with its infinite capacity of response to the Spirit of God. Their war testimony is not based primarily on any objection to the use of force in itself, or even on the fact that war involves suffering and loss of life. Their root objection is based on the fact that war is both the outcome and the cause of ambition, pride, greed, hatred, and everything that is opposed to the mind of Christ, and that no end to be attained can justify the use of such means, while not unaware that with this, as with all moral questions, there may be a certain borderland of practical difficulty. Friends endeavor to bring all things to the test of the realities, which though not seen are eternal, and to hold up the ideal set forth by George Fox of living in the virtue of that life and power which takes away the occasion of war. Friends have always held that the attempt to enforce truth-speaking by means of an oath in courts of law and elsewhere tends to create a double standard of truth. They find scripture warrant for this belief in Matt Roman 537, and oaths James Roman 5. Their testimony in this respect is the better understood when we bear in mind the large amount of perjury in the law courts, and profane swearing in general, which prevailed at the time when the society took its rise. People swear to the end that they may speak truth. Christ would have men speak truth to the end. They might not swear. W. Penn, A Treatise of Oaths. With regard to the fundamental doctrines of Christianity, the belief of the Society of Friends does not essentially differ from that of other Christian bodies. At the same time, their avoidance of exact definition, embodied in a rigid theology, agreed together with their disuse of the outward ordinances of baptism, and the supper has laid them open to considerable misunderstanding. As will have been seen, they hold an exalted view of the divinity and work of Christ, as the Word become flesh and the Savior of the world, but they have always shrunk from rigid Trinitarian definitions. They believe that the same Spirit who gave forth the Scriptures still guides men to a right understanding of them. You profess the Holy Scriptures, but what do you witness and experience? What interest have you in them? Can you set to your seal that they are true by the work of the same Spirit in you that gave them forth in the holy ancients? William Penn, A Summons or Call to Christendom. At certain periods, this doctrine pushed to an extreme has led to a practical undervaluing of the Scriptures, but of late times it has enabled friends to face fearlessly the conclusions of modern criticism and has contributed to a largely increased interest in Bible study. During the past few years, a new movement has been started in the shape of lecture schools, lasting for longer or shorter periods, for the purpose of studying biblical, ecclesiastical, and social subjects. In 1903, there was established at Woodbrook an estate at Selly Oak on the outskirts of Birmingham, a permanent settlement for men and women for the study of these questions on modern lines. The outward beginning of this movement was the Manchester Conference of 1895, a turning point in Quaker history. Speaking generally, it may be noted that the society includes various shades of opinion from that known as evangelical with a certain hesitation in receiving modern thought to the more advanced position, which finds greater freedom to consider and adopt new suggestions of scientific religious or other thinkers. The differences, however, are seldom pressed and rarely become acute apart from points of doctrine, which can be more or less definitely stated, not always with unanimity. Quakerism is an atmosphere, a manner of life, a method of approaching questions, a habit and attitude of mind. Quakerism in Scotland. Quakerism was preached in Scotland very soon after its rise in England. But in the north and south of Scotland, there existed independently of and before this preaching groups of persons who were dissatisfied with the national form of worship, and who met together in silence for devotion. They naturally fell into this society in Aberdeen. The Quakers took considerable hold and were there joined by 227, some persons of influence and position, especially Alexander, Jaffrey, sometime provost of Aberdeen, and Colonel David Barclay of Urry, and his son Robert, the author of the Apology. Much light has been thrown on the history of the Quakers in Aberdeenshire by the discovery in 1826 at Urry of a MS Diary of Jaffrey, since published with elucidations, 2nd ed. London, 1836. Ireland. The father of Quakerism in Ireland was William Edmondson. His preaching began in 16,530, 1654. The History of the Quakers in Ireland, from 1653 to 1752, by White and Ruddy, may be consulted. Dublin, yearly meeting constituted in 1670, is independent of London, yearly meeting see below. American, July 1656, two women Quakers, Mary Fisher and Anne Austen, arrived at Boston under the general law against heresy. Their books were burnt by the hangman, they were searched for signs of witchcraft, they were imprisoned for 5 weeks, and then sent away. During the same year 8 others were sent back to England. In 1656, 1657, and 1658, laws were passed to prevent the introduction of Quakers into Massachusetts, and it was enacted that on the first conviction, one ear should be cut off, on the second the remaining ear, and that on the third conviction the tongue should be bored with a hot iron. Fines were laid upon all who entertained these people, or were present at their meetings, thereupon the Quakers who were perhaps not. Without the obstinacy of which Marcus Aurelius complained in the early Christians rushed to Massachusetts, as if invited, and the result was that the general court of the colony banished them on pain of death, and 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman, were hanged for refusing to depart from the jurisdiction, or for obstinately returning within it. That the Quakers were at times irritating cannot be denied. Some of them appear to have publicly mocked the institutions and the rulers of the colony, and to have interrupted public worship, and a few of their men and women acted with the fanaticism and disorder which frequently characterized the religious controversies of the time. The particulars of the proceedings of Governor Endicott and the magistrates of New England, as given in Bess's Sufferings of the Quakers see below, are startling to read. On the restoration of Charles Roman II, a memorial was presented to him by the Quakers in England, stating the persecutions which their fellow members had undergone in New England. Even the careless Charles was moved to issue an order to the colony, which effectually stopped the hanging of the Quakers for their religion, though it by no means put an end to the persecution of the body in New England. It is not wonderful that the Quakers persecuted and oppressed at home, and in New England should turn their eyes to the unoccupied parts of America, and cherish the hope of founding amidst their woods some refuge from oppression and some likeness of a city of God upon earth. As early as 1660, George Fox was considering the question of buying land from the Indians. In 16,711,673, he had visited the American plantations from Carolina to Rhode Island, and had preached alike to Indians and to settlers. In 1674, a portion of New Jersey Roman 5 was sold by Lord Berkeley to John Fenwick, in trust for Edward Bylange. Both these men were Quakers, and in 1675, Fenwick, with a large company of his coreligionists, crossed the Atlantic, sailed up Delaware Bay, and landed at a fertile spot which he called Salem. Bylange, having become embarrassed in his circumstances, placed his interest in the land in the hands of Penn and others as trustees for his creditors. They invited buyers, and companies of Quakers in Yorkshire and London were amongst the largest purchasers. In 16,771,678, 5 vessels, with 800 emigrants, chiefly Quakers, arrived in the colony, then separated from the rest of New Jersey under the name of West New Jersey. and the town of Burlington was established in 1677. The fundamental laws of West New Jersey were published and recognized, in a most absolute form, the principles of democratic equality and perfect freedom of conscience, notwithstanding certain troubles from claims of the governor of New York and of the Duke of York. The colony prospered. And in 1681, the first legislative assembly of the colony, consisting mainly of Quakers, was held. They agreed to raise an annual sum of 200 for the expenses of their commonwealth. They assigned their governor a salary of 20. They prohibited the sale of ardent spirits to the Indians and imprisonment for debt. See New Jersey. But beyond question, the most interesting event in connection with Quakerism in America is the foundation by William Penn Curoman V of the colony of Pennsylvania, where he hoped to carry into effect the principles of his secto, found William Penn and govern a colony without armies or military power to reduce the Indians by justice and kindness to civilization and Christianity, to administer justice without oaths, and to extend an equal toleration to all persons who professed a belief in God. The history of this is part of the history of America and of Pennsylvania. Curoman V, in particular, the chief point of interest in the history of Friends in America during the 18th century is their effort to clear themselves of complicity in slavery and the slave trade as early as 1671. George Fox, when in Barbados, counseled kind treatment of slaves and ultimate liberation of them. William Penn provided for the freedom of slaves after 14 years' service. In 1688, the German Friends of Germantown, Philadelphia, raised the first official protest uttered by any religious body against slavery. In 1711, a law was passed in Pennsylvania prohibiting the importation of slaves, but it was rejected by the council in England. The prominent anti-slavery workers were Ralph Sandiford Benjamin, Leigh Anthony Benezet, and John Woolman. By the end of the 18th century, slavery was practically extinct among Friends, and the society as a whole labored for its abolition, which came about in 1865. The poet Whittier being one of the chief writers and workers in the cause from early times. Up to the present day, Friends have labored for the welfare of the North American Indians. The history of the 19th century is largely one of division. Elias Hicks Curoman V of Long Island, NY, propounded doctrines inconsistent with the orthodox views concerning Christ and the Scriptures, and a separation resulted in 18,271,828. See above. His followers are known as Hicksites, a name not officially used by themselves, and only assented to for purposes of description under some protest. They have their own organization being divided into 7 yearly meetings, numbering about 20,000 members. But these meetings form no part of the official organization, which links London yearly meeting with other bodies of Friends on the American continent. This separation led to strong insistence on evangelical views, in the usual sense of the term, concerning Christ the atonement, imputed righteousness, the Scriptures. Roman 100. This showed itself in the Beaconite controversy in England, see above, and in a further division in America. John Wilbur, a minister of New England, headed a party of protest against the new evangelicalism, laying extreme stress on the inward light. The result was a further separation of Wilburites, or the smaller body who, like the Hicksites, have a separate independent organization of their own. In 1907, they were divided into 7 yearly meetings together with some smaller independent bodies, the result of extreme emphasis laid on individualism. With a membership of about 5,000, broadly speaking, the smaller body is characterized by a rigid adherence to old forms of dress and speech, to a disapproval of music and art, and to an insistence on the inward light, which at times leaves but little room for the Scriptures or the historic Christ, although with no definite or intended repudiation of them. In 1908, the number of Orthodox yearly meetings in America, including one in Canada, was 15, with a total membership of about 100,000. They have for the most part adopted, to a greater or less degree, the pastoral system. Roman 1e, the appointment of one man or woman in each congregation to conduct the meeting for worship, and to carry on pastoral work. In most cases, the pastor receives a salary. A few of them demand from their ministers definite subscription to a specific body of doctrine, mostly of the ordinary evangelical type. In the matters of 228, organization, disuse of the outward ordinances, this point is subject to some slight exception, principally in Ohio and women's ministry. They do not differ from English Friends. The yearly meetings of Baltimore and Philadelphia have not adopted the pastoral system. The latter contains a very strong conservative element and, contrary to the practice of London, and the other Orthodox yearly meetings. It officially regards the meetings of the smaller body see above as meetings of the Society of Friends. In 1902, the Orthodox yearly meetings in the United States established a 5 years meeting a representative body, meeting once every 5 years to consider matters affecting the welfare of all, and to further such philanthropic and religious work as may be undertaken in common, for example, matters concerning foreign missions, temperance and peace, and the welfare of Negroes and Indians. 2 yearly meetings remain outside the organization, that of Ohio on ultra-evangelical grounds, while that of Philadelphia has not taken the matter into consideration. Canada joined at the first, and having withdrawn again, joined in 1907. See James Bowden History of the Society of Friends in America, 18,501,854, Allen Roman 100, and Richard H. Thomas, The History of Friends in America, 4th edition, 1905. Isaac Sharpless History of Quaker Government in Pennsylvania, 1898, 1899. R.P. Hallowell, The Quaker Invasion of Massachusetts, 1887, and The Pioneer Quakers, 1887. Organization and discipline. The duty of watching over one another for good was insisted on by the early Friends and has been embodied in a system of discipline. Its objects embrace admonition to those who fail in the payment of their just debts or otherwise walk contrary to the standard of Quaker ethics, and the exclusion of obstinate or gross offenders from the body, and as incident to this, the hearing of appeals from individuals or meetings, considering themselves aggrieved be the care and maintenance of the poor and provision for the Christian education of their children, for which purpose the Society has established boarding schools in different parts of the country. See the amicable settlement of all differences about outward things, either by the parties in controversy or by the submission of the dispute to arbitration, and the restraint of all proceedings at law between members, except by leave D, the recording of ministers, see above E, the cognizance of all steps preceding marriage, according to Quaker forms, F, the registration of births, deaths, and marriages, and the admission of members, G, the issuing of certificates or letters of approval, granted to ministers traveling away from their homes, or to members removing from one meeting to another, and H, the management of the property belonging to the society. The meetings for business further concern themselves with arrangements for spreading the Quaker doctrine, and for carrying out various religious, philanthropic, and social activities, not necessarily confined to the Society of Friends. The present organization of the Quaker Church is essentially democratic. Every person born of Quaker parents is a member, and together with those who have been admitted on their own request, is entitled to take part in the business assemblies, periodic meetings off, any meeting of which he or she is a member. The society is organized as a series of subordinated meetings which recall to the mind the Presbyterian model. The preparative meeting usually consists of a single congregation. Next in order comes the monthly meeting, the executive body, usually embracing several preparative meetings called together. As its name indicates, monthly in some cases, less often than the quarterly meeting embracing several monthly meetings. And lastly, the yearly meeting embracing the whole of Great Britain, but not Ireland, after several yearly or general meetings had been held in different places at irregular intervals as need arose. The first of an uninterrupted series met in 1668. From that date until 1904, it was held in London. In 1905, it met in Leeds, and in 1908 in Birmingham. Its official title is London Yearly Meeting. It is the legislative body of Friends in Great Britain. It considers questions of policy, and some of its sittings are conferences for the consideration of reports on religious, philanthropic, educational, and social work, which is carried on its sessions, occupy a week in May of each year. Representatives are sent from each inferior to each superior meeting, but they have no precedence over others, and all friends may attend any meeting and take part in any of which they are members formerly. The system was double, the men and women meeting separately for their own appointed business. Of late years, the meetings have been for the most part held jointly with equal liberty for all men and women to state their opinions and to serve on all committees and other appointments. The mode of conducting these meetings is noteworthy. A secretary or clerk, as he is called, acts as chairman or president. There are no formal resolutions, and there is no voting or applause. The clerk ascertains what he considers to be the judgment of the assembly and records it in a minute. The permanent standing committee of the society is known as the Meeting for Sufferings, established in 1675, which took its rise in the days when the persecution of many Friends demanded the Christian care and material help of those who were able to give it. It is composed of representatives men and women sent by the quarterly meetings and of all recorded ministers and elders. Its work is not confined to the interests of friends. It is sensitive to the call of oppression and distress, for example, a famine in all parts of the world. It frequently raises large sums of money to alleviate the same and intervenes often successfully and mostly without publicity, with those in authority who have the power to bring about an amelioration. The offices known to the Quaker body are one that of minister. The term office is not strictly applicable, see above, as to recording two of elder whose duty it is to encourage and help young ministers and advise others as they in the wisdom of God see occasion, three of overseer to whom is especially entrusted that duty of Christian care for and interest in one another, which Quakers recognize as obligatory in all the members of a church. In most monthly meetings, the care of the poor is committed to the overseers. These officers hold from time to time meetings, separate from the general assemblies of the members. But the special organization for many years known as the Meeting of Ministers and Elders reconstituted in 1876, as the Meeting on Ministry and Oversight came to an end in 19,061,907. This present form both of organization and of discipline has been reached only by a process of development. As early as 16,521,654, there is evidence of some slight organization for dealing with marriages, poor relief, disorderly walkers, matters of arbitration. Roman 100. The quarterly or general meetings of the different counties seem to have been the first unions of separate congregations. In 1666, Fox established monthly meetings. In 1727, elders were first appointed. In 1752, overseers were added. And in 1737, the right of children of Quakers to be considered as members was fully recognized. Concerning the 18th century in general, see above. Of late years, the stringency of the Quaker discipline has been relaxed. The peculiarities of dress and language have been abandoned. Marriage with a non-member, or between two non-members, is now possible at a Quaker meeting house, and marriage elsewhere has ceased to involve exclusion from the body. Above all, many of its members have come to the conviction, which is not new, but old, that the virtues which can be rewarded, and the vices which can be punished by external discipline, are not as a rule the virtues and the vices that make or mar the soul. Hatch Bampton Lectures 81. A genuine vein of philanthropy has always existed in the Quaker body. In nothing has this been more conspicuous than in the matter of slavery. George Fox and William Penn labored to secure the religious teaching of slaves as philanthropic interests yearly. As 1676, the Assembly of Barbados passed an act to prevent the people called Quakers from bringing Negroes to their meetings. On the attitude of Friends in America to slavery, see the section Quakerism in America. Above. In 1783, the first petition to the House of Commons for the abolition of the slave trade and slavery went up from the Quakers, and in the long agitation which ensued, the society took a prominent part. In 1798, Joseph Lancaster himself, a friend, opened his first school for the education of the poor, and the cause of unsectarian religious education found in the Quakers' steady support. They also took an active part in Sir Samuel Romilly's efforts to ameliorate the penal code in prison reform, with which the name of Elizabeth Fry, a friend, is especially connected, and in the efforts to ameliorate the condition of lunatics in England. The Friends' Retreat at York, founded in 1792, was the earliest example in England of kindly treatment of the insane. It is noteworthy that Quaker efforts for the education of the poor and philanthropy in general, though they have always been Christian in character, have not been undertaken primarily for the purpose of bringing proselytes within the body, and have not done so to any great extent. By means of the adult schools, Friends have been able to exercise a religious influence beyond the borders of their own society. The movement began in Birmingham in 1845, in an attempt to help the loungers at street corners reading and education writing, where the chief inducements offered. The schools are unsectarian in character and mainly democratic in government. The aim is to draw out what is best in men and to induce them to act for the help of their fellows, whilst the work is essentially religious in character. A well-equipped school also caters for the social, intellectual, and physical parts of a man's nature. Bible teaching is the central part of the school session. The lessons are mainly concerned with life's practical problems. The spirit of brotherliness which prevails is largely the secret of the success of the movement. At the end of 1909, there were, in connection with the National Council of Adult School Associations, 1818 schools for men with 229A membership. of about 113,789, and 402, for women with a membership of about 27,000. The movement, which is no longer exclusively under the control of Friends, is rapidly becoming one of the chief means of bringing about a religious fellowship among a class which the organized churches have largely failed to reach. The effect of the work upon the society itself may be summarized thus: some addition to membership, the creation of a sphere of usefulness for the younger and more active members, a general stirring of interest in social questions. A strong interest in Sunday schools for children preceded the adult school movement. The earliest schools which are still existing were formed at Bristol for boys in 1810, and for girls in the following year. Several isolated efforts were made earlier than this. It is evident that there was a school at Leathersdale near Skipton in 1800 for the preservation of the youth of both sexes, and for their instruction in useful learning, and another at Nottingham. Even earlier still were the Sunday and Day schools in Rossendale, Lancashire, dating from 1793. At the end of 1909, there were, in connection with the Friends First Day School Association, 240 schools, with 2722 teachers and 25,215 scholars, very few of whom were the children of Friends not included. In these figures are classes for children of members and attenders, which are usually held before or during a portion of the time of the morning meeting. For worship in these distinctly denominational teaching is given monthly organ teachers and taught. A provisional committee of members of the Society of Friends was formed in 1865 to deal with offers of service in foreign lands. In 1868, this developed into the Friends Foreign Mission Association, which now undertakes missionary work in foreign missions: India, begun 1866, Madagascar 1867, Syria 1869, China 1886, Ceylon 1896. In 1909, the number of missionaries, including wives, was 113. Organized churches, 194 members, and adherents, 21,085. Schools, 135 pupils, 7042. Hospitals and dispensaries, 17. Patients treated, 6865. Subscriptions raised from Friends in Great Britain and Ireland, 26,689, besides 3245 received in the fields of work. Quarterly organ our missions. Statistics of Quakerism. At the close of 1909, there were 18,686 Quakers. The number includes children in Great Britain and associates, and habitual attenders not in membership, 8586. Number of congregations regularly meeting, 390. Ireland members, 2528. Habitual attenders not in membership, 402. The central offices and reference library of the Society of Friends are situate at Devonshire House, Bishopsgate, without London. Bibliography. The writings of the early Friends are very numerous. The most noteworthy are the journals of George Fox and of Thomas Elwood, both autobiographies, the Apology and other works of Robert Barclay, and the works of Penn and Pennington. Early in the 18th century, William Sewell, a Dutch Quaker, wrote a history of the society, and published an English translation. Modern small histories have been written by T. Edmund Harvey, The Rise of the Quakers, and by Mrs. Emott, The Story of Quakerism. The Sufferings of the Quakers by Joseph Best, 1753, gives a detailed account of the persecution of the early Friends in England and America. An excellent portraiture of early Quakerism is given in William Tanner's Lectures on Friends in Bristol and Somersetshire. The Book of Discipline, in its successive printed editions from 1783 to 1906, contains the working rules of the organization and also a compilation of testimonies borne by the society at different periods to important points of Christian truth, and often called forth by the special circumstances of the time. The Inner Life of the Religious Societies of the Commonwealth, London, 1876, by Robert Barclay, a descendant of the apologist, contains much curious information about the Quakers. See also Quaker in the index to Masson's Life of Milton. Joseph Smith's Descriptive Catalogue of Friends Books, London, 1867, gives the information which its title promises. The same author has also published a catalogue of works hostile to Quakerism for an exposition of Quakerism on its spiritual side. Many of the poems by Whittier may be referred to. Also Quaker Strongholds and Light Arising by Caroline E. Stephen, The Society of Friends, Its Faith and Practice, and other works by John Stephenson, Rowntree, A Dynamic Faith, and other works by Rufus Roman, 1000 Jones, Authority, and The Light Within, and other works by Edward Grubb, and the series of Swarthmore Lectures, as well as the histories above mentioned. Much valuable information will be found in John Stephenson, Rowntree, His Life and Work, 1908, The History of the Modern Forward Movement, may be studied in essays and addresses by John Wilhelm Rowntree, and in present-day papers edited by him. The social life of the 18th century and the first half of the 19th is portrayed in Records of a Quaker Family, The Richardsons of Cleveland by Mrs. Boyce, and The Diaries of Edward Pease, the Father of English Railways, edited by Sarah E. Pease. Other works, which may usefully be consulted, are the journals of John Woolman, Stephen Grellet, and Elizabeth Fry, also the first publishers of Truth, a reprint of contemporary accounts of the rise of Quakerism in various districts. The periodicals issued not officially in connection with the Quaker body are the Friend Weekly, the British Friend Monthly, the Friend's Witness, the Friendly Messenger, the Friend's Fellowship, papers, the Friend's Quarterly Examiner, Journal of the Friend's Historical Society, officially issued the Book of Meetings, and the Friend's Yearbook. See also works mentioned at the close of sections on adult schools and on Quakerism in America, Scotland, and Ireland, and elsewhere. In this article, also Fox George. N.B. 1. At the time referred to, and during the Commonwealth, the pulpits of the cathedrals and churches were occupied by Episcopalians of the Richard Baxter type, Presbyterians, Independents, and a few Baptists. It is these, and not the clergy of the Church of England, who are continually referred to by George Fox as priests. 2. On the whole subject of preaching, after the priest had done, see Barclay's Inner Life of the Religious Societies of the Commonwealth, ch. Roman 12. Woolman's Journal and Works are remarkable. He had a vision of a political economy based not on selfishness, but on love, not on desire, but on self-denial. 4. See A History of the Adult School Movement by J. W. Rowntree, and H. B. Binns. The Organ of the Movement is 1, and all published monthly. See also the Adult School Yearbook. Fries Elias Magnus 17,940, 1878, Swedish botanist, was born at Femsjo, Småland, on the 15th of August 1794, from his father, the pastor of the church at Femsjo. He early acquired an extensive knowledge of flowering plants. In 1811, he entered the University of Lund, where in 1814 he was elected docent of botany, and in 1824 professor. In 1834 he became professor of practical economy at Uppsala, and in 1844 and 1848 he represented the university of that city in the Riksdag. On the death of Göran Wallenberg, 17,801,851, he was appointed professor of botany at Uppsala, where he died on the 8th of February 1878. Fries was admitted a member of the Swedish Royal Academy in 1847 and a foreign member of the Royal Society of London in 1875. As an author on the cryptogamia, he was in the first rank. He wrote Novitiae Flori Susaci, 1814, and 1823 Observations Mycologici, 1815 Flora Hollandica, 18,171,818 Systema Mycologicum, 18,211,829 Systema Orbis Vegetabilis, not completed. 1825 Elenchus Fungorum, 1828 Lichenographia Europea, 1831 Epicryses Systematis Mycologici, 1838 2nd ed., or Hymenomycetes Europae, 1874, Summa Vegetabilium Scandinaviae, 1846 Sveriges Atliga och Giftiga Svampar with colored plates, 1860 Monographia Hymenomystum Susaci, 1863, with the icons Hymenomystum Vol Roman, 11,867, and PT Roman 1 Vol Roman 21,877. Fries Jakob Friedrich 17,730, 1843, German philosopher, was born at Barby, Saxony, on the 23rd of August 1773, having studied theology in the Academy of the Moravian Brethren at Niesky and philosophy at Leipzig and Jena. He traveled for some time, and in 1806 became professor of philosophy and elementary mathematics at Heidelberg, though the progress of his psychological thought compelled him to abandon the positive theology of the Moravians. He always retained an appreciation of its spiritual or symbolic significance. His philosophical position with regard to his contemporaries he had already made clear in the critical work Reinhold Fichte und Schelling, 1803, reprinted in 1824 as Polmisch Schriften, and in the more systematic treatises System der Philosophie, als Evident Wissenschaft, 1804, Wissen, Glaube und Ahnung, 1805, New ed. 1905, his most important treatise, the New Oder Anthropologische Kritik der Vernunft, 2nd ed. 18,280, 1831, was an attempt to give a new foundation of psychological analysis to the critical theory of Kant. In 1811, appeared his System der Logik ed. 1819 and 1837, a very instructive work. and in 1814 Julius Undevagera's A Philosophical Romance in 1816, he was invited to Jena to fill the chair of theoretical philosophy including mathematics and physics and philosophy proper, and entered upon a crusade against the prevailing romanticism in politics. He was a strong liberal and unionist, and did much to inspire the organization of the Burschenschaft in 1816. He had published his views in a brochure Vom Deutschen Bund und Deutscher Staatsverfassung dedicated to the youth of Germany, and his influence gave a powerful impetus to the agitation, which led in 1819 to the issue of the Carlsbad Decrees by the representatives of the German government's Karl Sand. The murder of Kotzebue was one of his pupils, and a letter of his found on another student, warning the lad against participation in secret societies, was twisted by the suspicious authorities into evidence of his guilt. He was condemned by the Mainz Commission. The Grand Duke of Weimar was compelled to deprive him of his professorship, and he was forbidden to lecture on philosophy. The Grand Duke, however, continued to pay him his stipend, and in 1824 he was recalled to Jena as professor of mathematics and physics, receiving permission also to lecture on philosophy in his own rooms to a select number of students. Finally, in 1838, the unrestricted right of lecturing was restored to him. He died on the 10th of August, 1843. The most important of the many works written during his Jena professorate are the Handbuch der praktischen Philosophie, 18,171,832, the Handbuch der psychischen Anthropologie, 18,201,821, second ed., 18,371,830, 9, Die Mathematische Naturphilosophie, 1822-230 System, Der Metaphysik 1824, Digestschicht. Der Philosophie, 18,371,840, Freest's point of view in philosophy may be described as a modified Kantianism, an attempt to reconcile the criticism of Kant and Jacobus' philosophy of belief. With Kant he regarded critic, or the critical investigation of the faculty of knowledge, as the essential preliminary to philosophy, but he differed from Kant both as regards the foundation for this criticism and as regards the metaphysical results yielded by it. Kant's analysis of knowledge had disclosed the priori element as the necessary complement of the isolated a posteriori facts of experience, but it did not seem to Fries that Kant had with sufficient accuracy examined the mode in which we arrive at knowledge of this a priori element. According to him, we only know these a priori principles through inner or psychical experience. They are not then to be regarded as transcendental factors of all experience, but as the necessary constant elements discovered by us in our inner experience. Accordingly, Fries, like the Scotch school, places psychology or analysis of consciousness at the foundation of philosophy, and called his criticism of knowledge an anthropological critique. A second point in which Fries differed from Kant is the view taken as to the relation between immediate and mediate cognitions. According to Fries, the understanding is purely the faculty of proof. It is, in itself void immediate certitude, is the only source of knowledge reason contains. Principles which we cannot demonstrate but which can be deduced, and are the proper objects of belief. In this view of reason, Fries approximates to Jacobi rather than to Kant. His most original idea is the graduation of knowledge into knowing, belief, and presentiment. We know phenomena, how the existence of things appears to us in nature. We believe in the true nature, the eternal essence of things, the good, the true, the beautiful, by means of presentiment, on the intermediary between knowledge and belief. We recognize the supersensible in the sensible, the being in the phenomenon. C.E. Roman 50 Henk J. F. Fries, 1867 Roman 100 Grapengesser. J. F. Fries on Jeddenkblatt, and Kant's Kritik der Vernunft und deren Fortbildung, durch J. F. Fries, 1882 H. Strassowski. J. F. Fries als Kritiker der Kantischen Erkenntnistheorie, 1891, articles in Ersch and Gruber's Allgemeine Encyclopaedia, and Allgemeine Deutsche Biographie. J. E. Erdmann Hist of Philos eng Trans, London, 1890 Vol. Roman 2 305. Fries John Roman 1,001,825, American insurgent leader, was born in Pennsylvania of Dutch-German descent, about 1764. As an itinerant auctioneer, he became well acquainted with the Germans in the SC part of Pennsylvania. In July 1798, during the troubles between the United States and France, Congress levied a direct tax on dwelling houses, lands, and slaves of 2 million, of which Pennsylvania was called upon to contribute 237,000. There were very few slaves in the state, and the tax was accordingly assessed upon dwelling houses, and land the value of the houses being determined by the number and size of the windows. The inquisitorial nature of the proceedings aroused strong opposition among the Germans, and many of them refused to pay Fries assuming leadership, organized an armed band of about 60 men who marched about the country intimidating the assessors and encouraging the people to resist. At last the governor called out the militia March 1799, and the leaders were arrested. Fries and two others were twice tried for treason the second time before Samuel Chase and were sentenced to be hanged, but they were pardoned by President Adams in April 1800, and a general amnesty was issued on 21st May. The affair is variously known as the Fries Rebellion, the Hot Water Rebellion because hot water was used to drive assessors from houses, and the Home Tax Rebellion. Fries died in Philadelphia in 1825. C.T. Carpenter, Two Trials of John Fries, taken in shorthand, Philadelphia, 1800. The second volume of McMaster's History of the United States, New York, 1883, and W. W. H. Davis, The Fries Rebellion, Doylestown, Pa, 1899. Friesland or Friesland, a province of Holland bounded SWW and N by the Zuider Zee, and the North Sea E by Groningen and Drent, and SC by Overijssel. It also includes the islands of Ameland and Schiermonnikoog Sea Frisian Islands area, 1281 SQ Roman 1000 Pop, 1900 340,262. The soil of Friesland falls naturally into three divisions consisting of sea clay in the north and northwest of Lofen, between the southwest and northeast, and of a comparatively small area of Hyphen in the southeast. The clay and Lofen furnish a luxuriant meadowland for the principal industries of the province. Cattle rearing and cheese and butter making. Horse breeding has also been practiced for centuries, and the breed of black Frisian horse is well known on the clay lands. Agriculture is also extensively practiced in the Hyphen district. Peat digging is the chief occupation. The effect of this industry, however, is to lay bare a subsoil of diluvial sand, which offers little inducement for subsequent cultivation, despite the general productiveness of the soil. However, the social condition of Friesland has remained in a backward state, and poverty is rife in many districts, the ownership of property being largely in the hands of absentee landlords. The peasantry have little interest in the land, the profits from which go to enrich other provinces. Moreover, the nature of the fertility of the meadowlands is such as to require little manual labor, and other industrial means of subsistence have hardly yet come into existence. This state of affairs has given rise to a social democratic outcry, on account of which Friesland is sometimes regarded as the Ireland of Holland. The water system of the province comprises a few small rivers, now largely canalized in the high lands in the east, and the vast network of canals, waterways, and lakes of the whole north and west. The principal lakes are Tjuke Mere, Sloter Mere de Flusen, and Sneaker Mere, the tides being lowest on the north coast of the province. The scheme of the Waterstaat, the government department dating from 1879, provides for the largest removal of superfluous surface water into the Lower Sea, but owing to the long distance which the water must travel from certain parts of the province, and the continual recession of the Lower Sea, the drainage problem is a peculiarly difficult one, and floods are sometimes inevitable. The population of the province is evenly distributed in small villages. The principal market centers are Leeuwarden, the chief towns Sneek, Balswoord, Franker, QQ, Roman 5, Dockum 4053, and Heerenveen 5011, with the exception of Franker and Heerenveen. All these towns originally arose on the inlet of the Middle Sea. The seaport towns are more or less decayed. They include Staveren 820, Hindelupen 1030, Workum 3428, Harlingen, Kuromen 5, and Mackham 2456. For history, see Frisians. Fries 1 through the Fr Fries and Idel Fregio from the Lat Phrygium sc Opus Phrygian, or embroidered work, a term given in architecture to the central division of the entablature of an order. See order, but also applied to any oblong horizontal feature introduced for decorative purposes, and enriched with carving. The Doric frieze had a structural origin, as the triglyphs suggest vertical support. The Ionic frieze was purely decorative and probably did not exist in the earliest examples. If we may judge by the copies found in the Lycian tombs carved in the rock, there is no frieze in the caryatid portico of the Erechtheum. But in the Ionic temples, its introduction may have been necessitated in consequence of more height being required in the entablature. To carry the beams supporting the lacunaria over the peristyle in the frieze of the Erechtheum, the figures about 2 ft high were carved in white marble, and affixed by clamps to a background of black Eleusinian marble. The frieze of the Choragic monument of Lysicrates 10 in high was carved with figures representing the story of Dionysus. And the pirates, the most remarkable frieze ever sculptured was that on the outside of the wall of the cella of the Parthenon, representing the procession of the celebrants of the Panathenaic festival, it was 40 in height and 525 ft long, being carried round the whole building under the peristyle. Nearly the whole of the western frieze exists in situ, of the remainder about half is in the British Museum, and as much as remains is either in Athens or in other museums in some of the Roman temples, as in the Temple of Antoninus and Faustina, and the Temple of the Sun. The frieze is elaborately carved, and in later work is made convex, to which the term pulvinated is given. Probably connected with frizz to curl, there is no historical reason to connect the word with Friesland, a thick rough woolen cloth of very lasting quality, and with a heavy nap forming small tufts or curls. It is largely manufactured in Ireland. Frigate, fr frigate span, and port fragata. The etymology of the word is obscure. It has been derived from the late Lat. 231 fabricata. And the use of the fr battlement for a vessel, as well as a building, is compared. Another suggestion derives the word from the gr unfenced or unguarded, originally a small, swift, undecked vessel propelled by oars or sails in use on the Mediterranean. The word is thus used of the large open boats, without guns, used for war purposes by the Portuguese in the East Indies during the 16th and 17th centuries. The French first applied the term to a particular type of ships of war during the second quarter of the 18th century. The 7 Years' War 17,561,763 marked the definite adoption of the frigate as a standard class of vessel, coming next to ships of the line. And used for cruising and scouting purposes, they were three-masted, fully rigged fast vessels with the main armament carried on a single deck and additional guns on the poop and forecastle. The number of guns varied from 24 to 50, but between 30 and 40 guns was the usual amount carried. Frigate continued to be used as the name for this type of ship, even after the introduction of steam and of ironclad vessels, but the class is now represented by that known as cruiser. Frigatebird, the name commonly given by English sailors on account of the swiftness of its flight, its habit of cruising about near other species, and of daringly pursuing them to a large seabird, won the Fregata Aquila of most ornithologists, frigate of French, and the Rabahorcado of Spanish mariners. It was placed by Linnaeus in the genus Pelicanus, and its assignment to the family Pelicanidae had hardly ever been doubted till Professor St. George Mivart declared trans Zul Soch Roman 10 p. 364 that as regards the postcranial part of its axial skeleton, he could not detect sufficiently good characters to unite it with that family in the group named by Professor J. F. Brandt Steganopodes. There seems to be no ground for disputing this decision, so far as separating the genus Fregata from the Pelicanidae goes, but systematists will probably pause before they proceed to abolish the Steganopodes, and the result will most likely be that the frigatebirds will be considered to form a distinct family Fregatidae in that group. In one very remarkable way, the osteology of Fregata differs from that of all other birds known. The furcula coalesces firmly at its symphysis with the carina of the sternum, and also with the coracoids at the upper extremity of each of its rami, the anterior end of each coracoid, coalescing also with the proximal end of the scap. Thus, the only articulations in the whole sternal apparatus are where the coracoids meet the sternum, and the consequence is a bony framework which would be perfectly rigid, did not the flexibility of the rami of the furcula permit a limited amount of motion. That this mechanism is closely related to the faculty which the bird possesses of soaring for a considerable time in the air, with scarcely a perceptible movement of the wings, can hardly be doubted. Two species of Fregata are considered to exist, though they differ in little, but size and geographical distribution. The larger F. aquila has a wide range all round the world within the tropics, and at times passes their limits. The smaller F. minor appears to be confined to the eastern seas from Madagascar to the Moluccas and southward to Australia, being particularly abundant in Torres Strait. The other species, however, being found there, as well, having a spread of wing equal to a swan's and a very small body. The buoyancy of these birds is very great. It is a beautiful sight to watch one or more of them floating overhead against the deep blue sky, the long forked tail alternately opening and shutting like a pair of scissors, and the head, which is of course kept to windward, inclined from side to side, while the wings are to all appearance fixedly extended, though the breeze may be constantly varying in strength and direction. Equally fine is the contrast afforded by these birds when engaged in fishing, or as seems more often to happen in robbing other birds, especially boobies. As they are fishing, then the speed of their flight is indeed seen to advantage, as well as the marvelous suddenness with which they can change their rapid course as their victim tries to escape from their attack before gales. Frigate birds are said often to fly low, and their appearance near or over land, except at their breeding time, is supposed to portend a hurricane, generally seen singly or in pairs. Except when the prospect of prey induces them to congregate, they breed in large companies. And O. Salvin has graphically described Ibis 1864 p. 375, one of their settlements off the coast of British Honduras, which he visited in May 1862. Here, they chose the highest mangrove trees, three on which to build their frail nests, and seem to prefer the leeward side. The single egg laid in each nest has a white and chalky shell, very like that of a cormorant's. The nestlings are clothed in pure white down, and so thickly as to resemble puffballs when fledged. The beak, head, neck, and belly are white, the legs and feet bluish-white, but the body is dark above. The adult females retain the white beneath, but the adult males lose it. And in both sexes at maturity, the upper plumage is of a very dark chocolate brown, nearly black, with a bright metallic gloss, while the feet in the females are pink and black in the males, last also acquiring a bright scarlet pouch, capable of inflation, and being perceptible when on the wing. The habits of F minor seem wholly to resemble those of F aquila, according to J. Roman 1000 Beckstein. An example of this last species was obtained at the mouth of the Weser in January 1792. But ends. One maniforbird is also sometimes applied to it, and is perhaps the older name, but it is less distinctive, some of the larger albatrosses being so called, and in books at least has generally passed out of use. 2. Hence another of the name shuriken birdbee, which this species is occasionally known. 3. Captain Taylor, however, found their nests as well on low bushes of the same tree in the Bay of Fonseca, Ibis 1859, pp. 150,152. Frigg, the wife of the god Odin Woden in northern mythology, she was known also to other Teutonic peoples, both on the continent O.H. Fria Langobardic Fria, and in England, where her name still survives in Friday O.E. Frigige. She is often wrongly identified with Freya. See Teutonic peoples ad fin. Frigidarium, the Latin term from frigidus, cold, applied to the open area of the Roman thermae, in which there was generally a cold swimming bath, and sometimes to the bath. See baths from the description given by Aelius Spartianus A. Roman 500. It would seem that portions of the frigidarium were covered over by a ceiling formed of interlaced bars of gilt bronze, and this statement has been to a certain extent substantiated by the discovery of many tons of T-shaped iron found in the excavations under the paving of the frigidarium of the Thermae of Caracalla. Dr. J. H. Middleton, in the Remains of Ancient Rome, 1892, points out that in the part of the enclosure walls are deep sinkings to receive the ends of the great girders. He suggests that the panels of the latticework ceiling were filled in with concrete made of light pumice stone. Fres Johan 14,940, 1570, Danish statesman, was born in 1494 and was educated at Odense and at Copenhagen, completing his studies abroad. Few among the ancient Danish nobility occupy so prominent a place in Danish history as Johan Fres, who exercised a decisive influence in the government of the realm during the reign of 3 kings. He was one of the first of the magnates to adhere to the Reformation, and its promoter, King Frederick Roman, 115,230, 1533, his apostasy being so richly rewarded out of the spoils of the plundered church that his heirs had to restore property of the value of 1,000,000 krona. Fres succeeded Claus G. Judson as imperial chancellor in 1532 and held that dignity till his death. During the ensuing interregnum, he powerfully contributed at the head of the nobles of Funen and Jutland to the election of Christian Roman 315,330,1559. But in the course of the Count's War, he was taken prisoner by Count Christopher, the Catholic candidate for the throne, and forced to do him homage. Subsequently, by judicious bribery, he contrived to escape to Germany, and from thence rejoined Christian Roman III. He was one of the plenipotentiaries who concluded peace with Lubeck at the Congress of Hamburg, and subsequently took an active part in the great work of national reconstruction, necessitated by the Reformation, acting as mediator between the Danish and the German parties, who were contesting for 232 supremacy during the earlier years of Christian Roman III. This he was able to do as a moderate Lutheran, whose calmness and common sense contrasted advantageously with the unbridled violence of his contemporaries. As the first chancellor of the reconstructed University of Copenhagen, Frez took the keenest interest in spiritual and scientific matters, and was the first donor of a legacy to the institution. He also enjoyed the society of learned men, especially of those who could talk with him concerning ancient monuments and their history. He encouraged Hans Svanning to complete Saxo's History of Denmark and Anders Vettel to translate Saxo into Danish. His generosity to poor students was well known, but he could afford to be liberal as his share of spoliated church property had made him one of the wealthiest men in Denmark. Under King Frederick Roman 215,591,588, who understood but little of state affairs. Fraz was well-nigh omnipotent. He was largely responsible for the Scandinavian 7 Years' War, 156,270, which did so much to exacerbate the relations between Denmark and Sweden. Fraz died on the 5th of December 1570, a few days before the Peace of Stettin, which put an end to the exhausting and unnecessary struggle. Frimley, an urban district in the Chertsey parliamentary division of Surrey, England, 33 Roman 1000 WSW, from London by the London South Western Railway, and 1 Roman 1000 N of Farnborough in Hampshire Pop, 1901-8409, its healthy climate, its position in the Sandy Heath district of the west of Surrey, and its proximity to Aldershot Camp have contributed to its growth as a residential township. To the east, the moorland rises in the picturesque elevation of Chobham Ridges, and 3 Roman 1000 NE is Bagshot, another village growing into a residential town on the heath of the same name, extending into Berkshire Bisley Camp, to which in 1890 the meetings of the National Rifle Association were removed from Wimbledon, is 4 Roman 1000 E. Coniferous trees and rhododendrons are characteristic products of the soil, and large nurseries are devoted to their cultivation. Fremont Johann Maria Philip Count of Paloda, Prince of Antrodaco, 17,590,1830, one Austrian general, entered the Austrian cavalry as a trooper in 1776, won his commission in the War of the Bavarian Succession, and took part in the Turkish wars and in the early campaigns against the French revolutionary armies, in which he frequently earned distinction. At Frankenthal in 1796. He won the Cross of Maria Theresa in the campaign of 1800. He distinguished himself greatly as a cavalry leader at Marengo 14th of June, and in the next year became Major General in the War of 1805. He was again employed in Italy and won further renown by his gallantry at the Battle of Caldiro in 1809. He again saw active service in Italy in the rank of Lieutenant Field Marshal, and in 1812 led the cavalry of Schwarzenberg's corps in the Russian campaign. He served in the campaigns of 181,314 in high command, and rendered conspicuous service at Brienne-la-Rothière, and at Arcis-sur-Aube in 1815. He was commander-in-chief of the Austrians in Italy, and his army penetrated France as far as Lyon, which was entered on the 11th of July. With the army of occupation he remained in France for some years, and in 1819 he commanded at Venice. In 1821, he led the Austrian army which was employed against the Neapolitan rebels, and by the 24th of March, he had victoriously entered Naples. His reward from King Ferdinand of Naples was the title of Prince of Antrodaco and a handsome sum of money, and from his own master the rank of General of Cavalry. After this, he commanded in North Italy and was called upon to deal with many outbreaks of the Italian patriots. He became president of the Aulic Council in 1831, but died a few months later. Frisch is half a lagoon on the Baltic coast of Germany, within the provinces East and West Prussia, between Danzig and Königsberg. It is 52 Roman 1000 in length, from 4 to 12 Roman 1000 broad, 332 SQ Roman 1000 in area, and is separated from the Baltic by a narrow spit or bank of land. This barrier was torn open by a storm in 1510, and the channel thus formed, now dredged out to a depth of 22 ft, affords a navigable passage for vessels into the Haff, Flow, the Nogget, the Elbing, the Passarge, the Prigel, and the Frisching, from the last of which the name Frisch's Half probably arose. Frischland Philip Nicodemus, 15,471,590, German philologist and poet, was born on the 22nd of September 1547 at Balingen in Württemberg, where his father was parish minister. He was educated at the University of Tübingen, where in 1568 he was promoted to the chair of poetry and history. In 1575, for his comedy of Rebecca, which he read at Regensburg before the Emperor Maximilian Roman II, he was rewarded with the laureateship. And in 1577, he was made a Count Palatine cum Palatinus or Pfalzgraf. In 1582, his unguarded language and reckless life made it necessary that he should leave Tübingen, and he accepted a mastership at Laibach in Carniola, which he held. For about 2 years shortly after his return to the university in 1584, he was threatened with a criminal prosecution on a charge of immoral conduct, and the threat led to his withdrawal to Frankfurt in Main in 1587. For 18 months he taught in the Brunswick Gymnasium, and he appears also to have resided occasionally at Strasbourg, Marburg, and Mainz. From the last-named city, he wrote certain libelous letters, which led to his being arrested in March 1590. He was imprisoned in the fortress of Hohenurech near Reutlingen, where on the night of the 29th of November 1590, he was killed by a fall in attempting to let himself down from the window of his cell. Frischland's prolific and versatile genius produced a great variety of works, which entitle him to some rank both among poets and among scholars in his Latin verse. He often successfully imitated the classical models. His comedies are not without freshness and vivacity, and some of his versions and commentaries, particularly those on the Georgics and Bucolics of Virgil, though now well-nigh forgotten, were important contributions to the scholarship of his time. There is no collected edition of his works, but his opera poetica were published 12 times. Between 1535 and 1636, among those most widely known, may be mentioned the Hebrides 1590, a Latin epic based on the scripture history of the Jews, the Elegiaca 1601, his collected lyric poetry in 22 books, the opera Seneca 1604, consisting of 6 comedies and 2 tragedies. Among the former, Julius Caesar Redivivus completed 1584, the Grammatica Latina 1585, the versions of Callimachus and Aristophanes, and the commentaries on Persius and Virgil. See the monograph of Roman 500 F. Strauss-Leben, Unschriffen des Dichters und Philologen Frischland, 1856. Frissi Paolo 17,280,1784, Italian mathematician and astronomer, was born at Milan on the 13th of April 1728. He was educated at the Barnabite Monastery and afterwards at Padua. When 21 years of age, he composed a treatise on the figure of the earth, and the reputation which he soon acquired led to his appointment by the King of Sardinia to the professorship of philosophy in the College of Casale. His friendship with Radicati, a man of liberal opinions, occasioned Frissi's removal by his clerical superiors to Novara, where he was compelled to do duty as a preacher. In 1753, he was elected a corresponding member of the Paris Academy of Sciences, and shortly afterwards, he became professor of philosophy in the Barnabite College of St. Alexander at Milan. An acrimonious attack by a young Jesuit about this time upon his dissertation on the figure of the earth laid the foundation of his animosity against the Jesuits, with whose enemies, including J.D. Alembert, J.A.N. Condorcet, and other encyclopedists, he later closely associated himself. In 1756, he was appointed by Leopold Grand Duke of Tuscany to the professorship of mathematics in the University of Pisa, a post which he held for 8 years. In 1757, he became an associate of the Imperial Academy of St. Petersburg and a foreign member of the Royal Society of London, and in 1758, a member of the Academy of Berlin, in 1766, of that of Stockholm, and in 1770 of the Academies of Copenhagen and of Bern. From several European crowned heads, he received at various times marks of special distinction, and the Empress Maria Theresa granted him a yearly pension of 100 sequins 50. In 1764, he was created professor of mathematics in the Palatine schools at Milan and obtained from Pope Pius Roman VI release from ecclesiastical jurisdiction and authority to become a secular priest. In 1766, he visited France and England, and in 1768 Vienna. In 1777, he became director of a school of architecture at Milan. His knowledge of hydraulics, 233, caused him to be frequently consulted with respect to the management of canals and other watercourses in various parts of Europe. It was through his means that lightning conductors were first introduced into Italy for the protection of buildings. He died on the 22nd of November 1784. His publications include Disquisitio Mathematica, In Causam Physicam Figuri et Magnitudinis Terrae Milan, 1751, Saggio della Morale Philosophia Lugano, 1753, Nova Electricitatis Theoria Milan, 1755, Dissertatio de modo diurno terrae Pisa, 1758. Dissertations varii 2 vols 4 to Lucca, 1759-1761, Del modo di regolare I fiumi, e I torrenti Luca, 1762 Cosmographia Physica, et Mathematica Milan, 1774-1775. 2 vols 4 to his chief work, Del Architectura Statica, e Hydraulica Milan, 1777, and other treatises. See Very Memory del Signor Dom Paolo Frissi Milan, 1787-4, to Fabroni Elogi di Illustri Italiani, Edi di Milano Vol Roman 2, J. Roman 100 Poggendorf Biograph, Literar Handwörterbuch Vol Roman 1 Frisian Islands, a chain of islands lying from 3 to 20 Roman 1000 from the mainland, and stretching from the Zuider Z, E, and N as far as Jutland, along the coasts of Holland and Germany. They are divided into 3 groups, 1 the West Frisian, 2 the East Frisian, and 3 the North Frisian. The chain of the Frisian Islands marks the outer fringe of the former continental coastline and is separated from the mainland by shallows known as Wadden or Watten answering to the Maria Vadosa of the Romans, notwithstanding the protection afforded by sand dunes and earthen embankments backed by stones and timber. The Frisian Islands are slowly but surely crumbling away under the persistent attacks of storm and flood, and the old Frisian proverb Danish, will diken moet wijken, who will not build dikes, must go away, still holds good. Many of the Frisian legends and folk songs deal with the submerged villages and hamlets which lie buried beneath the treacherous waters of the Wadden. Heinrich Heine made use of these legends in his Nordseebilder, composed during a visit to Norderney in 1825. The Prussian and Dutch governments annually expend large sums for the protection of the islands, and in some cases the erosion on the seaward side is counterbalanced by the accretion of land on the inner side. Fine sandy beaches, being formed well suited for sea bathing, which attract many visitors in summer. The inhabitants of these islands support themselves by seafaring, pilotage, grazing of cattle and sheep, fishing, and a little agriculture, chiefly potato growing. The islands, though well lighted, are dangerous to navigation, and a glance at a wreck chart will show the entire chain to be densely dotted. One of the most remarkable disasters was the loss of H. Roman 1000s La Lutine, 32 guns, which was wrecked off V. Leland in October 1799, only one hand being saved, who died before reaching England. La Lutine, which had been captured from the French by Admiral Duncan, was carrying a large quantity of bullion and specie, which was underwritten at Lloyd's. The Dutch government claimed the wreck and granted 1/3 of the salvage to bullion fishers. Occasional recoveries were made of small quantities, which led to repeated disputes and discussions, until eventually the King of the Netherlands ceded to Great Britain for Lloyd's half the remainder of the wreck. A Dutch salvage company, which began operations in August 1857, recovered 99,893 in the course of 2 years, but it was estimated that some 1,175,000 are still unaccounted for. The ship's rudder, which was recovered in 1859, has been fashioned into a chair, and a table now in the possession of Lloyd's. The West Frisian Islands belonged to the Kingdom of the Netherlands and embraced Texel, or Texel, 71 SQ Roman 1000 V. Leland, 19 SQ Roman 1000 Terschelling, 41 SQ Roman 1000 Ameland, 23 SQ Roman 1000 Skiermannikoog, 19 SQ Roman 1000, as well as the much smaller West Frisian islands of Boschplaat and Rotterdam, which are practically uninhabited. The northern end of Texel is called Ireland or Island of Eggs, in reference to the large number of seabirds' eggs which are found there. It was joined to Texel by a sand dike in 16,291,630, and is now undistinguishable from the main island. Texel was already separated from the mainland in the 8th century, but remained a Frisian province and countship, which once extended as far as Alkmaar in North Holland, until it came into the possession of the Counts of Holland. The island was occupied by British troops from August to December 1799. The village of Oudschild has a harbour. The island of Terschelling once formed a separate lordship but was sold to the States of Holland. The principal village of West Terschelling has a harbour as early as the beginning of the 9th century. Ameland was a lordship of the influential family of Caminha, who held immediately of the emperor, and in recognition of their independence, the Amelanders were in 1369 declared to be neutral in the fighting between Holland and Friesland, while Cromwell made the same declaration in 1654 with respect to the war between England and the United Netherlands. The castle of the Caminhas in the village of Balham remained standing till 1810 and finally disappeared in 1829 after 4 centuries. This island is joined to the mainland of Friesland by a stone dike, constructed in 1873 For the purpose of promoting the deposit of mud, the island of Skiermonnikoog has a village, and a lighthouse Rodham was once the property of the ancient abbey at Rodham 8 Roman 1000 N of Groningen, of which there are slight remains. With the exception of Wangerooge, which belongs to the Grand Duchy of Oldenburg, the East Frisian Islands belong to Prussia. They comprise Borkum 1212 SQ Roman 1000 with 2 lighthouses, and connected by steamer with Emden, and East Frisianleer Memmert Jewist 214 SQ Roman 1000 with 2 lifeboat stations, and connected by steamer with Noordijk and Greetsiel Noorderny 512 SQ Roman 1000 Baltram with a lifeboat station, Landgeog 8 SQ Roman 1000, connected by steamer with the adjacent islands, and with Bensersiel on the mainland Spiekeroog 4 SQ Roman 1000, with a tramway for conveyance to the bathing beach, and connected by steamer with Carolinenziel and Wangerooge 2 SQ Roman 1000 with a lighthouse and lifeboat station. All these islands are visited for sea bathing. In the beginning of the 18th century, Wangerooge comprised 8 times its present area Borkum and Jewist, are 2 surviving fragments of the original island of Borkum, computed at 380 SQ Roman 1000 known to Drusus as Faberia and to Pliny as Berchana, which was rent asunder by the sea in 1170, Newark and Scharhorn situated off the mouth of the Elbe, are islands belonging to the state of Hamburg-Newark, containing some marshland protected by dikes, has 2 lighthouses, and a lifeboat station at low water. It can be reached from Dunen by carriage. About the year 1250, the area of the North Frisian Islands was estimated at 1065 SQ Roman 1000 by 1850. This had diminished to only 105 SQ Roman 1000. This group embraces the islands of Nordstrand 1714 SQ Roman 1000, which up to 1634 formed one North Frisian larger island, with the adjoining Ponchelig, and Nordstrandish more Pelworm 1614 SQ Roman 1000, protected by a circle of dikes, and connected by steamer with Husum on the mainland, Amram 1012 SQ Roman 1000 Foer 32, SQ Roman 1000 Silt 38, SQ Roman 1000 Rome 16, SQ Roman 1000 with several villages, the principal of which is Kirkeby Fano, 21 SQ Roman 1000, and Heligoland 14 SQ Roman 1000. With the exception of Fano, which is Danish, all these islands belong to Prussia in the north Frisian group. There are also several smaller islands called Haligen. These rise generally only a few feet above the level of the sea, and are crowned by a single house standing on an artificial mound, and protected by a surrounding dike or embankment. Bibliographiestaring de Bodum van Nederland, 1856. Blink Nederland en Zany Bewoners, 1892, P. H. Whitkamp Aardrijkskundig Woordenboek van Nederland, 1895, P. W. J. Tedding van Burkhout de Landaanwinning, Op de Vries, Wadden 1869, J. de Vries and T. Fokken Oostfriesland, 1881 Dr. Roman 500 F. Buitenrust Hedema Frisk Bibelthiek Utrecht, 1895. Dr. Eugen Traeger die Halligen der Noordzee Stuttgart, 1892. Also Globus Vol Roman 781,900 No 15 P. Axelsen, in Dut Runschau für Geog Statistik 1898 Christian Jensen vom Dunnenstrand, der Nordsee, und vom Watten. Schleswig 1901, which contains a bibliography Osterlo Wangerooge, Unsein Seebed Emden 1884, Zwickert Fura Dirch des Nordseebed Wangerooge Oldenburg, 1894 Nelner die Nordsinsel Spiekeroog, Emden, 1884 Tongers die Nordsinsel Landgeog, 2nd ed. Norden 1892 Meyer die Nordsinsel Borkum, 10th ed. Emden 1894, Herke die Insel, Borkum Roman 100 Emden 1880, 6 Schurs die Nordsinsel Jewist, 2nd ed. Norden 1893, von Bertuch vor 40 Jaren Nader und Kultur auf der Insel Nordstrand, Weimar 1891, W. G. Black Heligoland, and the Islands of the North Sea Glasgow 1888. Frisians lat Frisiae in med lat, Frisons Frisians Fresons in their own tongue Fresa, Fresen a people of Teutonic Low German stock, who in the 1st century of our era were found by the Romans, in occupation of the coastlands, stretching from the mouth of the Scheldt to that of the Ems. They were nearly related both by speech and blood to the Saxons and Angles, and other Low German tribes who lived to the east of the Ems and in Holstein and Schleswig. The first historical notices of the Frisians are found in the Annals of Tacitus. They were rendered, or a portion of them tributary, by Drusus, and became socii of the Roman people in A. Roman 500. The exactions of a Roman official drove them to revolt, and their subjection was henceforth nominal. They submitted again to C.N. Domitius Corbulo in the year 47, But shortly afterwards, the Emperor Claudius ordered the withdrawal of all Roman troops to the left bank of the Rhine. In 58. They attempted unsuccessfully to appropriate certain districts between the Rhine and the Ussel, and in 70, they took part in the campaign of Claudius Civilis. From this time onwards, their name practically disappears as regards their geographical position. Ptolemy states that they inhabited the coast above the Bructeri as far as the Ems, while Tacitus speaks of them as adjacent to the Rhine. But there is some reason for believing that the part of Holland which lies to the west of the Zuider Zee was at first inhabited by a different people. The Canaan-Fates, a sister tribe to the Batavi. A trace of this people is perhaps preserved in the name Kennemerland or Kineham, formerly applied to the same district, possibly. Therefore, Tacitus' statement holds good only for the period subsequent to the revolt of Civilis, when we hear of the Canaan-Fates for the last time. In connection with the movements of the migration period, the Frisians are hardly ever mentioned, though some of them are said to have surrendered to the Roman Prince Constantius. About the year 293, on the other hand, we hear very frequently of Saxons in the coast regions of the Netherlands. Since the Saxons, Old Saxons of later times, were an inland people, one can hardly help suspecting either that the two nations have been confused or, what is more probable, that a considerable mixture of population, whether by conquest or otherwise, had taken place. Procopius Goth Roman 4 speaks of the Frisians as one of the nations which inhabited Britain in his day, but we have no evidence from other sources to bear out his statement. In Anglo-Saxon poetry, mention is frequently made of a Frisian king, named Finn, the son of Falkwalda, who came into conflict with a certain Echnif, a vassal of the Danish king. Hilfdine. About the middle of the 5th century, Echnif was killed, but his followers subsequently slew Finn in revenge. The incident is obscure in many respects, but it is perhaps worth noting that Echnif's chief follower Hengist may quite possibly be identical with the founder of the Kentish dynasty. About the year 520, the Frisians are said to have joined the Frankish prince Theodbert in destroying a piratical expedition which had sailed up the Rhine under Chaucelacus Hygelac, king of the Gotter. Towards the close of the century, they begin to figure much more prominently in Frankish writings. There is no doubt that by this time their territories had been greatly extended in both directions. Probably some Frisians took part with the Angles and Saxons in their sea-roving expeditions, and assisted their neighbors in their invasions and subsequent conquest of England and the Scottish lowlands. The rise of the power of the Franks and the advance of their dominion northwards brought on a collision with the Frisians, who in the 7th century were still in possession of the whole of the seacoast, and apparently ruled over the greater part of modern Flanders under the protection of the Frankish king Dagobert. 622,630. 8. The Christian missionaries Amandus St. Amand and Eligius St. Aloy attempted the conversion of these Flemish Frisians, and their efforts were attended with a certain measure of success. But farther north, the building of a church by Dagobert at Trachtem, Utrecht, at once aroused the fierce hostility of the heathen tribesmen of the Zuider Zee. The Free Frisians could not endure this Frankish outpost on their borders. Utrecht was attacked and captured, and the church destroyed. The first missionary to meet with any success among the Frisians was the Englishman Wilfrid of York, who, being driven by a storm upon the coast, was hospitably received by the king Adgild, or Adgisel, and was allowed to preach Christianity in the land. Adgild appears to have admitted the overlordship of the Frankish king Dagobert. Roman 2675 under his successor. However, Radbod Frisian Redbed, an attempt was made to extirpate Christianity and to free the Frisians from the Frankish subjection. He was, however, beaten by Pippin of Heristal in the Battle of Dorset 689, and was compelled to cede West Frisia Citerior from the Scheldt to the Zuider Zee to the conqueror. On Pippin's death, Radbod again attacked the Franks and advanced as far as Cologne, where he defeated Charles Martel, Pippin's natural son. Eventually, however, Charles prevailed and compelled the Frisians to submit. Radbod died in 719, but for some years his successors struggled against the Frankish power. A final defeat was, however, inflicted upon them by Charles Martel in 734, which secured the supremacy of the Franks in the north, though it was not until the days of Charles the Great 785 that the subjection of the Frisians was completed. Meanwhile, Christianity had been making its conquests in the land, mainly through the lifelong labors and preaching of the Englishman Willibrord, who came to Frisia in 692 and made Utrecht his headquarters. He was consecrated 695 at Rome Archbishop of the Frisians, and on his return, founded a number of bishoprics in the northern Netherlands, and continued his labors unremittingly until his death in 739. It is an interesting fact that both Wilfrid and Willibrord appear to have found no difficulty from the first in preaching to the Frisians in their native dialect, which was so nearly allied to their own Anglo-Saxon tongue. The See of Utrecht, founded by Willibrord, has remained the chief see of the northern Netherlands from his day to our own Friesland, was likewise the scene of a portion of the missionary labors of a greater than Willibrord, the famous Boniface, the apostle of the Germans. Also an Englishman, it was at Dockum in Friesland that he met a martyr's death 754. Charles the Great granted the Frisians important privileges under a code known as the Lex Frisianum, based upon the ancient laws of the country. They received the title of freemen, and were allowed to choose their own podestat or imperial governor in the Lex Frisianum. 3 districts are clearly distinguished: West Frisia, from the Zwin to the Fly; Middle Frisia, from the Fly to the Lowers; East Frisia, from the Lowers to the Weser. At the Partition Treaty of Verdun 843, Frisia became part of Lotharingia or Lorraine. At the Treaty of Meissen 870, it was divided between the kingdoms of the East Franks Austrasia and the West Franks Westrasia. In 880, the whole country was united to Austrasia. In 911, it fell under the dominion of Charles, the simple king of the West Franks, but the districts of East Frisia asserted their independence, and for a long time governed themselves after a very simple democratic fashion. The history of West Frisia gradually loses itself in that of the Countship of Holland and the See of Utrecht. See Holland and Utrecht. The influence of the Frisians during the interval between the invasion of Britain and the loss of their independence must have been greater than is generally recognized. They were a seafaring people and engaged largely in trade, especially perhaps the slave trade, their chief emporium being Wick T. Duested. During the period in question, there is considerable archaeological evidence for intercourse between the west coast of Norway and the regions south of the North Sea, and it is worth noting that this seems to have come to an end early in the 9th century probably. It is no mere accident that the first appearance, or rather reappearance, of Scandinavian pirates in the west took place shortly after the overthrow of the Frisians. Since Radbod's dominions extended from Duested to Heligoland, his power must have been by no means inconsiderable. Besides the Frisians discussed above, there is a people called North Frisians who inhabit the west coast of Schleswig. At present a Frisian dialect is spoken only between Tondern and 235 Husum, but formerly it extended farther both to the north and south. In historical times, these North Frisians were subjects of the Danish kingdom, and not connected in any way with the Frisians of the empire. They are first mentioned by Saxo Grammaticus. In connection with the exile of Nud-Roman 5, Saxo recognized that they were of Frisian origin, but did not know when they had first settled in this region. Various opinions are still held with regard to the question, but it seems not unlikely that the original settlers were Frisians who had been expelled by the Franks in the 8th century. Whether the North Frisian language is entirely of Frisian origin is somewhat doubtful, owing to the close relationship which Frisian bears to English. The inhabitants of the neighboring islands, Sylt, Amrum, and Foer, who speak a kindred dialect, have apparently never regarded themselves as Frisians, and it is the view of many scholars that they are the direct descendants of the ancient Saxons. In 1248, William of Holland, having become emperor, restored to the Frisians in his countship their ancient liberties in reward for the assistance they had rendered him in the siege of Aachen. But in 1254, they revolted, and William lost his life in the contest, which ensued. After many struggles, West Friesland became completely subdued, and was henceforth virtually absorbed in the county of Holland. But the Frieslanders east of the Zuider Zee obstinately resisted repeated attempts to bring them into subjection. In the course of the 14th century, the country was in a state of anarchy. Petty lordships sprang into existence. The interests of the commonweal were forgotten or disregarded, and the people began to be split up into factions, and these were continually carrying on petty warfare with one another. Thus the Vetkoopers fatmongers of Oostergoo had endless feuds with the Schieringers Eelfishers of Westergoo. This state of affairs favored the attempts of the Counts of Holland to push their conquests eastward, but the main body of the Frisians was still independent. When the Countship of Holland passed into the hands of Philip, the Good of Burgundy, Philip laid claim to the whole country, but the people appealed to the protection of the empire, and Frederick Roman III, in August 1457, recognized their direct dependence on the empire, and called on Philip to bring forward formal proof of his rights. Philip's successor Charles the Bold summoned an assembly of notables at Enkhuizen in 1469 in order to secure their homage, but the conference was without result. and the Duke's attention was soon absorbed by other and more important affairs. The marriage of Maximilian of Austria with the heiress of Burgundy was to be productive of a change in the fortunes of that part of Frisia, which lies between the Villi and the Lauwers. In 1498, Maximilian reversed the policy of his father Frederick Roman III and detached this territory known afterwards as the province of Friesland from the empire. He gave it as a fief to Albert of Saxony, who thoroughly crushed out all resistance in 1523. It fell with all the rest of the provinces of the Netherlands, under the strong rule of the Emperor Charles, the grandson of Maximilian and Mary of Burgundy. That part of Frisia which lies to the east of the Lauwers had a divided history. The portion which lies between the Lauwers and the Ems, after some struggles for independence, had, like the rest of the country, to submit itself to Charles. It became ultimately the province of the town and district of Groningen-Stad en Land and Sea Groningen, the easternmost part between the Ems and the Weser, which had since 1454 been a county, was ruled by the descendants of Edzard Cirksena, and was attached to the empire. The last of the Cirksenas, Count Charles Edward, died in 1744, and in default of heirs male, the King of Prussia took possession of the county. The province of Friesland was one of the 7 provinces which, by the treaty known as the Union of Utrecht, bound themselves together to resist the tyranny of Spain from 1579 to 1795. Friesland remained one of the constituent parts of the Republic of the United Provinces, but it always jealously insisted on its sovereign rights, especially against the encroachments of the predominant province of Holland. It maintained throughout the whole of the Republican period a certain distinctiveness of nationality, which was marked by the preservation of a different dialect, and of a separate stadtholder. Count William Louis of Nassau-Siegen, nephew and son-in-law of William the Silent, was chosen stadtholder, and through all the vicissitudes of the 17th and 18th centuries, the stadtholdership was held by one of his descendants. Frederick Henry of Orange was stadtholder of 6 provinces, but not of Friesland, and even during the stadtholderless periods, which followed the deaths of William Roman II and William Roman III of Orange, the Frisians remained staunch to the family of Nassau-Siegen. Finally, by the Revolution of 1748, William of Nassau-Siegen, stadtholder of Friesland, who by default of heirs male of the elder line had become William Roman IV, Prince of Orange, was made hereditary stadtholder of all the provinces. His grandson, in 1815, took the title of William Roman I, King of the Netherlands. The male line of the Frisian Nassaus came to an end with the death of King William Roman III in 1890. Bibliographies: Tacitus, Anne Roman 4 F Roman 11 F Roman 13 Hist Roman 4 F Germ 34 Ptolemy Georga Roman 2 11 Dio Cassius Roman 54 Eumenius Painig Roman 4. The Anglo-Saxon poems Finn Beowulf and Widsith Fredigarii Chronici Continuatio, and various German annals Gesta Regum, Francorum, Edius Vita Wilfridi. Cap 25 F Bede Hist Eccles Roman 4 Roman 5 F Alcuin Vita Willibrordi Roman 1 Unset Arbiter, for Nordisk Oldkundigt 1880 p. 89. FFCF Emog, in Paul's Grundris Roman 500 Germ Philology, Roman 2 p. 623, FF Ubbo Emmius Rerum, Frisicarum Historia, Leiden 1616 Pirius Winsemius Chronique, Van Vriesland Franoker. 1822, Roman 100 Scotenus Beschrivinge End Chronic, Van des Heerlijkheid van Friesland. 1655, Groot Plakat en Charterboek van Friesland, Ed Baron Roman 100 F. Zu Schwarzenberg, 5 vols Leeuwarden 17,680, 1793 t. Roman 500 Wierde Oostfriesisch, Jesch vols Roman 1 Roman 9 Orich 1791, Vol Roman 10 Bremen 1817 J. Dirks Geskudkundig Onderzoek van den Koefendel der Friesen Utrecht, 1846 Oklop, Jesch Oostfrieslands 3 vols Hanover 18,540, 1858, Hoofd van Eidekinge Friesland en de Friesen in de Middeleeuwen Leiden 1881, A Telting het Oudfries Stadrecht The Hague 1882 P.J. Block, Friesland I.M. Middelalter, Leer 1891. Frith or Frith John Roman 1,001,533, English reformer and Protestant martyr, was born at Westerham, Kent. He was educated at Eton and King's College, Cambridge, where Gardiner, afterwards Bishop of Winchester, was his tutor at the invitation of Cardinal Wolsey. After taking his degree, he migrated December 1525 to the newly founded College of St. Friedwald, or Cardinal College now. Christ Church, Oxford. The sympathetic interest which he showed in the Reformation movement in Germany caused him to be suspected as a heretic, and led to his imprisonment for some months. Subsequently, he appears to have resided chiefly at the newly founded Protestant University of Marburg, where he became acquainted with several scholars and reformers of note especially. Patrick Hamilton Q Roman 5 Frith's first publication was a translation of Hamilton's Places made shortly after the martyrdom of its author. And soon afterwards, The Revelation of Antichrist, a translation from the German, appeared along with Epistle to the Christen Reader by Richard Brightwell, supposed to be Frith and an antithesis wherein are compared Togder Christs. Acts and Our Holy Father, the Pope stated at Marlborough in the land of Hesse 12th, July 1529, his Disputation of Purgatory, a treatise in 3 books against Rassel Sir T. Moore, and Fisher Bishop of Rochester, respectively was published at the same place in 1531, while at Marburg Frith also assisted Tyndale, whose acquaintance he had made at Oxford, or perhaps in London in his literary labors in 1532, he ventured back to England apparently on some business. In connection with the prior of reading warrants for his arrest, were almost immediately issued at the instance of Sir T. Moore. Then, Lord Chancellor Frith ultimately fell into the hands of the authorities at Milton Shore in Essex, as he was on the point of making his escape to Flanders. The rigor of his imprisonment in the Tower was somewhat abated when Sir T. oddly succeeded to the chancellorship, and it was understood that both Cromwell and Cranmer were disposed to show great leniency, but the treacherous circulation of a manuscript, little treatise on the sacraments which Frith had written for the information of a friend, and without any view to publication, served further to excite the 236 hostility of his enemies, in consequence of a sermon preached before him against the sacramentaries. The king ordered that Frith should be examined. He was afterwards tried, and found guilty of having denied with regard to the doctrines of purgatory and of transubstantiation, that they were necessary articles of faith. On the 23rd of June, 1533, he was handed over to the secular arm, and at Smithfield on the 4th of July, following, he was burnt at the stake during his captivity. He wrote besides several letters of interest, a reply to Moray's letter against Frith's little treatise, also 2 tracts entitled A Mirror or Glass to Know Thyself, and A Mirror or Looking Glass, wherein you may behold the sacrament of baptism. Frith is an interesting and so far important figure in English ecclesiastical history, as having been the first to maintain and defend that doctrine regarding the sacrament of Christ's body and blood, which ultimately came to be incorporated in the English Communion Office 23 years. After Frith's death as a martyr to the doctrine of that office that Christ's natural body and blood are in heaven, not here, Cranmer, who had been one of his judges, went to the stake. For the same belief within 3 years more, it had become the publicly professed faith of the entire English nation. C. O. Wood Atheny Oxonienses, ed. P. Bliss 1813 Roman 1 p. 74, John Fox Acts and Monuments, ed. G. Townshend, 18,431,840, 9 Roman 5 pp 116, also Index G. Burnett, Hist of the Reformation of the Church of England, ed. N. Pocock, 1865 Roman 1 p. 273, Roman 50, Richmond, The Fathers of the English Church, Roman 11,807 Life, and Martyrdom of John Frith, London 1824, published by the Church of England Tract Society, Deborah Alcock 6, Heroic Men 1906. Frith William Powell 18,190,1909, 1909, English painter, was born at Aldfield in Yorkshire on the 9th of January 1819. His parents moved in 1826 to Harrogate, where his father became landlord of the Dragon Inn, and it was then that the boy began his general education at a school at Knaresborough. Later, he went for about 2 years to a school at St. Margaret's near Dover, where he was placed specially under the direction of the drawing master, as a step towards his preparation for the profession which his father had decided on, as the one that he wished him to adopt in 1835. He was entered as a student in the well-known art school, kept by Henry Sass in Bloomsbury, from which he passed after 2 years to the Royal Academy Schools. His first independent experience was gained in 1839, when he went about for some months in Lincolnshire, executing several commissions for portraits. But he soon began to attempt compositions, and in 1840, his first picture, Malvolio Cross-Gartered before the Countess Olivia, appeared at the Royal Academy. During the next few years, he produced several notable paintings, among them Squire Thornhill, relating his town adventures to the vicar's family, and The Village Pastor, which established his reputation as one of the most promising of the younger men of that time. This last work was exhibited in 1845, and in the autumn of that year he was elected an associate of the Royal Academy. His promotion to the rank of academician followed in 1853, when he was chosen to fill the vacancy caused by Turner's death. The chief pictures painted by him during his tenure of associateship were an English merrymaking, in the olden time old woman accused of witchcraft, the coming-of-age Sancho and Don Quixote Hogarth before the governor of Calais, and the scene from Goldsmith's Good-Natured Man, which was commissioned in 1850 by Mr. Sheepshanks and bequeathed by him to the South Kensington Museum. Then came a succession of large compositions, which gained for the artist an extraordinary popularity. Life at the Seaside, better known as Ramsgate Sands, was exhibited in 1854 and was bought by Queen Victoria the Derby Day in 1858, Claude Duval in 1860, the railway station in 1862, the Marriage of the Prince of Wales, painted for Queen Victoria in 1865, The Last Sunday of Charles Roman II in 1867, the Salon d'Or in 1871, the Road to Ruin, a series in 1878, a similar series, The Race for Wealth, shown at a gallery in King Street, St. James in 1880, The Private View in 1883, and John Knox at Holyrood in 1886. Frith also painted a considerable number of portraits of well-known people. In 1889, he became an honorary retired academician. His Derby Day is in the National Gallery of British Art. In his youth, in common with the men by whom he was surrounded, he had leanings towards romance, and he scored many successes as a painter of imaginative subjects. In these, he proved himself to be possessed of exceptional qualities, as a colorist and manipulator, qualities that promised to earn for him a secure place among the best executants of the British school. But in his middle period, he chose a fresh direction, fascinated by the welcome which the public gave to his first attempts to illustrate the life of his own times. He undertook a considerable series of large canvases, in which he commented on the manners and morals of society. As he found it, he became a pictorial preacher, a painter, who moralized about the everyday incidents of modern existence. And he sacrificed some of his technical variety. There remained, however, a remarkable sense of characterization and an acute appreciation of dramatic effect. Frith died on the 2nd of November 1909. Frith published his autobiography and reminiscences in 1887, and further reminiscences in 1889. Fritillary, fritillaria, from Lat. Fritilis, a chessboard so called from the checkered markings on the petals, a genus of hardy bulbous plants of the natural order Liliaceae, containing about 50 species, widely distributed in the northern hemisphere. The genus is represented in Britain by the fritillary or snake's head, which occurs in moist meadows in the southern half of England, especially in Oxfordshire. A much larger plant is the crown imperial F. imperialis, a native of Western Asia, and well known in gardens. This grows to a height of about 3 ft, the lower part of the stoutish stem being furnished with leaves, while near the top is developed a crown of large pendant flowers, surmounted by a tuft of bright green leaves like those of the lower part of the stem, only smaller. The flowers are bell-shaped, yellow or red, and in some of the forms double. The plant grows freely in good garden soil, preferring a deep, well-drained loam, and is all the better for a top dressing of manure. As it approaches the flowering stage, strong clumps of 5 or 6 roots of one kind have a very fine effect. It is a very suitable subject for the back row in mixed flower borders, or for recesses in the front part of shrubbery borders. It flowers in April or early in May. There are a few named varieties, but the most generally grown are the single and double yellow, and the single and double red, the single red having also 2 variegated varieties, with the leaves striped respectively with white and yellow. Fritillary is also the name of a kind of butterfly. Fritzlar, a town of Germany in the Prussian province of Hesse-Kassel, on the left bank of the Eder 16 Roman 1000 SW from Kassel, on the railway Weyburn-Wildungen Pop, 1905-34-48. It is a prettily situated old-fashioned place with an evangelical and 2 Roman Catholic churches, one of the latter, that of St. Peter, a striking medieval edifice. As early as 732, Boniface, the Apostle of Germany, established the Church of St. Peter and a small Benedictine monastery at Fritzlar, the quiet home or abode of peace. Before long, the school connected with the monastery became famous, and among its earlier scholars, it numbered Sturm, abbot of Fulda, and Mejingod, second bishop of Wurzburg. When Boniface found himself unable to continue the supervision of the society himself, he entrusted the office to Wigbert of Glastonbury, who thus became the first abbot of Fritzlar in 774. The little settlement was taken and burnt by the Saxons, but it evidently soon recovered from the blow. For a short time after 786, it was the seat of the bishopric of Büroberg, which had been founded by Boniface in 741. At the Diet of Fritzlar in 919, Henry Roman I was elected German king. in the beginning of the 13th century. The village received municipal rights in 1232. It was captured and burned by the Landgrave Conrad of Thuringia and his allies in 1630. It was taken by William of Hesse in 1760. It was successfully defended by General Luckner against the French. And in 1761, it was occupied by the French and unsuccessfully bombarded by the Allies as a principality. Fritzlar continued subject to the Archbishopric 237 of Mainz till 1802, when it was incorporated with Hesse from 1807 to 1814. It belonged to the Kingdom of Westphalia, and in 1866 passed with Hesse Castle to Prussia. Friuli in the local dialect Furlanais, a district at the head of the Adriatic Sea at present divided between Italy and Austria, the Italian portion being included in the province of Udine, and the district of Portogruaro, and the Austrian comprising the province of Gors and Gradisca, and the so-called Idrian district in the north and east. Friuli includes portions of the Julian and Carnic Alps, while the south is an alluvial plain, richly watered by the Isonzo, the Tagliamento, and many lesser streams, which, although of small volume during the dry season, come down in enormous floods after rain or thaw. The inhabitants, known as Furlanians, are mainly Italians, but they speak a dialect of their own, which contains Celtic elements. The area of the country is about 3,300 askew Roman 1,000. It contains about 700,000 inhabitants. Friuli derives its name from the Roman town of Forum Julii, or Fora Julium, the modern citadel, which is said by Paulus Diaconus to have been founded by Julius Caesar in the 2nd century B. Roman 100. The district was subjugated by the Romans and became part of Gallia Transpadana during the Roman period. Besides Forum Julii, its principal towns were Concordia, Aquileia, and Vidinium. On the conquest of the country by the Lombards during the 6th century, it was made one of their 36 duchies, the capital being Forum Julii, or as they called it, Civitas Austriae. It is needless to repeat the list of dukes of the Lombard line from Gisulf Roman 500 to Hrothgod, who fell a victim to his opposition to Charlemagne about 776. Their names and exploits may be read in the Historia Langobardorum of Paulus Diaconus, and they were mainly occupied in struggles with the Avars and other barbarian peoples, and in resisting the pretensions of the Lombard kings. The discovery, however, of Gisulf's grave at Cividale in 1874 is an interesting proof of the historian's authenticity. Charlemagne filled Hrothgod's place with one of his own followers, and the frontier position of Friuli gave the new line of counts, dukes, or margraves, for they are variously designated, the opportunity of acquiring importance by exploits against the Bulgarians, Slovenians, and other hostile peoples to the east. After the death of Charlemagne, Friuli shared in general in the fortunes of northern Italy in the 11th century. The ducal rights over the greater part of Friuli were bestowed by the Emperor Henry Roman IV on the Patriarch of Aquileia, but towards the close of the 14th century, the nobles called in the assistance of Venice, which, after defeating the archbishop, afforded a new illustration of Aesop's well-known fable by securing possession of the country for itself. The eastern part of Friuli was held by the Counts of Gors till 1500, when, on the failure of their line, it was appropriated by the German King Maximilian Roman I, and remained in the possession of the House of Austria until the Napoleonic Wars. By the Peace of Campo Formio in 1797, the Venetian district also came to Austria, and on the formation of the Napoleonic Kingdom of Italy in 1805, the department of Passariano was made to include the whole of Venetian and part of Austrian Friuli, and in 1809 the rest was added to the Illyrian provinces. The title of Duke of Friuli was borne by Marshal Duroc in 1815. The whole country was recovered by the Emperor of Austria, who himself assumed the ducal title and coat of arms, and it was not till 1866 that the Venetian portion was again ceded to Italy by the Peace of Prague. The capital of the country is Udine, and its arms are a crowned eagle on a field azure. See Manzano Annali del Friuli, Udine 18,580, 1879, and Compendio di Storia Friulana, Udine 1876. Antonini, Il Friuli Oriental, Milan, 1865, von Zahn Friulisch Studien Vienna 1878, Pierna Vocabolario Friulino Venice 1869, and Roman 50, Fracassetti La Statistica Etnografica del Friuli, Udine 1903. T. as Froben Frobnius Joannes Roman 1,001,527, German printer and scholar, was born at Hammelburg in Bavaria about the year 1460, after completing his university career at Basel, where he made the acquaintance of the famous printer Johannes Auerbach, 14,430,1513. He established a printing house in that city about 1491, and this soon attained a European reputation for accuracy and for taste in 1500. He married the daughter of the bookseller Wolfgang Lachner, who entered into partnership with him. He was on terms of friendship with Erasmus Curoman V, who not only had his own works printed by him, but superintended Frobnius editions of St. Jerome, St. Cyprian, Tertullian, Hilary of Poitiers, and St. Ambrose. His New Testament in Greek 1516 was used by Luther for his translation Frobnius. Employed Hans Holbein to illuminate his texts. It was part of his plan to print editions of the Greek Fathers. He did not, however, live to carry out this project. But it was very creditably executed by his son Jerome, and his son-in-law Nicolaus Episcopius Frobnius died in October 1527. His work in Basel made that city in the 16th century the leading center of the German book trade and extant. Letter of Erasmus written in the year of Frobnius' death gives an epitome of his life and an estimate of his character, and in it Erasmus mentions that his grief for the death of his friend was far more poignant than that which he had felt for the loss of his own brother, adding that all the apostles of science ought to wear mourning. The epistle concludes with an epitaph in Greek and Latin. Frobisher Sir Martin Roman 1,001,594, English navigator, and explorer, fourth child of Bernard Frobisher of Altofts in the parish of Normanton, Yorkshire, was born sometime between 1530 and 1540. The family came originally from North Wales. At an early age, he was sent to school in London and placed under the care of a kinsman, Sir John Yorke, who in 1544 placed him on board a ship belonging to a small fleet of merchantmen sailing to Guinea. By 1565, he is referred to as Captain Martin Frobisher, and in 15,711,572, as being in the public service at sea off the coast of Ireland. He married in 1559. As early as 1560 or 1561, Frobisher had formed a resolution to undertake a voyage in search of a northwest passage to Cathay and India. The discovery of such a route was the motive of most of the Arctic voyages undertaken at that period, and for long after, but Frobisher's special merit was in being the first to give to this enterprise a national character. For 15 years he solicited in vain the necessary means to carry his project into execution, but in 1576, mainly by help of the Earl of Warwick, he was put in command of an expedition consisting of two tiny barks, the Gabriel and Michael, of about 20 to 25 tons each, and a pinnace of 10 tons with an aggregate crew of 35. He weighed anchor at Blackwall, and after having received a good word from Queen Elizabeth at Greenwich, set sail on the 7th of June. By way of the Shetland Islands, stormy weather was encountered in which the pinnace was lost, and some time afterwards the Michael deserted, but stoutly continuing the voyage alone. On the 28th of July, the Gabriel sighted the coast of Labrador in lat. 62°, and some days later, the mouth of Frobisher Bay was reached, and a farther advance northwards being prevented by ice and contrary winds. Frobisher determined to sail westward up this passage, which he conceived to be a strait to see whether he might carry himself through the same into some open sea on the Backyside Butcher's Island, was reached on the 18th of August, and some natives being met with here intercourse was carried on with them for some days, the result being that 5 of Frobisher's men were decoyed and captured, and never more seen after vainly trying to get back. His men Frobisher turned homewards, and reached London on the 9th of October. Among the things which had been hastily brought away by the men was some black earth, and just as it seemed as if nothing more was to come of this expedition, it was noised abroad that the apparently valueless black earth was really a lump of gold, or it is difficult to say how this rumor arose, and whether there was any truth in it, or whether Frobisher was a party to deception, in order to obtain means to carry out the great idea of his life. The story at any rate was so far successful that greatest enthusiasm was manifested by the court and the commercial and speculating world of the time, and next year, a much more important expedition than the former was fitted out, the Queen 238 lending the aid from the Royal Navy and subscribing 1,000. Towards the expenses of the expedition, a company of Cathay was established with a charter from the Crown giving the company the sole right of sailing in every direction. But the East Frobisher was appointed High Admiral of all lands and waters that might be discovered by him. On the 26th of May 1577, the expedition consisting besides the aid of the ships Gabriel and Michael with boats pinnaces, and an aggregate complement of 120 men, including miners, refiners, Roman 100 left Blackwall and sailing. By the north of Scotland, reached Hall's Island at the mouth of Frobisher Bay on the 17th of July. A few days later, the country and the south side of the bay was solemnly taken possession of in the Queen's name. Several weeks were now spent in collecting, but very little was done in the way of discovery. Frobisher, being specially directed by his commission to defer the further discovery of the passage. Until another time, there was much parleying and some skirmishing with the natives and earnest, but futile attempts made to recover the men captured the previous year. The return was begun on the 23rd of August, and the aid reached Milford Haven on the 23rd of September. The Gabriel and Michael, having separated, arrived later at Bristol and Yarmouth. Frobisher was received and thanked by the Queen at Windsor. Great preparations were made and considerable expense incurred for the assaying of the great quantity of ore, about 200 tons, brought home. This took up much time, and led to considerable dispute among the various parties interested. Meantime, the faith of the Queen and others remained strong in the productiveness of the newly discovered territory, which she herself named Meta Incognita, and it was resolved to send out a larger expedition than ever with all necessaries for the establishment of a colony of 100 men. Frobisher was again received by the Queen at Greenwich, and Her Majesty threw a fine chain of gold around his neck on the 31st of May 1578. The expedition, consisting in all of 15 vessels, left Harwich, and sailing by the English Channel on the 20th of June, reached the south of Greenland, where Frobisher and some of his men managed to land on the 2nd of July. The foreland of Frobisher Bay was sighted, but stormy weather and dangerous ice prevented the rendezvous from being gained, and besides causing the wreck of the bark Dennis of 100 tons, drove the fleet unwittingly up a new Hudson Strait. After proceeding about 60 Roman 1,000 up this mistaken strait, Frobisher, with apparent reluctance, turned back, and after many bufferings and separations, the fleet at last came to anchor in Frobisher Bay. Some attempt was made at founding settlement, and a large quantity of ore was shipped, but as might be expected, there was much dissension, and not a little discontent among so heterogeneous a company. And on the last day of August, the fleet set out on its return to England, which was reached in the beginning of October. Thus ended what was little better than a fiasco, though Frobisher himself cannot be held to blame for the result. The scheme was altogether chimerical, and the ore seems to have been not worth smelting. In 1580, Frobisher was employed as captain of one of the Queen's ships in preventing the designs of Spain to assist the Irish insurgents, and in the same year obtained a grant of the reversionary title of Clerk of the Royal Navy. In 1585, he commanded the Primrose as vice-admiral to Sir F. Drake in his expedition to the West Indies, and when soon afterwards the country was threatened with invasion by the Spanish Armada, Frobisher's name was one of four mentioned by the Lord High Admiral in a letter to the Queen of men of the greatest experience that this realm hath, and for his signal services in the triumph. In the dispersion of the Armada, he was knighted. He continued to cruise about in the Channel until 1590, when he was sent in command of a small fleet to the coast of Spain. In 1591, he visited his native Altofts and there married his second wife, a daughter of Lord Wentworth, becoming at the same time a landed proprietor in Yorkshire. And Notts he found, however, little leisure for a country life, and the following year took charge of the fleet fitted out by Sir Walter Raleigh to the Spanish coast. Returning with a rich prize in November 1594, he was engaged with a squadron in the siege and relief of Brest when he received a wound at Fort Crozon, from which he died at Plymouth on the 22nd of November. His body was taken to London and buried at St. Giles Cripplegate, though he appears to have been somewhat rough in his bearing and too strict a disciplinarian to be much loved. Frobisher was undoubtedly one of the most able seamen of his time, and justly takes rank among England's great naval heroes. See Hakluyt's Voyages. The Hakluyt Society's 3 Voyages of Frobisher, Rev. F. Jonas Life of Frobisher 1878, Julian Corbett Drake, and the Tudor Navy 1898. Frock, originally a long loose gown with broad sleeves, more especially that worn by members of the religious orders. The word is derived from the OFR frock of somewhat obscure origin in medieval Lat. Frocus appears also as flocus, which, if it is the original as ducange, suggests literally mutata would connect the word with flock curomen. 5. Properly a tuft of wool. Another suggestion refers the word to the German rock, a coat, cf. rochet, which in some rare instances is found as a trock. The formal stripping off of the frock became part of the ceremony of degradation or deprivation in the case of a condemned monk, hence the expression to unfrock med lat defrocker fr defrocker, used of the degradation of monks and of priests from holy orders in the Middle Ages. Frock was also used of a long loose coat worn by men, and of a coat of mail, the frock of mail in something of. This sense the word survived into the 19th century, for a coat with long skirts now called the frock coat the word, is now chiefly used in English for a child's or young girl's dress of body and skirt, but is frequently used of a woman's dress, Ducange Glossarium S. Roman 5. Flocus quotes an early use of the word for a woman's garment, miracula, S. Utilris ap Mabilin acta sanctorum Benedict, seek Roman 5 p. 466. Here a woman possessed of a devil is cured and sends her garments to the tomb of the saint, and a dalmatic is ordered to be made out of the flocus or frocus frock, also appears in the smock frock. Once the typical outer garment of the English peasant, it consists of a loose shirt of linen or other material worn over the other clothes, and hanging to about the knee its characteristic feature is the smocking a puckered honeycomb, stitching round the neck and shoulders. Froebel Friedrich Wilhelm, August 17,821,852, German philosopher, philanthropist, and educational reformer, was born at Oberweisbach, a village of the Thuringian Forest, on the 21st of April 1782. Like Comenius, with whom he had much in common, he was neglected in his youth, and the remembrance of his own early sufferings made him in after life the more eager in promoting the happiness of children. His mother he lost in his infancy, and his father the pastor of Oberweisbach, and the surrounding district attended to his parish, but not to his family. Friedrich soon had a stepmother, and neglect was succeeded by stepmotherly attention, but a maternal uncle took pity on him and gave him a home for some years at Stat Roman 949. Here he went to the village school, but like many thoughtful boys he passed for a dunce throughout life. He was always seeking for hidden connections and an underlying unity in all things. Nothing of the kind was to be perceived in the piecemeal studies of the school, and Froebel's mind, busy, as it was for itself, would not work for the masters. His half-brother was therefore thought more worthy of a university education, and Friedrich was apprenticed for 2 years to a forester, 17,971,799. Left to himself in the Thuringian forest, Froebel began to study nature, and without scientific instruction, he obtained a profound insight into the uniformity and essential unity of nature's laws. Years afterwards, the celebrated John, the Father John of the German gymnasts, told a Berlin student of a queer fellow he had met who made out all sorts of wonderful things from stones and cobwebs. This queer fellow was Froebel, and the habit of making out general truths from the observation of nature, especially from plants and trees, dated from the solitary rambles in the forest. No training could have been better suited to strengthen his inborn tendency to mysticism. And when he 239 left the forest at the early age of 17, he seems to have been possessed by the main ideas which influenced him all his life. The conception which in him dominated all others was the unity of nature, and he longed to study natural sciences that he might find in them various applications of nature's universal laws. With great difficulty he got leave to join his elder brother at the University of Jena, and there for a year he went from lecture room to lecture room, hoping to grasp that connection of the sciences which had for him far more attraction than any particular science in itself. But Froebel's allowance of money was very small, and his skill in the management of money was never great, so his university career ended in an imprisonment of 9 weeks for a debt of 30 shillings. He then returned home with very poor prospects, but much more intent on what he calls the course of self-completion, Vervollkommnung Mainz, selbst, than on getting on in a worldly point of view. He was sent to learn farming, but was recalled in consequence of the failing health of his father in 1802. The father died, and Froebel, now 20 years old, had to shift for himself. It was some time before he found his true vocation, and for the next 3.5 years, we find him at work, now in one part of Germany, now in another, sometimes land surveying, sometimes acting as accountant, sometimes as private secretary. But in all this, his outer life was far removed from his inner life, and in spite of his outward circumstances, he became more and more conscious that a great task lay before him for the good of humanity. The nature of the task, however, was not clear to him, and it seemed determined by accident. While studying architecture in Frankfurt in Main, he became acquainted with the director of a model school, who had caught some of the enthusiasm of Pestalozzi. This friend saw that Froebel's true field was education, and he persuaded him to give up architecture and take a post in the model school. In this school, Froebel worked for 2 years with remarkable success, but he then retired and undertook the education of 3 lads of one family. In this he could not satisfy himself, and he obtained the parents' consent to his taking the boys to Iverden near Neuchâtel, and there forming with them a part of the celebrated institution of Pestalozzi. Thus, from 1807 till 1809, Froebel was drinking in Pestalozzianism at the fountainhead, and qualifying himself to carry on the work which Pestalozzi had begun for the science of education, had to deduce from Pestalozzi's experience principles, which Pestalozzi himself could not deduce, and Froebel, the pupil of Pestalozzi, and a genius like his master, completed the reformer's system, taking the results at which Pestalozzi had arrived through the necessities of his position. Froebel developed the ideas involved in them not by further experience, but by deduction from the nature of man, and thus he attained to the conception of true human development, and to the requirements of true education. Schmidt's Geschichte der Pädagogik. Holding that man and nature, inasmuch as they proceed from the same source, must be governed by the same laws. Froebel longed for more knowledge of natural science. Even Pestalozzi seemed to him not to honor science in her divinity. He therefore determined to continue the university course, which had been so rudely interrupted 11 years before, and in 1811 he began studying at Göttingen, whence he proceeded to Berlin. But again his studies were interrupted, this time by the King of Prussia's celebrated call to my people. Though not a Prussian, Froebel was heart and soul a German. He therefore responded to the call, enlisted in Lützow's corps, and went through the campaign of 1813. But his military ardor did not take his mind off education. Everywhere he writes, as far as the fatigues I underwent allowed, I carried in my thoughts my future calling as educator. Yes, even in the few engagements in which I had to take part, even in these, I could gather experience for the task I proposed to myself. Froebel's soldiering showed him the value of discipline and united action, how the individual belongs not to himself, but to the whole body, and how the whole body supports the individual. Froebel was rewarded for his patriotism by the friendship of two men whose names will always be associated with his Landjethel and Middendorf. These young men, 10 years younger than Froebel, became attached to him in the field, and were ever afterwards his devoted followers, sacrificing all their prospects in life for the sake of carrying out his ideas. At the Peace of Fontainebleau, signed in May 1814, Froebel returned to Berlin and became curator of the Museum of Mineralogy under Professor Weiss. In accepting this appointment from the government, he seemed to turn aside from his work as educator. But if not teaching, he was learning more and more. The thought possessed him that the one thing needful for man was unity of development, perfect evolution, in accordance with the laws of his being, such evolution as science discovers in the other organisms of nature. He at first intended to become a teacher of natural science, but before long wider views dawned upon him. Landjethel and Middendorf were in Berlin, engaged in tuition. Froebel gave them regular instruction in his theory, and at length, counting on their support, he resolved to set about realizing his own idea of the new education. This was in 1816, 3 years before one of his brothers, a clergyman, had died of fever caught from the French prisoners. His widow was still living in the parsonage at Griesheim, a village on the Roman 949. Froebel gave up his post and set out for Griesheim on foot, spending his very last groschen on the way for bread. Here he undertook the education of his orphan niece and nephews, and also of two more nephews sent him by another brother. With these he opened a school and wrote to Middendorf and Landjethel to come and help in the experiment. Middendorf came at once. Landjethel, a year or two later, when the school had been moved to Kehlhau, another of the Thuringian villages, which became the Mecca of the new faith. In Kehlhau, Froebel, Landjethel, Middendorf, and Barop, a relation of Middendorf's, all married and formed an educational community. Such zeal could not be fruitless, and the school gradually increased, though for many years its teachers, with Froebel at their head, were in the greatest straits for money, and at times even for food. After 14 years' experience, he determined to start other institutions to work in connection with the parent institution at Kehlhau, and being offered by a private friend the use of a castle on the Wartensee in the canton of Lucerne, he left Kehlhau under the direction of Barop, and with Landjethel he opened the Swiss institution. The ground, however, was very ill chosen. The Catholic clergy resisted what they considered as a Protestant invasion, and the experiment on the Wartensee, and at Willisau in the same canton, to which the institution was moved in 1833, never had a fair chance. It was in vain that Middendorf, at Froebel's call, left his wife and family at Kehlhau and labored for 4 years in Switzerland without once seeing them. The Swiss institution never flourished, but the Swiss government wished to turn to account the presence of the great educator, so young teachers were sent to Froebel for instruction, and finally Froebel moved to Burgdorf, a Bernese town of some importance and famous from Pestalozzi's labors there 30 years earlier, to undertake the establishment of a public orphanage, and also to superintend a course of teaching for schoolmasters. the elementary teachers of the canton, were to spend 3 months every alternate year at Bergdorf, and there compare experiences and learn of distinguished men such as Froebel and Bitzius. In his conferences with these teachers, Froebel found that the schools suffered from the state of the raw material brought into them. Till the school age was reached, the children were entirely neglected. Froebel's conception of harmonious development naturally led him to attach much importance to the earliest years, and his great work on the education of man, published as early as 1826, deals chiefly with the child, up to the age of 7. At Bergdorf, his thoughts were much occupied with the proper treatment of young children, and in scheming for them a graduated course of exercises modeled on the games in which he observed them to be most interested. In his eagerness to carry out his new plans, he grew impatient of official restraints, so he returned to Kehlhau, and soon afterwards opened the first kindergarten or garden of children in the neighboring village of Blankenberg, 1837, firmly convinced of the importance of 240, the kindergarten for the whole human race. Froebel described his system in a weekly paper, his Sonntagsblatt, which appeared from the middle of 1837 till 1840. He also lectured in great towns, and he gave a regular course of instruction to young teachers at Blankenberg. But although the principles of the kindergarten were gradually making their way, the first kindergarten was failing for want of funds. It had to be given up, and Froebel, now a widower, he had lost his wife in 1839, carried on his course for teachers first at Kehlhau, and from 1848 for the last 4 years of his life, at or near Liebenstein in the Thuringian forest and in the Duchy of Meiningen. It is in these last years that the man Froebel will be best known to posterity, for in 1849 he attracted within the circle of his influence a woman of great intellectual power, the Baroness von Marenholtz-Bülow, who has given us in her recollections of Friedrich Froebel the only lifelike portrait we possess. These seemed likely to be Froebel's most peaceful days. He married again in 1851, and having now devoted himself to the training of women as educators, he spent his time in instructing his class of young female teachers. But trouble came upon him from a quarter, whence he least expected it. In the great year of revolutions, 1848, Froebel had hoped to turn to account the general eagerness for improvement, and Middendorf had presented an address on kindergartens to the German parliament. Besides this, a nephew of Froebel's professor, Karl Froebel, of Zurich, published books, which were supposed to teach socialism. True, the uncle and nephew differed so widely that the new Froebelians were the enemies of the old, but the distinction was overlooked, and Friedrich and Karl Froebel were regarded as the united advocates of some new thing. In the reaction, which soon set in, Froebel found himself suspected of socialism and irreligion, and in 1851, the cultus minister von Romer issued an edict forbidding the establishment of schools after Friedrich and Karl Froebel's principles in Prussia. This was a heavy blow to the old man, who looked to the government of the Kultusstadt Prussia for support, and was met with denunciation, whether from the worry of this new controversy, or from whatever cause. Froebel did not long survive the decree. His 70th birthday was celebrated with great rejoicings in May 1852, but he died on the 21st of June, and was buried at Schwena, a village near his last abode, Marienthal, near Bad Liebenstein. All education not founded on religion is unproductive. This conviction followed naturally from Froebel's conception of the unity of all things, a unity due to the original unity from whom all proceed and in whom all live, move, and have their being, as man and nature have one origin. They must be subject to the same laws. Hence Froebel, like Comenius 2 centuries before him, looked to the course of nature for the principles of human education. This he declares to be his fundamental belief in the creation in nature and the order of the material world, and in the progress of mankind. God has given us the true type Erbold of education. As the cultivator creates nothing in the trees and plants, so the educator creates nothing in the children, merely superintends the development of inborn faculties. So far Froebel agrees with Pestalozzi, but in one respect he went beyond him. Pestalozzi said that the faculties were developed by exercise. Froebel added that the function of education was to develop the faculties by arousing voluntary activity. Action, proceeding from inner impulse, Selbsttätigkeit, was the one thing needful. The prominence which Froebel gave to action, his doctrine that man is primarily a doer and even a creator, and that he learns only through self-activity, has its importance all through education. But it was to the first stage of life that Froebel paid the greatest attention. He held with Rousseau that each age has a completeness of its own, and that the perfection of the later stage can be attained only through the perfection of the earlier. If the infant is what he should be as an infant, and the child as a child he will become, what he should be as a boy, just as naturally as new shoots spring from the healthy plant every stage, then must be cared for and tended in such a way that it may attain its own perfection. Impressed with the immense importance of the first stage, Froebel, like Pestalozzi, devoted himself to the instruction of mothers. But he would not, like Pestalozzi, leave the children entirely in the mother's hands. Pestalozzi held that the child belonged to the family. Fichte, on the other hand, claimed it for society and the state. Froebel, whose mind delighted in harmonizing apparent contradictions, and who taught that all progress lay through opposites to their reconciliation, maintained that the child belonged both to the family and to society, and he would therefore have children spend some hours of the day in a common life, and in well-organized common employments, these assemblies of children, he would not call schools, for the children in them ought not to be old enough for schooling. So he invented the name kindergarten, garden of children, and called the superintendents children's gardeners. He laid great stress on every child cultivating its own plot of ground. But this was not his reason for the choice of the name. It was rather that he thought of these institutions as enclosures, in which young human plants are nurtured in the kindergarten. The children's employment should be play, but any occupation in which children delight is play to them, and Froebel invented a series of employments, which, while they are in this sense play to the children, have nevertheless, as seen from the adult point of view, a distinct educational object. This object, as Froebel himself describes it, is to give the children employment in agreement with their whole nature, to strengthen their bodies, to exercise their senses, to engage their awakening mind, and through their senses to bring them acquainted with nature and their fellow creatures. It is especially to guide aright the heart and the affections, and to lead them to the original ground of all life, to unity with themselves. Froebel's own works are Menschenreserung Education of Man, 1826, which has been translated into French and English. Pädagogic Roman 500 Kindergartens Kleiner Schriften, and Mutter und Kostlieder collected editions, have been edited by Richard Lange, 1862, and Friedrich Seidel, 1883. A B. Hausmann's Friedrich Froebel is a lengthy and unsatisfactory biography. An unpretentious but useful little book is F. Froebel, a biographical sketch by Matilda H. Kriege, New York. Steiger. A very good account of Froebel's life and thoughts is given in Carl Schmitt's Geschichte Roman 500 Pädagogik, Vol. Roman 4, also in Adalbert Weber's Geschichte Roman 500 Volksschulpad, U. Roman 500 Kleinkinderiserung. Weber carefully gives authorities for a less favorable account. C.K. Strack's Geschichte Roman 500 Deutsch Volksschullessons. Frau von Marenholtz Bülow published her Erinnerungen, and F. Froebel, translated by Mrs. Horace Mann, 1877. This lady, the chief interpreter of Froebel, has expounded his principles in Das Kind U. Sein Wesen and Die Arbeit U. Die New Erzählung H. Corthope Bowen has written a memoir, 1897, in the Great Educators series in England. Miss Emily A. E. Shureff has published Principles of Froebel's System and a short sketch of Froebel's life. See also Dr. Henry Barnard's papers on Froebel's Kindergarten, 1881. R.H. Quick Educational Reformers, 1890. Lar HQ. Frog won a name in zoology of somewhat wide application, strictly for an animal belonging to the family Ranidae, but also used of some other families of the order Echidata, or the subclass Batrachia, Q. Roman 5. Frogs proper are typified by the common British species Rana temperaria, and its allies such as the edible frog R. esculenta and the American bullfrog R. catispiana. The genus Rana may be defined as firmisternal echidata with cylindrical transverse processes to the sacral vertebra teeth in the upper jaw, and on the vomer a protrusible tongue which is free and forked behind a horizontal pupil, and more or less webbed toes. It includes about 200 species distributed over the whole world. 241, with the exception of the greater part of South America and Australia. Some of the species are thoroughly aquatic and have fully webbed toes, others are terrestrial, except during the breeding season. Others are adapted for burrowing by means of the much enlarged and sharp-edged tubercle at the base of the inner toe, whilst not a few have the tips of the digits dilated into discs by which they are able to climb on trees. In most of the older classifications, great importance was attached to these physiological characters, and a number of genera were established, which, owing to the numerous annectant forms which have since been discovered, must be abandoned. The arboreal species were thus associated with the true tree frogs, regardless of their internal structure. We now know that such adaptations are of comparatively small importance and cannot be utilized for establishing groups higher than genera in a natural or phylogenetic classification. The tree frogs Hylidae, with which the arboreal Ranidae were formerly grouped, show in their anatomical structure a close resemblance to the toads Bufonidae, and are therefore placed far away from the true frogs, however great the superficial resemblance between them. Some frogs grow to a large size, the bullfrog of the eastern United States, and Canada reaching a length of nearly 8 in from snout to vent, long regarded as the giant of the genus, has been surpassed by the discovery of Rana guppy 812 in the Solomon Islands and of Rana Goliath 10 in South Cameroon. The family Ranidae embraces a large number of genera, some of which are very remarkable. Among these may be mentioned the hairy frog of West Africa, Trichobatrachus robustus, some specimens of which have the sides of the body, and of the hind limbs covered with long velocities, the function of which is unknown, and its ally Gampsystonyx batesii, in which the last phalanx of the fingers and toes is sharp claw-like and perforates the skin. To this family also belong the Rhacophorus of Eastern Asia, arboreal frogs, some of which are remarkable for the extremely developed webs between the fingers and toes, which are believed to act as a parachute when the frog leaps from the branches of trees. Flying frog of R. Wallace, whilst others have been observed to make aerial nests between leaves, overhanging water, a habit which is shared by their near allies, the Chiromantes of tropical Africa. Dimorphognathus from West Africa is the unique example of a sexual dimorphism. In the dentition, the males being provided with a series of large sharp teeth in the lower jaw, which in the female, as in most other members of the family, is Edentulus, the curious horned frog of the Solomon Islands. Ceratobatrachus gentheri, which can hardly be separated from the Ranidae, has teeth in the lower jaw in both sexes, whilst a few forms such as Dendrobates and Cardioglossa, which on this account have been placed in a distinct family, have no teeth at all, as in toads. These facts militate strongly against the importance which was once attached to the dentition in the classification of the tailless batrachians. When the word frog is in oe frocke or frock cf Dutch Vorstjer froschskiet, suggests a possible original source in the root meaning, to jump, to spring, cf ger fro glad, joyful, and frolic. The term is also applied to the following: objects the horny part in the center of a horse's hoof, an attachment to a belt for suspending a sword, bayonet. Roman 100. A fastening for the front of a coat, still used in military uniforms, consisting of 2 buttons on opposite sides, joined by ornamental loop braids, and in railway construction, the point where 2 rails cross these, may be various transferred applications of the name of the animal. But the frog of a horse was also called frush, probably a corruption of the French name fourchette, little fork. The ornamental braiding is also more probably due to froc lat flocus. Frogbit in botany, the English name for a small floating herb, known botanically as Hydrocharis morsus, Rani, a member of the order Hydrocharidae, a family of monocotyledons. The plant has rosettes of roundish floating leaves and multiplies like the strawberry plant, by means of runners at the end of which new leaf rosettes develop. Staminate and pistillate flowers are borne on different plants. They have 3 small green sepals and 3 broadly ovate white membranous petals. The fruit, which is fleshy, is not found in Britain. The plant occurs in ponds and ditches in England and is rare in Ireland. Frogmore, a mansion within the royal domain of Windsor, England, in the Home Park, 1 Roman 1000 SC of Windsor Castle. It was occupied by George Roman III's Queen Charlotte and later by the Duchess of Kent, mother of Queen Victoria, who died here in 1861. The mansion, a plain building facing a small lake, has in its grounds the mausoleum of the Duchess of Kent, and the Royal Mausoleum. The first is a circular building surrounded with Ionic columns, and rising in a dome, a lower chamber within containing the tomb, while in the upper chamber is a statue of the Duchess. There is also a bust of Princess Hohenlohe, Langenberg, half-sister of Queen Victoria, and before the entrance is a memorial erected by the Queen to Lady Augusta Stanley, Roman 500, wife of Dean Stanley. The Royal Mausoleum, a cruciform building with a central octagonal lantern, richly adorned within with marbles and mosaics, was erected 18,621,870 by Queen Victoria over the tomb of Albert, Prince Consort, by whose side the Queen herself was buried in 1901. There are also memorials to Princess Alice and Prince Leopold in the mausoleum. To the south of the mansion are the Royal Gardens and Dairy. Froelich Abraham Emanuel 17,961,865, Swiss poet, was born on the 1st of February 1796 at Brugg in the canton of Aargau, where his father was a teacher after studying theology at Zurich. He became a pastor in 1817 and returned as teacher to his native town, where he lived for 10 years. He was then appointed professor of the German language and literature in the cantonal school at Aarau, which post he lost, however, in the political quarrels of 1830. He afterwards obtained the post of teacher and rector of the cantonal college, and was also appointed assistant minister at the parish church. He died at Baden in Aargau on the 1st of December 1865. His works are Fabeln 1825, Schweizerlieder 1827, Das Evangelium, St. Johannes in Liedern 1830, Eligion and Weg und Sarg 1835, Die Epochs Ulrich Zwingli 1840, Ulrich von Hutten 1845, Außerlessing Samen und Geistlich Lieder für die Evangelische Reformer Kirche des Kantons Aargau 1840, For über den Kirchengesang, der Protestant 1846, Trosslieder 1852, der Jungdeutsch Mitchell 1846, Riemsbruch o Staatsschule, Unkirch 1820. An edition of his collected works in 5 vols was published at Frauenfeld in 1853. Froelich is best known for his 2 heroic poems, Ulrich Zwingli and Ulrich von Hutten, and especially for his fables, which have been ranked with those of Hagedorn, Lessing, and Gellert. See the Life by R. Fassi, Zurich, 1907. Froschammer Jakob, 18,211,893, German theologian and philosopher, was born at Olkofen near Regensburg on the 6th of January, 1821. Destined by his parents for the Roman Catholic priesthood, he studied theology at Munich, but felt an ever-growing attraction to philosophy. Nevertheless, after much hesitation, he took what he himself calls the most mistaken step of his life, and in 1847 entered the priesthood. His keenly logical intellect and his impatience of authority, where it clashed with his own convictions, quite unfitted him for that unquestioning obedience which the Church demanded. It was only after open defiance of the Bishop of Regensburg that he obtained permission to continue his studies at Munich. He at first devoted himself more especially to the study of the history of dogma, and in 1850 published his Beitrag zur Kirchengeschichte, which was placed on the Index Expurgatorius. But he felt that his real vocation was philosophy, and after holding for a short time an extraordinary professorship of theology, he became professor of philosophy in 1855. This appointment he owed chiefly to his work Über den Ursprung der menschlichen Seelen, 1854, in which he maintained that the human soul was not implanted by a special creative act in each case, but was the result of a secondary creative act on the part of the parents. That soul as well as body, therefore, was subject to the laws of heredity. This was supplemented in 1855 by the controversial Menschenseele und Physiology. Undeterred by the offense which these works gave to his ecclesiastical superiors, he published in 1858 the Einleitung in Die Philosophie und Grundriss der Metaphysik, in which he assailed the doctrine of Thomas Aquinas, that philosophy was the handmaid of theology. In 1861, appeared Über die Aufgabe der Naturphilosophie und ihrer Verhältnis zur Naturwissenschaft, which was, he declared, directed against the purely mechanical conception of the universe, and affirmed the necessity of a creative power. In the same year, he published Über die Freiheit der Wissenschaft, in which he maintained the independence of science, whose goal was truth against authority, and reproached the excessive respect for the latter in the Roman Church, with the insignificant part played by the German Catholics in literature and philosophy. He was denounced by the Pope himself in an apostolic brief of the 11th of December 1862, and students of theology were forbidden to attend his lectures. 242. Public opinion was now keenly excited. He received an ovation from the Munich students, and the king, to whom he owed his appointment, supported him warmly. A conference of Catholic savants held in 1863 under the presidency of Dollinger decided that authority must be supreme in the Church, when, however, Dollinger and his school in their turn started the old Catholic movement. Froschammer refused to associate himself with their cause, holding that they did not go far enough and that their declaration of 1863 had cut the ground from under their feet. Meanwhile, he had in 1862 founded the Athenaeum as the organ of liberal Catholicism. For this, he wrote the first adequate account in German of the Darwinian theory of natural selection, which drew a warm letter of appreciation from Darwin himself. Excommunicated in 1871, he replied with 3 articles which were reproduced in thousands as pamphlets in the chief European languages. der Fels Petri in Rome, 1873, der Primat Petri und des Papsts, 1875, and des Christenthum Christi und des Christenthum des Papsts, 1876, in des New Wissen und der New Globe, 1873, he showed himself as vigorous an opponent of the materialism of Strauss. As of the doctrine of papal infallibility, his later years were occupied with a series of philosophical works of which the most important were Die Fantasie als Grundprinzip, des Weltprozesses, 1877, Über die Genesis der Menschheit und deren geistige Entwicklung, in Religionssittlichkeit und Sprache, 1883, and Über die Organisation und Kultur der menschlichen Gesellschaft, 1885. His system is based on the unifying principle of imagination fantasy, which he extends to the objective creative force of nature, as well as to the subjective mental phenomena, to which the term is usually confined. He died at Bad Kreuth in the Bavarian Highlands on the 14th of June, 1893. In addition to other treatises on theological subjects, Froschemmer was also the author of Monaden und Weltfantasie, and Über die Bedeutung der Einbildungskraft in der Philosophie, Kants und Spinozas, 1879, Über die Prinzipien der Aristotelischen Philosophie und die Bedeutung der Fantasie in derselben, 1881, Die Philosophie, als Idealwissenschaft und System, 1884, Die Philosophie, des Thomas von Aquino kritisch würdigt, 1889, Über das Mysterium Magnum des Daseins, 1891, System der Philosophie, Im Umriss pt. Roman 11892, his autobiography, was published in a Hinrichson's Deutschdenker, 1888. See also F. Kirchner Über das Grundprinzip des Weltprozesses, 1882, with special reference to F. E. Reich Weltanschauung und Menschenleben Betrachtungen, Über die Philosophie, J. Froschemmers, 1894 b. Muntz J. Froschemmer, Der Philosoph der Weltfantasie, 1894, and Brief von und über J. Froschemmer, 1897, J. Friedrich Jakob Froschemmer, 1896, and Systematisch und kritisch Darstellung der Psychologie, J. Froschemmers, 1899, a Tensberger J. Froschemmer's Philosophisches System, Im Grundriss, 1899. Froissart Jean 13,380,1410, French chronicler and raconteur historian of his own times, the personal history of Froissart, the circumstances of his birth and education, the incidents of his life, must all be sought in his own verses and chronicles he possessed in his own lifetime, no such fame as that which attended the steps of Petrarch. When he died, it did not occur to his successors that a chapter might well be added to his chronicle setting forth what manner of man he was who wrote at the village of Lestines, where he was cure, has long forgotten that a great writer ever lived there. They cannot point to any house in Valenciennes as the lodging in which he put together his notes, and made history out of personal reminiscences. It is not certain when or where he died, or where he was buried. One church, it is true, doubtfully claims the honor of holding his bones. It is that of St. Mongunda of Chime. Gallorum sublimis honos et famatuorum. Hic Froissart jaces, si modo forte jaces. It is fortunate, therefore, that the scattered statements in his writings may be so pieced together as to afford a tolerably connected history of his life year after year. The personality of the man, independently of his adventures, may be arrived at by the same process. It will be found that Froissart, without meaning it, has portrayed himself in clear and well-defined outline. His forefathers were jurors aldermen of the little town of Beaumont, lying near the river Sambre to the west of the forest of Ardennes. Early in the 14th century, the castle and seigneury of Beaumont fell into the hands of Jean Younger, son of the Count of Hainaut. With this Jean Sire de Beaumont lived a certain canon of Liege called Jean le Bel, who fortunately was not content simply to enjoy life instigated by his seigneur. He set himself to write contemporary history, to tell la pure vérité de tout les faits entièrement, al manière de chroniques. With this view, he compiled 2 books of chronicles, and the chronicles of Jean le Bel were not the only literary monuments belonging to the castle of Beaumont. 100 years before him, Baldwin d'Auvergne, the then seigneur, had caused to be written a book of chronicles, or rather genealogies. It must therefore be remembered that, when Froissart undertook his own chronicles, he was not conceiving a new idea, but only following along familiar lines. Some 20 Roman 1000 from Beaumont stood the prosperous city of Valenciennes, possessed in the 14th century of important privileges, and a flourishing trade second only to places like Bruges or Ghent in influence, population, and wealth. Beaumont, once her rival, now regarded Valenciennes as a place where the ambitious might seek for wealth or advancement. and among those who migrated thither was the father of Froissart. He appears from a single passage in his son's verses to have been a painter of armorial bearings. There was, it may be noted already, what may be called a school of painters at Valenciennes. Among them were Jean and Colin de Valenciennes, and André Beaunevue, of whom Froissart says that he had not his equal in any country. The date generally adopted for his birth is 1338. In after years, Froissart pleased himself by recalling in verse the scenes and pursuits of his childhood. These are presented in vague generalities. There is nothing to show that he was unlike any other boys, and unfortunately it did not occur to him that a photograph of a schoolboy's life amid bourgeois surroundings would be to posterity quite as interesting as that faithful portraiture of courts and knights which he has drawn up in his chronicle. As it is, we learn that he loved games of dexterity and skill, rather than the sedentary amusements of chess and draughts. That he was beaten, when he did not know his lessons, that with his companions he played at tournaments, and that he was always conscious a statement, which must be accepted with suspicion, that he was born lower diet servir le monde. In any case, he was born in a place, as well as at a time, singularly adapted to fill the brain of an imaginative boy. Valenciennes was then a city extremely rich in romantic associations. Not far from its walls was the western fringe of the great forest of Ardennes, sacred to the memory of Pepin, Charlemagne, Roland, and Augier. Along the banks of the Scheldt stood one after the other, not then in ruins, but bright with banners, the gleam of armor, and the liveries of the men at arms castles, whose seigneurs, now forgotten, were famous in their day for many a gallant feat of arms. The castle of Valenciennes itself was illustrious. In the romance of Perceforest, there was born that most glorious and most luckless hero, Baldwin, first Emperor of Constantinople. All the splendor of medieval life was to be seen in Froissart's native city, on the walls of the Salle Le Comte Glitterit, perhaps, painted by his father, the arms and scutcheons, beneath the banners and helmets of Luxembourg. Hainaut and Avesnes, the streets were crowded with knights and soldiers, priests, artisans, and merchants. The churches were rich with stained glass, delicate tracery, and precious carving. There were libraries full of richly illuminated manuscripts, on which the boy could gaze with delight. Every year there was the fete of the Pi d'Amour de Valenciennes, at which he would hear the verses of the competing poets. There were festivals, masques, mummeries, and moralities, and whatever there might be. Elsewhere in this happy city there was only the pomp, and not the misery of war. The fields without were tilled, and the harvests reaped in security. The workman within plied his craft unmolested for good wage. But the eyes of the boy were turned upon the castle and not upon the town. It was the splendor of the knights which dazzled him, insomuch that he 243 regarded and continued ever afterwards to regard a prince gallant in the field, glittering of apparel, lavish of largesse, as almost a god. The moon, he says, rules the first 4 years of life Mercury, the next 10 Venus follows. He was 14 when the last goddess appeared to him in person, as he tells us, after the manner of his time, and informed him that he was to love a Lady Belle Joan. Et gent, awaiting this happy event, he began to consider how best to earn his livelihood. They first placed him in some commercial position, impossible now to say of what kind, which he simply calls la merchandise. This undoubtedly means some kind of buying and selling, not a handicraft at all. He very soon abandoned merchandise. Carvout mia science quargensand, resolved on becoming a learned clerk. He then naturally began to make verses like every other learned clerk, quite as naturally, and still in the character of a learned clerk. He fulfilled the prophecy of Venus and fell in love. He found one day a demoiselle reading book of romances. He did not know who she was, but stealing gently towards her, he asked her what book she was reading. It was the romance of Cleomades. He remarks the singular beauty of her blue eyes and fair hair, while she reads a page or two, and the nun would almost suspect a reminiscence of Dante. Adont lacemes nous le lyre. He was thus provided with that essential for soldier, knight, or poet, a mistressone for whom he could write verses. She was rich, and he was poor. She was nobly born, and he obscure. It was long before she would accept the devotion, even of the conventional kind, which Froissart offered her, and which would in no way interfere with the practical business of her life. And in this hopeless way, the passion of the young poet remaining the same, and the coldness of the lady being unaltered, the course of this passion ran on for some time. Nor was it until the day of Froissart's departure from his native town that she gave him an interview, and spoke kindly to him, even promising with tears in her eyes that Dulce Pensy would assure him that she would have no joyous day until she should see him again. He was 18 years of age. He had learned all that he wanted to learn. He possessed the mechanical art of verse. He had read the slender stock of classical literature accessible. he longed to see the world he must already have acquired some distinction. Because on setting out for the court of England, he was able to take with him letters of recommendation from the King of Bohemia and the Count of Hainaut to Queen Philippa, niece of the latter. He was well received by the Queen always. Ready to welcome her own countrymen, he wrote ballads and virelays for her and her ladies. But after a year he began to pine for another sight of la très du simple et coy, whom he loved loyally. Good Queen Philippa, perceiving his altered looks, and guessing the cause, made him confess that he was in love, and longed to see his mistress. She gave him his conge on the condition that he was to return. It is clear that the young clerk had already learned to ingratiate himself with princes. The conclusion of his single love adventure is simply and unaffectedly told in his Traité de l'Espinette amoureuse. It was a passion conducted on the well-known lines of conventional love. The pair exchanged violets and roses. The lady accepted ballads. Froissart became either openly or in secret her recognized lover, a mere title of honor which conferred distinction on her, who bestowed it, as well as upon him, who received it. But the progress of the amour was rudely interrupted by the arts of mailbouch or calumny. The story, whatever it was that mailbouch whispered in the ear of the lady, led to a complete rupture. The damoiselle not only scornfully refused to speak to her lover or acknowledge him, but even seized him by the hair and pulled out a handful, nor would she ever be reconciled to him again. Years afterwards, when Froissart writes the story of his one love passage, he shows that he still takes delight in the remembrance of her loves, to draw her portrait, and lingers with fondness over the thought of what she once was to him. Perhaps to get healed of his sorrow, Froissart began those wanderings, in which the best part of his life was to be consumed. He first visited Avignon, perhaps to ask for a benefice, perhaps as the bearer of a message from the Bishop of Cambrai to Pope or Cardinal. It was in the year 1360, and in the pontificate of Innocent Roman VI from the papal city. He seems to have gone to Paris, perhaps charged with a diplomatic mission. In 1361, he returned to England after an absence of 5 years. He certainly interpreted his leave of absence in a liberal spirit, and it may have been with a view of averting the displeasure of his kind-hearted protector that he brought with him as a present a book of rhymed chronicles written by himself. He says that notwithstanding his youth, he took upon himself the task a rhymer, at a dictor, which can only mean to turn into verse an account of the wars of his own time, which he carried over to England in a book tout compile complete to Dayton, presented to his noble mistress Philippa of Hainaut, who joyfully and gently received it of him. Such a rhymed chronicle was no new thing. One Colin had already turned the Battle of Crécy into verse. The Queen made young Froissart one of her secretaries, and he began to serve her with beaux ditties et traits amoureux. Froissart would probably have been content to go on living at ease in this congenial atmosphere of flattery, praise, and caresses, pouring out his virelays and chansons, according to demand, with facile monotony. But for the instigation of Queen Philippa, who seems to have suggested to him the propriety of traveling in order to get information for more rhymed chronicles, it was at her charges that Froissart made his first serious journey. He seems to have traveled a great part of the way alone, or accompanied only by his servants, for he was fain to beguile the journey by composing an imaginary conversation in verse between his horse and his hound. This may be found among his published poems, but it does not repay perusal in Scotland. He met with a favorable reception, not only from King David but from William of Douglas, and from the Earls of Fife, March, and others. The souvenirs of this journey are found scattered about in the chronicles. He was evidently much impressed with the Scots. He speaks of the valor of the Douglas, the Campbell, the Ramsay, and the Graham. He describes the hospitality and rude life of the Highlanders. He admires the great castles of Stirling and Roxburgh, and the famous Abbey of Melrose. His travels in Scotland lasted for 6 months, returning southwards. He rode along the whole course of the Roman wall, a thing alone sufficient to show that he possessed the true spirit of an archaeologist. He thought that Carlisle was Carlian, and congratulated himself on having found King Arthur's capital. He calls Westmoreland, where the common people still spoke the ancient British tongue, North Wales. He rode down the banks of the Severn, and returned to London by way of Oxfordle Skol Diesk Suffolk. In London, Froissart entered into the service of King John of France as secretary, and grew daily more courtly, more in favor with princes and great ladies. He probably acquired at this period that art, in which he has probably never been surpassed, of making people tell him all they knew. No newspaper correspondent, no American interviewer, has ever equaled this medieval collector of intelligence from Queen Philippa, who confided to him the tender story of her youthful and lasting love for her great husband, down to the simplest knight Froissart conversed. With none beneath the rank of gentlemen all, united in telling this man what he wanted to know. He wanted to know everything. He liked the story of a battle from both sides, and from many points of view. He wanted the details of every little cavalry skirmish, every capture of a castle, every gallant action and brave deed. And what was more remarkable, he forgot nothing I had, he says, thanks to God sense memory, good remembrance of everything, and an intellect clear and keen, to seize upon the acts which I could learn, but as yet he had not begun to write in prose. At the age of 29 in 1366, Froissart once more left England. This time, he repaired first to Brussels, whither were gathered together a great concourse of minstrels, from all parts 244, from the courts of the kings of Denmark, Navarre, and Aragon, from those of the Dukes of Lancaster, Bavaria, and Brunswick hither, came all who could rhymer et dicter. What distinction Froissart gained is not stated, but he received a gift of money, as appears from the accounts Uni Fritzardo Dictori, qui est, cum regina Anglii dicto, die Roman 6 matins. After this congress of versifiers, he made his way to Brittany, where he heard from eyewitnesses and knights, who had actually fought their details of the battles of Cotterell and Auray, the great day of the 30, and the heroism of Jean de Montfort. Windsor Herald told him something about Auray, and a French knight, one Anton de Beaujeu, gave him the details of Cotterell. From Brittany, he went southwards to Nantes, La Rochelle, and Bordeaux, where he arrived a few days before the visit of Richard afterwards, second of that name. He accompanied the Black Prince to Dax, and hoped to go on with him into Spain, but was dispatched to England on a mission. He next formed part of the expedition, which escorted Lionel, Duke of Clarence, to Milan, to marry the daughter of Galazzo Visconti Chaucer, was also one of the prince's suite at the wedding banquet. Petrarch was a guest sitting among the princes. From Milan, Froissart, accepting gratefully a cot hardy with 20 florins of gold, set out upon his travels in Italy at Bologna. Then in decadence, he met Peter, king of Cyprus, from whose follower and minister Eustache de Conflans he learned many interesting particulars of the king's exploits. He accompanied Peter as far as Venice, where he left him after receiving a gift of 40 ducats with them, and his cot hardy still lined, we may hope, with the 20 florins. Froissart betook himself to Rome. The city was then at its lowest point. The churches were roofless, there was no pope, there were no pilgrims, there was no splendor. And yet, says Froissart sadly, si furent jadis en Rome, li plus priu et li plus sage homme, car par sens tons les arts passerint. It was at Rome that he learned of the death of his friend King Peter of Cyprus, and worse still, an irreparable loss to him, that of the good Queen Philippa, of whom he writes in grateful remembrance. Purposes li soit dix a lame, gen sways bien tennis de prior, et ses largesses esquire, car el mi fist et cria. Philippa dead. Froissart looked around for a new patron, then he hastened back to his own country, and presented himself with a new book in French to the Duchess of Brabant, from whom he received the sum of 16 francs given in the accounts, as paid uni Fritzardo Dictatori. The use of the word uni does not imply any meanness of position, but is simply an equivalent to the modern French seer. Froissart may also have found a patron in Yolande de Bar, grandmother of King Rene of Anjou. In any case, he received a substantial gift from someone in the shape of the benefice of Lestines, a village some 3 or 4 miles from the town of Binch. Also, in addition to his cure, he got placed upon the Duke of Brabant's pension list, and was entitled to a yearly grant of grain and wine with some small sum in money. It is clear from Froissart's own account of himself that he was by no means a man who would at the age of 4 or 5 and 30 be contented to sit down at ease, to discharge the duties of parish priest, to say mass, to bury the dead, to marry the villagers, and to baptize the young in those days. And in that country, it does not seem that other duties were expected. Preaching was not required, godliness of life, piety, good works, and the graces of a modern ecclesiastic were not looked for. Therefore, when Froissart complains to himself that the taverns of Lestines got 500 francs of his money, we need not at once set him down as either a bad priest or exceptionally given to drink. The people of the place were greatly addicted to wine. The taverniers de Lestines proverbially sold good wine. The Flemings were proverbially of a joyous disposition. Ciudadano chantant a plains gorges. Froissart, the parish priest of courtly manners, no doubt drank with the rest, and listened if they sang his own, not the coarse country songs mostly. He preferred the society of Gerard de Abbes, provost of Binch, and the little circle of knights within that town, or for it was not incumbent on him to be always in residence repaired to the court of Gutenberg and became molt frier et acquaint with the Duke of Brabant. And then came Guy de Blois, one of King John's hostages in London in the old days. He had been fighting in Prussia with the Teutonic Knights, and now, a little tired of war, proposed to settle down for a time in his castle of Beaumont. This prince was a member of the great house of Chatelain. He was Count of Blois of Soissons, and of Chimay he had now, about the year 1374, an excellent reputation, as a good captain in him Froissart, who hastened to resume acquaintance. Found a new patron. More than that, it was this Sire de Beaumont, in emulation of his grandfather, the patron of Jean Le Bel, who advised Froissart seriously to take in hand the history of his own time. Froissart was then in his 36th year. For 20 years he had been rhyming. For 18, he had been making verses for queens and ladies. Yet during all this time, he had been accumulating in his retentive brain the materials for his future work. He began by editing, so to speak, that is, by rewriting with additions the work of Jean Le Bel. Guy de Blois, among others, supplied him with additional information, his own notes taken from information obtained in his travels, gave him more details. And when in 1374, Guy married Marie de Nemours, Froissart found in the bride's father Robert de Nemours, one who had himself largely shared in the events which he had to relate. He, for instance, is the authority for the story of the siege of Calais, and the 6 burgesses provided with these materials. Froissart remained at Lestines, or at Beaumont, arranging and writing his chronicles during this period too. He composed his Espinette Amoureuse and the Jolie Buisson de Jonas, and his Romance of Meliador. He also became chaplain to the Count of Blois, and obtained a canonry of Chimay. After this appointment, we hear nothing more of Lestines, which he probably resigned. In these quiet pursuits he passed 12 years of which we hear nothing, probably because there was nothing to tell. In 1386, his travels began again, when he accompanied Guy to his castle at Blois, in order to celebrate the marriage of his son Louis de Dunois with Marie de Berry. He wrote a pastorelle in honor of the event. Then he attached himself for a few days to the Duke of Berry, from whom he learned certain particulars of current events. And then, becoming aware of what promised to be the most mighty feat of arms of his time, he hastened to Sluys in order to be on the spot at this port. The French were collecting an enormous fleet and making preparations of the greatest magnitude in order to repeat the invasion of William the Conqueror. They were tired of being invaded by the English and wished to turn the tables. The talk was all of conquering the country and dividing it among the knights, as had been done by the Normans. It is not clear whether Froissart intended to go over with the invaders, but as his sympathies are ever with the side where he happens to be, he exhausts himself in admiration of this grand gathering of ships and men. Anyone, he says, who had a fever would have been cured of his malady merely by going to look at the fleet. But the delays of the Duke of Berry and the arrival of bad weather spoiled everything. There was no invasion of England in Flanders. Froissart met many knights who had fought at Rosebecue, and could tell him of the troubles which in a few years desolated that country once so prosperous. He set himself to ascertain the history, with as much accuracy as the comparison of various accounts by eyewitnesses and actors would allow. He stayed at Ghent among those ruined merchants and mechanics, for whom, as one of the same class, he felt a sympathy never extended to English or French, perhaps quite as unfortunate, and he devotes no fewer than 300 chapters to the Flemish troubles, an amount out of all proportion to the comparative importance of the events. This portion of the chronicle was written at Valenciennes during this residence in his birthplace. His verses were crowned at the Pies d'Amour of Valenciennes and Tournai. This part of his work finished, he considered what to do next. There was small chance of anything important happening in Picardy or Hainault, and he determined on making a journey to the south of France, in order to learn something new. He was then 51 years of age, and being still, as he tells us, in his prime of an age strength, and limbs able to bear fatigue, he set out as eager to see new places as when 33 years before he rode through Scotland, and marveled at the bravery of the Douglas. What he had in addition to strength, good memory, and good spirits, was a manner singularly pleasing and great personal force of character. This he does not tell us, but it comes out abundantly in his writings, and which he does tell us. He took a singular delight in his book. The more I work at it, he says, the better am I pleased with it. On this occasion, he rode first to Blois. On the way he fell in with 2 knights who told him of the disasters of the English army in Spain. One of them also informed him of the splendid hospitalities and generosity of Gaston Phoebus, Count of Foix, on hearing of which Froissart resolved to seek him out. He avoided the English provinces of Poitou and Guyenne, and rode southwards through Berry, Auvergne, and Languedoc, arrived at Foix. he discovered that the count was at Orthez, whither he proceeded in company, with a knight named Espagne de Lyon, who Froissart found had not only fought but could describe. The account of those few days' ride with Espagne de Lyon is the most charming, the most graphic, and the most vivid chapter in the whole of Froissart. Every turn of the road brings with it the sight of a ruined castle, about which this night of many memories has a tale, or a reminiscence. The whole country teems with fighting stories. Froissart never tires of listening, nor the good knight of telling. Saint Marie cries, Froissart in mere rapture, how pleasant are your tales, and how much do they profit me, while you relate them, and you shall not lose your trouble, for they shall all be set down in memory and remembrance in the history, which I am writing. Arrived at length at Orthez, Froissart lost no time in presenting his credentials to the Count of Foix. Gaston Phoebus was at this time 59 years of age. His wife from whom he was separated was that princess sister of Charles of Navarre with whom Guillaume de Machault carried on his innocent and poetical, and where the story of the miserable death of his son is well known and may be read in Froissart, but that was already a tale of the past, and the state which the Count kept up was that of a monarch to such a prince, such a visitor, as Froissart would be in every way welcome, mindful, no doubt, of those paid clerks, who were always writing verses. Froissart introduced himself as a chronicler. He could of course rhyme, and in proof he brought with him his romance of Meliador. But he did not present himself as a wandering poet. The Count received him graciously, speedily discovered the good qualities of his guest, and often invited him to read his Meliador aloud in the evening, during which time, says Froissart, nobody dared to say a word, because he wished me to be heard. Such great delight did he take in listening. Very soon Froissart, from reader of a romance, became raconteur of the things he had seen and heard. The next step was that the Count himself began to talk of affairs, so that the notebook was again in requisition. There was a good deal, too, to be learned of people about the court. One knight recently returned from the East told about the Genoese occupation of Famagosta. Two more had been in the fray of Otterbourne, others had been in the Spanish wars. Leaving Gaston at length, Froissart assisted at the wedding of the old Duke of Berry with the youthful Jean de Bourbon, and was present at the grand reception given to Isabeau of Bavaria by the Parisians. He then returned to Valenciennes and sat down to write his fourth book. A journey undertaken at this time is characteristic of the thorough and conscientious spirit in which he composed his work. It illustrates also his restless and curious spirit. While engaged in the events of the year 1385, he became aware that his notes taken at Orthez and elsewhere on the affairs of Castile and Portugal were wanting in completeness. He left Valenciennes and hastened to Bruges, where he felt certain he should find someone who would help him. There was in fact at this great commercial center a colony of Portuguese. From them he learned that a certain Portuguese knight, Dom Juan Fernan Pacheco, was at the moment in Middelburg, on the point of starting for Prussia. He instantly embarked at Sluys, reached Middelburg in time to catch this knight, introduced himself, and conversed with him uninterruptedly for the space of 6 days, getting his information on the promise of due acknowledgement during the next 2 years. We learn little of his movements. He seems, however, to have had trouble with his Seigneur Guy de Blois, and even to have resigned his chaplaincy. Froissart is tender with Guy's reputation, mindful of past favors, and remembering how great a lord he is. Yet the truth is clear that in his declining years, the once gallant Guy de Blois became a glutton and a drunkard, and allowed his affairs to fall into the greatest disorder. So much was he crippled with debt that he was obliged to sell his castle and county of Blois to the King of France. Froissart lays all the blame on evil counselors. He was my lord and master, he says simply, an honorable lord and of great reputation. But he trusted too easily in those who looked for neither his welfare nor his honor, although canon of Chimay and perhaps cure of Lestines, as well. It would seem as if Froissart was not able to live without a patron. He next calls Robert de Nemours his seigneur and dedicates to him, in a general introduction, the whole of his chronicles. We then find him at Abbeville, trying to learn all about the negotiations pending between Charles Roman VI and the English. He was unsuccessful either, because he could not get at those who knew what was going on, or because the secret was too well kept. He next made his last visit to England, where after 40 years' absence, he naturally found no one who remembered him. Here he gave King Richard a copy of his Traits Amoureux, and got favor at court. He stayed in England some months, seeking information on all points from his friends Henry Christed and Richard Surrey, from the Dukes of York and Gloucester, and from Robert the Hermit. On his return to France, he found preparations going on for that unlucky crusade, the end of which he describes in his chronicle. It was headed by the Count of Nevers, After him floated many a banner of knights descendants of the Crusaders, who bore the proud titles of Duke of Athens, Duke of Thebes, Sire de Sidon, Sire de Jericho. They were going to invade the Sultan's empire by way of Hungary, they were. Going to march south, they would reconquer the holy places. And presently we read how it all came to nothing, and how the slaughtered knights lay dead outside the city of Nicopolis. In almost the concluding words of the chronicle, the murder of Richard Roman II of England is described, his death ends the long and crowded chronicle, though the pen of the writer struggles through a few more unfinished sentences. The rest is vague tradition. He is said to have died at Chimay. It is further said that he died in poverty, so great that his relations could not even afford to carve his name upon the headstone of his tomb. Not one of his friends, not even Eustache Deschamps, writes a line of regret in remembrance. The greatest historian of his age had a reputation so limited that his death was no more regarded than that of any common monk or obscure priest. We would willingly place the date of his death, where his chronicle stops in the year 1400. But tradition assigns the date of 1410. What date more fitting than the close of the century, for one who has made that century illustrious forever? Among his friends were Guillaume de Machault, Eustache, Deschamps the most vigorous poet of this age of decadence, and Cuvelier, a follower of Bertrand du Guesclin. These alliances are certain. It is probable that he knew Chaucer, with whom Deschamps maintained a poetical correspondence. There is nothing to show that he ever made the acquaintance of Christine de Pizan. Froissart was more proud of his poetry than his prose. Posterity has reversed this opinion, and though a selection of his verse has been published, it would be difficult to find an admirer or even a reader of his poems. The selection published by Buchan in 1829 consists of the Dit du Florin, half of which is a description of the power of money, the Debat du Cheval 246, Et du Levrier written during his journey in Scotland, the Ditty de la Flower de la Marguerite, a ditty dammer called El Orlos Amurius, in which he compares himself, the imaginary lover, with a clock, the Espinet Amorous, which contains a sketch of his early life, freely and pleasantly drawn, accompanied by rondeaus, and Virelais, the Buisson de Jonas, in which he returns to the recollections of his own youth, and various smaller pieces. The verses are monotonous, the thoughts are not without poetical grace, but they are expressed at tedious length. It would be, however, absurd to expect in Froissart the vigor and verve possessed by none of his predecessors. The time was gone when Marie de France Rudebeuf and Thibaut de Champagne made the 13th century language, a medium for verse of which any literature might be proud. Briefly, Froissart's poetry, unless the unpublished portion be better than that before us, is monotonous and mechanical. The chief merit it possesses is in simplicity of diction. This not infrequently produces a pleasing effect. As for the character of his chronicle, little need be said. There has never been any difference of opinion on the distinctive merits of this great work. It presents a vivid and faithful drawing of the things done in the 14th century. No more graphic account exists of any age. No historian has drawn so many and such faithful portraits. They are, it is true, portraits of men, as they seemed to the writer, not of men as they were. Froissart was uncritical. He accepted princes by their appearance, who, for instance, would recognize in his portrait of Gaston Phoebus de Foix the cruel voluptuary stained with the blood of his own son, which we know him to have been. Froissart, again, had no sense of historical responsibility. He was no judge to inquire into motives and condemn actions. He was simply a chronicler. He has been accused by French authors of lacking patriotism. Yet it must be remembered that he was neither a Frenchman nor an Englishman, but a Fleming. He has been accused of insensibility to suffering. Indignation against oppression was not, however, common in the 14th century. Why demand of Froissart a quality which is rare enough even in our own time? Yet there are moments when, as in describing the massacre of Limoges, he speaks with tears in his voice. Let him be judged by his own aims. Before I commence this book, he says, I pray the Savior of all the world, who created everything out of nothing, that he will also create and put in me sense and understanding of so much worth, that this book which I have begun I may continue and persevere in, so that all those who shall read, see, and hear it may find in it delight and pleasance. To give delight and pleasure, then, was his sole design. As regards his personal character, Froissart depicts it himself for us. Such as he was in youth, he tells us, so he remained in more advanced life, rejoicing mightily in dances and carols, in hearing minstrels and poems, inclined to love all those who loved dogs and hawks, pricking up his ears at the uncorking of bottles, car au voir prens grand plaisir, pleased with good cheer, gorgeous apparel, and joyous society. But no commonplace reveler or greedy voluptuary. Everything in Froissart was ruled by the good manners which he set before all else. and always eager to listen to tales of war and battle. As we have said above, he shows not only by his success at courts, but also by the whole tone of his writings that he possessed a singularly winning manner and strong personal character. He lived wholly in the present and had no thought of the coming. Changes born when chivalrous ideas were most widely spread, but the spirit of chivalry itself, as inculcated by the best writers in its decadence. He is penetrated with the sense of knightly honor and ascribes to all his heroes alike those qualities which only the ideal knight possessed. The first edition of Froissart's Chronicles was published in Paris. It bears no date. The next editions are those of the years 1505, 1514, 1518, and 1520. The edition of Buchan 1824 was a continuation of one commenced by Dacier. The best modern editions are those of Kervin de Lettenhove Brussels, 18,630, 1877, and Simeon Luce Paris, 18,690, 1888. For bibliography, see Pottthest, Bibliotheca Hist. Medii Evi Roman 1, Berlin 1896. An abridgment was made in Latin by Belleforest and published in 1672 in English. Translation was made by Bouchier Lord Berners and published in London 1525. See the Tudor Translations edition of Berners, Nut 1901, with introduction by W. P. Kerr, and the Globe edition with introduction by G. Roman 100 Macaulay. The translation by Thomas Johns was originally published in 18,021,805. For Froissart's poem, see Scheller's text in K. de Lettenhove's complete edition. Meliador has been edited by Longnon for the Société des Anciens Textes, 18,951,899. See also Madame d'Armistider Duclaux, Froissart, 1894. W.B. Frome, a market town in the Frome parliamentary division of Somersetshire, England, 107 Roman 1000 W, by S. of London. By the Great Western Railway Pop of Urban District 1901 11057. It is unevenly built on high ground above the river Frome, which is here crossed by a stone bridge of 5 arches. It was formerly called Frome or Froome Selwood, after the neighboring forest of Selwood, and the country round is still richly wooded and picturesque. The parish church of St. John the Baptist, with its fine tower and spire, was built about the close of the 14th century, and though largely restored has a beautiful chancel. Lady Chapel and baptistry fragments of Norman work are left. The interior is elaborately adorned with sculptures and stained glass. The Market Hall Museum School of Art, and a free grammar school founded under Edward Roman VI, may be noted among buildings and institutions. The chief industries are brewing and art, metalworking, also printing, metal founding, and the manufacture of cloth, silk, tools, and cards for wool dressing. Dairy farming is largely practiced in the neighborhood. Selwood Forest was long a favorite haunt of brigands, and even in the 18th century gave shelter to a gang of coiners and highwaymen. The Saxon occupation of Frome is the earliest of which there is evidence, the settlement being due to the foundation of a monastery by Aldhelm in 705. A Wittenagemot was held there in 934, so that Frome must already have been a place of some size. At the time of the Doomsday Survey, the manor was owned by King William. Local tradition asserts that Frome was a medieval borough, and the Reeve of Frome is occasionally mentioned in documents after the reign of Edward Roman I, but there is no direct evidence that Frome was a borough, and no trace of any charter granted to it. It was not represented in Parliament until given one member by the Reform Act of 1832. Separate representation ceased in 1885. Frome was never incorporated. A charter of Henry Roman VII to Edmund Leversedge, then Lord of the Manor, granted the right to have fairs on the 22nd of July and the 21st of September in the 18th century. 2 other fairs on the 24th of February and the 25th of November were held. Cattle fairs are now held on the last Wednesday in February and November, and a cheese fair on the last Wednesday in September. The Wednesday market is held under the charter of Henry Roman VII. There is also a Saturday cattle market. The manufacture of woolen cloth has been established since the 15th century, Frome being the only Somerset town in which this staple industry has flourished continuously. Fromentin Eugene, 18,201,876. French painter, was born at La Rochelle in December 1820. After leaving school, he studied for some years under Louis Cabot. The landscape painter Fromentin was one of the earliest pictorial interpreters of Algeria, having been able, while quite young, to visit the land and people that suggested the subjects of most of his works, and to store his memory as well as his portfolio with the picturesque and characteristic details of North African life in 1849, he obtained a medal of the second class in 1852. He paid a second visit to Algeria, accompanying an archaeological mission, and then completed that minute study of the scenery of the country and of the habits of its people, which enabled him to give to his afterwork the realistic accuracy that comes from intimate knowledge in a certain sense. His works are not more artistic results than contributions to ethnological science. His first great success was produced at the Salon of 1847 by the Gorges de la Chiffa. Among his more important works are La Place de la Breche, a Constantine 1849 Enterrement 247 Mora 1853, Baitler's Neggers and Audience chez un Chalif 1859, Berger Kabyle and Couriers Arabs 1861, Bivouac Arab Chasse au Faucon Fauconnier Arab now at Luxembourg 1863, Chasse au Heron 1865, Voleurs de Nuit 1867, Centaurs at Arabs attacks par un lion 1868, Halt de Muleteers 1869, Le Nil and Un Souvenir d'Esnay 1875. Fromentin was much influenced in style by Eugene Delacroix. His works are distinguished by striking composition, great dexterity of handling and brilliancy of color in them is given with great truth and refinement, the unconscious grandeur of barbarian and animal attitudes and gestures. His later works, however, show signs of an exhausted vein and of an exhausted spirit accompanied or caused by physical enfeeblement. But it must be observed that Fromentin's paintings show only one side of a genius that was perhaps even more felicitously expressed in literature, though of course with less profusion. Dominique, first published in the Revue des Deux Mondes in 1862, and dedicated to George Sand, is remarkable among the fiction of the century for delicate and imaginative observation and for emotional earnestness. Fromentin's other literary works are Visits Artistiques 1852, Simples Pèlerinages 1856, Un et dans le Sahara 1857, Une année dans le Sahel 1858, and Les Maîtres d'Autrefois 1876. In 1876, he was an unsuccessful candidate for the Academy. He died suddenly at La Rochelle on the 27th of August 1876. Frommel Gaston 18,621,906, Swiss theologian, professor of theology in the University of Geneva from 1894 to 1906. An Alsatian by birth, he belonged mainly to French Switzerland, where he spent most of his life. He may best be described as continuing the spirit of Vinit Curoman V amid the mental conditions marking the end of the 19th century. Like Vinit, he derived his philosophy of religion from a peculiarly deep experience of the gospel of Christ as meeting the demands of the moral consciousness. But he developed even further than Vinit the psychological analysis of conscience and the method of verifying every doctrine by direct reference to spiritual experience. Both made much of moral individuality or personality as the crown and criterion of reality, believing that its correlation with Christianity, both historically and philosophically, was most intimate. But while Vinit laid most stress on the liberty from human authority essential to the moral consciousness, the changed needs of the age caused Frommel to develop rather the aspect of man's dependence as a moral being upon God's spiritual initiative. The conditional nature of his liberty is not the primary, but the secondary characteristic of conscience. Before being free, it is the subject of obligation. On this depends its objectivity as a real revelation of the divine. Well, thus he claimed that a deeper analysis carried one beyond the human subjectivity of even Kant's categorical imperative, since consciousness of obligation was une experience imposée sous le mode de l'absolu. By his use of imposé, Frommel emphasized the priority of man's sense of obligation to his consciousness, either of self or of God. Here he appealed to the current psychology of the subconscious for confirmation of his analysis, by which he claimed to transcend mere intellectualism in his language. On this fundamental point, he was perhaps too jealous of admitting an ideal element as implicit in the feeling of obligation. Still, he did well in insisting on priority to self-conscious thought as a mark of metaphysical objectivity in the case of moral no less than of physical experience. Further, he found in the Christian revelation the same characteristics as belonged to the universal revelation, involved in conscience, viz. God's sovereign initiative, and his living action in history. From this standpoint, he argued against a purely psychological type of religion, agnosticisme religia, as he termed it, a tendency to which he saw even in a Sabbateer, and the symbolophidisme of the Paris schools, giving up a real and unifying faith. His influence on men especially. The student class was greatly enhanced by the religious force and charm of his personality. Finally, like Vinnet, he was a man of letters and a penetrating critic of men and systems. Literature G. Godet Gaston Frommel Neuchâtel, 1906, a compact sketch with full citation of sources, cf. H. Boys in St. Croix, for 1906. For L'étudiant et le professeur, a complete edition of his writings was begun in 1907. J. Roman 5b. Fronde, the name given to a civil war in France, which lasted from 1648 to 1652, and to its sequel, the war with Spain, in 165,359, the word means a sling, and was applied to this contest, from the circumstance that the windows of Cardinal Mazarin's adherents were pelted with stones by the Paris mob. Its original object was the redress of grievances, but the movement soon degenerated into a factional contest among the nobles who sought to reverse the results of Richelieu's work, and to overthrow his successor Mazarin in May 1640. 8 attacks levied on judicial officers of the Parliament of Paris was met by that body not merely with a refusal to pay, but with a condemnation of earlier financial edicts, and even with a demand for the acceptance of a scheme of constitutional reforms framed by a committee of the Parliament. This charter was somewhat influenced by contemporary events in England, but there is no real likeness between the two revolutions. The French Parliament, being no more representative of the people than the Inns of Court were in England, the political history of the time, is dealt with in the article France History, the present article being concerned chiefly with the military operations of what was perhaps the most costly and least necessary civil war in history. The military record of the First or Parliamentary Fronde is almost blank in August 1648, strengthened by the news of Caen's victory at Lens. Mazarin suddenly arrested the leaders of the Parliament, whereupon Paris broke into insurrection and barricaded the streets. The court, having no army at its immediate disposal, had to release the prisoners and to promise reforms, and fled from Paris on the night of the 22nd of October. But the signing of the Peace of Westphalia set free Caen's army, and by January 1649, it was besieging Paris. The Peace of Rouen was signed in March. After little blood had been shed, the Parisians, though still and always anti-cardinalist, refused to ask for Spanish aid, as proposed by their princely and noble adherents, and having no prospect of military success without such aid, submitted and received concessions. Thenceforward, the Fronde becomes a story of sordid intrigues and half-hearted warfare, losing all trace of its first constitutional phase. The leaders were discontented princes and nobles, Monsieur Gaston of Orleans, the king's uncle the great Condé, and his brother Conti the Duc de Bouillon, and his brother Turenne. To these must be added Gaston's daughter, Mademoiselle de Montpensier, la grande Mademoiselle Caen's sister, Madame de Longueville, Madame de Chevreuse, and the astute intriguer Paul de Gondy, later Cardinal de Retz. The military operations fell into the hands of experienced mercenaries, led by 2 great and many second-rate generals, and of nobles to whom war was a polite pastime. The feelings of the people at large were enlisted on neither side. This Peace of Rouen lasted until the end of 1649. The princes received at court once more renewed their intrigues against Mazarin, who, having come to an understanding with Monsieur Gondy and Madame de Chevreuse, suddenly arrested Condé Conti and Longueville. January 14, 1650. The war which followed this coup is called the Princes' Fronde. This time it was Turenne before, and afterwards the most loyal soldier of his day, who headed the armed rebellion, listening to the promptings of his Egeria, Madame de Longueville. He resolved to rescue her brother, his old comrade of Freiburg and Nordlingen. It was with Spanish assistance that he hoped to do so, and a powerful army of that nation assembled in Artois under the Archduke Leopold, Governor-General of the Spanish Netherlands. But the peasants of the countryside rose against the invaders. The royal army in Champagne was in the capable hands of César de Choiseul, Comte du Plessis-Praslin, who counted 52 years of age and 36 of war experience, and the little fortress of Guise successfully resisted the Archduke's attack. Thereupon, however, Mazarin drew upon Plessis-Praslin's army for reinforcements to be sent to subdue the rebellion in the south, and the royal general had to retire. Then, happily for France, the Archduke decided that he had spent sufficient of the King of Spain's money and men in the French quarrel. The magnificent regular army withdrew into winter quarters, and left Turenne to deliver the princes with a motley host of Frondeurs and Lorrainers. Praslin, by force and bribery, secured the surrender of Rethel on the 13th of December 1650, and Turenne, who had advanced to relieve the place, fell back hurriedly. but he was a terrible opponent, and Plessis Praslin and Mazarin himself, who accompanied the army, had many misgivings as to the result of a lost battle. The marshal chose nevertheless to force Turenne to a decision, and the Battle of Blanc-Champ near Somme-Py, or Rethel, was the consequence both. Sides were at a standstill in strong positions. Plessis Praslin doubtful of the trustworthiness of his cavalry, Turenne too weak to attack when a dispute for precedence arose between the Gardes Francaises and the Picardy regiment. The royal infantry had to be rearranged in order of regimental seniority, and Turenne, seeing and desiring to profit by the attendant disorder, came out of his stronghold and attacked with the greatest vigor. The battle December 15, 1650 was severe, and for a time doubtful, but Turenne's Frondeurs gave way in the end, and his army as an army ceased to exist. Turenne himself, undeceived as to the part he was playing in the drama, asked and received the young king's pardon, and meantime the court with the mason du Roy and other loyal troops had subdued the minor risings without difficulty. March-April 1651, Condé, Conti, and Longueville were released, and by April 1651, the rebellion had everywhere collapsed. Then followed a few months of hollow peace, and the court returned to Paris. Mazarin, an object of hatred to all the princes, had already retired into exile. Le temps est un galant homme, he remarked Layson's l'affaire, and so it proved his absence left the field free for mutual jealousies, and for the remainder of the year anarchy reigned in France. In December 1651, Mazarin returned with a small army. The war began again, and this time Turenne and Condé were pitted against one another. After the first campaign, as we shall see, the civil war ceased, but for several other campaigns, the two great soldiers were opposed to one another. Turenne, as the defender of France, Condé, as a Spanish invader. Their personalities alone give threads of continuity to these 7 years of wearisome maneuvers, sieges, and combats, though for a right understanding of the causes which were to produce the standing armies of the age of Louis Roman XIV and Frederick the Great, the military student should search deeply into the material and moral factors that here decided the issue. The debut of the new Frondeurs took place in Guyenne February-March 1652, while their Spanish ally, the Archduke Leopold William, captured various northern fortresses on the Loire, whither the center of gravity was soon transferred. The Frondeurs were commanded by intriguers and quarrelsome lords, until Caen's arrival from Guyenne. His bold, trenchant leadership made itself felt in the action of Blenheim 7 April 1652, in which a portion of the royal army was destroyed, but fresh troops came up to oppose him, and from the skillful dispositions made by his opponents, Condé felt the presence of Turenne and broke off the action. The royal army did likewise. Condé invited the commander of Turenne's rearguard to supper, chaffed him unmercifully for allowing the prince's men to surprise him in the morning, and by way of farewell remarked to his guest, Quel dommage, quedes braves gens, que nous si coupent la gorge pour un faquin incident, and a remark that thoroughly justified the iron-handed absolutism of Louis Roman XIV. There was no hope for France while tournaments on a large scale, and at the public's expense, were fashionable amongst the grand seigneurs after Blenheim. Both armies marched to Paris to negotiate with the Parlement de Retz and Emile de Montpensier, while the Archduke took more fortresses in Flanders, and Charles Roman IV, Duke of Lorraine, with an army of plundering mercenaries, marched through Champagne to join Condé. As to the latter, Turenne maneuvered past Condé and planted himself in front of the mercenaries, and their leader, not wishing to expend his men against the old French regiments, consented to depart with a money payment and the promise of 2 tiny Lorraine fortresses. A few more maneuvers, and the royal army was able to hem in the Frondeurs in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. 2nd July 1652, with their backs to the closed gates of Paris. The royalists attacked all along the line and won a signal victory, in spite of the knightly prowess of the prince and his great lords. But at the critical moment, Gaston's daughter persuaded the Parisians to open the gates, and to admit Caen's army. She herself turned the guns of the Bastille on the pursuers. An insurrectional government was organized in the capital and proclaimed Monsieur Lieutenant General of the realm. Mazarin, feeling that public opinion was solidly against him, left France again, and the bourgeois of Paris, quarreling with the princes, permitted the king to enter the city. On the 21st of October 1652, Mazarin returned unopposed in February 1653. The Fronde as a civil war was now over. The whole country, wearied of anarchy, and disgusted with the princes, came to look to the king's party as the party of order and settled government. And thus the Fronde prepared the way for the absolutism of Louis Roman XIV. The general war continued in Flanders, Catalonia, and Italy, wherever a Spanish and a French garrison were face to face, and Condé, with the wreck of his army, openly and definitely entered. The service of the King of Spain, the Spanish Fronde, was almost purely a military affair. And except for a few outstanding incidents, a dull affair to boot in 1653, France was so exhausted that neither invaders nor defenders were able to gather supplies to enable them to take the field, till July. At one moment near Peron, Condé had Turenne at a serious disadvantage. But he could not galvanize the Spanish general Count Fuensaldana, who was more solicitous to preserve his master's soldiers than to establish Condé as mayor of the palace to the King of France, and the armies drew apart again, without fighting in 1654. The principal incident was the siege and relief of Arras. On the night of the 24th-25th August, the lines of circumvallation drawn round that place by the prince were brilliantly stormed by Turenne's army, and Condé won equal credit for his safe withdrawal of the besieging corps under cover of a series of bold cavalry charges led by himself, as usual sword in hand. In 1655, Turenne captured the fortresses of Landrecies, Condé, and St. Ghislain. In 1656, the Prince of Condé revenged himself for the defeat of Arras by storming Turenne's circumvallation around Valenciennes 16th July, but Turenne drew off his forces in good order. The campaign of 1657 was uneventful, and is only to be remembered because a body of 6,000 British infantry sent by Cromwell in pursuance of his treaty of alliance with Mazarin took part in it. The presence of the English contingent, and its very definite purpose of making Dunkirk a new Calais to be held by England, forever gave the next campaign a character of certainty and decision, which is entirely wanting in the rest of the war. Dunkirk was besieged promptly and in great force, and when Don Juan of Austria and Condé appeared with the relieving army from Ferns, Turenne advanced boldly to meet him. The Battle of the Dunes, fought on the 14th of June, 1658, was the first real trial of strength, since the Battle of the Faubourg Saint-Anton's successes on one wing were compromised by failure on the other. But in the end, Condé drew off with heavy losses, the success of his own cavalry charges having entirely failed to make good the defeat of the Spanish right wing. Amongst the dunes here the Redcoats made their first appearance on a continental battlefield, under the leadership of Sir W. Lockhart, Cromwell's ambassador at Paris, and astonished both armies by the stubborn fierceness of their assaults, for they were the products of a war where passions ran higher, and the determination to win rested on deeper foundations, than in the degringolade of the feudal spirit in which they now figured. Dunkirk fell as a result of the victory, and flew the St. George's Cross till Charles Roman II sold it to the King of France. A last desultory campaign followed in 1659, the 25th year of the Franco-Spanish War end. The Peace of the Pyrenees was signed on the 5th of November. On the 27th of January 2,491,660, the prince asked and obtained at Aix the forgiveness of Louis Roman. 14. The later careers of Turenne and Condé. As the great generals and obedient subjects of their sovereign are described in the article Dutch Wars. For the many memoirs and letters of the time, see the list in G. Monod's Bibliographie de l'Histoire de France, Paris, 1888. The letters du Cardinal Mazarin have been collected in 9 volumes. Paris, 18,780, 1906 c. P. Adolphe, Cheryl, Histoire de France, Pendant la Minorite de Louis, Roman 14, 4 vols, 18,790, 1880, and his Histoire de France, sous le Ministre de Mazarin, 3 vols, 1883 Roman 50, Roman 100 de Beaupel, de Saint-Hilaire, Histoire de la Fronde, 2nd, ed. 2 vols, 1860 Arvid Barin, MME Charles Vincent's La Jeunesse de la Grande, Mademoiselle, Paris, 1902, Duc d'Aumale, Histoire des Princes de Condé, Paris, 18,890, 1896 7 vols. The most interesting account of the military operations is in General Hardy de Pyrénées Turenne, et Condé Battles Francaises vol Roman 4. Frontenac et Palois Louis de Buet Comte, de 16,201,690, 8 French-Canadian statesman, governor, and lieutenant general for the French king in La Nouvelle France, Canada, son of Henry de Buet, colonel in the regiment of Navarre, was born in the year 1620. The details of his early life are meager, as no trace of the Frontenac papers has been discovered. The de Buets, however, were a family of distinction in the Principality of Béarn. Anton de Buet, Seigneur de Frontenac, grandfather of the future governor of Canada, attained eminence as a councillor of state under Henry Roman IV, and his children were brought up with the Dauphin, afterwards Louis Roman XIII. Louis de Buet entered the army at an early age in the year 1635. He served under the Prince of Orange in Holland and fought with credit, and received many wounds during engagements in the Low Countries. And in Italy, he was promoted to the rank of colonel, in the Regiment of Normandy in 1643, and 3 years later, after distinguishing himself at the siege of Orbitello, where he had an arm broken, he was made Marechal de Camp. His service seems to have been continuous until the conclusion of the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, when he returned to his father's house in Paris and married without the consent of her parents Anne de la Grange-Trianon, a girl of great beauty, who later became the friend and confidant of Madame de Montpensier. The marriage was not a happy one, and after the birth of a son, incompatibility of temper led to a separation. The Count, retiring to his estate on the Indre, where by an extravagant course of living, he became hopelessly involved in debt. Little is known of his career for the next 15 years, beyond the fact that he held a high position at court. But in the year 1669, when France sent a contingent to assist the Venetians in the defense of Crete against the Turks, Frontenac was placed in command of the troops on the recommendation of Turenne. In this expedition, he won military glory, but his fortune was not improved thereby. At this period, the affairs of New France claimed the attention of the French court. From the year 1665, the colony had been successfully administered by three remarkable men: Daniel de Ramay de Courcelles, the governor Jean Talon the intendant, and the Marquis de Tracy, who had been appointed lieutenant general for the French king in America. But a difference of opinion had arisen between the governor and the intendant, and each had demanded the other's recall in the public interest. At this crisis in the administration of New France, Frontenac was appointed to succeed de Courcelles. The new governor arrived in Quebec on the 12th of September 1672. From the commencement, it was evident that he was prepared to give effect to a policy of colonial expansion and to exercise an independence of action that did not coincide with the views of the monarch or of his minister Colbert. One of the first acts of the governor, by which he sought to establish Canada, the three estates, nobles, clergy, and people, met with the disapproval of the French court, and measures were adopted to curb his ambition by increasing the power of the Sovereign Council, and by reviving the office of Intendant. Frontenac, however, was a man of dominant spirit, jealous of authority, prepared to exact obedience from all and to yield to none. In the course of events, he soon became involved in quarrels with the intendant touching questions of precedence, and with the ecclesiastics, one or two of whom ventured to criticize his proceedings. The Church in Canada had been administered for many years by the religious orders, for the See of Quebec, so long contemplated, had not yet been erected. But 3 years after the arrival of Frontenac, a former vicar apostolic, François Xavier de Laval de Montmorency, returned to Quebec as bishop with a jurisdiction over the whole of Canada. In this redoubtable churchman, the governor found a vigorous opponent who was determined to render the state subordinate to the church. Frontenac, following in this respect in the footsteps of his predecessors, had issued trading licenses, which permitted the sale of intoxicants. The bishop, supported by the intendant, endeavored to suppress this trade, and sent an ambassador to France to obtain remedial action. The views of the bishop were upheld, and henceforth authority was divided. Troubles ensued between the governor and the Sovereign Council, most of the members of which sided with the one permanent power in the colonized bishop, while the suspicions and intrigues of the intendant Duchesneau were a constant source of vexation and strife, as the king and his minister had to listen to and adjudicate upon the appeals from the contending parties. Their patience was at last worn out, and both governor and intendant were recalled to France in the year 1682 during Frontenac's first administration. Many improvements had been made in the country. The defenses had been strengthened. A fort was built at Cataraqui, now Kingston, Ontario, bearing the governor's name, and conditions of peace had been fairly maintained between the Iroquois on the one hand, and the French and their allies, the Ottawas, and the Hurons on the other. The progress of events during the next few years proved that the recall of the governor had been ill-timed. The Iroquois were assuming a threatening attitude towards the inhabitants, and Frontenac's successor, La Barre, was quite incapable of leading an army against such cunning foes. At the end of a year, La Barre was replaced by the Marquis de Denonville, a man of ability and courage, who, though he showed some vigor in marching against the western Iroquois tribes, angered rather than intimidated them. And the massacre of Lachine, 5th of August, 1689, must be regarded as one of the unhappy results of his administration. The affairs of the colony were now in a critical condition. A man of experience and decision was needed to cope with the difficulties, and Louis Roman XIV, who was not wanting in sagacity, wisely made choice of the choleric count to represent and uphold the power of France. When, therefore, on the 15th of October 1689, Frontenac arrived in Quebec as governor for the second time, he received an enthusiastic welcome, and confidence was at once restored in the public mind. Quebec was not long to enjoy the blessing of peace. On the 16th of October 1690, Several New England ships under the command of Sir William Phips appeared off the island of Orleans, and an officer was sent ashore to demand the surrender of the Fort Frontenac. Bold and fearless, sent a defiant answer to the hostile admiral, and handled so vigorously the forces he had collected as completely to repulse the enemy, who in their hasty retreat left behind a few pieces of artillery on the Beauport shore. The prestige of the governor was greatly increased by this event, and he was prepared to follow up his advantage by an attack on Boston from the sea. But his resources were inadequate for the undertaking. New France now rejoiced in a brief respite from her enemies, and during the interval Frontenac encouraged the revival of the drama at the Chateau St. Louis and paid some attention to the social life of the colony. The Indians, however, were not yet subdued, and for 2 years a petty warfare was maintained. In 1696, Frontenac decided to take the field against the Iroquois, although at this time he was 76 years of age. On the 6th of July, he left Lachine at the head of a considerable force for the village of the Onondagas, where he arrived a month later. In the meantime, the Iroquois had abandoned their villages, and as pursuit was impracticable, the army commenced its return march. On the 10th of August, the old warrior endured the fatigue of the march as well as the youngest soldier, and for his courage and prowess, he received the cross of St. 250. Louis Frontenac died on the 28th of November 1698 at the Chateau St. Louis, after a brief illness deeply mourned by the Canadian people. The faults of the governor were those of temperament which had been fostered by early environment. His nature was turbulent, and from his youth he had been used to command, but underlying a rough exterior, there was evidence of a kindly heart. He was fearless, resourceful, and decisive, and triumphed, as few men could have done, over the difficulties and dangers of a most critical position. See Count Frontenac by W. Roman 500. Lesueur, Toronto, 1906. Count Frontenac and New France under Louis Roman 14 by Francis Parkman, Boston, 1878. Le Comte de Frontenac by Henry Lauren, Paris, 1895. Frontenac, Et ses Amis by Ernest Mirand, Quebec, 1902. A G. Roman 500. Frontinus Sextus Julius Roman 100. A Roman 500,103, Roman soldier, and author. In 70, he was city praetor, and 5 years later was sent into Britain to succeed Petilius Cerealis as governor of that island. He subdued the Silures and held the other native tribes in check, till he was superseded by Agricola. 78. In 97 he was appointed superintendent of the aqueducts, curator aquarum, at Rome, an office only conferred upon persons of very high standing. He was also a member of the College of Augurs. His chief work is De Aquis Urbis Romi, in 2 books containing a history and description of the water supply of Rome, including the laws relating to its use and maintenance, and other matters of importance in the history of architecture. Frontinus also wrote a theoretical treatise on military science, De Re Militari, which is lost. His Stratagematican Library, Roman 3, is a collection of examples of military stratagems from Greek and Roman history, for the use of officers. A 4th book, the plan and style of which is different from the rest, more stress is laid on the moral aspects of war, for example, discipline, is the work of another writer. Best edition, by G. Gunderman, 1888. Extracts from a treatise on land surveying ascribed to Frontinus are preserved in Lachman's Grammatici Vetters, 1848. A valuable edition of the De Aquis text and translation has been published by Roman 100. Herschel, Boston, Mass., 1899. It contains numerous illustrations, maps of the routes of the ancient aqueducts, and the city of Rome in the time of Frontinus, a photographic reproduction of the only MS. Monte Cassino, several explanatory chapters, and a concise bibliography in which special reference is made to P. D. Tissot, Etudes sur la condition des agrimensors, 1879. There is a complete edition of the works by a Dederich, 1855, and an English translation of the Stratagematica by R. Scott, 1816. Frontispiece through the French from Med Lat frontispicium, a front view, frons frontis, forehead or front, and spicier to look at the English spelling, is a mistaken adaptation to piece, an architectural term for the principal front of a building, but more generally applied to a richly decorated entrance, doorway if projecting slightly only in front of the main wall, otherwise portal or porch, would be a more correct term. The word, however, is more used for a decorative design, or the representation of some subject connected with the substance of a book, and placed as the first illustrated page. A design at the end of the chapter of a book is called a tailpiece. Fronto Marcus Cornelius Roman, 100. A Roman 500,170, Roman grammarian, rhetorician, and advocate, was born of an Italian family at Cirta in Numidia. He came to Rome in the reign of Hadrian, and soon gained such renown as an advocate and orator as to be reckoned inferior only to Cicero. He amassed a large fortune, erected magnificent buildings, and purchased the famous gardens of Maecenas. Antoninus Pius, hearing of his fame, appointed him tutor to his adopted sons Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus in 143. He was consul for 2 months, but declined the proconsulship of Asia on the ground of ill health. His latter years were embittered by the loss of all his children, except one daughter. His talents as an orator and rhetorician were greatly admired by his contemporaries, a number of whom formed themselves into a school called after him Frontoniani, whose avowed object it was to restore the ancient purity and simplicity of the Latin language, in place of the exaggerations of the Greek sophistical school, however praiseworthy the intention may have been. The list of authors specially recommended does not speak well for Fronto's literary taste. The authors of the Augustan age are unduly depreciated, while Ennius, Plautus, Laborius, Sallust are held up as models of imitation. Till 1815, the only extant works ascribed erroneously to Fronto were two grammatical treatises, De Nominum Verborum Differentiis and Exempla Elocutionum, the last being really by Arusianus Messius in that year. However, Angelo might discovered in the Ambrosian Library at Milan a palimpsest manuscript, and later some additional sheets of it in the Vatican, on which had been originally written some of Fronto's letters to his royal pupils, and their replies. These palimpsests had originally belonged to the famous convent of St. Columba at Bobbio, and had been written over by the monks with the acts of the First Council of Chalcedon. The letters, together with the other fragments in the palimpsest, were published at Rome in 1823. Their contents falls far short of the writer's great reputation. The letters consist of correspondence with Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius, and Lucius Verus, in which the character of Fronto's pupils appears in a very favorable light, especially in the affection they both seem to have retained for their old master, and letters to friends, chiefly letters of recommendation. The collection also contains treatises on eloquence, some historical fragments, and literary trifles on such subjects as the praise of smoke and dust of negligence, and a dissertation on Arian. His style is a laborious mixture of archaisms, a motley cento with the aid of which he conceals the poverty of his knowledge and ideas. His chief merit consists in having preserved extracts from ancient writers, which would otherwise have been lost. The best edition of his works is by S. A Neighbor 1867, with an account of the palimpsest. See also G. Boissier, Marc Aurel, et les Lettres de F. in Revue des Humans, April 1868, R. Ellis, in Journal of Philology, 1868, and Correspondence of Fronto and Roman, 1000 Aurelius, 1904, and the full bibliography in the article, by B.R. Zaska, in the new edition of Pauli's Real Encyclopaedia der Klassischen Altertumswissenschaft, Roman 4, pt. Roman, 11,900. Frosinone Anque Frusino, a town of Italy in the province of Rome, from which it is 53 Roman 1000 s. By Rail Pop 1901 Town 95, 30 Commune, 11,029. The place is picturesquely situated on a hill of 955 ft above sea level, but contains no buildings of interest of the ancient city walls. A small fragment alone is preserved, and no other traces of antiquity are visible, not even of the amphitheater which it once possessed, for which a ticket tessera has been found. Th. Mommsen, in Bur Roman 500 Sächsischen Gesellschaft, Roman 500 Wissenschaften, 1849, 286. It was a Volscian, not a Hernican town. A part of its territory was taken from it about 306,303 B. Roman 100 by the Romans, and sold. The town then became a prefectura, probably with the civitas signed suffragio, and later a colony. But we hear nothing important of it. It was situated just above the Via Latina. T. as Frossard Charles August 18,071,875. French general, was born on the 26th of April 1807, and entered the army from the École Polytechnique in 1827, being posted to the engineers. He took part in the siege of Rome in 1849, and in that of Sebastopol in 1855, after which he was promoted general of brigade 4 years later as general of division and chief of engineers in the Italian campaign. He attracted the particular notice of the Emperor Napoleon Roman III, who made him in 1867 chief of his military household and governor to the Prince Imperial. He was one of the superior military authorities, who in this period 18,661,874 saw, and endeavored to prepare for the inevitable war with Germany, and at the outbreak of war, he was given by Napoleon the choice between a corps command and the post of chief engineer at headquarters. He chose the command of the Roman II Corps on the 6th of August 1870. He held the position of Spitzeren against the Germans until the arrival of reinforcements for the latter and the non-appearance of the other French corps compelled him to retire after this. He took part in the battles around Metz and was involved with his corps in the surrender of Bazin's army general Frossard, published in 1872, a rapport sur les opérations du II Corps. He died at Châteauvillain-Haute-Marne on the 25th of August 1875. Frost William Edward 18,101,877, English painter, was born at Wandsworth near London in September 1810, about 2,511,825. Through William Eddy Raw, he was sent to a drawing school in Bloomsbury, and after several years study there and in the sculpture rooms at the British Museum. Frost was in 1829 admitted as a student in the schools of the Royal Academy. He won medals in all the schools, except the antique, in which he was beaten by Maclise during those years. He maintained himself by portrait painting. He is said to have painted about this time over 300 portraits in 1839. He obtained the gold medal of the Royal Academy for his picture of Prometheus bound by force and strength at the Cartoon Exhibition at Westminster Hall in 1843. He was awarded a third-class prize of 100 for his cartoon of Una. Alarmed by fawns and satyrs, he exhibited at the Academy Christ Crowned, with Thorns 1843, Nymphs, Dancing 1844, Sabrina 1845, Diana and Actaeon 1846. In 1846, he was elected Associate of the Royal Academy. His nymph Disarming Cupid was exhibited in 1847 Una, and the wood nymphs of the same year was bought by the Queen. This was the time of Frost's highest popularity, which considerably declined after 1850. His later pictures are simply repetitions of earlier motives. Among them may be named Euphrosyne 1848, Wood Nymphs 1851, Chastity 1854, Il Penseroso 1855, The Graces 1856, Narcissus 1857, Zephyr with Aurora playing 1858, The Graces and Loves 1863, Hylas, and the Nymphs 1867. Frost was elected to full membership of the Royal Academy in December 1871. This dignity, however, he soon resigned. Frost had no high power of design, though some of his smaller and apparently less important works are not without grace and charm technically. His paintings are in a sense very highly finished, but they are entirely without mastery. He died on the 4th of June, 1877.